Playing Genshin Impact is killing me, and now I've crossed over to Douluo asNeuvillette. This opening is just too ridiculous. My short-lived wife. The boy cried out for Fucalos until he ran out of breath, and when he opened his eyes, he became a baby in Douluo Continent. When picked up by the old man, he kept muttering Neuvillette, and thus he got his name. Little Neuvillette, you'll awaken your martial soul tomorrow. If it doesn't work, Grandpa will take care of you for life. Lexius patted his chest and promised. He is a soul Douluo, the head of one of the 8 hidden families, and his family's wealth is enough to last for generations. Neuvillette's mouth twitched. Old man, I haven't even tested yet. You should know that he would be able to speak in less than 2 months, and his talent would be hard to hide. Crossing over from playing Genshin Impact to Douluo, still being called Neuvillette. If this martial soul has nothing to do with water, it'll livestream eating my phone. The 8 hidden families control the Soul Arena, and Soul Douluo is his grandpa. This background is even more impressive than Tang San's. Tomorrow, will the awakened martial soul be in the form of a water dragon? Can I flood Soto City with a single mouthful of water? Just thinking about it is exciting. I'm definitely following this plot. Awakening the martial soul awakened Fucalos? The water god from Genshin appearing in Douluo Continent. This crossover has me stunned. Neuvillette floated in midair, surrounded by a blue glow, but after 5 minutes, his martial soul still hadn't appeared. Lexius was getting anxious. Something's not right, it should have appeared in 2 minutes. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Neuvillette's mind. Neuvillette, we meet again. Fucalos? He was completely stunned. Wasn't this the water god who died in Genshin? How did she end up in Douluo? Bingo! You guessed it right, Fucalos' voice was playful. Neuvillette hurriedly explained. You've got the wrong person, I'm not the water dragon king. Just an ordinary human. How could I be mistaken? Fucalos chuckled lightly. You possess the power of an ancient dragon. Even more absurdly, she could see through Neuvillette's thoughts. Right now, I can't take form, yet Fucalos said lightly. Neuvillette's heart raced. His wife, who died playing Genshin, actually crossed over with him and was hiding in his martial soul. Lexius looked at his glowing grandson, completely baffled. What on earth is this martial soul? It can even bring the water god along. Would a water dragon martial soul emerge next? Can Fucalos help him fight? This plot has opened up to outer space. I'm ready to be declared a god on the spot. The water dragon king crossing over to Douluo, directly awakening a twin martial soul, even bringing along a dedicated weapon. This is too insane. Lexius was about to be drained dry. Helping Neuvillette awaken his martial soul consumed 80% of his soul power, and just when he was sweating and about to collapse, a miracle happened. A water blue figure emerged behind Neuvillette, resembling him 7 parts, with white hair and dragon horns, exuding righteousness. Humanoid martial soul. Lexius' eyes widened like saucers. Before he could recover, a water blue book floated into Neuvillette's hands, its wave patterns dazzling. Twin martial souls? Lexius instantly broke down. This wasn't just a grandson he picked up. This was a walking cheat. Neuvillette stared blankly at the book in his hands. The great compendium of ever-flowing waters? Isn't this the dedicated weapon of the Water Dragon King? Looking back at his reflection in the mirror, his black hair had turned white. 2 water blue dragon horns sprouted from his head, and water molecules seemed to obey his command. Grandson, you have an invincible presence. Lexius was so excited he was incoherent. Neuvillette's mouth twitched. Old man, this is just too exaggerated, but the facts were right in front of him. Humanoid martial soul dedicated weapon, and it's still a twin. This configuration is way more powerful than Tang San's blue-silver grass-houtian hammer, right? Plus, hiding in his sea of consciousness is Fucalos. Next, when testing soul power, wouldn't it mean he's innately full of soul power? Using the Water Dragon King's strength to beat soul beasts, wouldn't he drown a whole area with a mouthful of water? This plot isn't just cheating, it's flipping the table. Innate level 20 soul power? Twin martial souls with divine level configuration. This talent directly crushes Tang San. Neuvillette placed his hand on the crystal ball, watching it only light up halfway, and was stunned. Am I useless? Lexius' mouth twitched, screaming internally. You're a monster. This is a high-level crystal that can measure up to a soul king, lighting halfway, meancinately level 20. On the entire Douluo Continent, only those with innate full soul power reach level 10. This directly doubled. Twin martial souls need to be kept hidden. Don't reveal them until you're a title Douluo. Lexius urgently advised. Once you break through to title Douluo, adding soul rings to the second martial soul would have to start from 100,000 years, right? This isn't just an invincible presence, this is a path to becoming a god. Neuvillette was still struggling. Isn't my soul power too low? Lexius felt like hitting someone. Having an innate level 5 would be a blessing across the continent. And you're complaining about being level 20? On one side is the humanoid martial soul of the Water Dragon King. On the other is the dedicated weapon, the Great Compendium of Ever-Flowing Waters, plus innate level 20. This cheat is so strong that even the system might feel ashamed. Next, when hunting for soul rings, wouldn't he directly get a 1,000-year soul ring to play with? I'm already looking forward to seeing him crush Tidal Douluo. This plot is just too thrilling. The Water Dragon King doesn't need soul rings to cultivate. He directly disregards the rules of Douluo Continent. This cheat knows no bounds. CryingOver was dumbfounded during his first meditation. Others need soul rings to break through. But he practices without any obstacles, bottlenecks? Non-existent. Could it be that I don't have this limitation? He is the true Water Dragon King, carrying the rights of the ancient dragon. Could it be that soul rings just don't match him? Lexius was still worried about taking him to hunt for soul rings tomorrow, completely unaware. CryingOver didn't need them at all. The longer a dragon lives, the stronger it becomes. As long as he survived for 1,000 or 800 years, he would still be invincible in the world. Even if he dies, he can revive with memories. This is simply an immortal body. In the mirror, he saw himself with white hair and dragon horns, looking exactly like the Water Dragon King. His martial soul is himself. Retracting his martial soul wouldn't change him back. He's going to confront Douluo with the face of the Water Dragon King. Why do I have no memories of Teyvat? CryingOver couldn't figure it out, but even crazier was, he had memories from another world. Could he also be a descender? On one side, he can level up without soul rings, and on the other, he has a divine level configuration while pretending to be an ordinary human. When he goes to hunt soul rings tomorrow, how should he act? He can't just tell the old man, I don't need this thing, right? This plot would make even Douluo's own son, Tang San, kneel. Next, will he pretend to be an ordinary soul master absorbing soul rings? Will Fucalos help him expose the truth? I've already set up my little stool, just waiting to see how he pulls it off. The Water Dragon King being scolded as a bad guy by Tang San. Just because he's too handsome, I can accept that reason. 6 years later in Soto City, as soon as CryingOver appeared, the streets exploded. Standing at 1.80 meters, with white hair mixed with water blue, dressed in water blue finery with black gloves, leaning on a staff, he looked just like a judge from Fontaine. Crossing over. The rate of heads turning was 100%, even Xiao Wu was stunned. Brother San, this person is way too handsome. Tang San stared at Villette, feeling a bubbling sourness in his heart. How could he be so handsome and still dare to flaunt in front of Xiao Wu? He opened his mouth. At first glance, he's definitely the son of a big family, not a good person. Let's go. Villette was stunned on the spot. I didn't do anything. If this were in Fontaine, I'd definitely sue you for defamation. In terms of justice, who could be more just than me? The Water Dragon King? In terms of fairness, the gavel of the court isn't just for show. Xiao Wu couldn't stand it anymore. He's just a bit aloof. He doesn't look like a bad person. Tang San's face fell. Xiao Wu is actually speaking up for an outsider. His gaze towards Villette was filled with daggers. This person, could it be that he's seeking death? Villette felt wronged in his heart. I was just shopping, didn't provoke anyone. How did I become a bad guy? And you want to label me as seeking death? Tang San, your jealousy is too obvious. Would these two end up fighting? Villette using water dragon power to beat Tang San. The scene is too unimaginable. This plot is way more interesting than Tang San and Xiao Wu dating. The referee in the Soul Arena is actually the Water Dragon King. Tang San and Xiao Wu being crushed as soon as they enter the city. The gap is too heartbreaking. Xiao Wu jumped in front of Villette. Handsome guy, Xiao Wu. Villette, with a deadpan expression, the highest referee of the Soto City Soul Arena. Villette. Tang San was about to ask what the Soul Arena was, when a passerby burst out laughing. You don't even know what the Soul Arena is? Country bumpkin. Xiao Wu puffed up angrily. You're the country bumpkin. The passerby glanced at her. The referee can earn thousands of gold soul coins in a minute, and you two only earn a couple hundred a year. Can you compare? Tang San and Xiao Wu were instantly petrified. Thousands of gold soul coins every minute. Together, they only earn 240 a year. The gap is simply like heaven and earth. Villette, hearing the commotion behind him, didn't stop his steps. Being called long admired right after taking office, the people of Soto City really know how to play the game. Compared to Tang San and Xiao Wu's shock, he only felt troubled. Being a referee is probably even more tiring than judging cases in Fontaine. Xiao Wu tugged at Tang San's sleeve. Brother San, let's go check out the Soul Arena. Tang San's expression was complicated. What exactly is Villette's background? What secrets does the Soul Arena hide? Entering the city and being crushed by both strength and wealth, Tang San's heart must be filled with mixed feelings. Will they go to the Soul Arena to find Villette next? With the Water Dragon King as the referee, will he rule Tang San's hidden weapons as illegal? This plot is getting more and more interesting. A broken crystal sold for 10,000 gold soul coins? Villette's operation has completely baffled Flander. Villette walked into Flander's grocery store, looking at the cluttered shop, and suddenly laughed. Sorry, reminded me of something happy. Flander's face darkened. Is he mocking me? Who knew Villette would point at a crystal full of impurities? How much for this? Flander thought. Is this big sheep about to run? He casually replied, 1 gold soul coin to take it away. In response, Villette pulled out a card with 10,000 gold soul coins, placing it on the table. Justice and fairness are my pursuits. This crystal is worth this price. He turned and left, leaving Flander holding the card, stunned. Is this broken crystal really worth 10,000? Is this young master stupid, or just pretending? Flander gave himself a big slap. I actually can't comprehend as well as a child. In the Douluo Continent, where power is respected, where does fairness come from? But how can I mock someone's dreams? Villette didn't care at all. To him, it's worth what it's worth. No need to pick up scraps. The pride of a dragon doesn't allow for such small gains. Will Flander discover the secret of the crystal next? Will this 10,000 gold soul coins make Shrek Academy rich ahead of time? This plot is way more interesting than Tang San leveling up by fighting monsters. At 12 years old, with a soul power level of 63, the Water Dragon King can even hide his soul rings. Tang San is just a little brother in front of him. Villette was shopping when he suddenly stopped. Water molecules sent news. Someone is in the soul duel. At this hour, could it be Tang San and Dai Mubai? He lifted his foot and dashed toward the Rose Hotel. He couldn't miss this iconic scene. Who knew he was followed by 2 little tails? A girl in a blue dress gasped at him. So handsome, and loves to lean on a cane like my dad? A girl in black quietly followed. This person is a bit strange. I need to investigate. Fucalos teased him in his mind. Villette, your charm is impressive. Villette remained very calm. Being handsome is a fact. What's there to be surprised about? But who would have thought that, at his age of 12, his soul power had already skyrocketed to 63? Soul rings? Want to show how many I can? I can show as many as I want, all made of water, fake soul rings like fake glass beads. Lexus even reminded him, don't show 4, 3 is normal. This acting, even the Oscars would have to serve tea. What's even more outrageous is his perception. Not even a soul Douluo can compare. The surrounding water molecules are all his eyes. He knows if anyone moves. Did Tang San and Dai Mubai fight? He could see clearly even with his eyes closed. Suddenly, Villette thought of something. Can Fucalos absorb the energy of the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye? That's the energy formed by the fall of the Water Dragon King and Fire Dragon King from the Divine Realm. Isn't it a supplement for him, the current Water Dragon King? Will he meddle in Tang San and Dai Mubai's duel next? Using Dragon Might to pressure Dai Mubai. Using Water Flow to trap Tang San. Just thinking about it is thrilling. This plot, Tang San's protagonist Halo, is likely to shatter into pieces. Is the water god afraid of retaliation from the Dragon King? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing both came to watch. The Rose Hotel was completely blown up. As soon as Villette entered the Rose Hotel, his 2 tails were exposed. Ning Rongrong in a flowing blue dress, Zhu Zhuqing in a sharp black outfit. Both goddesses actually came to see him. Inside the hotel, Tang San and Dai Mubai were fighting fiercely. Dai Mubai activated his white tiger barrier, and Tang San wrapped him up with blue silvergrass. Ning Rongrong didn't even look at the duel. She leaned closer to Villette. Handsome guy, who do you think will win? Before Villette could speak, Fucalos in his sea of consciousness exploded. Are you eager for me to transform? You don't want to take revenge on me, do you? Thinking of 500 years of deception, and then recalling the Dragon King's revenge, she, in her pure water spirit form, was about to explode from embarrassment. Villette's ears turned slightly red, pretending not to hear. What is this water god thinking? Zhu Zhuqing stared at Dai Mubai's evil eyes. Her expression suddenly changed. No doubt about it, it's him. This martial soul, this gaze, it's definitely Dai Mubai. Tang San and Dai Mubai were fighting fiercely, but all the focus in the arena was on Villette. Ning Rongrong was infatuated, Zhu Zhuqing was checking old accounts, and Fucalos was lost in wild thoughts. This is not a duel scene at all, it's clearly a large-scale Azura field. Villette glanced sideways at Ning Rongrong, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. How will he respond? Will he directly spoil and reveal that Tang San can perish together? When the Dragon King speaks, everyone is bound to be shocked. Will Ning Rongrong chase after Violet for contact information? Will Zhu Zhuqing confront Dai Mubai on the spot? This plot is 1,000 times more exciting than Tang San fighting Dai Mubai. Ning Rongrong's height is about 1.6 meters, which is a whole head shorter than Violet. It's entirely normal for her to look at Violet with such a gaze without moving her head. Isn't this the girl who followed me? She really wasn't paying attention to the soul arena. Okay. Hello, miss. Who wins or loses doesn't matter to me. Violet gently shook her head and said. Violet's indifferent demeanor left Ning Renxue somewhat unadapted. Doesn't she care about who wins or loses? She does care, okay. She just wanted to talk to Violet. It's not that I intend to distance myself from you, miss, but as a referee in the Soul Arena, I cannot have too much personal interaction to avoid being accused of unfairness. During the matches, with Mrs. Wisdom, it shouldn't be hard to understand, said Violet, still indifferent, though his gaze was fixed on Tang San and Dai Mubai. His voice was not loud, but everyone present heard it clearly, even Tang San and Dai Mubai, who were currently in battle. The two were slightly taken aback and looked in Violet's direction. Is he the referee? Tang San had seen Violet before, but he didn't really understand the battle arena and referees. Dai Mubai was different. He often hung around the battle arena, but he had never seen this referee who was even more handsome than him. However, there was one thing Violet said that Dai Mubai agreed with, which made him not doubt his identity. That is, as a referee, it was almost impossible to be friends with others, at least not visibly. Still, Dai Mubai didn't think too much about it. Who knows why the new referee would appear here? Wait, could it be that he wants to practice? But I'm currently battling Tang San. Thinking of this, Dai Mubai's eyes twitched, and he didn't take it to heart. Xiao Wu glanced at Violet and seemed to understand why he was reluctant to talk to her more. Was it because of his profession as a referee? He really is a handsome guy responsible for his job. He's good-looking, speaks gently, and is dedicated to his profession. Tang San, aren't you supposed to be worried about whether I'll be beaten to death by Dai Mubai? Of course. Ning Renxue put her hands on her hips, looking proud. She was very smart. How could she not understand what Violet said? A referee in the battle arena? Ning Renxue secretly noted down Violet's profession and workplace, planning to have a chance encounter with him when she had time. At such a young age, being able to take on the role of a referee shows that Violet's strength should not be underestimated. Being a referee in the Soul Arena also requires strength. At critical moments, one needs to calm the contestants down. It's not enough to just be loud. One also needs the power to suppress the contestants. In the Soul Arena, the lowest title for contestants is Soul Master. So even if Elite is responsible for such competitions, he must at least have the strength of a great Soul Master or even a Soul Douluo. Seeing a great Soul Master and a Soul Douluo duel without changing expression, the probability that Elite is a Soul Douluo is very high. Ning Renxue, you are really clever. Yes, you are really clever. Void dialogue, handsome guy. Let us get to know each other. My name is Ning Renxue, and I am an auxiliary system Great Soul Master. I'm just an auxiliary system Soul Master, so I can't participate in one-on-one battles. I hope it won't affect your profession, right? Upon hearing Ning Renxue's words, Elite trembled all over and looked at the girl in the blue dress with some surprise. Wow, this girl is actually Ning Renxue, one of the top troubles in Douluo Continent. A real trouble, not just a compliment. Compared to the girl in black pants beside her, this girl can't possibly be Zhu Zhuqing, right? Her features are too obvious. Ning Renxue, hello, I'm the highest referee of the Soto City Soul Arena. You could just call me Elite. So cool and aloof, it feels great. Wait, the highest referee? Ning Renxue was taken aback. Referees can be categorized into different ranks, and this highest referee. Can a Soul Douluo really become the strongest referee? Could he be someone with connections? Ning Renxue thoughtfully assessed Elite, noticing his upright demeanor, which made him look more like a noble young master. As for being a referee, he doesn't seem like one. What is wrong with having connections? It just shows that Elite has a background, which is clearly a plus. In the Soul Arena, not all types of Soul battles have dedicated referees. Most are hosts who double as referees, simply announcing the start and who wins. Of course, if both sides require a referee, the Soul Arena will also arrange for one to officiate. Such matches are more formal. Dai Mubai and Tang San were somewhat angry. They fought fiercely here, but received no attention, while that referee just stood there and attracted everyone's gaze, which was somewhat uncomfortable. Second soul skill, parasitism. Dai Mubai had just broken free from the restraints of the blue silvergrass, and hadn't he managed to take any action when Tang San's second soul skill had already been activated. As Tang San's second soul ring flickered, Dai Mubai was once again enveloped by an overwhelming amount of blue silvergrass, looking like a rice dumpling. Tang San actually took advantage of Dai Mubai's moment of distraction to launch his soul skill again, which is somewhat unscrupulous. Tang San, you are very strong, and among great soul masters, you should have few rivals. Unfortunately, I am a soul emperor with a third soul ring. Third soul skill, White Tiger Transformation. As Dai Mubai's only purple soul ring flickered, his figure involuntarily swelled a few more times, and his golden hair turned white, the strands moving without wind. With a loud bang, the blue-silver grass surrounding him was violently torn apart by Dai Mubai. At this moment, he seemed like a war god who looked down on everything. Upon seeing this, Tang San's expression changed. His worries became real. Dai Mubai's third soul skill had an incredibly terrifying enhancement effect on himself. During the duration of this soul skill, if Tang San didn't use hidden weapons, he would absolutely not be Dai Mubai's opponent. Just as Tang San was about to take out his hidden weapons and fight Dai Mubai, he was surprised when Dai Mubai said, "Tang San, you are a worthy opponent. With your great soul master level strength, being able to make me use my third soul skill means you have already won. This room, I'll leave it to you." After saying this, Dai Mubai released his martial soul, and at that moment, he looked ragged but extremely carefree. Tang San nodded, silently retracted his martial soul, and said, "Thank you." If he truly fought Dai Mubai, he might not necessarily lose, but he would definitely be seriously injured. Dai Mubai is indeed someone worth befriending. He is carefree and unrestrained. Tang San thought to himself, not feeling that Dai Mubai had any intention of seeking death just because he was preparing to take their room and had a bout with him. This is quite novel. Unlike the original, Dai Mubai felt a chill on his back for some reason and didn't say much to Tang San, instead eager to leave this place of turmoil. The twin sisters showed no reaction after seeing Dai Mubai and Tang San reach a stalemate. Anyone with keen eyes could see that Tang San was no match for Dai Mubai, who simply had the virtue of martial ethics and didn't bully the weak. "Dai, you were truly magnificent just now." This refers to what just happened in the Soul Arena, not anything else. The twin sisters, one on each side, were holding Dai Mubai's hands, their eyes almost sparkling with admiration, which was truly enviable. Although the two girls were not soul masters, they were exceptionally beautiful, standing out even among ordinary people. Dai Mubai proudly embraced the two girls, scanning the surroundings with a smile, enjoying the envious gazes. It was strange, though. Where was that chilling feeling coming from? Dai Mubai thought, feeling a bit confused. He looked around and didn't notice anything wrong. Even the referee in the Soul Arena was just half-heartedly answering the questions from the girl beside him. Wait a minute. There were two girls beside and behind him just now, right? Where did the one in black pants go? Shaking his head, Dai Mubai didn't think much of it. Where others went was none of his business. He decided to leave first. "Tang San, maybe we'll meet again in 2 or 3 days. Dai Mubai said as he walked. "Oh." Tang San was taken aback, not quite understanding what Dai Mubai meant. "You and that girl are already great soul masters at such a young age, and now you're in Soto City. You must be here to enroll in Shrek Academy. I am one of the current students at Shrek Academy. Looking forward to your arrival." "What?" Tang San's mouth opened slightly, hesitating to speak. Shrek Academy really lives up to its reputation. Even a random student is a monster-level existence. Dai Xiao. This will be on my tab." "Yes, thank you, Dai Xiao. Thank you, Dai Xiao." Just as Tang San was about to say something, he noticed Dai Mubai had already walked away with the two girls. What the heck? The students of Shrek Academy are just lecherous tigers. "Singa, should we just go back to Notting City?" Xiao Wu said disdainfully on the surface. But inwardly she felt a bit worried. All the students are soul respect level powerhouses. Could there be soul elder level powerhouses in this so-called Shrek Academy? Hearing this, Tang San waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai is just being impulsive and a bit sentimental. His character is still quite good. I believe Shrek Academy can provide us with enough growth space." Seeing Tang San like this, Xiao Wu wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. They could only take it one step at a time. Fortunately, Soto City is not far from Stardew Forest. As soon as she noticed something wrong, she could run towards Stardew Forest. Ning Rongrong, who was chatting with Violet, brightened when she heard about Shrek Academy. Unexpectedly, that person just now was actually a student of Shrek Academy. Her anticipation for Shrek Academy increased. Causing trouble was what Ning Rongrong liked the most. As for the wooden person in front of her, Miss Ning had plenty of time to slowly deal with him. After all, he was in the Soul Arena and couldn't run away. Shrek truly lives up to being a monster academy. Everyone coming to enroll is a great soul master-level monster. Wait a minute, something seems off. Since all the monsters coming to enroll are monsters, what does being called monsters have to do with the academy? Ning Rongrong thought curiously. It wasn't the academy that cultivated monsters, but rather monsters that joined the academy. 500 years, another 500 years. What's wrong with you? You look a bit disappointed? Ning Rongrong whispered in Violet's ear. Miss Ning Rongrong, you misunderstood. I just habitually use this expression. Violet shook his head. How did Ning Rongrong see that he was a bit disappointed? Why does Tang San not have any lethal intentions towards Dai Mubai? Why not pull out the Zhuge Divine crossbow and give Dai Mubai a harsh lesson. Fortunately, Ning Rongrong does not know about that peculiar inner turmoil of Villette. Seeing Villette's calm demeanor, she thought she might have misjudged him. By the way, Villette, you must have stayed in Soto City for a long time. Can you introduce me to Shrek Academy? Ning Rongrong clasped her hands together, looking expectantly. Instead of hearing outside rumors, it's better to listen to the local evaluation. And with Villette's righteous and fair face, he should provide an objective assessment, right? Villette looks like an honest person, and doesn't he seem like someone who would lie? Ning Rongrong's words made Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were planning to go upstairs to rest, stop in their tracks and listen carefully to the conversation. Ning Rongrong, from a rational perspective, I should answer your question. Ning Rongrong was taken aback, blinking her big eyes. Why not? The Soul Arena, as a neutral force, never judges anyone, any power, or academy. Ning Rongrong was startled. She just wanted Villette to share his thoughts. How did he interpret it as a judgment? Something fell off. Very off. Ning Rongrong, being quite intelligent, naturally understood that Villette's words had deeper meanings. Shrek Academy must be very problematic. Was it just as she imagined? Shrek Academy was a school for frauds, where all the graduates were monsters. It was just that monsters had joined Shrek Academy. I understand now. Ning Rongrong nodded thoughtfully, then showed a look of sudden realization. Tang San and Xiao Wu. What do you understand? Villette didn't say anything. It seems like he said everything. Ning Rongrong understands, but the two of them don't. Could it be that they aren't as clever as Ning Rongrong? No. It must be that Ning Rongrong pretends to understand. Shrek Academy will enroll students in 2 days. If you're interested, you could go take a look then. I want to say more. Ning Rongrong, I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Villette cupped his hands, and after saying this, walked out of the Rose Hotel, leaving Ning Rongrong alone, looking confused. Regarding Ning Rongrong being tricked by Ning Fengji to come to Shrek Academy, Villette also couldn't comment. He could only say that Ning Fengji had his own considerations. He thought of everything, except for the character of the teachers and students of Shrek Academy. This led to Ning Rongrong, who already lacked education, completely walking down a path of no return. Sword Bone Douluo treated Ning Rongrong like his own granddaughter. But when Sword Broken Bone was injured, Ning Rongrong didn't shed a tear. However, when Tang San fell, she cried heart-wrenchingly. It said that Ning Rongrong has a princess temperament, but she is already the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Her status even above the true princess Shueko. Having a bit of temper and personality is normal. She hasn't really done anything truly bad. Most of it was just pranks. The final outcome, however, is indeed somewhat difficult to understand. Villette, you're so heartless. That girl clearly has feelings for you. And you're being so cold. Something's not right. Upon hearing this, Villette paused, his eyes twitching. This is the Love Continent. Everyone matures early. However, he is not a native, and some things are hard for him to accept. Besides, he has someone he likes already. That short-lived wife is still waiting for him to save her. Wait, didn't that just sound like something that short-lived wife would say? Fucalos, I don't want to talk about romance right now. I just want you to recover your human form quickly. It was clearly a very touching statement. Yet Fucalos was trembling. Goodness, is Villette really preparing to take revenge on her? Is he going to create little pure water spirits with her? So embarrassing. Well, Villette, there's no need to rush. At most in 500 years, I can gather enough energy to transform. 500 years, another 500 years. Impossible. 500 years is too long. I only want to seize the day. Why are you so impatient? Villette was taken aback. What on earth is Fucalos talking about? How is he impatient? Hasn't he done anything out of line? Wait, Fucalos' head wouldn't be damaged, right? Fucalos, what exactly are you talking about? Villette asked in confusion. He just wanted to revive this poor justice god. After all, she was once his favorite paper wife. Fucalos, did she misunderstand Villette? Well, looking at Villette's confused expression, she must have misunderstood. However, it's impossible to admit a mistake in this matter. After a long time, without receiving a response from Fucalos, Villette, looking puzzled, withdrew his thoughts and headed towards the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. Fucalos suddenly stopped talking, but he didn't leave. Was he still waiting in place? In no time, Villette arrived at the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. Even though it was his first time here, none of the staff didn't recognize him. Seeing the chief referee. Everyone looked at Villette with expressions of awe. There was never a position of chief referee before, but with Villette's arrival, it was established. They were all curious about this suddenly appeared chief referee. Of course, they had seen Villette's portrait beforehand. The Villette in the portrait was somewhat different from the real person. The real person had even more charisma. Villette nodded. Presumably, all of this was arranged by the old man, Lexius. Hello, Villette. Douluo, the gold medal host of the Soul Arena. Nice to meet you. Suddenly, a very beautiful woman with a smile approached Villette, extending her right hand. Villette still had some impression of Douluo. She was the gold medal host responsible for commentary at the Soul Arena. Of course, this was only her public identity. Secretly, she was the heir of one of the 8 great families. Unfortunately, apart from her beauty and commentary talent, her cultivation talent wasn't too high, and her martial soul was represented by a dove symbolizing peace. Her status as an heir was somewhat unworthy. The fate of Douluo would mostly come from marriage. Hello, Ms. Douluo. Villette retracted the cane in his right hand into the storage soul guide, and as soon as their hands touched, they parted. Well, Ms. Douluo, call me Sister Douluo. Little Villette, your way of addressing me feels a bit unfamiliar. Douluo frowned slightly, expressing her dissatisfaction. The 8 great families are closely connected, and among the younger generation, they usually address each other as brothers and sisters. Douluo had met Villette before. Seeing Villette's indifferent demeanor, Douluo didn't mind. He was also like this when he was young, and she used to tease Villette. Thinking back, this guy seems to be indifferent to everyone. Let me show you around the Soul Arena to get familiar, and I'll also take you to where you'll be staying. Douluo, as a top commentator, naturally has his own way of dealing with awkward situations. After smiling at Neuvillette, he naturally took her right hand with his left and walked towards the Soul Arena. Neuvillette, this Miss Douluo, could it be that she is pretending to be his sister and preparing to take action against him? Violet thinks it's very possible. After all, there's a precedent. Back when he was only 7, this little witch had teased him, which really left Violet a bit overwhelmed. As time passed, after Douluo introduced Violet to the Soul Arena, she finally brought him to the dormitory. Violet's dormitory is about 200 square meters, almost identical to the place he used to live, which he assumed was also arranged by Rexius. The old man is really thoughtful. So, how about the atmosphere in the Soul Arena? Isn't it much livelier than at home? No, that is not right. You seem to have an innate dislike for lively places. Wherever there are many people, you prefer to go where it's less crowded. Douluo looked at Violet with some speechlessness. He is so handsome, but is social phobic. What a pity. However, this is also good. At least he treats others the same way. Hearing this, Violet twitched the corner of his eye. People's constitutions are different. Many times, he doesn't feel that a crowd is lively, but rather noisy. I'll head back first. I still have to host a competition later. As for you, Douluo paused for a moment and then continued, saying, if you were just going to be a referee, there's not much need for words. The host will maintain the atmosphere. This is something you can learn easily. You can practice in the sub-arena for 2 days, and once you are familiar with the process, you can come to the main arena to cooperate with me. Of course, it's also fine if you just hold the position and don't actually referee. Douluo knew some inside information about Violet's position and didn't directly treat him as a referee to command a round. Okay, I will learn. Violet nodded. He had no objections to Miss Douluo's arrangements. Those who have crossed over all like to defeat their opponents on the arena and show off. As for a referee among the crossovers, Violet is the first. Douluo didn't stay too long. There is plenty of time ahead. And since Violet has already arrived at the Soto City Soul Arena, how could he let him run away? For Violet, the profession of referee is simply perfect. While there may not be absolute fairness and justice in the outside world, there can be in the arena. Time flew by, and Violet had already been at the Soul Arena for 3 days. During these 3 days, he didn't directly go to the sub-arena to serve as a referee, but rather observed and learned the rules of the Soul Arena, as well as how to determine who wins or loses and who commits fouls when serving as a referee. Contestants or spectators who have long been in the Soul Arena gradually learned about this referee, and some female spectators and contestants were eager to watch matches hosted by Violet. Unfortunately, this seemingly aloof individual had yet to host a single match. Douluo coughed. Sister Douluo, I've learned quite a bit these past few days. Let me host a match in the sub-arena tonight. Before Douluo could shout, she rolled her eyes at Violet, who was standing opposite her. Fortunately, Violet quickly changed his words, which made Douluo turn her anger into joy, and a smile appeared on her face. All right, I'll have someone arrange it for you. Douluo smiled, patted Violet on the shoulder, and then left. She was about 10 centimeters shorter than Violet, so she had to stand on her tiptoes to pat his shoulder, which made Violet feel a bit amused. A strong-willed woman indeed. In the past 3 days, an interesting event occurred in a place unknown to Davis. Just yesterday, Shrek Academy began its enrollment. Without the dragon beard needle, Tang San naturally wouldn't possess it. Yet the plot continued as usual. After Xiao Wu used her charm soul skill on Zhao Wujia, she was still backfired and fainted. Tang San, in a fit of rage, found that without the dragon beard needle, he couldn't break through Zhao Wujia's defenses. The final result was that Tang San was beaten up by Zhao Wujia as a form of education. Of course, in the shadows. Tang Hao witnessed this and showed no mercy to Zhao Wujia last night, almost beating him to death. Fortunately, he believed Zhao Wujia still had some use, which is why he let him off the hook. Under Flinder's arrangement, Tang San and Xiao Wu's group arrived at the soul fighting arena. Flinder had a serious expression today, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his gaze towards Tang San that wasn't present in the original story. This child's ignorance almost got old Zhao killed. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the main culprit. Of course, Tang San is Tang Hao's son, and Flinder didn't dare to show his murderous intent openly towards him. What if Tang Hao found out? This matter, Flinder can only keep in his heart. Unfortunately, Tang San is unaware of this. He still thinks he has gained Zhao Wuqi's approval, which is why he was able to successfully join Shrek Academy. Old Zhao doesn't understand. He is quarreling with a 12-year-old child. Look, he encountered someone with a background, and that person's supporter could easily teach Zhao Wuqi a lesson. At this moment, standing next to Xiao Wu, Tang San looks completely different. In fact, Xiao Wu almost didn't recognize him when she woke up. The soul fighting can be divided into 1v1, 2v2, and team battles of 5 or more players, with the most common being the regular 7v7 team battles. Inside the soul fighting arena, there are gambling fights, wager fights, and life and death fights. I do not recommend you participate in wager fights and life and death fights, as these two types of battles generally result in injuries or fatalities. The gambling fights are different. While injuries may occur, death is very rare since soul skills have no eyes. 14. Wouldn't that be crying and making a fuss? How pitiful. After Dai Mubai explained the rules of the soul fighting arena, Tang San and Xiao Wu finally realized what kind of place it was. What is the status of the judges in the soul fighting arena? Tang San asked curiously, noticing that Violet's attire did not look like that of an ordinary soul master. Could it be that judges earn a lot? Most judges hold a status equivalent to that of hosts at the same level. Why do you suddenly ask this question? Dai Mubai wondered. Tang San and Xiao Wu must be experiencing the soul fighting arena for the first time, right? How could they suddenly ask about the judges? The judges, while having a high status above the ring, have a low status in general. Judges are essentially workers at the soul fighting arena. It's nothing. I just remember an old friend. Tang San waved his hand and said, he had been very poor before he turned 6, and only after awakening his martial soul and obtaining soul rings, which allowed him to receive subsidies at the martial soul hall, did his life improve somewhat. He didn't expect that a judge at a soul fighting arena could appear to be much wealthier than him. This made Tang San feel somewhat unbalanced. Fortunately, there was some redness on his swollen face, and the palm print was clearly visible, which prevented everyone from noticing the change in his expression. Third brother, you wouldn't be thinking about that, Violet, would you? Xiao Wu blinked and asked. Upon hearing this, Tang San's face darkened. He had only mentioned the referee and hadn't named anyone, yet Xiao Wu directly called out the name Violet. Tang San let out a breath of foul air. He must be overthinking it, right? How could Xiao Wu possibly have feelings for someone she had only met once, that Violet? It must be that he was thinking too much. After arriving in Soto City, the only referee Xiao Wu had met was that Violet. So it was normal for her to think of him. That's right, Violet always gives me a strange feeling. I suspect he is a powerful individual. Of course, I just want to understand Violet's status in the soul arena, and I have no other intentions, Tang San explained a bit. He indeed thought so. Although he felt somewhat envious of the rich, he had no grievances or grudges against Violet, so it was not to the extent that Violet had a death wish. Moreover, judging from Violet's attitude towards Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, he indeed upheld a fair stance and did not wish to have personal connections with anyone. Violet? Are you talking about the referee we met that day at the Rose Hotel? Dai Mubai asked, puzzled. It was only halfway through his sentence that he remembered Zhu Zhuqing was still beside him, completely ignoring the mention of the Rose Hotel. He didn't realize that the girl in black behind Violet that day was Zhu Zhuqing. Yes, that's the referee. After receiving the answers from the two, Dai Mubai thought for a moment and said, to be honest, when I heard him say he was a referee, I was completely stunned. I hadn't seen him in the Soul Arena before. He must have just arrived in the past few days. With his outfit, do you know how many gold soul coins it costs? Even I. At this point, Dai Mubai paused and then continued, I can't just wear such expensive clothes. I really can't afford it. How much? The attire of Violet was luxurious yet solemn. As for its value, Tang San and Xiao Wu really had no concept. Not to mention other accessories. Just the clothing alone was worth at least 10,000 gold soul coins. Dai Mubai clenched his right hand, extended his index finger, and pointed at Tang San and Xiao Wu. Did he have a light blue cane? Suddenly, Flender, who was sipping tea, spoke up. Oh, Dean, have you seen him? Flender's eyes twitched. It was not just that he had seen Violet. Because of Violet, he had visited every grocery store in the area. I've seen him. He came into my grocery store and bought a piece of broken crystal, then paid 10,000 gold soul coins for it. I originally planned to sell it to him for 1 gold soul coin, but he said I didn't know the value of that crystal. Yet he couldn't pretend he didn't know. Fairness and justice. This is also why he paid me 10,000 gold soul coins. This child's character is the noblest I've seen among the people I've encountered in Douluo Continent over the years. It's a pity he is backed by the Soul Arena. Otherwise, I would definitely invite him to Shrek Academy. Flender said somewhat disappointedly. He really wanted to invite Violet to join Shrek Academy, but unfortunately, given his identity and status, it was almost impossible for him to join their academy. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar were stunned, looking at Flender in disbelief. It was the first time they had heard Flender praise someone so highly. Dean, are you sure he isn't pretending? Is spending 10,000 gold soul coins just to win your favor? Dai Mubai asked cautiously, and his question was perfectly valid. After all, Flender was a soul saint at level 78. If some nobles knew about it, it wouldn't be impossible for them to spend some gold soul coins to win his favor. After hearing this, Flender shook his head. He had been in Soto City for so many years. If the Soul Arena didn't know his strength, that would be strange. But when did the Soul Arena ever invite him? Moreover, Violet didn't seem like that kind of person. It's impossible. That child is not like that. Flender waved his hand and said. Just then, a sound from outside interrupted everyone's thoughts. The Soul Arena announced that the handsome young man would serve as a referee in a number 8 sub-arena tonight. What does that have to do with me? He's a guy. Your girlfriend went to the number 8 sub-arena to watch the match. What? Let's go. I want to see just how handsome this Violet is to attract my girlfriend to watch. The man said angrily, yet helplessly. After all, he was just a handsome referee at the Soul Arena and hadn't done anything to undermine anyone. Oh my, are there really so many female soul masters signing up for the competition today? If they can't be assigned to the number 8 arena, won't they cry and make a fuss again? Yeah, how pitiful. Ha ha ha. Violet is now a celebrity at the Soul Arena to attract audiences and participating female soul masters. The arena has spread the word that Violet will be officiating there, while the audience can go directly to the number 8 arena. The participating soul masters need to be assigned. Tickets for the number 8 arena have sold out. The number 8 arena? Violet is acting as a referee? Is he really a referee? There is still some doubt about whether Violet was a referee. In your eyes, all you see is gold soul coins, right? Hello, can we sign up directly for the number 8 arena competition? Xiao Wu blinked her pink eyes and asked a staff member. She was eager to witness Violet's fairness and justice. Well, Xiao Wu just wanted to meet Violet. She felt there was an aura of a higher being about him, though she wasn't sure if it was just her illusion. Violet shouldn't be an ordinary human. With this thought, Xiao Wu's interest in Violet grew even stronger because she was not human herself. Sorry, after signing up, the competition venues will be assigned randomly. Many soul masters want to go to the number 8 arena. Their goal is the same as yours, to see Lord Violet in person. Unfortunately, everything has to follow the procedure. The staff member was a beautiful purple-haired girl, and her gaze towards Xiao Wu showed a hint of disdain. Did she think she could just meet Lord Violet on a whim? What? Why is it like this? Xiao Wu pouted, a bit upset as she stomped her foot. All right, Xiao Wu, don't be angry, Tang San said helplessly to comfort her, but he felt a bit distressed in his heart. How could he be happy when his cherished sister was thinking about someone else? Let us sign up first. What if we get assigned to the number 8 arena? Mubai had made it very clear before that only by winning 10 consecutive matches would they be assigned to the main arena. Since it was their first registration and they hadn't fought yet, the probability of being assigned to a sub-arena was very high. Hearing this, Xiao Wu was taken aback, and the staff member was also taken aback. Before Xiao Wu could say anything, the staff member said, "We have a total of 36 sub-arena at the Soul Arena, and the probability of being assigned to the number 8 arena is 1 in 36. Xiao Wu's mouth opened slightly, wanting to speak but hesitating. Even though she was illiterate and didn't understand what 1 in 36 meant, she could feel that the staff member implied that the chance of being assigned to the number 8 arena was very small. Since it's your first time at the Soul Arena, let us register first. Only registered soul masters can sign up for the competition. Okay, we'll register. Please pay the registration fee, a total of 20 gold soul coins for both of you. At that moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu matured a lot. It seemed they understood why Violet was so wealthy. Just for registration, they had to pay 10 gold soul coins. It's worth noting that a Great Soul Master's monthly allowance is only 10 gold soul coins. They complained but still registered, becoming fighters of the soul arena. By the way, we also need to register for the duo soul battle. Please register that as well. Please pay an additional 10 gold soul coins for the registration fee. The competition hasn't even started yet, and already 10 gold soul coins have been thrown in. Are you two signing up for the competition? Yes. We're participating in both the individual and team categories. 3 matches, with an entry fee of 10 gold soul coins for each match, totaling 30 gold soul coins. Each time you win a match, the gold soul coins will be refunded double. If you lose, there'll be no refund. We haven't even entered the arena, and 60 gold soul coins are gone. Tang San was completely stunned. He knew that he was only a great soul master at the moment, and his monthly allowance was only 10 coins. Signing up for Shrek Academy. The two spent 20 gold soul coins to participate in the entrance test, and in the morning, Flander asked each of them to pay 100 gold soul coins as tuition. Even landlords have no surplus grain. Fortunately, over the years, he had been frugal and hadn't gone to Flander's shop to buy any expensive items. What strange things were put in. After paying the registration fee, the two received badges made by the Soul Fighting Arena, but after getting the badges, a small issue arose. It's San Wu, the dance of 3. How did you carve it into a combination of 3 and 5? Xiao Wu said indignantly. Do you need to modify it? Yes. Without even thinking, Xiao Wu directly replied. They even misspelled her name. Of course it needs to be modified. Please pay 10 gold soul coins. Xiao Wu, in your eyes, is it only money? Clearly, it was your mistake in carving. Why does modifying it still require gold soul coins? Xiao Wu was furious. When had she ever suffered such grievances? The Soul Fighting Arena is unreasonable. It was clearly your mistake in carving. Why do you still require gold soul coins for modification? Xiao Wu, who was not afraid of trouble, directly shouted at the staff. Sorry, it was indeed our mistake. Would you like to modify the badge? Yes. Please pay 10 gold soul coins. Xiao Wu. At this moment, Xiao Wu finally understood that the other party only cared about the gold soul coins and showed no hint of remorse. Tang San, standing beside her, twitched at the corner of his eye. Is it really not against their conscience to make money like this in the soul arena? Won't their conscience be condemned? Xiao Wu. Just let it go, let it go. Seeing that Xiao Wu was about to take action, Tang San hurriedly said that Flinder had reminded them before that the soul arena was filled with experts, and it was clearly unwise to confront the staff here. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Tang San would never get himself into a dangerous situation. Third brother, it was clearly their work mistake. Why should we let it go? Xiao Wu said with dissatisfaction, feeling wronged as she had never experienced such humiliation before. Why should they let it go? Xiao Wu, this is the soul arena, filled with experts. This is their home ground. If we continue to make a scene, Tang San said quietly, his expression extremely serious. After arriving in the big city, he realized that their strength was simply not enough. Hearing this, Xiao Wu also came to her senses, glancing angrily at the staff. Then fell silent and followed Tang San to the side. Tang San, Xiao Wu, how did your registration go? At this moment, Dai Mubai walked over with a smile on his face and said, don't mention it. Tang San recounted what had just happened, and after listening, Dai Mubai's expression turned somewhat unpleasant, but he didn't dare to speak harshly. The soul fighting arena was not simple. He couldn't afford to offend easily. If it were in the Star Luo Empire, it would be a different story, but here in the Heaven Do Empire, it wasn't Dai Mubai's home ground. Forget it. It's just 10 gold soul coins. I might as well use that dual soul badge for now, Dai Mubai shrugged and said. What would he do? He had no other options. Of course, he could give Tang San and Xiao Wu 10 gold soul coins to let them modify the badge. But someone with high emotional intelligence like him would never do that. Were Tang San and Xiao Wu angry because they didn't have gold soul coins? Not at all. They were just upset about a matter of right and wrong. Although it was said that the staff of the soul fighting arena made a mistake first, Xiao Wu hadn't mentioned dancing before. After everyone finished registering, they arrived at the contestants' resting area. Here, it is much livelier than usual, especially with many more female soul masters present. I didn't expect that Violet would be so famous. Just the name has attracted so many soul masters to compete. With a 1 in 36 chance, they're all willing to take a shot. Dai Mubai said quietly, feeling a bit jealous. He doesn't look bad either. So why aren't there so many female soul masters going crazy for him? Then why don't they buy tickets to the number 8 arena? Oscar asked curiously. Wouldn't it be better to just buy a ticket to watch? Competing requires allocation, and the chance of encountering Violet is too small. Dai Mubai shook his head and said, I just asked. The tickets for the number 8 arena are already sold out. The Soto City Great Spirit Arena is among the best in the entire Heaven Do Empire. It covers a vast area and can accommodate tens of thousands of spectators to watch the matches at the same time. If it were remodeled to merge the sub-arena and the main arena, it could hold even more spectators. I really hope to be assigned to the number 8 arena. I want to see this nobleman. He has looks, strength, and charm. He is completely the best partner. You? Have you looked in the mirror to see if you're worthy? Don't let me encounter you on the arena. Otherwise, I'll have to tear your mouth apart. Who is afraid of who? I think if we really get assigned to the arena hosted by Violet later, it's better to be a bit gentler. After hearing this, the girls nodded. A nobleman like Violet should prefer gentle girls, right? As time passed, the number of competitors in the waiting area decreased, and eventually, it was time for Tang San and the others. Please, contestant Tang San, proceed to arena number 8. Please, contestant Zhu Zhuqing, proceed to arena number 8. Please, contestant Xiao Wu, proceed to arena number 33. Please, contestant Ma Hongjun, proceed to arena number 7. Please, Dai Mubai. Upon hearing the announcement, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others were taken aback. Especially Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing. Was their first match an internal battle? Wait, aren't they in arena number 8? No way. Sangu and Zhuqing are actually going to arena number 8. Why not me? Xiao Wu said somewhat unhappily. She really wanted to meet Violet, but her luck didn't seem to be very good. Xiao Wu, it doesn't matter which arena you're in. Maybe you'll meet him in the next match? Tang San comforted her, but who can understand the frustration in his heart? Tang San, come here for a moment. At that moment, Dai Mubai suddenly called out to Tang San. He had seen Tang San's fighting ability and didn't expect him to battle Zhu Zhuqing in the first match. He couldn't let Zhu Zhuqing get hurt. All right, boss Dai. Tang San glanced at Dai Mubai with some confusion, then nodded and said. After the two went to a corner, Dai Mubai finally said, Tang San, when you battle Zhu Zhuqing later, please show some mercy. After all, she's a classmate. Don't hurt her. Upon hearing this, Tang San was taken aback. He hadn't planned to hurt Zhu Zhuqing anyway, since they were classmates and would be together for several years. After pondering for a moment, Tang San looked at Dai Mubai thoughtfully, then patted his shoulder and smiled. Don't worry, boss Dai. I understand. You understand? Then thank you. I'll treat you to a meal after the match. Tang San thought Dai Mubai was trying to pursue Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai really knows how to pick. As for the pair of twin sisters Dai Mubai had brought before, Tang San didn't care. What is wrong with a good brother being a bit flirtatious? Anyway, Tang San, is pure and untouched. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were filled with disdain, and she didn't appreciate it at all. When she was in Xingluo City, she thought the rumors she heard were used to slander Dai Mubai. She didn't expect it to be true. The rumors were even conservative. How can one change their fate? Zhu Zhuqing pondered as she walked towards the arena. The scene shifted to Violet. At this moment, he was still dressed in his attire, holding a light blue cane staff. The previous match between the two contestants moved him. The two women were like hidden talents, using such dangerous soul skills, yet being gentle as water when they did. After the first match he hosted ended, Violet made a new discovery. The power within me has inexplicably increased a bit. What is going on? Could it be that by hosting a match fairly and justly, my power would increase? Violet fell into contemplation. When the second match he hosted ended, his power increased again, making him realize that this was not an illusion. Just like the decree of Feng Dan's judgment, accumulating power through judgment. Fucalos, do you know what is going on? This matter is truly incomprehensible to Violet. She can only ask Fucalos in the Sea of Knowledge to see if she knows the specific situation. Violet, have you forgotten the fragment of the ancient dragon authority that was returned to you? The directive to destroy the divine throne and the ruling mechanism is certainly not that simple. To put it bluntly, this is your power after all. Upon hearing this, Violet's expression became somewhat strange. The destruction of the divine throne and Fucalos was originally the ancient dragon authority? Or rather, it was the ancient dragon authority that was split away by the laws of nature, the part that absorbs faith to strengthen its power. After realizing what was going on, Violet glanced at the audience in the 8th sub-arena, and the corners of her mouth slightly lifted. These are all leaks. Cough, no. These people are all worthy of protection. I initially thought being a referee would be a bit boring, but now that Violet has changed his mind, it's great to be a referee. If he had known he had this ability earlier, a 6-year-old referee wouldn't be impossible. Unfortunately, it took him 6 years to realize it. Wait, the next match is Tang San versus Zhu Zhuqing. Violet also heard the names of the contestants, and as a member of the main character group, he naturally wouldn't forget them. When he saw Zhu Zhuqing enter the stage, there was no reaction, but when he saw Tang San come out, he almost laughed out loud. It's okay, he already laughed out loud. As a referee, no matter how funny it is, he shouldn't laugh. Unless he can't help it. How could Tang San have the confidence to compete looking like that? He must have been beaten up by Zhao Wujie to look like this, right? The audience was equally confused before the contestants came on stage, who wasn't dazzlingly bright. The contestant named Tang San is quite extraordinary. 17. That Velite? Is this what you call fairness? Facing a Soul Saint powerhouse, Tang San, can retreat unscathed with just a slight injury. What more do you want? You spectators simply don't understand. The ignorant judge by appearance, and they have their own path to death. Tang San's face was as dark as charcoal. When he came to Soto City before, he had been mocked by many passersby. He originally thought he could get used to it, but unexpectedly, he overestimated his own temperament. This kind of face-to-face mockery, he simply can't stand it. Damn Zhao Wujie and those spectators. Zhu Zhuqing stared intently at that Violet, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration. Only admiration. This noble young man, whether in his dealings with others or in his actions, is impeccable. If only Dai Mubai could have even half of that Violet's qualities. Even just half would be good. Unfortunately, Dai Mubai is simply not worthy of being compared to that Violet. Zhu Zhuqing has only had a fleeting encounter with that Violet. Or rather, she has been quietly following him, without even having spoken to him. Her evaluation of that Violet comes entirely from the conversations between Ning Rongrong and that Violet, as well as Flander's comments about him. The battle arena also has its hosts, who warm up the crowd before the duels between contestants. Those who come to the 8th arena are basically here for that Violet, as long as he is present. There is hardly any need for a host because no one wants to hear what he has to say. Silence. That Violet lightly tapped the ground with his staff, and an invisible pressure spread throughout the venue. The audience, who had been discussing that Violet, fell silent as if under a spell, stopping their conversations and quieting down. Please do not interfere with the contestants during the match. The arena is a place of absolute fairness and justice. Anything that could possibly affect the contestants should disappear. That Violet said expressionlessly. However, the more indifferent he appeared, the more the girls in the audience gazed at him with hearts in their eyes. So cool, so charming. That Violet is really handsome. When he said silence, I was just like this. Scold me. Is there something strange mixed in here? The crowd thought to themselves. Such shameful words were beyond their modesty to utter. Contestants have 1 minute to release their martial spirits, and after 1 minute, the match officially begins. As that Violet's voice fell, Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing finally regained their senses. Tang San cast a surprised glance at that Violet, feeling a slight touch of emotion in his heart. After so many spectators had mocked him, now, thanks to that Violet's help, those idle comments had vanished. Wait, why didn't he say this earlier? Why did he wait until Tang San had embarrassed himself before stepping in as a mediator? That slight touch of emotion soon disappeared. Helping Tang San, he would only complain that the help wasn't enough. Helping that certain yin next door, however, was different. He would truly return the favor and help out without hesitation. In Ming's Spirit Cat Possession, Zhu Zhuqing, level 27 Agile Attack Soul Master, please guide me. After Zhu Zhuqing's martial spirit manifested, some subtle changes occurred. Her figure elongated, and a pair of cat ears and 10-finger claws transformed into sharp talons. Tang San, martial spirit blue silvergrass, level 29 Great Soul Master, please guide me. A blue light flashed in Tang San's right hand, and then a blue silvergrass appeared in his palm. Both were Great Soul Masters, the best match of 2 yellows. Although they were classmates, they had only known each other for a short time and did not understand each other very well. They only knew what each other's soul power was after all. They had undergone Zhao Wujie's assessment together. Zhu Zhuqing, surrender. In a battle between agile attack and control systems, you have no chance, Tang San said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing frowned but did not respond. Tang San and Dai Mubai share a similar temperament, so they probably aren't good people, including Ma Hongjun and Oscar, who are not good either. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing remain silent, Tang San was not angry either. He also fell silent, lost in thought. 1 minute had passed. and the match began. 1 minute passed in the blink of an eye, and as that Violet's voice fell, Tang San also snapped back to reality, not expecting that a minute could pass so quickly. Remembering what Dai Mubai had said earlier, Tang San once again spoke to Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing, surrender. I'm afraid I might hurt you, and Dai Mubai will blame me. In a level 1v1 scenario, the control system is the strongest. You are simply not my opponent. Surrender. We are classmates, and you know my strength. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Zhuqing, who was preparing to attack, furrowed her brows tightly. Was Tang San out of his mind? She knew she was not Tang San's opponent. After all, Tang San had fought Zhao Wuji to such an extent. How could she possibly be his match? The competition has officially started. What does Tang San mean by this? Will Dai Mubai blame you? These words almost made Zhu Zhuqing break down. Why did Tang San have to mention Dai Mubai? Just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to say something, Violet's voice rang out. Tang San, one warning. Deliberately interfering with your opponent's emotions is not allowed in a formal competition. It is considered a despicable act. You are given one warning. If you do it again, a second warning will result in your disqualification from this match. Violet said calmly. Trash talk before the match is very normal, but that is before the competition starts. Giving 1 minute to release their martial souls is meant for both competitors to introduce themselves and to provoke each other, which is the time for trash talk. Once the official match starts, although such behavior is despicable, it is not against the rules. However, as the highest referee of the Soul Arena, Violet has the authority to add this rule. That's right. Tang San was taken aback. What was going on? He was just trying to persuade Zhu Zhuqing to admit defeat, and he ended up committing a foul? Is this what you call fairness, Violet? Which rule prohibits a player from persuading their opponent to concede? Tang San almost yelled at Violet. He had reviewed the competition regulations before the match, and there was no such rule. As the highest referee of the Soul Arena, I have the right to add this rule for absolute fairness. Furthermore, your behavior is not considered persuading your opponent to concede, but rather interfering with their emotions. While soul skills that interfere with emotions can naturally be used, verbal attacks are not part of soul skills. Soul skills are not terrifying. Words can hurt the most, Violet said, slightly turning her gaze, completely unfazed. Tang San. Violet, you have a way to kill. Goodness, this was just added. Is this rule specifically targeting him, Tang San? Tang San's mouth opened slightly, wanting to say something, but stopping short. The highest referee can casually add such competition rules? The audience was also stunned. Upon reflection, Violet was right. Taunting opponents should be done before the match. During the official soul battle, it is better to let the skills speak for themselves. Such despicable behavior was looked down upon by everyone. Soul skills are not terrifying. Words can hurt the most. And Violet, the referee, really made them cry. Tang San. Despicable behavior is also part of strength, isn't it? Wanting to say something, but unable to voice it. Tang San was really at a loss. He wanted to advise Zhu Zhuqing not to struggle needlessly. What happened was that Violet accused him of interfering with his opponent. He turned the dead into the living with his words. Damn it, Violet was targeting him. Tang San. All this talk of fairness and justice was a lie. Wait, how did I use verbal attacks? Tang San said in confusion. He was completely baffled. Was there anything wrong with his words? Tang San, my eyes are the measure. Please do not doubt my judgment. When you mentioned Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing's emotional fluctuations were filled with anger and confusion. You can interpret it as extremely complex. There must be some enmity between them. Violet said calmly, also explaining why she said Tang San was deliberately interfering with his opponent. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. Her beautiful eyes filled with incredulity. She never expected that Violet could perceive her emotions. Tang San was also stunned. He looked at Zhu Zhuqing and then at Violet. He was not a fool. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze was already so obvious, without any pretense. Could it be that Zhu Zhuqing really had a grudge against Dai Mubai? Yes. In the past 2 days, Zhu Zhuqing got angry whenever she saw Dai Mubai and completely ignored him. He previously thought Zhu Zhuqing was just aloof and had such a personality. It turned out to be like this. They must have known each other before. When Dai Mubai was speaking earlier, he was hesitant. It seems I misunderstood. He really didn't want to hurt Zhu Zhuqing, but what could be his difficulties? Tang San thought to himself. He was not concerned about Zhu Zhuqing, but whether Dai Mubai had any troubles. Tang San, if I were your opponent right now and mentioned Xiao Wu in front of you, what would you think? Tang San. That Villet really has a way to bring about death. How dare he? You see, you would also be angry. Saying these things before the match doesn't matter. But saying them during the official competition is really inappropriate. Now, do you accept this new added rule? Upon hearing this, Tang San suddenly realized. I accept. In the end, Tang San nodded. Even if he didn't T1 accept it, he had to. Although Villette's metaphor had a way to bring about death. What he said was not wrong at all. This is indeed inappropriate. The audience has no objections to Tang San as a contestant, yielding. The competition continues. As Wei Le's words fell, the soul battle began. First soul skill, Blue Silver Bind. Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing were only about 30 meters apart. But his first soul skill could be controlled freely within 50 to 60 meters. As the first yellow soul ring flickered, the blue-silver grass in Tang San's hand instantly surged, pouncing towards Zhu Zhuqing like a vine. Zhu Zhuqing knew about Tang San's soul skills and had been prepared, but she did not dodge. Second soul skill, Phantom Claw. Hiss. They were too busy looking at Wei Le. These two seemed young, yet they were both powerful soul masters. Yes, one at level 27 and the other at level 29. How could that be? The crowd gasped, surprised as they looked at Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing. At this moment, they were not wearing masks, and the audience couldn't help but sigh when they saw Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing's faces. They were just too young. Wait, if these two are exceptionally talented, then what about Wei Le, who stood at the edge of the arena? As a referee for the two great soul masters, his strength must be at least soul ancestor, right? Wei Le looked much more mature, but he wouldn't be much older than these two. On Zhu Zhuqing's side, while using Phantom Claw to cut through the blue-silver grass, the first soul ring flickered as well. First soul skill, Phantom Stab. This is a skill that activates instantly, allowing for quick movement to the opponent's side to inflict damage. Tang San's lips curled slightly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Zhu Zhuqing, while cutting through the blue-silver grass, ultimately got tainted by the seeds of the blue-silver grass, which made it very convenient for him to use his second soul skill. He had already urged Zhu Zhuqing to admit defeat, but the girl simply wouldn't listen. There was no choice but to defeat her. Second soul skill, Parasitism. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing, in a charging state, was wrapped up by the blue-silver grass. She tried to cut through the blue-silver grass with her sharp claws, but both her hands and feet were bound, leaving her with no way to escape. The power attribute is not the strong suit of an agile attack-type soul master. She couldn't break free from the restraints through brute force. After struggling in vain, although a trace of determination appeared in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, there was nothing she could do about it. When Tang San mentioned Zhu Zhuqing, he seemed to think of something, turning his head to look at Violet. Suddenly, he shivered, almost breaking the rules again. I admit defeat. Zhu Zhuqing's cold voice rang out just before Tang San was about to throw her off the stage. She knew she was not Tang San's opponent, but she didn't expect the gap to be so large. Upon hearing this, Tang San quickly released the blue-silver grass, giving Zhu Zhuqing her freedom back. Zhu Zhuqing admits defeat. Tang San wins. Violet said expressionlessly. He didn't feel disappointed by Tang San's victory. Zhu Zhuqing was never Tang San's match. Moreover, as an absolutely fair and just referee, he wouldn't favor anyone. Even if it's targeting me, how could Zhu Zhuqing with her combat power ever win against me? Tang San thought to himself, believing that Violet was indeed targeting him. How could he not allow others to persuade opponents to admit defeat before the match? The audience was somewhat uninterested. This match was too quick. Both contestants used two soul skills, but it was done in such a short time. The match had just begun and then ended. Just after the match ended, Violet was slightly taken aback. The power within him had actually surged significantly. The combined power from the previous matches was not as much as this one. What was the reason? Violet pondered for a moment, then directed his gaze back to Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing, already having a guess in his mind. Could it be because Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing were the main characters? Perhaps. The judgment mechanism collects power through the audience's emotions, beliefs, and other factors. Tang San is the protagonist of the original work. Zhu Zhuqing is the female supporting character, and also a member of the main character group. The fortune they carry is immeasurable, or maybe it was due to the previous regulations and other factors. This still needs further research. If it truly is because you are the protagonist, then seeing Violet's thoughtful gaze towards him, Tang San felt somewhat perplexed. Did this guy want to target him? In the face of absolute strength, I, Tang San, am not afraid of being targeted. Among great soul masters, I, Tang San, have no rivals. How spirited Tang San is now will be matched by how much he will feel later. The match has concluded. Please return to the resting area, Violet said expressionlessly. Tang San's expression of pride was almost spreading to his ears. What exactly was he so proud of? This left Na Wei Lete quite confused. Why was Tang San always inexplicably confident? Tang San remained silent, his eyes twitching slightly. Are you sick? Can't you let me enjoy a bit of the glory of a victor? In such a hurry to drive people away, yet you didn't even invite me for tea. Tang San shook his head, dismissing the strange thoughts in his mind. He felt that CryingOver was odd, although she claimed to dislike him. It was hard for him to truly feel any animosity. She maintained a businesslike demeanor, not discussing any personal grudges. After Tang San returned to the rest area. Xiaowu had also finished her battle. Although her opponent was also a great soul master, they were only at level 22, and she quickly resolved the fight. Dai Mubai was still engaged in a fierce battle with a defensive Soul Zune. After Zhu Zhuqing returned to the rest area, she remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Among the Shrek 7 monsters, only Ning Rongrong was absent, as in the original story, Flanders had her running laps, hunting the Kuenhai monkey. Third brother, did you see CryingOver? It's a pity I wasn't assigned to the 8th arena. I wonder if I can get assigned to the 8th arena for the doubles match. Xiao Wu bounced over to the group and, upon reaching Tang San's side, expressed her excitement that shifted to a bit of disappointment. Not being able to see CryingOver in person is the biggest regret of the night. She wished to switch places with Tang San or Zhu Zhuqing and go to the 8th arena to see CryingOver again. Hearing this, Tang San was slightly taken aback. CryingOver, then CryingOver. Again, it was CryingOver. Xiao Wu, can't you think of something else? Like whether your dear third brother got hurt, or if he defeated his opponent. Hearing Xiao Wu talk about CryingOver made Tang San feel like he was pricked by needles, like there was something stuck in his throat, and he was sitting on pins and needles. Just thinking about CryingOver's expressionless face made him burn with anger. Why did everyone think CryingOver was so great while he, Tang San, found her displeasing? Xiao Wu, are you hurt? How was your opponent? Tang San didn't answer the question, but instead first cared about whether Xiao Wu was injured, trying to keep himself calm, fearing he might scare her. Xiao Wu is someone he needs to protect with his life. As for Xiao Wu winning, it didn't matter to Tang San. Of course I won. My opponent was just a level 22 Great Soul Master. Suddenly, Xiao Wu seemed to think of something and continued. Third brother, you still haven't answered my question? Tang San felt numb. Even after saying that, Xiao Wu still didn't care about him. Perhaps she had enough confidence in him. After giving himself a pep talk, Tang San felt much better and finally spoke. I saw her. Her style is a bit strange, hard to describe. I was just trying to persuade Zhu Zhuqing to admit defeat during the match, but she said I was interfering with the opponent. Tang San didn't mention anything about Dai Mubai. After all, it was all CryingOver's fault. His intention was merely to persuade Zhu Zhuqing to admit defeat. What was wrong with that? Xiao Wu listened to this without much reaction, as she was not concerned about how CryingOver acted as a referee. Zhu Zhuqing, standing nearby, frowned slightly and cast a glance at Tang San, her gaze carrying a hint of disdain. This person's strength is quite good, but they're somewhat despicable. During the match, he clearly acknowledged the rules added by Violet, but now he doesn't mention it at all. Instead, he portrays himself as a victim. Such a Tang San really leaves her a bit flabbergasted. Sure enough, there isn't a normal person among those who get along well with Dai Mubai. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, but didn't explain. She was too lazy to argue with these people. I really envy you battle spirit masters who can participate in 1v1 soul battles. As long as there's enough time, wouldn't the silver badge be easily obtainable? If only I were a battle spirit master too. Oscar said wistfully from the side. He had always wanted to be a battle spirit master, so he wouldn't be bullied. Especially by Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. These two often bullied him for no reason, but he didn't dare complain at all, because he was just a food system soul master with no combat power whatsoever. Xiao Ao, stop dreaming about being a battle spirit master. It's impossible for you in this lifetime. Just then, Ma Hongjun came over with a smile and said to Oscar, Fatty, I will definitely find a way to become a battle spirit master. Oscar clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, yet felt helpless. The martial soul was born like this. There was simply no choice. Seeing this, Ma Hongjun rarely did not bicker with Oscar. If they continued, Oscar might really get angry. There should be a limit to joking with good friends. Ma Hongjun had known Oscar for a much longer time than he had known Dai Mubai. He had just awakened his martial soul when he became a disciple of Flander and came to Shrek Academy, meeting Oscar, who was 2 years older than him. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they grew up together. Don't be fooled by Oscar's silly demeanor. In reality, he had a very strong sense of pride, but he hid it well. Noting that Ma Hongjun was not saying much, Oscar was taken aback. After thinking for a moment, he returned to his original self. As someone with no combat power in the food system, It was essential to maintain a good relationship with his teammates. Fatty, are we going out later? Of course we are going. The teacher asked me to follow today, and that is the reason. After breaking up with Suohua, going out is also a significant expense. Ma Hongjun nodded without thinking, wearing a mischievous smile as he spoke. 20. The pure and innocent Tang San. Don't think that Sister Xiao Wu doesn't know what you guys are talking about. Xiao Wu placed her hands on her hips, looking at Oscar and Ma Hongjun with disdain. Going out? Does she really think Xiao Wu is a foolish rabbit? Can't understand. That day, the paper tiger brought 2 girls, along with you, Ma Hongjun. All that evil fire is just an excuse. As for Oscar, your lecherous eyes are a problem. Hearing this, Ma Hongjun and Oscar felt struck by lightning. Tang San, aren't you going to say something to Xiao Wu? It's one thing for Dai Mubai to be a playboy since he changes partners every few days. Ma Hongjun really went to that kind of place because of the evil fire. Ma Hongjun blurted out, completely forgetting that Zhu Zhuqing was still nearby. Yet Tang San, can't you control Xiao Wu? Dai Lauda is indeed a playboy. Fatty went because of evil fire, but my eyes were just born this way. What do you mean by lecherous eyes? I can definitely count the number of relationships I've had on 2 hands. Oscar retorted firmly, wondering how he was considered lecherous. Is this Peach Blossom I not good-looking or something? It was only because Dai Mubai wasn't around that the 2 dared to shift all the blame onto him. Zhu Zhuqing's expression darkened, remaining silent. Changing partners every few days? Dai Mubai really knows how to do that. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, I believe Xiao Wu is right. You should focus on your cultivation. Those matters are harmful to your health, so it's better to do less of them. Tang San thought for a moment and said, is Xiao Wu more important, or are Oscar and Ma Hongjun, whom you just met, more important? Is there even a need to think about this? Of course, Xiao Wu is the most important. Sangge is different from you guys. He remains unperturbed in the face of temptations, the pure and noble Tang San. Xiao Wu pouted and said, pure and noble? Unperturbed in the face of temptations? Oscar and Ma Hongjun each said a line, then exchanged glances. Pure and noble Tang San. The 2 of them laughed so hard that tears came out. Under the murderous gazes of Xiao Wu and Tang San, they finally stopped laughing, but their trembling shoulders revealed that they were still struggling to contain their laughter. Saw the Tang San, Xiao Wu. We are professionally trained. We absolutely want to laugh in normal circumstances, unless we can't help it. The 2 laughed again. Pure and noble Tang San. Unperturbed Tang San. The reason that Villette doesn't interact with strange girls and doesn't form personal connections is because of his profession as a referee. But you, Tang San, you're completely like a eunuch. Hearing this, Tang San's face turned as black as coal, his fists clenched tightly. And he kept telling himself that these 2 guys were just joking. He couldn't get angry, absolutely couldn't beat them up. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. You 2 remember today's events. One day, I, Tang San, will return it to you intact. Tang San's tightly clenched fists slowly relaxed. For a moment, when he looked at Ma Hongjun and Oscar, his eyes were like looking at dead people. What was there to be angry about when dealing with dead people? Once he had the chance, he would definitely make Ma Hongjun and Oscar pay. If it weren't for the fact that his strength was still weak, and he couldn't afford to offend Flandra and the others. He would have already taken out hidden weapons to send Ma Hongjun and Oscar on their way. Please, Team 3 to 5, proceed to Arena 8. Please, Team 3 to 5, proceed to Arena 8. Please, Iron Blood Team, proceed to Arena 8. At this moment, the announcement in the broadcast rang out, and only then did Oscar and Ma Hongjun's laughter stop. Tang San ignored the 2. Just as he was about to say something, Xiao Wu jumped up excitedly and said, Yay, Sangge, we really got assigned to Arena 8. Great, I can finally see Villette again. As soon as this was said, Tang San's face darkened again. His beloved person keeps mentioning other men's names in front of him. How could Tang San endure that? However, he didn't want to scold Xiao Wu, so he could only vent this resentment on Villette. Let us go. Let us head to the arena first. I don't know how strong this Iron Blood team is. Tang San felt a bit uneasy in his heart. He always had a feeling that this dual spirit battle would go wrong. But both he and Xiao Wu were level 29 Great Spirit Masters, almost invincible at the Great Spirit Master stage. So how could there be a problem? Thinking of this, Tang San shook his head, throwing the uneasy thought aside. Sangge, hurry up. When Tang San came back to his senses, Xiao Wu had almost run up to the arena. It seems he was overthinking. There was no need for a reminder. Xiao Wu ran up by herself. With a helpless shrug, Tang San then walked slowly toward the arena. Fatty, did you feel that Tang San's gaze towards us just now was off? After Tang San left, Oscar put away his smile and said with a serious expression. He didn't expect Tang San to be unable to take a joke. Clearly, it was Xiao Wu who started the trouble first. He and Ma Hongjun naturally felt embarrassed to say anything about Xiao Wu, so they turned the focus on Tang San. But just now, Tang San looked like he wanted to kill them. As a weak person, Oscar's perception was very strong. Really? Did you misinterpret it? Ma Hongjun scratched his head, responding belatedly. I hope I misinterpreted it. Zhu Zhuqing was just watching, completely not integrating into the group. Tang San thought he was hiding it well, but the participants were confused, while the bystanders were clear. Zhu Zhuqing had always been an observer. The killing intent that flashed in Tang San's eyes was far more terrifying than when her sister Zhu Zhuyan was chasing her. It's quite strange to say. Zhu Zhuyan brought so many people to chase her, yet she still managed to escape. You know, she couldn't even defeat Tang San, who was just a great spirit master level. Among those chasing her, there were several spirit ancestors and spirit masters, yet she managed to escape? Isn't this luck a bit too good? Unable to make sense of it, Zhu Zhuqing gave up on pondering the question and continued to think about the path ahead. The original path, working hard with Dai Mubai to strive for a chance to survive, might not be feasible. A waster like Dai Mubai could never turn back. Besides, a person like him isn't worth her assistance. But I don't have any choice at all. Yes, if I don't stay with Dai Mubai, I will be hunted down by my own family and the Star Luo royal family. Such things have happened in the past. The women of the Zhu family fled and were hunted down by both sides, leaving no trace of their remains. If only there were choices, how wonderful that would be. After thinking for a moment, Zhu Zhuqing sighed deeply, her eyes full of sorrow. Xiao Wu go. Revive my beloved. Upon hearing the voice from the broadcast, Violet was slightly taken aback. Wow. Not only has the male lead arrived, but the female lead has come too. I don't know if my guess is correct. We'll find out soon. Before this dual soul fight ends, Violet also hosted a solo soul fight, and the power gained was incomparable to the previous battle between Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing. Unexpectedly, he had not used his authority to arrange for the two to come to the arena he was responsible for. Instead, they came on their own. After Xiao Wu stepped onto the arena, her beautiful eyes were fixed on Violet. She always felt that Violet exuded an aura of superiority, a presence that did not belong to humans. She couldn't tell if it was just her illusion. Now seeing Violet again, she was even more convinced of her suspicion. Although this aura was not strong and did not belong to a soul beast, she just felt that Violet was not human. It sounds convoluted, but that's the truth. Even titled Douluo couldn't detect Violet's difference, but soul beasts are different. They're more sensitive and are very familiar with human auras. Violet had an aura that belonged to humans, yet it was mixed with something that did not belong to humans, and it was not the aura of a soul beast. It made soul beasts feel close to it. Seeing this, Tang San felt a bit jealous, but was helpless. He was practically grinding his back teeth in frustration. It felt as if the cabbage he raised was about to no longer belong to him. The Iron Blood duo were twin brothers. They were tall and muscular, clearly trained fighters. When they saw their opponents, they were slightly taken aback. Two such young kids? Little sister, you should go down. I'm afraid of hurting you. A soul fight is not a game. If one loses control, it could be much worse than just getting hurt. Only after seeing Xiao Wu's cute appearance did the brothers remind her. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu withdrew her gaze, coming back to her senses. Little sister? Her true age was far older than their great-great-great-grandfather. The two competitors on the left were a newly formed duo, the 3-5 combination. The two competitors on the right were the Iron Blood duo, who had already achieved 4 consecutive victories. In today's soul fight, will the new duo, the 3-5 combination, win, or will they contribute a 5th consecutive victory to the Iron Blood duo? Let's wait and see. After the host finished warming up the crowd, Violet spoke. Both sides have 1 minute to release their martial souls. Then the match will officially begin. Because this is a competitive soul fight, both sides must not intentionally harm their opponents. Just hit to the point. After saying this, Violet glanced meaningfully at Tang San. With Xiao Wu participating, it would be hard for her not to get hurt. Once Xiao Wu got hurt, Tang San would see everyone as a path to death, even though it was he who let Xiao Wu go up and get hurt. He always said he was protecting his sister, yet every time it was him saying, Xiao Wu go. Softbone rabbit. Xiao Wu was the first to complete her martial soul possession, and Tang San and the Iron Blood brothers also completed their martial soul releases without backing down. Having learned from previous lessons, Tang San didn't want to say a word, fearing Violet would warn him again. However, as a gentleman, self-introduction was still necessary. Tang San, Martial Soul Blue Silvergrass, Level 29 Control System Grand Soul Master. Please advise. Xiao Wu, Martial Soul Softbone Rabbit, Level 29 Assault System Grand Soul Master. Please advise. P.S. Xiao Wu has always been an Assault System Soul Master, not a. This is the original setting. In the novel, animation, and comics, she is an Assault System Soul Master. What? You two are actually at level 29. The Iron Brothers, Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger, were stunned. These two young kids had actually reached level 29. Their soul power level was even higher than theirs. Oof. Stop looking down on people. You have no idea about the gap between youth and geniuses. Xiao Wu struck a fighting pose and scoffed. Upon hearing this, Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger exchanged glances but did not refute. Geniuses? This world is not lacking in geniuses. But even geniuses need time to develop. They were currently just Grand Soul Masters. How could their practical experience compare to those who had been in the soul fight arena for years? Iron Dragon, Martial Soul Iron Hammer, Level 28 Assault System Grand Soul Master. Please advise. Iron Tiger, Martial Soul Iron Hammer, Level 27 Assault System Grand Soul Master. Please advise. The Iron Brothers almost simultaneously released their martial souls, which were ordinary forging hammers. Tang San was taken aback because he also had a hammer martial soul. Although it was somewhat different from theirs, the fighting style should be the same. Xiao Wu, be careful. Got it, third brother. Time passed second by second, and neither side provoked the other. Instead, they quietly awaited the end of the minute. Tang San was afraid Violet would show him a yellow card, while the Iron Blood Brothers had their own considerations. Reaching level 29 at such a young age, with the best soul ring configuration, it's false to say that they have no support behind them. Such opponents are best not to provoke. 1 minute is up. The match begins. As soon as the words fell, Tang San immediately said to Xiao Wu, go. This wasn't the first time Tang San and Xiao Wu teamed up. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Wu charged forward alone. Tang San stood in place, watching the situation unfold. Tai Long and Tai Hu exchanged glances, and the two of them charged toward Xiao Wu, each wielding a forging hammer that weighed over 100 pounds, aiming to eliminate her first. The hammerheads were larger than Xiao Wu's face. If they accidentally hit her, Tang San might just explode with rage. Xiao Wu, be careful. With Tang San's warning, Xiao Wu hesitated slightly. She certainly knew to be cautious. Who would want to be hit by a hammer? After 2 rounds of combat, although Xiao Wu was at a disadvantage facing 2 opponents, she had not been injured. Just then, the delayed reinforcements arrived. First soul skill, Blue Silver Bind. Xiao Wu, take advantage of this. First soul skill, Waist Bow. Xiao Wu's legs. Time passed, and after several rounds of combat, Xiao Wu was unfortunately hit by Tai Long's martial spirit. At this moment, Tang San exploded with rage. You're seeking death. Seeing Xiao Wu fall, Tang San's eyes turned red. The purple extreme magic eyes activated, and then he used Ghost Shadow Misty Steps. He dashed toward Tai Long and Tai Hu like a phantom. Why does he always explode after Xiao Wu gets hurt? Perhaps this routine has been used too often, leading to Xiao Wu's sacrifice and then revival, my beloved. Oomph. Thinking of this, Violet couldn't help but chuckle. 22. No one can provoke justice on the arena. Fortunately, as the match reached a critical moment, no one noticed Violet's abnormality. It was strange. Shouldn't the two use their combination skill, Lone Throw, to attack Xiao Wu, and then Tang San prevent injuries while Xiao Wu prepared to kill the two with hidden arrows? The battlefield changed rapidly. Perhaps it was due to that butterfly, Violet, that the situation shifted. Xiao Wu was injured, and Tang San exploded with rage. With his eyes turning red, he thought, if these two dared to hurt Xiao Wu, then they had a path to death. He didn't use hidden weapons, but charged directly. They overestimate themselves. Tai Long and Tai, who were twin brothers, although they didn't have a martial spirit fusion skill, they were in sync with each other. They exchanged another glance, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in their eyes. Lone Throw. This is the secret skill of the two brothers, which involves rotating their bodies to propel their martial souls, and then throwing them out. The force generated by the rotation can significantly increase the throwing power. Tang San, seeing this, was unimpressed. How could such a skill hit him? Who possessed the Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track? The Devil's Steps directly evaded the strongest attack from the two, taking advantage of the moment when the brothers' martial souls were thrown. Tang San had already arrived in front of them. We admit defeat. Just as Tang San was about to move, he paused slightly. You think admitting defeat can settle this? The anger in Tang San's heart had ignited. How could he justify his vow if he did not kill these two brothers? If someone wants to kill you, let them step over my dead body. A memory flashed by, and in Tang San's crimson eyes, there was only killing intent. This is the price you pay for hurting Xiao Wu. He suddenly found two willow leaf knives in his hands. The willow leaf knife is a type of concealed weapon. Although it ranks lower at this moment, he didn't even need to use any techniques against the two. Just then, the figure of Violet at the edge of the ring moved, like thunder, its speed exceeding everyone's imagination. Behind Violet appeared a book with wave-like carvings on it. 3 soul rings of water, blue, quickly rose from beneath his feet. After his martial soul appeared, he did not use any soul skills. Instead, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes and leaped up. Before the audience even had time to react, he crashed directly onto Tang San. Even Tang San, with his purple extreme magic eyes and possessing the ghost shadow perplexing track, could not react in time. He only felt an overwhelming might locking onto him, and then he knew nothing. Youth is great. He just fell asleep. That strike for Violet was merely a normal one, and Tang San was knocked unconscious. This was still him holding back. Otherwise, among the many children who would awaken their martial souls 7 years later, he might have had a place. No one can provoke fairness on the arena. Violet, in a half-squat position, then stood up and said, without even glancing at Tang San, very calmly. The opponent had admitted defeat, but still harbored killing intent, ready to kill. Such things were not allowed to happen in the arena. Tang San violated the rules and was directly judged to lose. The Iron Blood duo won this match. After Violet finished speaking, the entire audience could only hear gasps of cold air. Hiss. I guess this referee is very strong, but I never expected him to be this strong. My husband is amazing. He covered such a distance with just a light leap. Even a soul master might not be able to stop that kind of danger. What do you mean your husband? Yes, clearly my husband. What is up with Violet's soul rings? They're all water blue. To be honest, they look pretty good. It should be because of the influence of his martial soul. His martial soul is a water blue book, so it's reasonable that the soul rings are also water blue. No one doubted that Violet's soul rings were fake, and they even found an excuse to prove why they were water blue. This kind of soul ring, not to mention seeing it, I haven't even heard of it. My husband is so handsome. Wait, something's not right. That Violet is too strong, right? He didn't even use a soul skill just now, and his martial soul is a weapon martial soul. Is his physique a bit too strong? Some smarter people have noticed the key point. I see you're just jealous. What's wrong with my husband's powerful physique? I'm your boyfriend. Not anymore. On the arena, the Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger brothers are feeling a bit scared at this moment. This Tang San actually disregards martial ethics. He has already admitted defeat, and he clearly has the ability to stop because he didn't release a soul skill. But this Tang San actually still wants to kill them? This is not a game of soul fighting. They showed mercy to that girl, but what they got in return was her companion's ruthless attack. Thank you, esteemed referee. Thank you, esteemed referee. The two brothers cupped their hands towards Violet and said with grateful expressions, "This is a life-saving grace. No need to thank me, it's my duty." Violet waved his hand and said, then retracted his martial soul. The reason for revealing the Eternal Flowing Classic was simply because soul masters had to use their martial souls when employing their own powers. It didn't matter whether he used it or not. It was like a deity wearing fake glass beads, just going through the motions to avoid appearing too different. For you, it's a duty. For us brothers, it's a life-saving grace. We know our strength is lacking, and we cannot repay you. But if Lord Violet has any requests in the future, we would not hesitate to go through fire and water. Upon hearing this, Violet glanced at the two with a hint of meaning, nodded, and didn't say much more. Miss Xiao Wu, now that you're awake, please take your companions down. I have already explained the reason for your loss in this match. Violet looked at Xiao Wu, who was still lying on the ground, pretending to be dead. Xiao Wu. She had woken up long ago. The opponent had indeed gone easy on her. Otherwise, she would have to sleep a bit longer. Losing the match is just losing. She doesn't care. It was her third brother who violated the rules. I have always followed the rules of the Soul Arena. Fortunately, Tang San had already fallen asleep. Otherwise, upon hearing this, he would probably be so angry he would spit blood. Xiao Wu, oh Xiao Wu, everything I, Tang San, do is for you. You are a team. If he breaks the rules, you will be implicated as well. Violet explained a little. But Xiao Wu didn't mean that. After both sides left the arena, Violet finally felt his own power. Is it really like this? With the presence of a protagonist, or rather, handling a match fairly, one can gain even more power. This battle of soul fighting is even more intense than the previous one between Tang San and Zhu Qing. 23. Besieging Gudai Mubai. Hiss. I knew that kid was no ordinary person. This speed and control over power is simply not something Tang San or Dai Mubai can compare to. The water blue soul ring is indeed a bit strange. Flinder murmured subconsciously. That violet strength seems to be over level 30, but it also seems not to be. Can a spirit master at over level 30 achieve this? He has never even heard of such a thing. Unfortunately, he is a person from the soul fighting arena. Otherwise, I would have to bring him to Shrek Academy, even if it means trickery or kidnapping. Flinder was extremely disappointed. He had seen many geniuses in his life, and Shrek Academy only recruited geniuses, but he had truly never seen someone like Violet. Wait, that kid is too ruthless. With one blow, he knocked Tang San out cold. As a battle spirit master, Xiao had no problem bringing Tang San off the stage alone. When everyone gathered again, they looked at the unconscious Tang San. Lost in thought, they knew Tang San's strength. What kind of opponent could knock him out? Xiao Wu, what kind of expert did you and Tang San encounter? How did he get knocked out? Dai Mubai asked in confusion, his eyes filled with bewilderment. At the Great Soul Master stage, as long as he doesn't encounter a Soul Master who restrains Tang San, he shouldn't lose. It's not like that. It's because San Gu violated the rules of the Soul Fighting Arena. After his opponent surrendered, he was about to kill the other party, and then Violet struck and knocked San Gu out. Xiao Wu said with an unchanged expression, but her eyes flickered. Tang San did this to avenge her. After hearing this, everyone fell silent. Ma Hongjun and Oscar instinctively took 2 steps back, distancing themselves from Tang San. Tang San doesn't he look like a killer? Why would he do this? As for the matter of Tang San being knocked out by Violet, everyone automatically ignored it. They just wanted to know why Tang San would act this way. At that time, I was injured by my opponent, and then San Gu wanted to take revenge for me. Once Xiao Wu said this, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar instinctively distanced themselves from Xiao Wu and Tang San. Terrifying. Really terrifying. Isn't it normal to get injured on the soul fighting stage? For Xiao Wu's revenge, Tang San actually wanted to kill the opponent. No wonder. No wonder. I can't offend these 2 guys. Wait, did we mock Tang San earlier? Ma Hongjun and Oscar exchanged glances, and at this moment, the fat guy finally believed Oscar's instincts. This Tang San definitely had murderous intentions before. They have to be more cautious in the future, and it's best to strike first. The 2 thought this way. In Shrek Academy, there isn't a single normal teacher. Otherwise, they wouldn't have hidden in Shrek Academy. Their educational methods are naturally unique. Those who don't dare to cause trouble are mediocre talents. Strike first to gain the upper hand, or suffer the consequences if you act later. Isn't this a normal operation? Once the seed of doubt is sown, it is difficult to remove. They're afraid that one day Tang San will treat them this way too. This is not impossible. What Tang San did was indeed wrong, violating the rules of the Soul Arena. This matter ends here. You all go back first. I have some things to do with Ma Hongjun. At this moment, Flinder walked over and said, he had previously admired that Violet, but in the end, she made him lose completely. That's right. He had placed heavy bets on Tang San and Xiao Wu. What happened? Tang San was disqualified for violating the rules of the Soul Arena. After decades of hard work, he was back to square one. Flinder's gaze towards Tang San became even more dissatisfied. Can this be blamed on Violet? Of course not. Teacher, bring Oscar along. He wants to go too. Ma Hongjun said loyally. The 2 had agreed on this beforehand, so they naturally couldn't go back on their word. Fatty, can't you be a bit more tactful? Oscar said, on the verge of tears. What does it mean that he also wants to go? Well, it is indeed like that. Flinder's eyelid twitched. As a lifelong bachelor for decades, he had never married for Lu Erlong and had never been to such places. However, his disciples, his students, one by one. The world has changed. Since that's the case, Oscar, you can come along too. Yes, Dean. Once they exited the Soul Arena, everyone went their separate ways. The fainted Tang San was supported by Dai Mubai. Xiao Wu lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. Zhu Zhuqing didn't even glance at Dai Mubai and walked on her own. It wasn't until they were almost at the entrance of Shrek Academy that Dai Mubai could no longer hold back. Zhu Zhuqing, what do you mean by this? I've already started to change for you. You should know about my changes these past few days. Dai Mubai shouted at Zhu Zhuqing, his voice so loud that it reached Ning Rongrong, who was sitting on a large rock nearby, contemplating life. If you can't change, just eat. Zhu Zhuqing slightly turned her head and said disdainfully. Her voice was already cold, and with such indifferent words, the surrounding temperature dropped a bit. You, Dai Mubai, with his left hand supporting Tang San, and his right hand, unable to resist swinging out, was about to slap Zhu Zhuqing. Without Tang San to stop him, Dai Mubai somehow halted his hand. Go ahead, hit me, Zhu Zhuqing said indifferently. For someone like Dai Mubai, being a scumbag is one thing, but hitting a woman. Xiao Wu stood beside them, blinking in confusion, looking completely bewildered. What's going on? Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing know each other? What's their situation now? Why are they suddenly about to fight? As a woman, Xiao Wu naturally can't stand Dai Mubai's behavior. Without caring about the consequences, she said, Dai Mubai, what are you planning to do to Zhu Qing? Are you going to hit a woman? You're nothing but not human. TCH, it's just unrequited love. What other reason could there be? Ning Rongrong's voice also rang out at this moment. There were only 2 men around, one of whom was still unconscious, while the 3 girls mocked Dai Mubai, which made it hard for him to endure. He had a violent temper, and didn't he like to think things through? And with all the resentment boiling inside him, his anger was even more intense. He couldn't hold back at all. What does my business with Zhu Zhuqing have to do with you? Xiao Wu, I'm giving Tang San face and not arguing with you. Ning Rongrong, don't think that just because you are from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Dai Mubai, will be afraid of you. Others may fear you, but I do not. If you dare to say more, I will kill you directly. Dai Mubai shouted in anger, not even considering that Ning Rongrong was merely a direct descendant of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Oh, daring to threaten me directly, Ning Rongrong scoffed, completely looking down on Dai Mubai. She forgot that she was just a support-type soul master. If there wasn't anyone secretly protecting her, she would undoubtedly die in this situation. Provoking a strong attack-type soul master as a support-type soul master, this is an irrational approach. However, Ning Rongrong's living environment has shaped her witch-like nature. Everyone has spoiled her, especially the 2 grand elders, so she is naturally fearless. Ning Rongrong, this is not the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. No one will indulge you here. What if I kill you? Dai Mubai said fiercely. After hearing this, Ning Rongrong finally felt a bit scared. She indeed forgot that this was not the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and no one would indulge her. But as the young lady of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, she naturally couldn't back down. Come on, go ahead and kill me. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were stunned to see such a tough Ning Rongrong. Just yesterday, she was a well-behaved girl, and today, she has completely changed. Ning Rongrong, this is between me and Dai Mubai. You should leave. If Dai Mubai really wants to kill Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't stop him. She didn't have that kind of strength. But Ning Rongrong stood up for her, and she didn't want her to get hurt. Zhu Zhuqing, this has nothing to do with you. I've been unhappy with that little yellow-haired Dai Mubai for a long time. Ning Rongrong waved her hand, rejecting Zhu Zhuqing's suggestion. She was indeed unhappy with Dai Mubai and had nothing to hide. But you are a support-type soul master. It's fine, I'll support you. Let's fight this paper tiger together. Dai Mubai, do you really think I don't exist? Without Tang San to stop this farce and give both sides a way out, things escalated. Dai Mubai was the kind of person who wouldn't admit his mistakes unless he could be beaten. Otherwise, he wouldn't even realize he was wrong. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong was Dai Mubai's nature. All right, I want to see what kind of strength you all have. After saying this, Dai Mubai threw Tang San into the bushes and then directly released his martial soul. Martial soul possession. Third brother. How could you do this to third brother, Dai Mubai? Martial soul possession. Dai Mubai was also quite helpless. He was supporting Tang San, wondering how to fight. He didn't directly throw Tang San to the ground, but into the bushes, which was already paying attention to details. But this Xiao Wu was completely unreasonable. Xiao Wu, stop messing around. Don't blame me for not giving Tang San face. You still say I'm messing around? What has Sister Xiao Wu ever messed around? Ning Rongrong, you give me and Zhu Zhuqing buffs. If we can't beat that bear, how can we beat this paper tiger? After hearing this, Ning Rongrong didn't think twice and directly released her martial soul, applying her soul skills to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. 7 treasures are famous. The first, strength. 7 treasures are famous. The second, speed. With Ning Rongrong's enhancement at this moment, both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing reached the soul master level in terms of strength and speed. Sisters, let's beat him up. Dai Mubai. He never expected things to develop in this direction. Facing the attacks from Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, with the assistance of 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda nearby, such an offensive made even the level 37 Dai Mubai feel a bit flustered. As time passed, Dai Mubai lay on the ground, bruised and battered, seriously injured. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were slightly better, although they were hurt. It was not as severe as Dai Mubai. How should they proceed from here? Zhu Zhuqing thought to herself. Zhu Zhuqing, This young lady from Shrek Academy can't stay here any longer. It's all scumbags and bad people, those who go to brothels at a young age. Why don't you come with me to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? I don't know what happened between you and Dai Mubai, but once you get to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, he definitely won't dare to cause you trouble. What kind of broken academy is this? Claiming to be a monster academy, and not a single normal person, Ning Rongrong scolded as she spoke. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something and said to Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu, why don't you come with me to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? What's so good about staying in this broken academy? It's completely a scam, and they produce monsters. If it weren't for us geniuses being tricked here, they wouldn't teach anything worthwhile. It's not that the academy teaches monsters, but that monsters are tricked into the academy. After hearing this, Xiao Wu thought for a moment and quickly shook her head. She knew about the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and with the duel de law, wasn't going there like seeking death. Thank you for your kindness, Ning Rongrong, but I won't go. I can't go. Going will be seeking death. Ning Rongrong was taken aback. She didn't expect Xiao Wu to refuse her, her mouth slightly open, wanting to say something but hesitating. You know how many soul masters in this world want to join the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, but are turned away. After hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes lit up. Ning Rongrong, can the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School really help me get rid of Dai Mubai? At this point, Ning Rongrong still didn't know what kind of trouble she had caused. She said nonchalantly, of course. All right, I can go with you to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. But the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School must help me solve the trouble of joining the school, and my marriage must be decided by myself. Zhu Zhuqing quickly nodded and said, there's no other way. I can only treat a dead horse as a living horse. I hope Ning Rongrong can speak on my behalf at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. To make a move against Dai Mubai is equivalent to betraying the Star Luo royal family and the Zhu family. She won't have a good ending. It's better to take a gamble and see if there's a chance to survive. Of course, Zhu Zhuqing is willing to go with her, and Ning Rongrong was very happy. This was her first genius recruited for the sect. Ning Fengji, Chun Xian, Gurong, we don't need such a genius. Don't come over. Without any hesitation, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing didn't even go back to the dormitory to pack their things and directly headed toward Soto City. Xiao Wu helped Tang San up from the bushes and sent him back to his dormitory. As for Dai Mubai, no one cared what happened to him. By the way, Zhuqing, what exactly is your situation with Dai Mubai? As Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing walked along the road, Ning Rongrong suddenly asked. Since she was going to help Zhu Zhuqing with her troubles, she naturally needed to understand the situation clearly. After hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing explained her background and the engagement with Dai Mubai. Ning Rongrong's eyelids twitched, and she suddenly regretted recruiting Zhu Zhuqing. Would she be scolded to death after returning to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? 25. Both inexperienced and playful. The scene shifted to the battle arena. That Violet had no idea what had happened to the Shrek team. After the battle, he was counting today's gains. In terms of cultivation speed, today's harvest was equivalent to the total of half a month's usual training. You must know that he was different from normal soul masters. Not only could he train himself, but he also had buffs. It was truly a fruitful day. Little Violet, how does it feel to be the referee? I heard you showed off today. At that moment, Dodo walked into Wei Light's room, smiling as she spoke. She was worried that Wei Light might not be accustomed to it, but unexpectedly, he actually showed off a bit and added a new rule. This regulation is recognized in the Soul Arena, but not recommended because the audience enjoys seeing some mocking remarks. This regulation will only officially take effect when the referee Villette is present. Dodo, please take a seat. Upon seeing the visitor, Villette snapped back to reality and said, it's not that I want to show off, but if we don't intervene, contestant Tang San will definitely kill those two, and that would be 2 lives lost. They have already surrendered, so we cannot allow Tang San to commit murder. If they die, many contestants will doubt the fairness of the Soul Arena. After Dodo sat down and heard these words, she smiled helplessly. The Soul Arena is indeed relatively fair, but when a contestant's winning rate is too high. In order to protect the interests of the Soul Arena, there will be behind-the-scenes manipulation to increase the difficulty for the contestant. At this point, Dodo, who has been in the soul fighting arena for so many years, already knows. Moreover, the soul fighting arena is a family business. When my sister comes over, it's not to seek justice. With your strength, why is it that you never participate in the matches among the family members? Dodo asked in confusion. The 8 great families are closely connected, truly united as one, without distinction. Occasionally, when they gather, the younger generation will fight to liven things up. However, that Veilite has never participated, If it weren't for today's action, no one would know what his strength is. That Veilite. Is there a possibility that he hasn't participated because he is too strong? Well, I have no interest in fighting. That Veilite said calmly. Upon hearing this, Dodo's eye twitched. Indeed, you have no interest in fighting, yet you leap dozens of meters and knock someone out directly. If you had an interest in fighting, wouldn't you be able to fly up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? That Veilite, at such a young age, has already reached the soul master level, truly a genius with innate full soul power, a prodigy. Although the 8 great families are large and prosperous, they do not have any innate full soul power geniuses. That Veilite has set a precedent. However, no one knows that Veilite's innate soul power is not level 10, but level 20. Little Veilite, you should rest for now. You've had a busy day today, so don't host the soul fighting tomorrow. Take a day off. Upon hearing this, Veilite was taken aback. Why would he suddenly be told to rest? He wasn't tired at all, so what was there to rest for? Veilite indeed wasn't tired, but the staff of the soul fighting arena were exhausted. Because of him, today there were far too many spectators and participants. Some hosts even struggled to find their words, which shows just how great the pressure was. Painful yet joyful. The more people there are, the more the soul fighting arena profits, and their income increases, but who can handle this every day? There was no choice. Only Dodo and Veilite were relatively familiar. So everyone asked Dodo to let Veilite not participate tomorrow, allowing everyone to take a little break. After hearing Dodo's explanation, Veilite's eyes twitched. He relied on his high strength and didn't have to say much, so he indeed felt no fatigue. But the other staff members couldn't take it anymore. It's really unavoidable. All right, then I'll take a day off tomorrow. The higher the benefits, the better, but everyone can't accept these benefits. This is 20,000 gold soul coins, considered as the reward and dividend for using your fame to attract customers tonight. Dodo knows that Violet is not short of money, but what should be given still has to be given. Otherwise, even if Violet has no objections, other employees will have complaints. Violet was taken aback. So many people tonight were because the Soul Arena used him for promotion. Wow, this was an unexpected path. The Soul Arena really has a good business sense, and they directly took this wave of dividends. Violet didn't feel embarrassed. Although 20,000 gold soul coins aren't much, it's what he deserves. After receiving the gold card, Violet said, "Thank you, Sister Dodo, for bringing this to me. No need to thank me. This is what you deserve. Rest early, little Violet. I'm exhausted today, too." Dodo waved her hand, threw a flirtatious glance at Violet, and turned to walk out. She had teased Violet years ago. It was indeed quite interesting. Violet thought, have you ever considered the feelings of the person involved? He was too embarrassed to expose Dodo. Was she teasing him? She clearly just wanted him. Haha, little Violet. You've been teased by your half-sister again. Suddenly, the sound of Fucalos' laughter echoed in his mind, making Violet frown. That short-lived wife is really mischievous. Once she returns to her human form, he must take revenge. Violet subconsciously thought in his mind, Fucalos, enough. Before Violet could finish his words, Fucalos panicked. Images of how Violet would bully her flashed through her mind, and she hurriedly said, "All right, fine. I won't tease you anymore." Too late. The corners of Violet's mouth slightly curved up, his eyes filled with a determined look. Fucalos is nothing. Isn't that just an easy suppression? Oh my. Violet has snapped. Fucalos thought to herself, not knowing when she had gotten used to this feeling, secretly feeling a bit pleased. Commonly known as both inexperienced and playful, she had gained some human traits, which reflected Yuena's personality. After she became a deity, she separated her humanity and divinity. The human side formed Yuena, while the divine side became Fucalos. What died was only Fucalos, and it had little to do with Yuena. After Fucalos reunited, being with Violet all these years, she had subtly developed a human side. Just like Yuena, she was both inexperienced and playful, with a lot of inner thoughts. After all, Yuena was originally the human side of Fucalos, so it's normal for her to regain some human traits and exhibit some of Yuena's personality. In an instant, it was the second day. Today is a day off, and Violet originally wanted to stay in the Soul Arena to watch the battles and learn how other referees conduct their duties. However, under everyone's resentful gazes, he had no choice but to leave the Soul Arena and wander around elsewhere. The whole Soto City isn't too big nor too small. These days, Nahui Light has become quite familiar with the surroundings. The noise in the city made Nahui Light feel a bit uncomfortable, so he naturally left Soto City and headed towards the outskirts where there was flowing water. Over at Shrek Academy, Flinder was stunned at the sight of Dai Mubai's miserable state. Dai Mubai was discovered by Ma Hongjun and Oscar when they returned from Soto City this morning, lying in a pool of blood, which truly startled the two of them. Cough, cough, cough. After an unknown amount of time, Dai Mubai finally woke up. Mubai, what happened to you? Who beat you up like this? Flinder asked with a serious expression, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. No one dared to cause trouble at Shrek Academy. What puzzled him was that Dai Mubai was beaten like this. Yet Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were nowhere to be seen, while Tang San and Xiao Wu were still in the academy. What exactly happened last night? Director, Dai Mubai said weakly, it's that damn Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu. They ganged up on me. Cough, cough, splash. After saying this, Dai Mubai spat out another mouthful of blood. Most of his injuries were due to Xiao Wu. That explosive 8-section throw almost cost him his life. Hearing this, Flinder fell silent, and the people around him also remained silent. They were all filled with questions. Why did Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu gang up on Dai Mubai? This might have angered everyone, right? Looking at Dai Mubai's miserable state, Flanders thought for a moment and said, Hongjun, go find Xiao Wu for me. I need to ask about the situation. If Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong are also here, bring them over. Yes, teacher. Ma Hongjun replied hurriedly, knowing that his teacher was very angry right now, because Shrek Academy prohibits students from harming each other, let alone the fact that Dai Mubai was almost beaten to death. But before Ma Hongjun could leave, Tang San stormed in with Xiao Wu. Dai Mubai, why did you attack Xiao Wu? Before he arrived, his voice was already filled with killing intent, anger, and confusion. He really couldn't understand why Dai Mubai had any reason to attack Xiao Wu. After waking up in a daze, he found Xiao Wu, and before he could ask anything, he noticed that Xiao Wu was injured. How could Tang San, the protector of his wife, tolerate this? Upon asking, he found out it was caused by Dai Mubai. Is this acceptable? This is none of your business. Go find Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Hearing this, Ma Hongjun came to his senses and quickly said, Okay, teacher. After saying this, Ma Hongjun ran towards the girls' dormitory without looking back. At this time, Tang San also arrived at Dai Mubai's room, his face filled with killing intent. His eyes red. Xiao Wu stood silently behind him, not saying a word. Upon entering the room, Tang San noticed that the atmosphere was somewhat off and looked at Dai Mubai, who was spitting blood. He was filled with questions. What was going on? Dai Mubai's injuries seemed to be much more severe than Xiao Wu's, a lot. Xiao Wu had only been slightly injured, but Dai Mubai was heavily wounded, and it seemed like he would die if not treated in time. Tang San, do I look like someone who attacked her? Dai Mubai said, feeling wronged and anxious. Clearly, he had been ambushed, yet Tang San was turning things upside down. Tears streamed down his face. They say a man doesn't shed tears easily, but only when he reaches a painful point. Being ambushed by his fiancée, and 2 outsiders. It was something Dai Mubai found hard to admit. Tang San fell silent. He turned to look at Xiao Wu behind him, then glanced at the tearful Dai Mubai. Then, you shouldn't have hurt Xiao Wu. She's so cute. She definitely wouldn't strike first. You being hurt like this must be your fault, Tang San said tentatively. Although his words were somewhat unreasonable, his tone was much calmer, and he didn't dare to raise his voice too loud. My fault? Dai Mubai looked bewildered, completely stunned. He had quarreled with his fiancée, and now Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were coming at him without distinguishing right from wrong. Can you bear this? Dai Mubai can't stand it all. Moreover, he has forgiven Xiao Wu twice for Tang San's sake. But this woman is completely unreasonable, coming at him with that explosive 8-dan throw. If it weren't for his immense power sealing his heart meridian with soul power, he would probably be done for by now. Tang San, do you even want to listen to what you're saying? Dai Mubai roared in his heart, and this anger made him spit out another mouthful of blood. Even Flinder and the others couldn't stand it anymore. Xiao Wu, tell the truth about what happened last night. Why did you all beat Dai Mubai like this? Flinder adjusted his glasses and said with a serious expression. Then an invisible pressure surged toward Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu trembled all over. If it were before, a mere soul sage could be easily eliminated by her. But times have changed, not to mention a soul sage. She couldn't even defeat a soul zone or soul king now. After a moment of thought, Xiao Wu said honestly, last night when everyone returned, they had all reached the academy gate, and Dai Mubai suddenly went mad, questioning Zhu Zhuqing. After recounting the events, Xiao Wu didn't forget to add, why does Dai Mubai look down on women and hit women? Sister Xiao Wu just can't stand it. With Ning Rongrong boosting me and Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai let his guard down for a moment, and then, well, he ended up like this. After hearing Xiao Wu's words, everyone frowned, knowing that Dai Mubai just spoke out of turn and didn't mean to insult anyone. However, for Xiao Wu and the others, Dai Mubai's actions were indeed deserving of a beating. Where did Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong go? Flinder's expression improved slightly. There was a reason for this, and it could be explained. They went to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Xiao Wu said truthfully. Flinder, Oscar, and Dai Mubai were all stunned, not expecting the two women to actually flee in fear of punishment to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Flinder's forehead. What if? He said, what if? If the Sword Bone Douluo finds out what happened to Ning Rongrong at Shrek Academy, and Dai Mubai even threatened to kill her, then is there any possibility that Shrek Academy could still exist? Director, you're sweating profusely, Oscar quietly reminded. Others might not know Ning Rongrong's identity, but Flinder did. Hearing Oscar's voice, Flinder snapped back to reality, silently wishing that they could be reasonable. Casually wiping the sweat from his forehead, Flinder's expression finally returned to normal. Xiao Wu, even if Dai Mubai is no longer himself, he is still your classmate. You shouldn't have beaten him like this. Director, if I didn't hit him, he would have slapped Zhu Zhuqing directly. How could I not hit him? Xiao Wu retorted, not foolish at all. Flinder opened his mouth slightly, wanted to say something, but hesitating. He wanted to educate Xiao Wu, give a slight punishment, and then let the matter pass since Dai Mubai was indeed severely injured. But Xiao Wu also had a point. After all, it was Dai Mubai who made the first move to hit Zhu Zhuqing, and as women, it was normal for them to help Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao Wu, I was arguing with my fiancé. What does that have to do with you? Dai Mubai shouted with all his strength. He was really numb. None of them were being reasonable. Xiao Wu was taken aback and instinctively asked, Zhu Zhuqing is your fiancé? Yes. Everyone was stunned. They really didn't know about this. Even Flinder only realized it at this moment. Xing Luo Dai family, Zhu family, Evil Eye White Tiger, Nethercat, Nether White Tiger. Goodness. Zhu Zhuqing is really Dai Mubai's fiancé. Oscar looked at Dai Mubai strangely. How could he not cherish such a beautiful fiancé, but provoke those superficial women? Dai Mubai must be sick. He probably has some serious issues. But you can't hit her. It's clearly your own fault for flirting everywhere. It's normal for her to be angry. I never intended to hit her. I just wanted to scare her. Xiao Wu, can you scare a girl? Dai Mubai. There was no way to continue the conversation. He simply closed his eyes. Zhu Zhuqing actually went to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School with Ning Rongrong. Was she not afraid of being hunted down by her family? Dai Mubai still felt a bit guilty towards Zhu Zhuqing, but his temperament was like that. And with Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu adding fuel to the fire, that is how things escalated, leading to their parting ways. It was a long journey from the Star Luo Empire to the Heaven Do Empire. To say he wasn't moved would be a lie. Dai Mubai was already prepared to turn over a new leaf, to work hard alongside Zhu Zhuqing, and see if there was a chance to defeat Davis and Zhu Zhuyan. But in the end, Zhu Zhuqing ran away. As for today's events, let us leave it at that. Everyone should go back and recover from their injuries, and give Mubai some peace. If this continues, it'll turn into a marketplace here. After learning the reason, Flander could only shake his head helplessly. He initially thought Dai Mubai was attacked by outsiders, but it turned out to be someone from his own side. That's enough. Both sides have their reasons. Such things absolutely cannot happen again. This is a warning. There's no way. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong have already left Shrek Academy. And even if Flinder had a bit more courage, he wouldn't dare to chase after them. As for Xiao Wu, if she were to be driven away, Tang San would definitely leave, and Shrek Academy cannot withstand the wrath of the Haotian Douluo. Zhao Wuji is still lying down at this moment. His injuries are worse than Dai Mubai's. Hearing Flinder say this, Dai Mubai felt very unconvinced. Why? Why not just drive Xiao Wu away? However, since Flinder has said so, what can he do? With a sigh in his heart, he buried his resentment deep inside. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, just wait. As for why Tang San is the first, it's because of what he said before. The scene shifts to Violet. After leaving Soto City, Violet walked toward the location from his memory, and after about half an hour, he finally arrived at the edge of Small River. This was a place he often came to in the past, surrounded by green mountains and clear waters, the river water untouched by pollution. As soon as they arrived, that Violet saw an old man leisurely sitting there fishing. Grandpa, have you caught anything? The old man in front of him was none other than Lexius, who had adopted Violet. Little Violet, you're here. Are you having a hard time adjusting to city life? Lexius said, holding the fishing rod in one hand and turning to smile at Violet. Of course, I've had some success, You know my skills. Violet walked over and sat down beside Lexius. There was an extra stool here, which was clearly reserved for him by Lexius. It is a bit hard to adjust, but being a referee is quite nice. I really like this profession. After sitting down, Violet faced the river and said calmly, "That's good to hear. I was worried you might not adapt well. After all, you prefer peace and quiet, so it's normal to find the spirit arena so noisy, uncomfortable." Lexius nodded, feeling very pleased. He had not made any plans for Violet's life. Everything depended on Violet's own choices. If his cultivation didn't work out, inheriting his pocket money would be enough for Violet to live happily for a lifetime. But Violet's talent for cultivation was indeed extraordinary. This path was clearly not suitable for him. Now Lexius was just waiting for an opportunity for Violet to reach the rank of Soldat or Title Daw. That way, even if he were to pass away, he would be happy. Once Violet reached Soldat, he would inherit all of Lexius's property, as well as his share in the spirit arena, including status. If Violet became a Title Daw, perhaps a commander would emerge from the 8 great families. A nearly invincible commander. You have to know, Violet has a twin martial soul. As long as his second martial soul is equipped with 9 soul rings of over 50,000 years, he will be unmatched in the world. Don't worry, Grandpa. I'm not a child anymore. I know what I want, Violet said with determination in his eyes. Lexius smiled. He couldn't be more satisfied with his adopted grandson. Perhaps this is a compensation from the heavens for him. Suddenly, Violet seemed to think of something and said to Lexius, "Grandpa, do you have a way to contact Douluo, the poison Douluo?" Hearing this, Lexius was slightly taken aback, then put down his fishing rod and said seriously, "Douluo is the publicly recognized title Douluo of the Tiando Empire. Grandson, what do you intend to contact him for? This person's character is strange and unpredictable. He is not a reasonable person, and dealing with him may lead to more losses than gains." Upon hearing Lexius's words, Violet understood that if she really wanted to contact Douluo, Lexius could indeed do it. 28. Speaking of which, they really are on the run. "Grandpa, I need to discuss something privately with Douluo." Violet did not say what it was, and Lexius did not ask, but instead fixed his intense gaze on Violet. After a while, Lexius finally said, "Is it absolutely necessary? Douluo is not an easy person to get along with. He is more like a venomous snake. I am no longer a child. Douluo has something in his possession that can help you break through to title Douluo. Here." That Violet said a lie that wasn't exactly a lie. In the eyes of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, there indeed exists a miraculous herb that could help Rexus break through. Upon hearing this, Rexus was momentarily stunned, and then his peak soul aura erupted. If it were an ordinary soul sovereign or soul emperor, even just this aura would be unbearable for them. Soon, Rexus reacted and quickly suppressed his aura. If there was danger, then this title wasn't worth keeping. Rexus didn't doubt that Violet was joking. After all, a title Douluo. How many peak soul Douluos can't overcome that barrier in their lifetime? Something that could help one break through a title wouldn't be easily offered by Douluo. Douluo may not be considered a powerful being among title Douluos, but for forces without a title Douluo, Douluo is a much greater threat than other title Douluos. He could kill until only the title Douluo remained. Rest assured, I know what Douluo needs most at this moment. There will definitely be no danger. The corners of Violet's mouth slightly raised, showing some confidence, which was meant to instill confidence in Rexus, not himself. After a long silence, Rexus finally said, "If you have no other business with him, then leave this to me. You must not be in danger." "Violet, does he intend to take the ice and fire yin-yang eye? It might cause this miracle to vanish completely. There are some private matters." Violet answered truthfully. Upon hearing this, Rexus nodded. He didn't ask what the private matter was, as Violet didn't say. He wouldn't ask. Everyone has their own secrets. "All right. Grandpa will help you contact him. It will take at most a month to get results. Douluo is in Heavendo City, and the distance from Soto City to Heavendo City is quite far. In the original story, Tang San and the others took a full month to travel to Heavendo City, so one can imagine just how far it is." Although Rexus was somewhat puzzled about how Violet knew Douluo and so much information, he didn't ask at all. It was as if Violet's soul rings were capable of hiding things. Were they really soul rings? After spending time with Violet, Rexus pondered to himself. Regardless, he only knew that Violet was his adopted grandson, had great secrets, but was very filial, and that was enough. Time passed, and after having lunch with Rexus and strolling by the river, Violet finally bid farewell to Rexus and headed toward Soto City. The old man's biggest characteristic was his indifference. This was the demeanor of a truly neutral family leader. Did he not want to know? He did. But not knowing, pretending to be confused, was the best approach. Just as he reached the gate of Soto City, Violet saw Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, who had sustained some minor injuries. This scene left Violet somewhat bewildered. What happened? Zhu Zhuqing wasn't injured during the Soul battle last night. What's going on? That Violet was full of questions, but didn't say them out loud. That Violet. At this moment, Ning Rongrong saw that Violet was very happy because they were going back to Heavendo City. Once you leave, who knows when we will meet again? The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is located in a mountain range outside Heavendo City, and the journey is long. It can't be reached in a short time. First, I need to return to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to see if my father, Ning Fengji, can solve Zhu Zhuqing's problem. After all, she is the first genius I recruited for the school. Even if I have to cry and plead with Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu, I must help Zhu Zhuqing resolve her worries. Sigh. Who would have thought Zhu Zhuqing's background would be so significant? If Dai Mubai wins, she could become the queen of the Star Luo Empire. Ning Rongrong felt like crying, but had no tears. She could already imagine Ning Fengji's dark expression. But Ning Rongrong, once I say something, it's like water poured out. It's hard to take back. Hello, Miss Ning Rongrong. Miss Zhu Zhuqing. That Valletta nodded slightly, her expression unchanged as she spoke. Hello, Valletta. Zhu Zhuqing said softly, her voice lacking the usual coldness and instead sounding more pleasant and melodious. Ning Rongrong was taken aback. Zhu Zhuqing knew Valletta too? After a moment of thought, she decided to ignore that question. Valletta, I didn't expect to see you before leaving. I'm so happy. Ning Rongrong said excitedly, like a little fan. She had initially wanted to recruit Valletta to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School as her protector, husband, but unfortunately, now is not the time. Anyway, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. After resolving Zhu Zhuqing's matter, she would come back. Oh, are you guys heading back to Shrek Academy? Not at all. Who would return to that broken academy? As soon as Valletta finished speaking, Ning Rongrong quickly explained. Shrek Academy is just a scam academy. All those slogans are lies. Unfortunately, I didn't bring anyone with me. Otherwise, cough cough, I usually am not like this. Ning Rongrong's face flushed red. She had intended to say to smash that broken academy, but saying such things in front of Valletta felt inappropriate. Zhuqing has already agreed to join our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. I'm taking her back to get acquainted. Ning Rongrong's words left Valletta dumbfounded. Goodness, how could Zhu Zhuqing leave Shrek Academy? And that is a small matter. How could she betray her family and the Star Luo royal family to join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? What happened in between? Violet didn't know, but it all started when he knocked Tang San out. Without Tang San as the mediator, Dai Mubai directly incurred the wrath of many. Although he was very curious about what exactly happened, asking about it wasn't in line with his character. Well, you're always welcome. I see that Miss Zhu Zhuqing seems to be injured. Why don't you wait until her injury is healed before going back? Violet said with confusion. They had left Shrek Academy, so they shouldn't be running away so quickly, right? Surprisingly, they really were running away. They were afraid that the teachers from Shrek Academy wouldn't follow the rules of martial ethics. The two girls lowered their heads, feeling a bit awkward. No, it's not necessary. I'm just slightly injured, Zhu Zhuqing said softly. 29. The tide. Oh, when I return. Seeing the state of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, Violet pondered. After thinking for a moment, Violet shook her head. Whatever happened to them had nothing to do with her. She needed to carefully think about how to take revenge on Fucalos after her resurrection. To find Dugubo was for the energy in the ice and fire yin-yang well. As long as the energy was sufficient, Fucalos could be transformed back into human form. If she was originally Violet, then the account from 500 years ago also needed to be settled with Fucalos. How many should there be to end this grudge? No, this grudge can never end. He couldn't let his wife, who had just been resurrected with great difficulty, go so easily. Fucalos. Family, I'm so panicked. 500 years. The Monkey King only caused a ruckus for 500 years. A full 500 years. This debt is not light. After thinking about it, Violet suddenly said to Fucalos in the sea of consciousness, Fucalos, don't speak yet. I know what you're thinking. I also know that you know what I'm thinking. After 500 years of deception, are you planning to create a few little dragons or a few pure water spirits with me? It won't be long before I should be able to help you find enough energy, and by that time, Fucalos currently didn't have a specific form. If she did, her face would probably be flushed. In this world, there are not many truths. A woman's blush surpasses a lengthy dialogue. With her head lowered, not seeing her toes, She is the epitome of beauty in the human realm. It's not that she truly can't see her toes, but rather that she is looking down. And yet her gaze is still on you. Fucalos is even more flustered. That villet must be broken, right? Shouldn't she transform into human form a little later? Even with enough energy, it still wouldn't be enough. Yes, that's it. Giving birth to a pure water spirit is truly something Fucalos can't even dare to think about. That villet. You should know that the pure water spirit clan can cast curses, right? Be careful, or I'll curse you. A mere pure water spirit, daring to curse this dragon king, is truly overestimating herself. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, their beautiful eyes filled with confusion. What happened to Villet? Why does she suddenly seem a bit strange? He smiled. The corner of his mouth twisted, grinning deviously. It sent chills down people's spines, and cold sweat broke out. It all felt very wrong. Goodness, the male god instantly turned into a male XX. At this moment, that Villet also came to his senses. Seeing the bewildered expressions on Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong's faces, his eyes twitched. Goodness, he had gotten carried away. His image was completely ruined. Ladies, I apologize. I just remembered something happy. Villet's explanation didn't help. In fact, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were even more confused. Goodness, he could still get distracted while chatting with two beautiful ladies and think of something happy? What the hell? What could be more important than chatting with them? A sense of frustration surged. No, it's okay. Well, we're leaving first. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing said something and seemed to have made a decision. Running away, without looking back. It's too scary. Really too scary. That violet smile just now was equally charming, but they always felt that it was like a curse. Leading to a lot of cough. Wait, why do they have such thoughts? What do they mean by a lot? Is this really something they can think of at their age? At least, let's wait 6 years until they turn 18 to talk about it. Then Villet was taken aback, and then spoke to Fucalos in her mind. Fucalos, did I just laugh really wickedly? Honestly, even I am trembling. Fucalos replied, almost without thinking. But her wording was somewhat inappropriate. Trembling? Not at all. It was only. Villet opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but couldn't get the words out. The image she had worked so hard to maintain collapsed in an instant, which was truly frustrating. She sighed in her heart and then murmured, Forget it. It's not a big deal. What they like has nothing to do with me. Shaking her head, Villet stopped thinking about it. Suddenly, it seemed like Villet remembered something, and her whole body trembled. Wait, that's not right. They're also members of the main character group. Such good leaks, and they ran away. Villet was stunned. Only then did she remember that these two were indeed members of the main character group, Prime Leaks, and now they had left Soto City. Losing one already made her feel a bit heartbroken, let alone losing two. She quickly raised her cultivation level, but it all depended on the main character group. What a pity. The remaining leaks better not run away. Shrek Academy is so suitable for you. Villet thought to herself. When she returned, she would greet the Soul Arena. As long as Tang San and the others signed up, they would all be sent to her sub-arena. After a couple more matches, she would be able to break through her current soul power level. Villet felt a bit sad. 2 leaks had run away. As her mood changed, the sunny sky suddenly turned cloudy, as if it was about to rain. Even Fucalos was speechless, and if one didn't know better, they would think Villet was sad because the girls left, but she knew. This crybaby is actually sad because the leaks ran away. Is it really necessary? Can't he just wait a few hundred years? He's a dragon. His lifespan is endless. What I say few hundred years? If the leaks are gone, can't he just find some more? Besides, what is he working so hard to improve his strength for anyway? I just can't understand. Before long, it started to drizzle, and passers-by began to seek shelter from the rain. Who would have thought it would rain on such a sunny day? An old man selling umbrellas, however, was overjoyed. He initially thought he wouldn't be able to sell any umbrellas today, but look what happened. The rain has come at just the right time. Violet did not avoid the rain. If given a choice, he would prefer to live in a place with water. He slightly raised his right hand, gently brushing against the rain beside him, letting it slide through his fingertips. This rain is born from the sky and dies on the ground. The process in between is life itself. Water transforms into vapor, rises to the sky, accumulates little by little, and when it falls to the ground, it begins a new cycle. The eternally unchanged Douluo Continent should undergo some changes, Violet murmured to himself. Arriving on the Douluo Continent, as the highest judge of Fengdan, he should bring absolute fairness and justice to the people of Douluo. However, his current strength is not enough to overturn the entire continent. He needs to accumulate more power. Tide, wait for my return. I won't allow you to speak ill of Violet. Are you saying I broke the rules, and then Violet jumped up, landed beside me, and knocked me out? Tang San found it hard to believe. He had no idea what happened after he fainted, including how he lost consciousness. Only Xiao Wu explained the events on the arena, and that's when he understood why he fainted. To this day, his head still hurts. Xiao Wu blinked her beautiful pink-red eyes and nodded repeatedly. Tang San felt numb. He couldn't accept this outcome. Yes, it was indeed a foul, because the opponent had already surrendered, yet he felt the other party had a way to defeat him. But what he couldn't accept was that a regular punch from Violet knocked him out on the ground. It was a regular punch without any soul skills. The opponent's speed was so fast that even he, Tang San, couldn't react in time. One could imagine just how strong they were. 3 rings, Soul Master. No, Dai Mubai is almost at the peak of Soul Master level, and I can still compete with him, even fighting to a draw. It must be that Violet attacked me by surprise. Bah, he still talks about fairness and justice. If I, Tang San, didn't dodge, that is what allowed him to succeed. Thinking of this, Tang San instantly felt relieved. He deeply remembered this grudge in his mind, and if there was a chance, he would definitely take revenge. Xiao Wu, that Violet is not a good person. He ambushed me and stopped me from helping you take revenge. In the future, try to avoid dealing with him. Tang San said earnestly. These past few days, just hearing the name Violet every day had already made him quite annoyed, especially when Xiao Wu mentioned the other's name. He always felt a green haze above his head. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu immediately became agitated. What do you mean that Violet is not a good person? He might not even be human. Ambushed you? Even if he were to fight you openly, could you withstand his punch? It's not that Xiao Wu looked down on Tang San, but that Violet was simply too powerful. Humans might not see through the true nature of Violet's soul rings. But Xiao Wu could sense that there was no resentment of soul beasts within those soul rings. Those light blue soul rings were all fake. Third brother, I won't allow you to speak ill of Violet, Xiao Wu said with a serious expression. Violet might be a being stronger than her, just like her. How could she not defend him? As soon as these words came out, Tang San was stunned, his eyelid twitching. Not allowing him to speak ill of Violet? Goodness, are you still my sister, Tang San? Turning your elbow outwards? Tang San had heard such sayings before. Like a merry daughter is like spilled water. A daughter's elbow turns outward, and a grown girl shouldn't be kept. But he never expected that the sister he recognized would say such things to him. Over 6 years of feelings. Are they not worth as much as a stranger he had only met 3 times? Tang San's heart ached, his fists clenched tightly. And after looking at Xiao Wu's determined gaze, he finally relaxed his fists. Almost gritting his teeth, he said, Xiao Wu, listen to your brother's advice. I won't listen. I won't listen, you old turtle reciting scriptures. Xiao Wu covered her ears and shook her head. Tang San took a deep breath. Is this the rebellious phase of a girl? In the end, he had protected Xiao Wu too well. She didn't know how treacherous human nature could be. Third brother, Violet really isn't what you think. He was just trying to maintain fairness in the arena. What wrong did he do? We are bound to get hurt in a match. Those 2 brothers went easy on me. Yet you want to kill them? Isn't that repaying kindness with enmity? Xiao Wu said, surprisingly sharp. Tang San's face turned from green to white and finally darkened. So the elbow really turned outward. Xiao Wu, stop talking. I do all of this for you. I said I would protect you well, and since you got hurt, I naturally have to take revenge for you. Xiao Wu, do you know how heartbroken and sad I am when you say this? Tang San felt numb. He really couldn't understand why Xiao Wu had changed into this way. Yes, that Violet. It must be that Violet. Ever since he met Violet, Xiao Wu seemed to have changed into a different person. If it weren't for Violet, Xiao Wu would still be that well-behaved sister. With a weapon in hand, the killing intent rises. Xiao Wu pouted. This Tang San actually pushed all the blame onto her. For her? Everything for her? How sad and upset he was. Wasn't it he who told her to go up? Also, she was just his sister. Wasn't he meddling too much? He even had to manage who she associated with? Third brother, you should go back first. I got hurt when I fought Dai Mubai yesterday and need to recover. Xiao Wu said somewhat indifferently. Once feelings crack, it's hard to go back. Different paths, no collaboration. A Tang San was taken aback. He had come to take care of Xiao Wu, but now, Xiao Wu was actually driving him away. After thinking for a moment, Tang San calmed his emotions and said, Xiao Wu, you focus on recovering, I'll leave for now, and I'll bring you dinner later. After saying this, without waiting for Xiao Wu to say anything, Tang San turned and left Xiao Wu's dormitory. After leaving the dormitory, Tang San's calm face instantly turned somewhat ferocious, his eyes glowing red as he muttered to himself, Violet, I want you dead. In the shadows, Tang Hao shook his head. A single failure had dealt a severe blow to Tang San. The referee hadn't done anything wrong. It was just unfortunate for him to be a sharpening stone for little San, which could be considered a blessing. This little rabbit was really a water willow flower, not comparable to a Yin. If little San were to kill him, it would also be a good thing. Just a fighting spirit arena. The 8 great families? A force without a title Douluo. Even if they killed their people, what could they do? Tang Hao snorted coldly, the corners of his mouth slightly rising, utterly disdainful. After a while, it seemed Tang Hao thought of something, muttering, "There is nothing much going on here for now, with Flinder and the others around. Little Sin 1TB in any danger. I should go see Ain." He didn't believe that with him lurking in the shadows, Flinder and the others would dare not protect Tang San. Even Zhao Wujiez, who was beaten down to his last breath, wouldn't have the courage. Tang hadn't follow Tang San every day. It was just that these days were special. Tang San had just entered Shrek Academy, and he had already contacted Flinder. After that, he didn't need to worry. Just wait for Tang San to grow up. If Xiao hadn't fallen for someone else, he would design to have her sacrifice. If she no longer liked Tang San, then sorry, directly kill her for the soul ring and soul bone. Humans and soul beasts are irreconcilable. Killing soul beasts is only natural. He believed that by then, Tang San would understand. 31. Your death sentence will be executed by me personally. This rain fell suddenly and stopped just as suddenly, really without any. However, the rainbow after the rain was too beautiful. Yes, who knew it would only rain for a while? If I had known, I wouldn't have bought an umbrella. Hearing the discussions around him, Violet helplessly shrugged his shoulders, appreciating this fleeting beauty. Wow, it's that Violet, my husband. I didn't expect to run into my husband. Is my makeup okay today? A woman said to her companion beside her. The companion's mouth twitched, glancing at her before saying, "It rained earlier, so it's a bit smudged. By the way, I'm your husband." "What? My makeup is smudged? I absolutely cannot let my husband see me like this. I have to run." As for the companion's last sentence, the woman automatically ignored it. Understanding pure white lilies, becoming pure white lilies, surpassing pure white lilies. Huh. Still calling that Violet husband, she married already, he ours. Hearing such words, Violet felt dazed. Being liked by people is a good thing. Were these fans a bit too crazy? Seeing the strange looks from the crowd, Violet hurriedly turned and walked towards the outskirts of the city. If he didn't leave now, he would probably be besieged. Besieged by female fans. Thinking about it carefully, it was quite terrifying. Seeing that Violet was somewhat flustered and fleeing. The pure white lilies smiled even more, and their shouts were unnoticed, yet they did not chase after him. Because Violet's combat power had already spread in Soto City. At a young age, he was a soul master of the third ring and had considerable strength. As time passed, night fell. Only then did Violet return from outside Soto City. He casually found a place by the waterside to cultivate, and when he opened his eyes again, it was already quite late. Strolling slowly on the street, there were not many pedestrians at this time, and the soul fighting arena had also closed for the day. Suddenly, Violet frowned. He heard a voice calling for help, a trembling voice that seemed to be in great panic. You could scream your throat hoarse, and no one would come to save you. Without a second thought, Violet quickly walked toward the source of the voice, only to see a man dressed in a black trench coat with an ugly face, grinning maliciously at the girl in front of him. His eyes were filled with a red glow, and he was about to make a move on the girl when he noticed the approaching Violet. "Kid, don't meddle in other people's business. Some people are not ones you can offend," the man in black said, somewhat displeased. If Violet left quietly, he had no intention of making a move. If Violet had no sense and planned to be a hero, then he could only blame himself. "Young man, don't be too impulsive without understanding your opponent's strength. You are committing a crime," Violet said calmly, as if he had seen it all before. As his voice rang out, the previously panicked girl suddenly widened her eyes in surprise. She never expected that the person who came was actually Violet. "Lord Violet, you need not say more. Such criminals need to be judged." Violet waved his hand. He recognized who the girl was and was astonished that this man in black dared to attack a staff member of the soul fighting arena. "I didn't expect you to know each other. Kid, don't be ungrateful. I was only kindly advising you to leave." "Criminal? Everyone has different purposes for cultivation. I just have this little hobby. What is wrong with that? She's just an ordinary person. Life and death are ruled by the strong. Kid, perhaps you have some strength, but you are definitely not my match," the man in black said calmly. As a soul master, especially when a high level, he had the confidence to be arrogant. "Strong soul power is not an excuse for you to do wrong. I say you are guilty," Violet said calmly, with a hint of anger in his words. This guy had no idea he was one of the most despicable people. Such a person, even if locked in prison, is the least welcome existence. An existence that is beaten and oppressed by others. Criminals are divided into various levels. Those who violate a girl's will and prepare to act forcefully belong to the lowest level. Upon hearing this, the man in black's face twisted further, his already distorted face becoming even more grotesque. Kid, even if I'm guilty, what can you do? Killing you is a piece of cake for me. Oh, you don't even know my name, do you? Listen well, my name's Douluo. That Villette. He thought it was someone else, Douluo. He the one who was crippled by Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun in the original work. I didn't expect to encounter him here. So what if he is guilty? Since he won't leave, then don't. Douluo let out an evil laugh and was about to unleash his martial spirit to beat this clueless kid, then see if he felt like letting him go. The girl was very flustered. Villette was only a soul respect, but the villain's soul power level before them was probably not low. They would really die here. Would they? There was no court here, so they couldn't follow the procedure for now. Would. In that case, let us judge directly. Would. Death penalty. Under the moonlight, seeing Villette's serious expression, Douluo almost laughed out loud. This smelly kid actually sentenced him to death. Ha. I'm in a good mood. Playing this mock trial game with you is really funny. Kid, the game is over, Douluo said with an evil smile. Then black energy surrounded him. Yes, the game is over. Mr. Douluo, your death will be personally executed by me. Villette nodded, saying it without changing his expression. Douluo, who harmed many girls in the original work, is indeed deserving of death. It's laughable that he is still playing this mock trial game when death is upon him. Look at me. Douluo's eyes widened in disbelief, and he squinted, his face showing a trace of incredulity. He lowered his head to look at his heart, and a hand he didn't know when it already pierced through his heart. Villette pulled his hand back, holding a heart, murmuring, I originally thought a criminal's heart should be black, but yours is still red. It doesn't suit you. Let us destroy it. Bang. Douluo's mouth opened slightly, wanting to say something, but unable to speak. He witnessed the other party crush his heart with his own eyes. Villette waved his hand, and a stream of water formed in the air, washing away the blood on his hand. As the highest judge of Fontaine, although I cannot provide absolute fairness to the world, I can give the world a justice that more people can recognize. Mere Boule, your death is worth remembering for more people. Those who dare to do such things should die. 32. Kill Qian and the monkey. The next morning, there was a huge uproar in Soto City. Douluo's death brought great relief to many while also serving as a warning. Boule, the recently infamous flower thief in Soto City, had an unclear level of strength, probably at the soul sec stage, with no other injuries on him. The person who killed him did it in one hit. This strike directly pierced through Douluo's heart, then crushed it. The entire process was very quick. Even the soul sec couldn't react in time. It could be ruled out that this was the work of a weapon spirit master. This person's soul power level was at least above level 60. With the crowd analyzing Douluo's corpse, they reached a shocking conclusion. Oh, what a relief. My daughter, woo-woo. A middle-aged man cried with tears streaming down his face. No one knew what had happened to his daughter. He was just an ordinary person, as was his daughter. Perhaps in her next life, she could become a soul master, but she had already died in this life. He didn't know which great person did this. If he knew, he would definitely set up a tablet for him. Someone in the crowd shouted. The crowd could quickly determine who the person was and why he died, because Douluo's body was hanged, and beside him was a record of his crimes. Moreover, it was written that if one encounters such a person, they must not be lenient. The death of an evil soul master like Douluo was a great relief for everyone. Naturally, apart from the victim's family, no one would delve into who killed Douluo. Time returned to last night. After Villette executed Douluo, the staff at the Fighting Spirit Arena blinked, somewhat in disbelief. My God, although it was unknown what level of soul master Douluo was, his strength definitely wouldn't be below soul respect, or even soul sect. Yet, Lord Villette was able to kill him in an instant. Wait, Lord Villette killed without blinking, even seeming to do it lightly, showing no reaction at all. Killing Douluo was like crushing an ant. What kind of person is he? Hello, you must be Miss Zifa, right? I hope I didn't scare you. Villette turned around and said with slight apology. It was truly Douluo's fault for causing such an incident at the Fighting Spirit Arena. Hello, Lord Villette. I didn't expect you to remember my name. Mefine. Thank you for saving my life. Zifa was still somewhat shaken. Had it not been for Villette passing by, she didn't know what her fate would have been. Is there a difference in this life-saving grace? This is a heartfelt thank you from Zifa. If she had known she would encounter danger, She wouldn't have left the staff dormitory. She didn't expect that in the seemingly calm Soto City, there would actually be such characters lurking in the shadows. Zifa, true to her name, has beautiful purple hair, a good figure, and her looks are among the best among ordinary people. There are no ugly women working in the soul-fighting arena. After all, the audience's emotions are very important. If someone is unattractive, would they still come to watch the fights? This is what I should do. There's no need to thank me. Then Violet waved her hand as if recalling something and continued, Miss Zifa, let me take you back to the dormitory. You've been quite frightened today, so it's better for you to rest early. If you need to take a leave tomorrow, I can help you with that. This girl has also suffered from an undeserved disaster, unexpectedly targeted by soulless soul master like Douluo. Her luck is truly terrible. However, the fact that Violet passed by indicates that her luck may not be as bad as imagined. No, there's no need for Lord Violet. I'm fine taking a break today. Zifa quickly shook her head and waved her hand, rejecting the proposal. Violet would be busy hosting the competition again tomorrow. Since Zifa declined, Violet did not insist, nodded, and continued, in that case, let me take you back. Thank you, Lord Violet. After escorting Zifa back to the soul-fighting arena dormitory, Violet finally found the person in charge of the arena. Upon hearing Violet's words, the person in charge broke into a cold sweat, while others did not know Violet's identity. He certainly did. Young master, I will go and crush that scum immediately. Can this be blamed on the person in charge? Daring to take action against the staff of the soul-fighting arena, he didn't expect it, and neither did ZFA. But Douluo was really bold. No need for that. Just do as I say. This will serve to intimidate others, even if it only has a temporary effect. Violet shook her head and said yes. Yes. This is also why, even though Douluo is already dead, he was still discovered. Douluo has two friends, one named Tianya and the other named Ikao. They stood in the crowd, sweating profusely and feeling a chill down their backs. They knew Douluo's strength, and someone who could kill him was definitely not someone they could offend. Ikao, should we give Douluo a proper burial? After all, he was our brother. Now that Douluo is dead, if we can't lay him to rest peacefully, it would be inhumane of us. No, there are definitely people watching us here. If we make any unusual moves. Tianya didn't finish his sentence, but how could Ikao not understand what he meant? Those who often walk by the river will inevitably get their shoes wet. Douluo really has fallen this time. Tianya, Ikao, and the swan. Tianya's martial soul is a kitchen knife. There's nothing much to say about that. Ikao, however, is different. His martial soul is a swan. The inherited martial soul of the Tiendo royal family is indeed the swan. Let's leave Soto City for now. If there's a chance in the future, we'll come back to avenge Douluo. Ikao clenched his fist and said in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Tianya also didn't act recklessly, nodding in agreement. The two of them slowly withdrew from the crowd and then walked towards the outskirts of Soto City. They couldn't stay in Soto City any longer. As for Weilai, he reminisced about what happened last night and felt a bit emotional. This was his first time killing someone, and as for why he appeared so calm, perhaps it was because Douluo was a criminal. Killing such a criminal bore no psychological burden at all. Weilai, you have just fairly judged a case. If I were to pass judgment on that person, it should be the death penalty, and then it should be executed repeatedly. Puffed. Originally, Weilai's expression was somewhat serious, but he instantly broke down. The person was already sentenced to death, and yet it would be executed repeatedly? Should he resurrect the person, then kill him again, then resurrect him, and kill him again? With more soul masters around, it's inevitable that there will be some such nonsense. Even ordinary people are no exception. They should live freely under the law, not excessively freely. Foster father, is this really something we can see? At night, after a hard day's work, people rarely get to relax and rest. For a big city like Soto City, night is just the beginning of the day. The city is brightly lit, not much different from the daytime. There aren't many entertainment options on the Douluo Continent, and the most famous nighttime activity is undoubtedly the soul fighting arena. Most commoners cannot become soul masters. As long as they spend a small ticket fee, they can watch soul masters fight. This is something most commoners wouldn't even dare to dream of, but in the soul fighting arena, such an event exists. This is also one of the reasons why the soul fighting arena remains popular. That's great. My husband, Violet, will be hosting again today. I'm so excited. You didn't see it, but the other night, a contestant named Tang San committed a foul, and my husband jumped up and punched him. I could hear the discussions around us, and Tang San had a dark expression on his face. He never expected that one day he would become a backdrop in someone else's story, just to highlight how outstanding Violet is. Is this punch that jumps up impossible to get past? That damn Violet really has a way to death. And those damn spectators. Originally, Tang San was already feeling terrible because of Xiao Wu's matter, and now he was being mocked in the face by these spectators. How could he endure this? Even when being mocked by the doorman, Tang San thought the other party had a way to death. How could he swallow this anger? However, he might not really be Violette's opponent right now, and with the background of the Soul Arena, Tang San didn't dare to act rashly. There are two reasons why he hates the Soul Arena, but still comes here. First, to graduate from Shrek Academy. He must become a Soul Master before the age of 20, and also obtain the Silver Badge from the Soul Arena. Becoming a Soul Master before the age of 20 is easy for Tang San, but the second requirement makes him a bit uneasy. Don't underestimate this small Silver Badge. Dai Mubai has been in the Soul Arena for 3 years, and is still just a bronze-level fighter. Tang San's idea is very simple. While he hasn't reached level 30 and his opponents are only great Soul Masters, he should win as many matches as he can. Second, Tang San wants to earn some extra money. Just by winning one match, he can earn 10 gold soul coins as a reward, and it will increase with consecutive victories. At the Great Soul Master level, he can only receive a subsidy of 10 gold soul coins per month from the Spear Hall, which is simply not enough. Tonight, the only one who came to the Soul Arena with him is Ma Hongjun. Dai Mubai is seriously injured and cannot move at all, let alone come to the Soul Arena to fight. Xiao Wu has minor injuries, but she still needs a few days to recuperate. Oscar doesn't know what happened. He has been in seclusion for cultivation and should be close to breaking through to level 30. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong have left Shrek Academy and are now on their way to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Only Ma Hongjun has nothing to do, so he came to the Soul Arena with Tang San for training. Of course, Ma Hongjun instinctively keeps a distance from Tang San. He hasn't forgotten that the night before last, this guy had thoughts of killing him and Oscar. It's better to keep a slight distance from someone like Tang San. Along the way, the two didn't say a word and were very silent. To avoid hearing any gossip, Tang San quietly went to the registration desk to sign up, fearing he might not be able to hold back against those ordinary people. These people all have a way to seek death. They not only judge others by their appearance, but also use Tang San as a backdrop to slap others in the face. Even if this is a fact, Tang San is not convinced. He lost because he was ambushed. Ma Hongjun also signed up, and then the two of them went to the contestants. Here, it was much quieter. Tang San, Ma Hongjun, isn't this what Lord Violet had instructed? Just right, they're both great spirit masters, responsible for assigning contestants to which arena. One murmured. In the morning, Lord Violet had mentioned that if certain people came to the soul fighting arena, they would be directly assigned to the area he was in charge of. This kind of thing does not violate the rules, nor does it go against fairness. It's just changing the venue for the contestants. It doesn't matter who hosts or judges. There's no difference. The person in charge readily agreed and took notes. Not only the names, but also the code names. Code names like Thousand-Handed Azura, Evil-Eyed White Tiger, and Soft-Boned Enchantress Rabbit have not been registered in the soul fighting arena yet. But since Violet said so, there must be a reason. Violet looked speechlessly at the two girls on the stage. Were they in a soul fight or showing off their figures? What are you looking at? Look at your opponent. Why are you staring at me, the referee? Violet shrugged helplessly. The two didn't violate any rules, but they were a bit disrespectful to the arena and their opponents. The audience below felt that these two contestants were too pretentious. They weren't really there to fight. Where's the gentle touch that leads to a scream of pain? Two little brats. The male audience, however, remained silent, their throats rolling as they decided that Violet would be their big brother from now on. They must come often to support him. Without their big brother around, how could they enjoy such beautiful sights? No, what big brother? Father figure. Time passed second by second, and it was nearly half an hour later. Please, contestant Tang San, proceed to ring number 8. As the announcement rang out, Tang San, sitting in his chair, was taken aback. Ring number 8? Again, ring number 8? He frowned. To be honest, he now had a shadow over ring number 8. When he came to the soul fighting arena the day before yesterday, both soul fighting matches, 1 1v1 and 1 2v2, were in ring number 8, and the referee was Violet. Violet. Speaking of this person made Tang San feel a surge of anger. He always felt that Violet was targeting him. He didn't know if the referee would still be him for this match. With that thought, Tang San stood up and prepared to head to ring number 8. Once is a stranger, twice is familiar. He had been to ring number 8 twice, so he was naturally very familiar with it. Please, contestant Tang San, proceed to ring number 8. Please, contestant Ma Hongjun, proceed to ring number 8. Tang San's steps paused, and he instinctively looked at the equally bewildered Ma Hongjun. Another internal battle? He, Tang San, had his first match with Zhu Zhuqing. Now he was going to fight Ma Hongjun in the second match? You and I are both great soul masters, and our badge levels are the same. It's normal to be matched together, Ma Hongjun said after coming back to his senses. Fighting Tang San? Isn't that just right? 2 days ago in the morning, this guy and Xiao Wu interrupted my good thing and beat me up. It's perfect to settle old and new scores together. The audience's discussions seriously affected my mood. Have the leaks come? Violet's face, which had been emotionless, finally showed a hint of a smile. This wave should enhance his strength. Before long, Tang San and Ma Hongjun arrived at the arena. The two stopped 30 meters apart. 30 meters is just a blink of an eye for a great soul master, but they maintain this distance because some soul masters are special and need special care. For example, some range soul masters would almost certainly lose if they were approached by close combat soul masters. To change this situation, fighters were kept at a relatively fair distance. Hey, isn't that the contestant who broke the rules the day before yesterday? He was extremely brutal. His opponent had already surrendered, yet he still wanted to kill him. Now that you mention it, I remember. This contestant is called Tang San. If it weren't for Violet's quick reaction, the iron-blooded combination would have suffered. It's a pity such a contestant isn't participating in life and death battles. There aren't so many rules in life and death battles, and with his level of strength, he would definitely walk into a dead end. He only bullies honest people. This Tang San doesn't follow the martial ethics at all. Hearing the audience's discussions, Tang San felt his head was about to explode. He considered himself a gentleman. How could he be a villain? If it weren't for the iron-blooded combination injuring Xiao Wu, how could he have thought they were out for blood? It's all the iron-blooded combination's fault. It's all Violet's fault. Wait, didn't they say the audience couldn't interfere with the contestants? These people were all pointing fingers at Tang San and criticizing him. So shouldn't Violet, as the referee, step in? When he was not needed, Tang San thought Violet was completely unnecessary and shouldn't be present. But now, when help from Violet is needed, the other party shows no intention of intervening. This isn't directed at him. What is Tang San? With his fists clenched, he wished he could punch that handsome face of Violet. Tang San, do you have any dissatisfaction with me? Why do you keep staring at me with such resentful eyes? Violet asked in confusion, his voice not loud. Only Tang San and Ma Hongjun on the field could hear it. Upon hearing this, Tang San's eyes nearly burst into flames. Was his hint not obvious enough? Violet, the discussions among the audience are seriously affecting my mood. As a referee, shouldn't you do something about it? Tang San said angrily. After hearing this, Violet suddenly realized and thought for a moment before saying, the match hasn't officially started yet. The host is just warming up. It's very normal for the audience to discuss. Tang San, you might want to think carefully about why you're so disliked. Not far away, Ma Hongjun burst out laughing, quickly covering his mouth to stifle it, but his shaking shoulders couldn't escape Tang San's eyes. Tang San was also stunned. Coming back to his senses, his face was as dark as coal. How could he think about why he was so disliked? Violet, do you even want to listen to what you're saying? Tang San was extremely frustrated, shouting in his heart. But what Violet said was completely reasonable. The host was warming up. He couldn't just tell the audience to stop discussing, right? After a moment, the host stopped speaking, and the next matters were handled by Violet. Silence. Violet lightly tapped the ground with his staff and said loudly. This action gave significant support to his words. The entire venue suddenly fell silent. The competitors had taken their positions, and you have 1 minute to unleash your martial souls. 1 minute later, the competition will officially begin. During the competition, we ask the audience to remain rational. Regardless of what kind of person the competitors are, absolute fairness is required on the stage. Upon hearing this, Tang San's nails nearly dug into his palm. Was that Violet really not targeting him? What did it mean by regardless of what kind of person the competitor is? Wasn't Tang San's character good? Damn it, this guy really had a way of provoking him to death. The audience nodded repeatedly, having already memorized Violet's hosting style. They would be careful in their communications during the competition. Even if they wanted to curse, they would try to do so either before or after the match, as that would have nothing to do with Violet. Ma Hongjun, Martial Soul, Evil Fire Phoenix, Level 27 Assault System, Soul Master, please give me guidance. Ma Hongjun was the first to complete his Martial Soul possession, and a loud sound of a Koan's cry echoed throughout the number 8 arena, leaving the audience stunned. Evil Fire Phoenix, how does that sound like fire? Is that how a phoenix cries? Ma Hongjun's Martial Soul was a mutated soul. It not only had the side effects of evil fire, but also wasn't entirely complete, and at present, it did not have the phoenix form. Even at a distance of 30 meters, Tang San still felt a wave of heat rushing towards him. So one could imagine how high the temperature of Ma Hongjun's martial soul flames was. Fire attribute is known to restrain plant martial souls. This is common knowledge. Tang San had fought against Ma Hongjun before. Although they had not used true fire, he was still clear about Ma Hongjun's strength. If it were purely a contest of martial souls, Tang San would likely be utterly defeated because Ma Hongjun had a significant advantage over him. Unfortunately, Tang San was not a traditional soul master. He had the Tang sect's ultimate skills from his previous life to rely on. So dealing with Ma Hongjun should not be a problem. Tang San, Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass, Level 29 Control System Soul Master. Please give me guidance. After saying this, Tang San remained silent. He did not say anything like Ma Hongjun, "You are not my opponent, just admit defeat." Because as a soul master who had the advantage over him, Ma Hongjun would never admit defeat. Moreover, there was a referee nearby, watching him closely, afraid that Tang San would break the rules. Violet, Tang San, won't let you succeed. As long as I understand the rules, utilize them. I can master the rules, and then defeat your pride. Your so-called justice, fairness, and impartiality, Tang San, have not sensed at all. Tang San thought to himself, cursing Violet again. If it weren't for his current low soul power, he would definitely have assassinated Violet. A gentleman's revenge is not too late, even after 10 years. Tang San originally did not hold grudges overnight, but he had no choice. He was likely not the opponent of the other party right now. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he had to acknowledge it. If eyes could kill, Violet would have died countless times from his glare already. Time passed second by second, and the audience waited quietly, feeling not displeased but rather a sense of anticipation. 1 minute had passed, and the competition officially began. First soul skill, Blue Silverbind. 35, Fire Burn Tang Kuan. As Violet's voice fell, Tang San was the first to activate his first soul skill, Blue Silverbind. Strike first, suffer later. This distance may seem a bit far for others, but for Tang San, it is nothing at all. Ma Hongjun was well prepared. He already understood what kind of person Tang San was and had been on guard. First soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. As the first yellow soul ring flickered, a large amount of black-red flames erupted from Ma Hongjun's mouth. The blue-silver grass ignited upon contact and disappeared instantly. This is somewhat tricky. This fat guy's martial soul just happens to restrain me, and I have no advantage in a martial soul clash. With this thought, Tang San immediately changed his tactics. So what if he is a powerful attack-type soul master? So what if he restrains me? Even without using my martial soul, I, Tang San, am still the strongest among my peers. Purple extreme magic eyes, ghost shadow, mysterious steps. Let's see how you dodge. Ma Hongjun directly increased his soul power output, igniting half of the arena. No matter how Tang San tried to evade, he would inevitably get caught by these evil flames. He aimed to make it so that Tang San had nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Beside them, Violet frowned, although these flames posed no danger to him. He simply did not like such an environment and flames by nature. Tang San frowned as well. He initially intended to engage Ma Hongjun in close combat, but did not expect him to do this, spreading evil flames across the central area. This was simply the act of a petty person. Damn, once these flames stick, they are extremely difficult to extinguish, and their adhesion is very strong. Tang San gritted his teeth, thought for a moment, and decided to leap over this wall of fire. With a light jump, Tang San instantly soared to a height of 10 meters. The ground is blocked, but there's still the sky. As long as he crosses this wall of fire, Ma Hongjun will undoubtedly lose. He lightly tapped his feet in the air, seemingly trying to use the air resistance to keep his body suspended for a moment longer. Ma Hongjun was no fool either. Having lived in Shrek Academy since childhood and occasionally participating in soul battles, his combat experience was not lacking. Seeing Tang San jump up, preparing to cross the wall of fire, Ma Hongjun's brain nearly short-circuited. No, the wall of fire may be inanimate, but Ma Hongjun is alive. Tang San jumped up, completely lacking any leverage point in midair. Wasn't he just a living target? First soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. Without any hesitation, Ma Hongjun directly used his first soul skill on Tang San in midair, secretly increasing his soul power output. This kind of opportunity cannot be missed. Once lost, it won't come again. Tang San's pupils constricted as he froze in place. After all, he was in midair and couldn't fly. Without any leverage, he could only let his body fall towards the ground. However, at this moment, Ma Hongjun unexpectedly attacked him without any martial ethics. Tang San was no different from an unarmed person at this time. There was no time to think too much. Tang San used his blue silvergrass again. But this time the target was not Ma Hongjun, but himself. He wanted to wrap himself up to at least block some of the damage. There was nothing wrong with Tang San's idea, but he underestimated Ma Hongjun's flames. In an instant, Tang San's blue silver grass was burned to ashes. Although the blue silver grass was destroyed, Tang San's crisis was somewhat alleviated. He was only 2 meters away from hitting the ground. It was unclear whether Ma Hongjun was deliberately controlling it or not, but a wisp of flame fell right underneath Tang San. After landing, Tang San first breathed a sigh of relief, and then a trace of disdain appeared on his face. Even if you don't adhere to martial ethics, so what? In the face of absolute strength and intelligence, you have no chance. Tang San thought to himself, but he did not notice the strange expressions on Violet and Ma Hongjun's faces. Tang San, don't you feel something is off? Ma Hongjun stood there in a daze, testing the waters with a question. Violet's expression was equally bizarre. Tang San was just a human body at this moment, having not undergone the baptism of the ice and fire duality, I, and the immortal herb, making him immune to the ice and fire attributes. If this flame keeps burning like this, before Tang San becomes a god, I'm afraid it will be over, right? Seeing Ma Hongjun speak, Tang San originally didn't intend to respond because he had to be wary of that Violet. However, when he noticed that Violet's expression was also quite strange, it made Tang San feel puzzled. What's going on? Something feels off? What could be wrong? Is there anything wrong with him? Tang San, so handsomely dodging a losing situation? Judge, Ma Hongjun is interfering with me. Tang San said this in front of Ma Hongjun's surprised gaze. Ma Hongjun, I kindly reminded you, and you say I'm interfering? Violet paused for a moment before speaking. Contestant Tang San, Ma Hongjun is really just reminding you. This is a battle of souls, not a life-and-death duel. It should be kept within limits, and Ma Hongjun has not violated any rules. You really haven't noticed anything unusual? After hearing this, Tang San became even more confused. Suddenly, a strong burnt smell emerged, extremely rich, along with a faint scent of roasted meat. His Tang San couldn't help but gasp, lowering his head to look in the direction from which the smell was coming. Tears instantly filled his eyes. When did a flame appear here? Tang San didn't have time to think much. He kept slapping at the flames with his hands. However, he forgot that Ma Hongjun's flames had an extremely strong adhesion, and ordinary water was basically ineffective in extinguishing them. The evil fire would only be extinguished if he retracted it himself or when his soul power was exhausted. After slapping at it many times, there were no signs of the evil fire being extinguished at all. This made Tang San increasingly anxious, with sweat on his forehead mixing with tears streaming down his face. Save me, Tang San. Are you going to admit defeat? Violet almost laughed out loud. Ma Hongjun kindly reminded him, but instead of being grateful, he reported him. And what happened? He reminded him, but Tang San didn't listen at all. So what could be done? Originally, this evil fire was just a small wisp. But I don't know if it was due to Ma Hongjun's soul power enhancement. It burned more and more fiercely. Admit defeat? At this moment, Tang San almost forgot the pain. Lose? He couldn't accept that. But if this flame wasn't extinguished, it would really turn him to ash. He hadn't even used his powers yet. I admit defeat. Tang San gritted his teeth and finally spoke up to concede. In that case, Ma Hongjun wins this match. After announcing Ma Hongjun's victory, the audience erupted in loud laughter. 36. Third brother? Third sister. Haha, Fia Boningkon. I'm dying of laughter. This Tang San contestant was invited to entertain in the Soul Arena, right? Such a performance. Tang San can only perform once in his life. Brilliant. Too brilliant. The audience went crazy. Most of them were girls who came for Violet. Some blushed, covering their eyes, but the gaps between their fingers were a bit wide, revealing their beautiful and charming big eyes. Ma Hongjun, Tang San shouted angrily. His eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked at Ma Hongjun. What is wrong? Ma Hongjun was taken aback, somewhat confused. He wanted to laugh, but couldn't. Feeling uncomfortable. Wasn't Tang San too miserable? He was originally prepared to settle old and new scores with Tang San, but he never expected that Tang San would be so thoroughly defeated. Is this considered revenge? I kindly reminded Tang San before, but who knew he not only didn't appreciate it, but also told that Violet that I was interfering with him. Serves him right. What are you still standing there for? Put out the fire. Tang San shouted angrily, then looked down and realized it was probably overcooked. No, bidn't. Oh. After hearing this, Ma Hongjun suddenly realized, slowly walked to Tang San's side, and retracted the evil fire. Of course, he was observing Tang San's reaction at all times. afraid that Tang San would suddenly explode and strike him. Such a thing is something a petty person like Tang San is very likely to do, so one must be on guard. At this moment, Tang San wished he could kill Ma Hongjun, but reason told him he couldn't do that. This fat man is a disciple of a soul sage, and if he dies, he would definitely be hunted down by Flender. At this moment, he still did not have the qualifications to confront a soul sage. His tightly clenched fists slowly relaxed. But the anger and intense pain caused Tang San to black out and collapse on the arena. The severe pain triggered adrenaline in Tang San, numbing his brain and telling him it wasn't painful, allowing him to hold on until now. After the source of trouble was resolved, Tang San let out a sigh of relief and slightly relaxed. His brain, in a self-protective manner, caused him to faint. Ma Hongjun was stunned. Tonight, only he and Tang San had come to Suatuwa City. Originally, he didn't plan to go back tonight and intended to have a good time. But now that Tang San was like this, and with only the two of them, should he take Tang San back? After a bit of thought, Ma Hongjun walked over to Tang San, helped him up, then nodded slightly at the waiter before heading down from the arena. He decided not to go out tonight to save some expenses. Ma Hongjun was indeed interesting. The waiter nodded subtly in response, and then prepared for the next arena match. As he had guessed, the energy gained from the duel between Tang San and Ma Hongjun directly raised his soul power level from the peak of level 63 to level 64. The speed is indeed a bit fast. If the main characters have 10 or 8 matches every day, wouldn't their soul power level skyrocket? Well, it is what it is. One must learn to be content, right? So thought Violet. Looking at the backs of Ma Hongjun and Tang San, Violet couldn't help but smile slightly. But being a professional, he didn't laugh out loud. This wave was purely accidental. As time passed, when Ma Hongjun and Tang San returned to Shrek Academy, the entire faculty and student body were all stunned. Tang San was lying next to Dai Mubai's bed, where he was recuperating, and at that moment, Dai Mubai was also dumbfounded. Injured as he was, he almost laughed himself to death. As a scumbag, he had been beaten up by girls, but he didn't end up like Tang San. At least Ikuin was still around and uninjured. But Tang San's current appearance. Should he be burnt out by now? Ha ha cough you. Even though he spat out another mouthful of blood, Dai Mubai couldn't stop laughing. Serves you right. Tang San, you finally got what you deserve. It's fate. Fatty, you did a great job. No, Ma Hongjun, from now on you are my boss. Boss Ma, you did well. Dai Mubai went mad. Yesterday, this Tang San actually came to question him about why he hit Xiao Wu, and he was heavily injured like this. Yet Tang San still insisted that it was his fault. He never expected that today Ma Hongjun would actually take revenge for him. This Tang San really deserves it. Dean, why are you sweating profusely again? Oscar looked at Flander in confusion, not understanding why such a skilled person like Flander would be sweating coldly, as if it were raining. After Ma Hongjun returned, he explained the situation to everyone. Tang San's incident was completely accidental. Others may not know Tang San's identity, but Flander does. His disciple actually let Tang Hao cut off his descendants. Just thinking about the anger of the Hao Qian made Flander shiver, and cold sweat broke out. Although this is an accident, strong people don't care whether it's an accident or not. Such hatred is as high as the sky and as deep as the sea. Flander swallowed hard. He still hadn't dealt with the matters on Ning Rongrong's side, and now he had offended a titled Douluo. He was almost at the point of wanting to die. Should he just run away with Hongjun? He couldn't stay in Soto City any longer. This thought flashed through Flinder's mind, and he shook his head again. Run away? How could he escape? If the other party really wanted to find you, it would be a matter of minutes. After all, it was the #1 sect in the world and the #2 sect. Tomorrow, and accidents will always come one before the other. I've lived enough in this life, but Hongjun is still young. What should I do? Looking at Ma Hongjun, who was a bit embarrassed and still explaining to Dai Mubai that this was an accident, Flinder was anxious but had no way out. He checked Tang San's injuries, and it was clear that there was no hope. In Xiao Xian's words, it could only be cut off. There was no choice but to let Oscar's master, Xiao Xian, take action. After all, if this injury was not treated, Tang San would be in danger of losing his life. Not dead and dead are just two concepts. With such an incident happening, Tang Hao still hadn't come out, indicating that he wasn't paying attention to Tang San. This kind of thing was hard to speak of. Even if Tang San's injuries healed, would he have the courage to speak it out? This is an opportunity for Flinder, Ma Hongjun, and all the Shrek Academy teachers and students. As long as Tang San doesn't say anything, the others will remain silent. And Tang Hao shouldn't be able to notice Tang San's changes in a short time. Living one more day is worth it. My little Shrek Academy really is full of disasters. Flender shook his head, secretly thinking. Third brother? Should I call him third brother or third sister in the future? Where's my Qian? A voice filled with grief and anger echoed through the sky. Where's my Qian? Stop howling. It was thrown away by teacher, Xiao Xin. Tang San's roar directly woke up Dai Mubai, who was nearby. Dai Mubai raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said disdainfully, I've laughed enough yesterday. At this moment, Dai Mubai still had the impulse to laugh. What? Tang San came back to his senses and thought for a moment, realizing what had happened. I'm done for. Thinking of this, Tang San's vision darkened again, and he fainted once more. His body and skin were given by his parents. How could he face the ancestors of the Tang family? Seeing this, Dai Mubai shook his head, planning to let Dean Flender transfer Tang San away later. With Tang San making such a racket, it would disturb his recovery. Compared to Tang San, Dai Mubai suddenly realized that his injuries were still too light. Last night, seeing Xiao Wu's soul-dead appearance, he felt extremely pleased. Third brother has become a third sister, and they said they were just siblings. Hilarious. Maybe it will look even better in the future. Now that Tang San has become like this, will Xiao Wu still like him? As someone who had been there, Dai Mubai understood women too well. It's absolutely impossible. You have today too. I, Dai Mubai, treated you as a confidant, a good brother, but you're so unreasonable. You deserve it. A flicker of pleasure flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes. He was extremely happy at this moment. Isn't this more enjoyable than killing Tang San? The scene shifted to the playground of Shrek Academy, where Flender was teaching. Tang San and Dai Mubai were recuperating, and only Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Xiao were on the playground. Xiao Wu had only light injuries and was almost healed by now. She occasionally glanced at Ma Hongjun, not knowing what he was thinking. Regarding Ma Hongjun accidentally injuring Tang San, Xiao Wu surprisingly felt no hatred. She didn't know whether she should hate Ma Hongjun or not. For Tang San, she had an inexplicable emotion that was hard to describe. She couldn't tell if it was familial love or romantic love. All along, she and Tang San had referred to each other as siblings, and Tang San had not shown feelings beyond sibling affection. Xiao was quite naive about love. In the spirit beast world, there was no love, only. With Tang Qian's disappearance, Xiao Wu naturally understood that Tang San had been ruined, not in terms of cultivation, but in that aspect. If it were a lover, Xiao Wu couldn't accept it. However, Tang San was currently just her nominal brother. Moreover, with the appearance of Violet, Xiao Wu realized that she and Tang San didn't seem to be that compatible. Their paths were different, and they couldn't work together. They had no common language. She liked Violet, and Tang San hated Violet. Isn't that a clear difference? Feeling Xiao Wu's gaze, Ma Hongjun shivered. He still remembered how protective this pair of siblings were. To say they were toxic would not be an exaggeration. Could this woman be looking for revenge on him? Ma Hongjun thought to himself. Although he wasn't afraid, he understood the principle that it's easy to dodge an open attack, but hard to guard against a hidden one. After this battle, he had completely become enemies with this pair of siblings, a situation that would not end until one of them was dead. It's understandable, after all. This was a grudge related to the destruction of Qian. He had ultimately softened his heart. If only he had killed Tang San when he brought him back last night. Thinking of this, Ma Hongjun shook his head again. With so many people in Soto City watching him help Tang San out of the city, he couldn't hide this matter. Killing a classmate. Flander probably wouldn't let him off the hook for that, right? It seemed he could only look for opportunities in the future. Oscar, what's going on with your soul power fluctuations? Didn't I tell you to restrain your soul power? Flander frowned. He didn't pay attention to Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu, but spoke to Oscar, who was standing between the two. Oscar's soul power fluctuations were too obvious and very unstable. A normal soul master would never make such a mistake. Before releasing their martial soul, soul masters would always restrain their soul power. Even if facing a soul master with much higher soul power levels, it was not certain they could see through the specific soul power level. This is the basic operation of soul masters walking in the Douluo Continent. Dean, I have broken through to level 30, Oscar said weakly. He was supposed to break through to level 30 the day before yesterday, but he delayed his training because of Dai Mubai's incident. Yesterday, Tang San had another incident, and since he didn't have much of a relationship with him, he went back to train. Early in the morning, I broke through to level 30. What? You broke through to level 30? Flender was taken aback and said instinctively. Oscar nodded repeatedly and said seriously, Dean, you know me. How could I possibly lie to you? Upon hearing this, Flender smiled. This was the only good news in the past few days. Tang San and the others enrolled. Old Zhao was beaten badly and nearly died. Dai Mubai said something wrong and was heavily injured by the three girls still lying down. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing left Shrek Academy to report to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Tang San. Each of these matters is significant. If it weren't for Flinder's high cultivation and strong abilities, he might have been scared to death. After a moment of happiness, Flinder fell into deep thought. Old Zhao can't possibly take Oscar to hunt for spirit beasts now. He's still lying down, and even eating has to be done by Xiao Xian. Dai Mubai and Tang San also need to recuperate for a while, so it's clearly not possible to team up and go to the Stardow Forest for training. Oscar, very good. You haven't disappointed me. Suddenly, it seemed Flinder thought of something and continued speaking to Oscar. How about this? You go find Teacher Li Yusong now, and let him take you to the Stardow Forest to hunt for spirit beasts. Hearing this, Oscar's expression changed, feeling a bit uncomfortable. He had thought Flinder or Zhao Wujia would take him a hunt for spirit beasts. Li Yusong is fine, but his spirit power level is a bit low, only level 62. But since Flinder said so, as a support, he has no say in the matter. It's already good enough that someone is willing to help him hunt spirit beasts. Okay, Dean. After saying this, Oscar walked away a bit dejectedly. How could Flinder not know Oscar's little thoughts? However, Zhao Wujia is simply too busy right now. As the Dean, he can't leave Shrek Academy. If the two from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School come looking for trouble, or if Tang Hao finds out about Tang San's situation, while he's at the academy, he can still talk things over. If he's not at the academy, the consequences would be unimaginable. Switching scenes to Violet. The joy from the breakthrough flashed by. Wasn't it just a breakthrough? Even if he hadn't discovered some uses of the ancient dragon's power. Isn't it normal to break through 7 or 8 levels in a year? As an elemental pinnacle creature, he will continuously grow over time. The older he gets, the stronger he becomes. Violet is only a bit over 12 years old in this life, which is nothing but a child for a longevity species. Adult? Not yet. The plot should be heading to the Stardow Forest by now, right? I wonder what the protagonist group will gain this time. Suddenly, Violet seemed to think of something and shook his head. No, even if Oscar breaks through to Spirit Ancestor, Tang San and the others can't all go to the Stardow Forest together. Among them, the least likely to go to the Stardow Forest is Tang San. He just lost his Koan yesterday, and without recuperating for 10 days or half a month, it's almost impossible for him to get out of bed and walk. Let alone go to the Stardow Forest. Forget it. These have nothing to do with me. Whether they go or not is fine. It's not as good as having 2 matches in the soul fighting arena. It's a pity that during this time, Tang San is unlikely to come to the arena. Just then, Violet's thoughts were interrupted by a knock. Come in. Creaking, the door opened, and, as expected, it was the gold medal host Dodo. Little Nai Wei, are you hosting the soul fighting today? Why not come to my stage? There are more spectators here, and the contestants are stronger. Dodo naturally found a spot to sit down and then spoke. During this process, Dodo showed no signs of being unfamiliar. Upon hearing this, Violet suddenly remembered that Dodo had mentioned before that he should stay in the sub-arena for a few days to learn the procedures and then go to the main fighting spirit arena as a referee. In other words, they would cooperate, with one hosting and the other officiating. As the highest referee of the fighting spirit arena, he was essentially the top referee, and it seemed a bit unreasonable to just stay in the sub-arena. Sooner or later, he had to go to the main arena. But what about the main character group? After a brief contemplation, Violet ultimately nodded. Going to the main arena was fine, as there were more spectators and more matches there. However, trying to take advantage of the main character group had no future. Although the quality of the competitors in the main arena was not as high as that of the main character group, the quantity could make up for this flaw, but would take more time. With this in mind, Violet no longer hesitated and said, "All right, Dodo, from today on, I will go to the main arena to cooperate with you." As soon as Violet said this, Dodo's beautiful eyes squinted with joy, and she was thrilled that she could finally host with this wooden brother. It was truly delightful. Great. I will let people release the news that our chief referee is moving to the main arena starting today. After saying this, Dodo did not linger and immediately stood up to walk towards the door, fearing that Violet might change his mind. Seeing this, Violet helplessly shrugged. Words once spoken were like water spilled. How could he possibly go back on his word? Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. Violet diligently served as a referee in the fighting spirit arena, and the matches he hosted numbered in the dozens, if not hundreds. Although his soul power level had not broken through again, reaching level 65, he was very close. It's only been a week. Then Violet discovered that during the process of accumulating energy, the more spectators there were and the higher the quality of the competitors, the greater the improvement. This finding made him feel fortunate that he arrived at the main venue early. The scene shifts to Yu Xiaojiang, who looks at Tang San lying in bed, lost in thought. How long has Tang San been in Soto City? He is already injured and lying in bed to recover? Teacher, Tang San wants to get up, but is pressed back down by Yu Xiaojiang. Xiao San, how did you get injured? Is it an internal or external injury? As long as Tang San has the heart to respect his teacher, he can set aside formalities for now. He is injured, and it's better for him to rest well. Seeing his beloved teacher, Tang San almost cried. To Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang is like another father to him, and now he feels unfilial and has severed his lineage. Why are there often tears in Tang San's eyes? Because his heart hurts? It hurts too much. Recently, Tang San has even noticed that his dear sister Xiao Wu seems to be distancing herself from him, which makes him even more miserable. Tang San, it's just a small injury. It's nothing serious. How could Tang San say where he was injured? He still has his pride. This is also one of the reasons why Flander doesn't run away. In Tang San's situation, as long as he doesn't say anything, after a while, when his injuries have healed, no one will notice that he has any problems. Who would take the trouble to check on that? After hearing this, seeing that Tang San seemed a bit hesitant to speak, Yu Xiaojiang didn't press him further. He guessed that Tang San might have been impacted by his injuries, which is why he found it difficult to bring it up. Well, as long as he's fine. It's best to take care of the injuries after being hurt to avoid any hidden injuries or after effects. Hearing Tang San say it was a minor injury, Yu Xiaojiang didn't pay much attention. This child has always been different and wouldn't lie to him. Tang San's eyes twitched. He just felt embarrassed to say it. But this was much more serious than any internal injury. He would rather be like Dai Mubai and suffer severe injuries than deal with this. Suddenly, Tang San seemed to think of something and looked at Yu Xiaojiang with curiosity. Teacher, why are you here at Shrek Academy? Aren't you supposed to be enjoying your retirement at Nodding Academy? This point Yu Xiaojiang had not mentioned before. When he saw Yu Xiaojiang, he almost thought he was hallucinating. Flander is a close friend of the teacher, and he has always invited me to teach at Shrek Academy, but I refused in the past. Now that you have come to Shrek Academy, in order to continue teaching you and to help you solve some cultivation problems. The teacher agreed to Flander's invitation to come to Shrek Academy. Yu Xiaojiang said with his hands behind his back, his expression unchanged. In the past, he just felt embarrassed to see Flander and was afraid that Flander would notice something, which was why he avoided him. You must know that if Flander found out about that matter, they wouldn't just be unable to become brothers. It would be good enough if they didn't become enemies. If it weren't for Tang San needing to use the faculty resources of Shrek Academy to obtain his spirit ring, he wouldn't have let Tang San come to Shrek Academy at all. Having him teach Tang San is enough. What can Shrek Academy, with its unconventional methods, teach? They only have strength but lack knowledge about spirit rings, spirit compatibility, and spirit beast research, which is definitely not as good as what he knows. Even if the source of this knowledge is not legitimate, as he deceived Bibi Dong to obtain it from the Spirit Hall, he still possesses it. The materials from the Spirit Hall, combined with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect's research on spirits and spirit beasts, as well as his own imagination, have made him a master of spirits, self-proclaimed. 39. That Violet went to Heavendo City, and Tang San went crazy with laughter. Is there news? Hearing the words of the newcomer, Violet was taken aback. Has there been news in just a few days? It's barely been 10 days. All right, I understand. Thank you. After thanking the messenger, Violet walked out of the soul fighting arena and headed towards the city outskirts. Soto City is quite far from Heavendo City. Even a great soul master would take at least a month to travel. With such a long distance, news has come in just 10 days. What does this indicate? At the very least, it suggests that a Soul Sage level agility attack type Soul Master made the trip, which makes it possible to travel back and forth in 10 days. Wait, could it be that the old man went himself? If it was Laxus who personally went to Heavendo City, then it wouldn't be surprising at all, because Laxus himself is an agility attack type Soul de Law, and he's at the 89th level, making a round trip in 10 days and finding Dugabo among the people that Violet knows. Only Laxus could accomplish this. Time passed, and after about half an hour, Violet finally returned home, where only Laxus and a few Soul Sage level old farmers were present. Little Violet, this trip almost cost me my old bones. I'm getting old, can't fly anymore. Laxus smiled and continued, but thankfully I found Dugabo. He was curious about why I was looking for him. Thank you, Grandpa. Violet didn't spoil the mood by saying there was no need to rush, as it would be no different from being a backseat driver. He just didn't expect Laxus would personally make a trip. You're still young. Living a few more decades is completely fine. Once you break through to title de Loa, you'll have plenty of time. Well, enough of that. I've arranged to meet Duke Dugu in Heavendo City 2 weeks from now. It seems we can't rest, grandson. Let us go. Time is of the essence. Suddenly, Violet seemed to think of something and said, Grandpa, how did you convince Dugu? With his personality, it's not easy to get a meeting. Before Violet could finish speaking, Laxus waved his hand and laughed. It's just a 10,000-year-old soul bone, something that can be bought with gold soul coins. Oh, I see. No wonder someone like Dugu would agree to meet. He even set a time. Grandson, in this Douluo Continent, strength is the most important thing. Our 8 great families each have at least one soul Douluo stationed, which is also why the 2 empires and the Spirit Hall, along with other major powers, are unwilling to offend us. Of course, the prerequisite is that we maintain absolute neutrality and have no interest with any forces, so they can feel at ease. Secondly, it's about human relationships. Reciprocity is key. For instance, this time, I directly offered a soul bone. Even though the value of this soul bone is not high for soul do or title do, it's almost negligible. However, could Dugu refuse? He might not use it himself, but it would be useful for his descendants. As long as he accepts the soul bone, then everything will be easier to talk about. Laxus' lips curled slightly. Such trivial human relationships could be easily handled. After hearing this, Violet nodded with some understanding, but said nothing. If one had absolute strength, there would be no need for such human relationships. Rather, people would seek you out. Unfortunately, there is no absolute strength at the moment. Seeing Violet's enlightened expression, Laxus nodded. It's good to understand that this is something one needs to grasp when their strength is low. In the end, it still comes down to strength. In Soto City, Violet's sudden departure made Doto somewhat sad, and most of the audience felt the same. They all came to see Violet, who was said to have a legendary appearance. As a result, Violet was nowhere to be found. When Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar arrived at the Soul Arena again, they had already put on their exclusive masks and re-registered their titles. Oscar had returned from hunting souls, but his third soul skill was not the flying mushroom as in the original story. The thousand-hand Azura, soft-bone charm rabbit, and evil fire phoenix actually appeared. Lord Violet truly is remarkable. The staff responsible for arranging the contestants and distributing the platforms murmured. Unfortunately, Lord Violet was not present at the Soul Arena at that time. What? Lord Violet is not at the Soul Arena now? Hearing the staff's words, Xiao Wu exclaimed. Yes, Lord Violet is currently not at the Soul Arena. As for where he went, that is beyond our knowledge. Oh, how could this be? Xiao Wu pouted, feeling somewhat dejected. Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar naturally heard this news. Among them, Tang San was the happiest. With Lord Violet gone, given his strength, who at the same level in the Soul Arena could be his opponent. However, Tang San had a vague feeling that something ominous was about to leave him. His heart felt empty. His originally happy smile was on his face, but it quickly froze and then slowly disappeared. He felt that something very important was gradually drifting away from him. This is an indescribable feeling. Is it an illusion? Tang San was confused and, amidst his brainstorming, still couldn't understand why he had such a feeling. In the end, Tang San shook his head. If he couldn't figure it out, he naturally wouldn't think about it anymore. Taking advantage of the fact that Violet wasn't around, he wanted to focus on ranking up. Brother San, you seem quite happy? Xiao Wu frowned, her beautiful eyes narrowing, and said expressionlessly. She originally wanted to call him Sister San, but after thinking it over, she ultimately decided to call him Brother San. After all, they had 6 years of feelings together, and the old Tang San was still quite good to her. Hearing this, Tang San trembled all over, and the expression beneath his mask twisted slightly. Can't he be happy? That Violet? That Violet. It's all because of that Violet that Xiao Wu has changed. Xiao Wu, I just remembered some happy things. I'm not happy because that Violet left, Tang San said, his face calm and heart steady. Ma Hongjun and Oscar were stunned. What a classic case of not a single cent here. Did Xiao Wu say that Tang San was happy because of that Violet? Tang San was being smug and inadvertently revealing his feelings. You. Xiao Wu was so angry that she trembled all over. Her right index finger pointing at Tang San, her mouth slightly open, wanting to say something but hesitating. Sure enough, Tang San's prejudice against that Violet was like a rolling stone on a mountain. Once it started to slide, it could never stop. Such Tang San. Xiao Wu doesn't he like? 40. Shueqingha? No, it's Qian Renxue. Heavendo City is the imperial capital of the Heavendo Empire. At the same time, it is also the most prosperous city in the Heavendo Empire, not far from the Sunset Forest. After departing from the outskirts of Soto City, Violet and Lixius did not stop much along the way, rushing straight to Heavendo City. After about 10 days, the two arrived at their destination. Along the way, Violet also encountered Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, who were on their way back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Of course, he only took a distant glance and did not pay much attention to the two. Given the speed at which the two women were traveling, they were naturally not as fast as Violet and Lixius. They had set out about half a month earlier, yet they were still caught up by them. To reach Heavendo City, they would still need about a week. There are 5 days left until the agreed time with Douluo, so for these 5 days, Violet and Lixius temporarily settled down in Heavendo City. On this day, Na Wilight was walking alone on the streets of Tiando City. It was his first time visiting Tiando City, and it was necessary to explore it. The descriptions of Tiando City in novels were only partial and should not be generalized. Lixius was different. Throughout the entire Tiando Empire, there was no major city he was unfamiliar with. As the head of one of the 8 families and the operator of a powerful soul arena, it was essential for him to understand all the major cities. Na Wilight's attire had not changed. As he walked down the street, passers-by occasionally gazed at him. However, Na Wilight paid no attention to this and instead observed the buildings within Tiando City. Unlike modern times, the architecture of Tiando City resembled product from the 17th century on the other side of Blue Star, grand, spectacular, and incredibly luxurious. Even the houses where the common people lived were not simple. Of course, could anyone live in such a precious place as Tiando City without some means? Tiando City was indeed prosperous, but it lacked a lot of liveliness. There were almost no street vendors in the city, and most of the pedestrians were well-dressed, elegant, and refined, yet the atmosphere lacked the vibrant essence of everyday life. A passerby could easily be a soul master or a noble, and even a large city like Suatua City could not compare. As Na Wilight walked, he sighed. In terms of architecture, Tiando City was reputed to be the pinnacle of Douluo Continent. Even Wuhuan City and Xinglua City could not match Tiando City's grandeur and magnificence. This also indirectly indicates a problem. The nobles of the Heavendo Empire truly know how to indulge in pleasure more than those from the Star Luo Empire. At that moment, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed young man walked up to Violet. Each of his steps seemed calculated. Every move exuded the aura of a high noble, and he appeared gentle and refined, giving off a very approachable vibe. Young man, you must be visiting Heavendo City for the first time, right? These words made Violet instinctively look towards a newcomer. The young gentleman had a friendly expression, also observing Violet. Indeed, Tiando City truly deserved to be the imperial capital. Just a little exploration brought forth many sentiments. Violet nodded and spoke. The other party had no ill intentions, so he naturally wouldn't lose face in front of him. The two began to chat like old friends. After a while, the young gentleman seemed to think of something, cupped his hands towards Violet, and said with a friendly demeanor, "I am Xue Qinghe. May I ask for your name, young sir?" Of course, this was somewhat presumptuous, but since he felt a connection with the brother in front of him, he continued. Before Xue Qinghe could finish his sentence, Violet's body trembled, then shook again. Goodness, was it really such a coincidence? He wondered what was happening, as during their conversation just now, at least several nobles had looked over with envy. It turned out that the person in front of him was none other than the crown prince of Tiando, Xue Qinghe. What the heck? She was Qian Renxue. What a coincidence to say young sir first, and then call him brother afterward. How could Qian Renxue have taken an interest in him? Moreover, she even took the initiative to greet him. After a moment of thought, Violet shook his head again. His appearance and demeanor made him stand out as the absolute main character in any crowd. Not to mention, it was quite normal for someone to notice him when he was walking alone on the street. Violet waved his hand and said, "Your Highness, you jest." At this point, Violet cupped his hands again and continued, "I am Violet, the highest judge of the Soul Arena in Soto City. It is truly admirable that your Highness can engage in such pleasant conversation with us commoners." Considering this, he had not obtained an imperial title, and neither had the old master Lycesius, so they could be considered commoners. Of course, as an absolutely neutral force. They could not accept titles from either the Tiando or Star Luo empires. Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe was initially taken aback. The highest judge of Soto City, named Violet, was actually from the Soul Arena. Moreover, judging by his attire and demeanor, he didn't seem like an ordinary staff member at all. It seemed she had run into a member of the 8 great families. No wonder he had such an aura and appearance. It was a pity that he was from a hidden family. The reason she approached Violet was simply to get to know him. As for him knowing her identity, Qian Renxue was not surprised at all. The fact that Xue Qinghe was the crown prince of Tiando was not a secret. Could there be another person named Xue Qinghe in Tiando Imperial City? As a member of one of the 8 great families, it was no problem for him to know her identity. Young brother Violet, our encounter is fate. I feel we're like old friends, so calling me your highness seems too formal. Besides, this is not the palace. There is no need for that. Xue Qinghe waved her hand, appearing to be quite indifferent to her status, and then continued. If you are willing, you can call me Brother Xue. Xue Qinghe had a beaming smile, aiming to be amiable and approachable. However, Violet shook his head and said, Thank you for your kind offer, your highness, but my family has many rules, so I cannot accept. The reason the 8 great families had survived until now was that they did not favor either side and did not offend anyone. Eliminating the 8 great families would result in heavy losses, and it would not be worth it. They simply wanted to run the Seoul arena steadily and did not concern themselves with other matters, never getting involved in the conflicts on the Douluo Continent. Regardless of who claimed kingship or dominance, he would not participate. Who would take the time to eliminate such a force? As soon as these words were spoken, Xue Qinghe instantly realized that her previous guesses were correct. 41. The Duga Mansion Dugabo. For this reason, Xue Qinghe was not angry, because she understood the rules of the 8 great families. Not to mention being relatively close to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Even making friends has to be selective. It is that strict, unaffected by any external factors. As long as there are no friends or promises in the outside world, it can significantly reduce a lot of trouble. For example, if a close friend is preparing for revenge, but his enemy is particularly powerful, should one help or not? What if it implicates the family later? A whole bunch of troublesome issues arise from this. This is also why the 8 great families have such a code of conduct. A slight mistake could lead to an irreversible outcome. Bonds? The 8 great families are interconnected, and there are plenty of bonds. There is no need to form bonds with outsiders. Xue Qinghe glanced at Violet and how similar their experiences were. There are no playmates at all. Even friendships are restricted. However, Violet's situation is much better than hers. At least he doesn't have to pretend to be someone else. Just feeling a bit of regret. Xue Qinghe had no other intentions. In her eyes, only talent and strength matter. Appearance and temperament are merely embellishments. Just like how men feel pleasure when seeing beautiful women. Women feel the same when seeing handsome men. It's nothing more than that. It's not about liking, just pure nature. Your Highness, if there is nothing else. I'll take my leave, Violet said calmly. Hearing this, Xue Qinghe's lips curled slightly. She found this person increasingly interesting. There is nothing else, Violet. If you have time, you may come to the prince's mansion for a visit, Xue Qinghe said politely. Without her token, can one just enter the prince's mansion? She had no intention of giving Violet a token. Her words were merely polite. If there is a chance, I hope your highness won't mind my intrusion when the time comes. The mountains remain unchanged. The waters flow forever. The road is long and steep. So we shall part here. Farewell. Without waiting for Xue Qinghe's response, Violet turned and left. If this person before him were truly Xue Qinghe, it wouldn't matter to say a few more words, but unfortunately, he was not. Qian Renxue's ambition is too strong. Too much interaction with her could lead to significant problems if she develops the desire to recruit him. One must know, the gaze she uses when trying to recruit someone cannot be concealed, even if he were the son of her father's enemy. As long as she took a liking to him, she could recruit him even at the expense of loyal ministers from back then. One can imagine how terrifying she truly is. Seeing Violet leave just like that, Xue Qinghe stood still for a moment, her smile frozen. Under her management, the name Xue Qinghe should have an excellent reputation, from the lack of further communication from the other party. It truly seems the 8 great families are committed to their principles. Indeed, these people will not become obstacles, as long as one changes their mindset, perspective, and identity. Violet's actions align perfectly with Qian Renxue's ideas. Shaking her head, Qian Renxue didn't think much more. She didn't have that much time to focus on a small man. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for her appointment with Dugabo. On that day, Lexius brought Neuvillette directly to the residence of Dugabo. Although Dugabo did not want to accept the title of Marquis from the Heavendo Empire, he had no choice but to accept this so-called Marquis position due to the life-saving grace of Prince Xuexing. In the city of Heavendo, Dugabo had a Marquis residence, the Dugabo Manor, granted by the Snowy Knight Emperor. Today, the Dugabo Manor was different from usual. The main gate was wide open, as if welcoming some guests. Due to his reclusive nature, there were no servants in the Dugabo Manor to greet the guests, and it was clearly impossible for him to personally welcome anyone. Even his life-saving benefactor Prince Xueshing. This is also why the gate of the Douluo residence is wide open. When Rexus and Neuvillette arrived at the entrance of the Douluo residence, they exchanged a glance and smiled at each other, finding Douluo quite interesting. Nodding slightly without saying a word, the grandfather and grandson walked in one after the other. Before long, they reached the reception hall, where Douluo had been waiting for quite some time. Douluo had a lean face, with dark green hair and pupils, particularly his pupils, which resembled the eyes of a venomous snake hunting its prey. His gaze merely swept over Rexus before settling on Neuvillette. Douluo was very curious about who this person was and what reason they had for presenting a millennium-level soul bone as a gift for their meeting. Even if this soul bone was just over a millennium old, its value was still considerable. I didn't realize it until I looked closely, and it was shocking. For some reason, when Douluo looked at Violet, he felt a bit of palpitations and a sense of submission. As a titled Douluo, he quickly found a reason. It was his martial soul at work. Ever since his martial soul evolved into the Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor, his martial soul has been one of the top-tier martial souls. This situation is almost impossible, but now it has happened. Douluo couldn't help but glance at Weilai a couple more times, feeling even more puzzled. Please have a seat. Douluo gestured with his right hand, indicating for the two to sit down. As the host, how could he let the guests stand while talking? After Lycusius and Weilai took their seats, the former finally spoke. Lord Douluo, this is my grandson Weilai. We have come here because of matters concerning my grandson. Well, may I ask what is? At this moment, Douluo was quite interested in Weilai. The fact that his martial soul instantly submitted to him meant that if he were to become an enemy, he might not be able to unleash even 80% of his strength. This is so weird. If I can't be a friend, then I can only. Grandson? You say it. Lexius didn't know what Violet was looking for from Douluo, so he could only let Violet speak. All right, Grandpa. After hearing this, Violet first responded to the old man, then calmly said, Your Excellency Douluo, I came here this time to make a deal with you. Please don't be in a hurry to refuse. This deal can help you and your descendants solve the problem of your martial souls. As soon as these words were spoken, even Lexius was stunned. Grandson, do you want to listen to what you're saying? If he had known from the beginning that Violet would say this, he would definitely not have helped. The problem with martial souls, Douluo has cultivated to the title Douluo level. What problem could there be with martial souls? At this moment, the air had turned a bit colder. 42. Douluo is in trouble. The atmosphere in the room had indeed cooled down, and it was clear that Douluo was not calm. He knew his own family's issues. Their martial souls did indeed have problems that would be inherited and poison the next generation. His son and daughter-in-law left precisely because of this. It wasn't just an inheritance issue. With continuous cultivation, he himself would also become a toxic person. Your Excellency Douluo. Before Lexius could finish speaking, Douluo waved his hand and said expressionlessly, Kid, continue. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, Douluo sneered. A title Douluo is still a title Douluo. If it weren't for some fear of the invisible pressure from Violet, he would have already exploded. This involves the secrets of the Douluo family. Even though only he and Douluo Yin are left in the Douluo family now. Lexius sighed at this. Then his gaze sharpened. He was already prepared to take Violet and run. If Douluo showed any unusual behavior, he would immediately take Violet and flee. Under Douluo, my Violet has always adhered to fairness and justice in her dealings. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't need to exchange what I need with you. I would take it myself. After saying this, an invisible pressure erupted from Violet, crushing towards Douluo instantly. Douluo's eyes widened in shock, his gaze filled with horror. His martial soul was trembling in fear, even to the point of not wanting to show itself. It was as if an ordinary snake had encountered its king, filled with fear and reverence, not daring to look directly. If he could exert about 70 of his fighting power before now, if Douluo could exert 50 of his original fighting power, it would already be a testament to his strong will. Hearing Violet's words, Douluo's expression darkened significantly. This was the second time he had been threatened since becoming a title Douluo. Lexius was stunned. This grandson was walking further down the path of self-destruction. However, things seemed to be somewhat unexpected. This Douluo had no intention of making a move, so why did his expression look so bad? It seemed like he was about to explode at any moment. This momentum lasted only a moment before Violet withdrew. Under the banner of the Douluo family, there are matters that can be discussed calmly. There's no need to resort to threats and intimidation. This is not right, Violet said as he returned to his seat, his expression unchanged. Douluo twitched at the corner of his eye. This guy is blaming others first. When Violet revealed his secret, He was actually already prepared to take action. Secrets among soul masters are not something anyone can know, right? If it weren't for his fear of Renxues and Villette, he wouldn't have given Villette the chance to explain. But this guy didn't explain at all. Instead, he was even more aggressive than this title Douluo. He directly threatened him. At this point, Douluo thought for a moment and decided to lay it all out. Kid, if you can really solve this problem, name what you want. As long as I have it, I can give it to you. The poison of the martial soul has always been a pain in Douluo's heart. No matter how powerful he is, he can't save his son and daughter-in-law. This poison is hereditary. It will harm future generations. Douluo's hair and pupils are the best proof of this. Since that Violet said this is a transaction, then he must have grasped some solution. And it just so happens that he has taken a liking to something in his hands. Douluo, your lineage's problem lies with the martial soul. It is the poison of the martial soul, which will continuously grow with cultivation. Every time it rains, after explaining Douluo's situation and symptoms, Violet finally picked up the tea beside him and took a gentle sip. No poison. Hearing this, Douluo's eyes lit up. What Violet said matched his situation perfectly. It was no longer about asking how he knew, but rather how to resolve this situation. You're the first one brave enough to drink the tea brewed by this old man. Just for this, I am willing to trust you once. Speak. What do you want? Douluo stroked his beard, staring intently at Violet. This person, who doesn't seem older than his granddaughter, is surprisingly terrifying. Damn that Douluo. It's a sin. Under the Douluo crown, the content of the deal is that I will help you and your descendants resolve the poison of the martial soul. And in return, you will give me the precious land in the Sunset Forest. That piece of land is priceless. Do you think the lives of me and my granddaughter have a price? Before that Violet could finish speaking, Douluo said quietly. That Violet fell silent. The precious land is priceless, and life is also priceless. As long as you can solve this problem, what's the harm in giving you that land? Douluo didn't ask Violet why he knew about that place. Isn't it normal for him to know about the poisoning of him and his granddaughter? Besides, if it weren't for that piece of land, this guy wouldn't necessarily have any connection with him, right? Of course, if you dare to deceive me, Douluo said. Violet didn't take those words to heart at all. Instead, he was thinking about another question. This transaction is actually not fair. In the Douluo Continent, there seems to be nothing comparable to the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Even a soul bone of 100,000 years cannot be compared to this treasure land. Just saving Douluo and Douluo, as well as solving the issue of martial soul inheritance, cannot be considered fair or just, although both are priceless. This transaction is still not fair or just. Forget it. I'll think a way to make up for it later, at most. I'll pay more attention to Douluo's descendants in the future, or try to help him improve some strength. With this in mind, Violet no longer hesitated and decided to make special arrangements. Douluo, could you first take my grandfather and me to your treasure land? I have several methods here that can solve the problems between you and your granddaughter, but they all require this treasure land. Violet spoke frankly. The best solution is to allow Douluo and Douluo's martial souls to evolve, breaking away from the snake martial soul form. They are humans, not snakes, and do not have toxin-storing sacs. After the martial soul evolves, this problem will naturally be resolved. Additionally, there is a solution similar to the original work, but it only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. The absolute best way is to directly sever the inheritance of the Douluo lineage. Once Violet becomes a deity and possesses divine power, he can replace the Douluo lineage's martial souls with God-given martial souls. With this thought, Violet's eyes lit up. This method seems feasible, and this transaction can also be considered fair and just. 43. The short-lived wife is about to be resurrected. All gras, all hamur, all shof bonedrambit. And their child has the martial soul of the bright dragon god Butterfly. This illustrates a problem. Martial souls can be granted by the gods. However, would Douluo accept such a proposal? Goodness, I asked you to save me, not to cut off my inheritance. If the martial soul is directly changed, what will happen to the Douluo family's green phosphor snake? Fortunately, Douluo does not know what Violet is thinking at this moment. If he did, he would probably be very hesitant and conflicted. A God-given martial soul, no matter how poor, wouldn't be too bad, and it would be much stronger than his family's green phosphor snake martial soul. However, this is his family's inherited martial soul. Douluo has even cultivated this martial soul to the title Douluo level. How could he just sever it? In the face of life and inheritance, Douluo would likely choose the former. If he were alone, he would probably choose the latter. Douluo is not someone who procrastinates. After hearing Violet's words, he did not hesitate at all and immediately stood up, saying, "Let's go now." After saying this, he did not look at Violet and Lexius, but walked towards the hall exit on his own. "You brat, you really scared this old bone of mine. Do you know how dangerous it was just now? If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have brought you here for anything." Lexius whispered in Violet's ear, feeling completely numb. "Don't worry, Grandpa. I know what I'm doing." "You know nothing." Lexius pouted, dissatisfied. No matter how weak Douluo is, he is still a titled Douluo, not someone this old master can offend. But his grandson keeps acting recklessly in front of Douluo. To his surprise, Violet actually knows about the issues with Douluo's martial soul. This is something that Lexus can't figure out, no matter how they think about it. How long has this kid been away from home? He hasn't even left Soto City, hasn't seen Douluo, yet he knows about the other party's treasure and issues. After chatting briefly, the grandfather and grandson stood up and headed in the direction Douluo had left, chasing after him. Tiendo City is not far from the Sunset Forest. In just over a moment, the three of them arrived at the edge of the Sunset Forest. This was the first time Violet entered the Soul Beast Forest. In the past, he had never hunted soul beasts. On the outskirts of the Sunset Forest, most of the soul beasts were 10-year-old ones. And these soul beasts didn't dare to approach the three of them at all. After walking for another quarter of an hour, the three arrived at the foot of a mountain, where they were covered by a poison formation. Even a soul sane expert could risk poisoning if they weren't careful. This was arranged by Douluo to prevent soul beasts from ascending the mountain and damaging the ecology of this precious land. Even at the foot of the mountain, Violet felt a strong aura of ice and fire. It seemed that Douluo was not being deceitful and that it was indeed the genuine ice and fire yin-yang eye. "This is an antidote pill. The poison here was laid by me. Without it, even if a soul Douluo came, it wouldn't help." Douluo took out 2 pill-like antidotes from somewhere and handed them to Violet and Lexius, saying, the two exchanged glances. Lexius hesitated a bit. Douluo's things should not be taken lightly. However, Violet did not have so many thoughts. Even if it was poison, so what? Without hesitation, he swallowed it directly. "Grandpa, you must trust Lord Douluo. His reputation may not be very good, but he has always been upright and would never do something like poisoning." After hearing this, Douluo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was this kid praising him or mocking him? He simply chose to remain silent, hands behind his back, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, pretending to be a master. His heart was completely unperturbed. The antidote pill was indeed a genuine antidote pill, with no tricks involved. Lexius sighed. His grandson was still too young. One should not harbor malicious intent, but one must always be wary of others. It's normal for him not to understand this principle now. After a moment of contemplation, Lycesius gritted his teeth and ultimately consumed the detoxification pill. Seeing this, Douluo said nothing and continued to walk towards the mountain peak. Soon, the three of them reached the top, where the scenery suddenly changed dramatically. The once peaceful summit appeared to have been struck by a meteor from the sky, creating a massive pit. It formed a terrain surrounded by mountains on all sides, with a basin in the center. Looking down, a spring with alternating shades of blue and red caught their eyes. Even the well-informed Lycesius couldn't help but exclaim, "This place is indeed a treasure." Although he didn't understand the value of this place, the soul power energy here was far stronger than that of the outside world. Much stronger. "Wow, Valite, is this the energy-filled place you mentioned?" Fucalos also dropped her act and exclaimed, "The energy here is incredibly rich, enough for her to regain her human form and even recover most of her strength." She hadn't spoken to Valite in many days, fearing that once Valite heard her voice, she'd start thinking about the little pure water spirit and the little water dragon. These days, she chose to play dead. "Yes, how about it, Violet? Can you absorb the energy here?" Violet said somewhat excitedly. "Well, I suppose so. As a water god and demon god, she can certainly absorb this energy. But here comes that Violet again. Is the desire for revenge that strong? That's good. At least it wasn't a wasted trip for me." Violet nodded, feeling very happy. His short-lived wife was about to be revived. While a bit excited, he was also somewhat agitated. This guy, wait a moment, let me help Douluo with his soul problem. After saying this, Violet came back to his senses and looked at Douluo and Lexius. "This is my precious land. Let's go down." Douluo jumped down directly. As a tidal Douluo, he could hover briefly in the air but not fly. Currently, tidal Douluos mostly can only hover in the air without flight soul skills. Unless one's strength reaches level 95 or above, they can only fly briefly in the air. There are 3 reasons. First, current tidal Douluos do not have a soul core. Their soul power is strong, but cannot be squandered at will. Second, the current Douluo Continent suppression of soul masters is much stronger than it will be in 10,000 years. Third, the current titled Douluos do not have flying soul tools. The second point is that the current Douluo Continent can withstand the battles of 3 first-level deities, even the appearance of a god king. However, in 10,000 years, not to mention a god king, even a first-level deity cannot stay for long. The Douluo Continent 20,000 years later will be even worse. Don't worry, even though I know nothing about pharmacology. Lexaeus, a flying agility-type soul master, inherently possesses flying abilities. If he wanted to escape, most titled Douluos would have no way to stop him. Just as Lexaeus was about to release his martial soul and take Violet down, he was slightly taken aback when he saw Violet walking through the air and flying down. No, at least release your martial soul and disguise yourself. Lexaeus twitched at the corner of his eye, slightly supporting his forehead, and muttered helplessly. Without even releasing his martial soul, just walking through the air, can titled Douluos do such a thing? This is a question. Shaking his head, Lexaeus finally released his martial soul and flew downwards. The height is said to be high, but it's not really that high, about 1,000 meters or so. For ordinary people or low-level soul masters, falling from this height would almost certainly mean death. However, for the 3 of them, this was not a problem at all. Douluo landed first, instinctively looking at that Violet. Not looking would be fine, but seeing it made him jump. Goodness, without releasing their martial soul, there were soul power fluctuations, albeit not much. Yet this guy could walk on air. Douluo was merely gliding, but this fellow was actually flying. Swallowing hard, Douluo felt that not losing his temper earlier was indeed the right decision. Once he lost his temper, who knew who would be teaching whom a lesson? The treasure is right here. As long as we can resolve the issues between me and Yanzi, this place will belong to you, Douluo said seriously, his tone very firm, without a hint of reluctance. He cared more about his granddaughter than any external possessions. Rest assured, although I know nothing about pharmacology, Douluo. His mind was filled with question marks. What the heck? What does it mean to know nothing about pharmacology? But please rest assured, Sir Douluo, I happen to know how to solve the problems for you and your granddaughter. Upon hearing this, Douluo looked at Violet with some confusion, as he was just about to explode in anger. Fortunately, Violet spoke quickly, otherwise his anger would have been ignited. Ignoring the bewildered Douluo, Violet continued to examine the Eye of Ice and Fire. Most of these spiritual herbs he really doesn't recognize, only remembering some with distinctive features. The 2 spiritual herbs in the Ice Spring and Fire Spring are extremely identifiable, namely the 8-star mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom. The Qian chrysanthemum is even easier to distinguish. He can identify the most important spiritual herbs, but when it comes to some poisonous plants, he is at a loss. He does not have memories from the Violet era, and besides, the flowers and plants on Tivit Continent are vastly different from the spiritual herbs here. This is... Just at this moment, Lexaeus exclaimed he saw something. A whole garden of divine herbs. Others may not recognize them, but the 8 great families with a long heritage have recorded some legendary items. If Douluo recognizes spiritual herbs, it shows that this world has records of them. It's just that they're not accepted or understood by most soul masters. Qian chrysanthemum, 8-petal celestial orchid, and is there really a fragrant Qiluo immortal product here? Upon hearing this, the Violet was taken aback and looked at Lexaeus in surprise. The old man actually knows these spiritual herbs? My God, the legendary 8-star mysterious ice grass and fiery apricot blossom actually look like this. Arriving at the edge of the Ice and Fire Spring, Lexaeus stared at the 2 spiritual herbs in the spring, his eyes shining. Well, Violet finally confirmed that the old man truly knows these things, and he also understands their value. Perhaps not much, but it should be enough. If he didn't know their value, the old man wouldn't have such a ghostly expression. The last time I saw such an expression was on the day he awakened his martial soul. Grandpa, can you help me find the Earth Dragon Golden Melon? Lord Douluo and his granddaughter needed to solve their martial soul problems, Violet said straightforwardly. Upon hearing this, Douluo and Lexaeus were both taken aback. The former was stunned because something that could solve their martial soul problems was right here. The latter's astonishment was different. Earth Dragon Golden Melon? Lexaeus murmured, as if recalling something, and suddenly realized. So that's it. If there really is an Earth Dragon Golden Melon here, it could indeed solve Lord Douluo's martial soul problem. By evolving the martial soul from its root, it naturally wouldn't suffer from poisoning. The Earth Dragon Golden Melon is a treasure for all dragon martial soul masters. and even more so for snake martial soul masters. Ahem, Grandpa, why don't you check if there are any Earth Dragon Golden Melons first? Violet coughed twice, interrupting Lexius's words. He couldn't wait another moment. Hey, it's fine if you don't want to hear it, but learning more is still useful. Lexius shook his head and sighed. Douluo, he doesn't want to hear it, but I do. You should continue talking. Although Douluo had a higher soul power level than Lexius. In terms of family heritage, Douluo was far behind Lexius. Most of these things are family secrets that are not passed down. Douluo feels helpless. The performance of Lycesius makes him realize one thing. Everything here is not simple. Unfortunately, he lacks education. He has no inheritance. He doesn't understand the value of these things. Douluo wants to cry without tears, but there's nothing he can do. What he has said is like water that has been spilled, and there is no possibility of regret. Gaining it is my fortune, losing it is my life. Being able to save Yin, this place can be considered to have served its purpose. Thinking about it this way, although Douluo was still very heartbroken, it wasn't to the point of wanting to end his life. After a while, there was movement on Lexius's side. Here, before Violet could react. Douluo was like an arrow released from a bow, instantly appearing next to Lexius. What came into view were several golden sweet potato vines. The Earth Dragon Golden Melon was also a type of sweet potato, naturally growing underground. With the sweet potato vines present, it indicated that the Earth Dragon Golden Melon was in the soil below. These were the sweet potato vines of the Earth Dragon Golden Melon. But I didn't know how many Earth Dragon Golden Melons there were. Lexius shrugged and said to Douluo, "What are we waiting for?" Douluo was in a panic and immediately started digging. He didn't use any tools, just his hands. If he used tools and accidentally hurt this life-saving treasure, what would he do? Violet and Lexius exchanged glances, and neither of them interrupted Douluo, who was digging in the dirt. 45. Aren't you going to consider yourself? After seeing the celestial herbs in the ice and fire dual eyes, Lexius finally understood what Violet meant when she said Douluo had something that could break through to the tidal Douluo level. If used properly, the celestial herbs here could do more than just create a few tidal Douluos. Grandson, the most valuable thing here. I already calculated it while searching for the Earth Dragon Golden Melon. Follow me. Upon hearing this, Violet instinctively followed Lexius to the edge of the ice and fire spring. This is the 8-angled profound ice grass and the fierce fire apricot flower. Taking them together can grant immunity to ice and fire attributes. It can better forge your invincible potential. And these. Violet followed Lexius, stopping and going, while Lexius kept talking. He was just listening. After Lexius finished introducing the heartbroken red, Violet finally said, "Grandpa, you've been thinking about how I can become stronger and invincible. Aren't you going to consider yourself?" Hearing this, Lexius was taken aback, his mouth slightly open, wanting to say something but hesitating. How could he not have considered himself? However, using these things on Violet would be the most cost-effective. As for his old bones, using such divine items would only be a waste. At my age, using such divine items. Before Lexius could finish his sentence, Violet waved her hand and said, "Grandpa, with my talent, even without these things, becoming invincible is only a matter of time. I don't really need these things." Violet exuded a strong sense of confidence, and Lexius believed her. He just wanted to make Lexius even more invincible. Besides, although you know the effects of these celestial herbs, you don't realize that a person can only refine a few celestial herbs in their lifetime. Testing drugs has its dangers. Refining too many could be detrimental. This remark is directed at a person. But Wei Lai Te is a dragon. This statement can be seen as deceiving Lei Ku Xiu Si. After Lei Ku Xiu Si finishes selecting, he will choose some immortal herbs to consume, and then everything here will turn into nourishment for Fucaluo Si's resurrection. Hearing this, Lei Ku Xiu Si seemed to ponder. After a while, he sighed. Perhaps Wei Lai Te was right. I don't know which immortal herb suits you, so you should choose by yourself. Wei Lai Te smiled and said. With this said, Lei Ku Xiu Si no longer hesitated. In just a moment, he had already made a decision in his heart. The miraculous mushroom, Tong Tianju, and the rooster-crowned phoenix, sunflower. Dai Mu Bai and the others consumed the immortal herbs, but due to the inability to refine their medicinal properties all at once, they needed to reach the soul sage level to completely refine them. At that time, their soul power levels were generally in the 20s or 30s, and only Dai Mu Bai had reached 39. This level of soul power naturally could not refine the immortal herbs all at once. However, Lei Ku Xiu Si was different. He was an 89th level soul Douluo. Refining immortal herbs was not as simple as eating and drinking, but it was not far off. Lei Qian had only made a decision in his heart, and did not directly pick these two immortal herbs, because the matter with Douluo had not been resolved yet. And this treasure land did not belong to Wei Lai Te for the time being. The previous narration was merely an early arrangement of ownership, and they were both very principled individuals. Haha, there are 3 Earth Dragon golden melons. At that moment, Douluo laughed loudly, and while laughing, he almost cried. If he had known earlier that the solution to their martial soul problem was right here, his son would not have died. Fortunately, it was not too late. Hearing Douluo's voice, Lei Qian and Wei Lai Te walked over to him without making a sound. After glancing at him, Wei Lai Te said, "These 3 Earth Dragon golden melons are already ripe. Douluo is too deeply poisoned, and the martial soul poison is much stronger than that of Douluo girl. Taking 2 Earth Dragon golden melons should be enough to evolve the martial soul. As for Douluo girl, she is still young, and her martial soul poison and strength are not as strong as Douluo. So 1 Earth Dragon golden melon is enough to change the martial soul's form. 3 Earth Dragon golden melons, not too many, just right. This is fate. Douluo, go to hell with fate. If that were fate, why didn't he know earlier that this thing could save lives? He had been here for decades and had no idea at all. How should this be used? Eat it like a fruit, and then refine it. Eating the Earth Dragon golden melon really has no requirements. Just swallow it down, which is what is meant by eating it like a fruit. It's quite strange. When faced with the Earth Dragon golden melon, all dragon martial soul masters have a desire to devour it, including dragon-type soul beasts. However, Wei Lai Te, being a dragon himself, showed no interest whatsoever in the Earth Dragon golden melon. The Earth Dragon golden melon can purify the dragon bloodline and has a high probability of evolving dragon-type martial souls. But in Wei Lai Te's view, this thing would pollute his bloodline. That's right, that's how it is. Is the Earth Dragon considered dragon? The true dragons of Douluo Continent might be no more than this. Facing the graves of the 2 great dragon kings of Douluo, Wei Lai Te felt no sense of oppression. Douluo pondered for a moment and glanced at Wei Lai Te. He suddenly found this young man quite pleasing to the eye. I will never say thank you. This is a transaction. I will go try this so-called Earth Dragon golden melon to see if it can really solve my martial soul problem. If you dare to deceive me, I will definitely destroy this place before I die." Douluo said expressionlessly, a hint of pride flashing across his face. From the tremor of the martial soul. The Earth Dragon golden melon is definitely beneficial for his martial soul. Why hadn't he discovered it before? If this thing were to harm him, he could still destroy this place before dying. Without waiting for Wei Lai Te to speak, Douluo walked off to the side, prepared to consume the Earth Dragon golden melon for refinement. He naturally wouldn't let Douluo try such a thing. In fact, haven't you already said thank you? At this, Violet murmured, "Douluo is really stubborn. For someone like him, saying thank you is almost more painful than killing him." Time passed by second, and after about 3 hours, a loud dragon roar resounded throughout the ice and fire 2Es. At this moment, Douluo looked completely rejuvenated, appearing much younger, in a state of martial spirit possession. 46. Water and Fire Dragon King Sacrifice. In a state of martial spirit possession, Douluo underwent some subtle changes. First, a green, poisonous horn grew from the center of his forehead. Secondly, there were changes to his scales and claws. It feels so good, truly exhilarating. Douluo himself had forgotten how long it had been since he felt this relaxed. In the past, although he was powerful, he was often harmed by his own toxins, making him feel worse than dead. If it weren't for Douluo being still young, he might have long given up hope for survival. That kind of pain can only be truly understood through personal experience. It's terrifying. After a short while, Douluo's laughter subsided, and he retracted his martial spirit. His appearance at this moment was also vastly different from before. His originally bright green hair turned gray-white, which is the normal hair color, and the color of his pupils returned to normal, although there was still a hint of green. This little issue is nothing to Douluo kid. This transaction is complete, and from now on, this place belongs to you. Douluo clasped his hands behind his back, looking like a sage, and said calmly, "Thank you, Lord Douluo." As soon as Violet's words fell, Douluo waved his hand and continued, "It's just a transaction. No need for thanks. I have some matters to attend to, so I won't stay long. Farewell." After saying this, Douluo took another glance at the ice and fire yin-yang eye, a hint of reluctance flashing in his eyes, knowing that this was something he had managed for most of his life. Unfortunately, it no longer belonged to him. Without waiting for Violet and Lexius to say anything, Douluo swiftly turned and left, showing no signs of attachment. He feared that if he stayed any longer, he would regret it. After Douluo left, Violet said, "Grandpa, you should go get the immortal herbs you need first, and I'll see which ones are suitable for me." "All right." Lexius also didn't hesitate, nodded, and walked towards a rare mushroom and the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. These two immortal herbs complement him quite well, and they are not suitable for CryingOver to absorb. The rooster-crowned phoenix sunflower is fire attribute, while CryingOver is water attribute, making them completely incompatible. As for the fiery apricot blossom, it's different because it is used to neutralize the 8-pointed ice grass. Only by swallowing these two immortal herbs together can one gain immunity to both ice and fire. Once one possesses immunity to both ice and fire, this miraculous Tongtian chrysanthemum would no longer be of any use to CryingOver. Seeing the old man take two types of immortal herbs and absorb them in the corner, CryingOver took another look at the eye of ice and fire. His mind then shifted back to his sea of consciousness. "Fucalos, how are you going to absorb this energy?" CryingOver asked in confusion. Fucalos currently did not have a specific form and could not leave CryingOver's sea of consciousness for the time being, unless it accumulated enough energy to survive outside. So how could Fucalos absorb this energy now? As for the immortal herbs, how could they be more important than a wife? You just need to come into contact with the ice and fire spring water. CryingOver was taken aback. Fucalos was treating him as a transit station? How sneaky. It seemed that the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom. Before CryingOver could finish his sentence, he felt as if a voice was ringing in his ears. Impossible, how could this be? A humanoid dragon? And its water attribute. Its status is even more powerful than mine. Old Shui, are you mistaken? No, absolutely not. Its strength appears to be just that, but its status is indeed higher than mine. A humanoid dragon? How strange. Did my father ever create a humanoid dragon? Not clear. Memories are incomplete. The voice in his ears could not be an auditory hallucination. CryingOver furrowed his brows. Had he attracted the remnant soul of the Douluo Water and Fire Dragon King? These two old guys are not completely dead, and he knows it. However, their dragon souls should not have self-awareness and should only be able to recoalesce after 20,000 years. But now, they surprisingly have self-awareness? Could it be that Father created them, but didn't tell us? The original Dragon Kings are all sons of the Dragon God. When they call the Dragon God, it is either Father or the Father God. It shouldn't be the case. I'm already the Water Dragon King, and there is no reason for Father to create another Water Dragon King. What if Father doesn't like you? The Fire and Water Dragon Kings talked a lot, and they even forgot how long they had been dead. Just as their consciousness was about to dissipate, a humanoid dragon appeared before them. Its status was still above theirs. At this moment, it was still too weak. Since it was going to dissipate anyway, why not take this opportunity to help it? Although they had never seen a humanoid dragon, it was definitely of the same kin, and its status was above theirs. Perhaps the hope of the dragon race's resurgence lies with it. I have no objections to helping it. Good. This way, even in death, we will have some value. Then Violet was stunned. What were these two dragon kings talking about? He didn't quite understand. What does helping it mean? Just as Violet was puzzled, two dragon souls flew out from the ice fire spring, staring intently at Violet. One was ice blue, and the other was fire red. Unlike Eastern dragons, they look more like lizards with wings. Violet showed no signs of panic and simply observed the two dragon souls. They exchanged glances, not giving Violet a chance to speak. Suddenly, they radiated brilliant light, transforming into a stream of light that shot towards Violet. Both sides were taken aback, but the Douluo Water and Fire Dragon Kings quickly reacted. Martial soul? They didn't have the concept of a martial soul before they died, and without a martial soul, they naturally didn't understand what it was. However, they still had the ability to see through phenomena to the essence. Has the rule of Douluo Star evolved into this? The two Dragon Kings thought to themselves. Without hesitation, they continued their previous actions. Violet instantly entered a martial soul possession state. He himself was the martial soul, and the so-called martial soul possession state was just a state. Soon, two golden rings slowly rose from beneath his feet, and the states of the two dragon souls became increasingly transparent. Just as they were about to perish, an unknown force pushed Violet into the ice fire spring. There was still their inheritance there? What is going on? These two old guys have been dead for so long, and they can still perform sacrifice? Fortunately, at this moment, Raikijus is refining the energy of the immortal grass, preparing to break through to the tidal Douluo level, and is not paying attention to the outside situation otherwise. 47. That short-lived wife has returned. Time passed, and when Raikijus opened his eyes with a smile, ready to let out a long howl to express his joy at breaking through to tidal Douluo, the scene before him froze the smile on his face. He was refining the immortal grass. What exactly happened to the ice and fire yin-yang eye? Was it gnawed by something, or was it? Lexius gasped. The scene was desolate. The previously vibrant ice and fire yin-yang eye was now empty. No, there was still a stone left. That is the essence of the heartbroken red. Wait, where's my grandson? The state of the ice and fire yin-yang eye doesn't matter. This place was originally earned by Violet. Being able to obtain 2 immortal grasses to break through to level 90, he was already very satisfied. He had no other desires. But where did his grandson go? Coming back to his senses, Lexius quickly scanned the entire area and discovered something even more bizarre. Where was the ice and fire spring water? Stroking his beard, Lexius frowned, becoming even more puzzled. He quickly approached the edge of where the ice and fire spring water used to be, and now there was only a bottomless pit. It was pitch black, and even Lexius couldn't see what was below. His expression was quite remarkable from the moment he absorbed the 2 immortal grasses. No more than 5 hours had passed, yet the entire treasure land had undergone earth-shattering changes. Could it be that Douluo Bo took advantage of my absorption of the immortal grasses? No, if it were really him, he would have the ability to directly kill me. Thinking of this, Lexius instantly summoned his martial soul, preparing to investigate. His martial soul was the family's inherited martial soul, the Flame Crow. Yes, it was the Flame Crow, not the Golden Crow, because the Golden Crow is golden in color, while their martial soul is a colorful black. It is still a fire attribute martial soul. Calling it the Golden Crow is inappropriate. They are more low-key, so they simply call it the Flame Crow. Although the name isn't great, the Flame Crow Soul Beast does possess some Golden Crow bloodline. Not much, but it does. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a fire attribute soul beast. As a martial soul, while the Flame Crow martial soul may not be top tier, it is still a high-level martial soul, with bloodline power, elemental attachment, and the ability to fly. If not for the bloodline power being too low, the Flame Crow would definitely have a place among top-tier martial souls. It has been passed down for so many years for a reason. Now, after absorbing the Heavenly Mushroom and the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower, Lexius's martial soul shed its colorful black and turned into a brilliant gold. The fire attribute increased exponentially, and the Golden Crow bloodline power also surged significantly. Golden Crow Manifestation. At this moment, Lexius' martial soul evolved. It became the Golden Crow martial soul, one of the top-tier martial souls. The Golden Crow is also divided into the 3-legged Golden Crow and the ordinary Golden Crow. His martial soul is just the 2-legged Golden Crow, which belongs to the ordinary category. Lexius is already very satisfied with his martial soul evolving to its current state. His combat power has at least doubled. After the martial soul manifested, a pair of golden wings sprouted from Lexius' back, surrounded by flames, giving him the appearance of a fire god. Without hesitation, he flew directly towards the deep pit below. With the special effects of his martial soul, the dark environment was like daylight to him. In no time, he saw the spring water descending at a visibly rapid speed. Meanwhile, Violet was floating on the water's surface with her eyes tightly closed. Her 2 arms occasionally emitted light, with her left arm glowing red and her right arm glowing blue. This scene left Rexus in a daze. The situation with Violet was very much like absorbing a soul bone. But why was the water level dropping so quickly? Rexus scratched his head and, seeing that Violet was breathing normally and seemed fine, he finally returned to the surface. It was good that Violet was okay. He couldn't let his interference disrupt Violet's opportunity. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had gone by. Rexus occasionally went down to the deep pit to check on Violet and see if there were any issues. Only when he found no problems did he feel relieved and return to the surface, staring in shock at the remaining heartbreak red. Violet had said that one person could only consume 1 or 2 immortal herbs, and Rexus agreed with that, because he was in the same situation. But what about the missing medicinal materials? Not to mention immortal herbs, even poisons, and slightly more common medicinal materials had all disappeared. If he hadn't taken those 2 types of immortal herbs in advance, they would probably be gone by now too, right? This is really not what Violet consumed. The 2 great dragon kings of Douluo forcibly passed their inheritance to him. They had long lost their physical forms, and condensing soul rings and divine bones requires energy. Where does that energy come from? The Eye of Ice and Fire is the best choice. Whether it's poison or tonic, immortal herbs, in simple terms, They're all a form of energy. Moreover, during the fusion process of Villette, Fucalos was also absorbing the energy from the Eye of Ice and Fire. The two of them were like bottomless pits, absorbing the gifts from the Water and Fire Dragon Kings of Douluo. As they absorbed energy, all the flowers and plants in the Eye of Ice and Fire were affected, ultimately transforming into energy that flowed underground, entering the spring water of ice and fire, becoming nutrients. As for why the Heartbreak Red did not get affected, it is because its essence is currently just a stone. At this moment, deep underground, Villette had already awakened. After calmly changing his clothes, he began to observe his surroundings. The spring water of ice and fire was completely gone, and two enormous dragon bones came into view. None of these can attract Villette. Instead, a familiar figure appeared right before his eyes, the figure that haunted his dreams. Villette actually did not absorb much of the energy from the ice and fire duality. Most of it was absorbed by Fucalos, because Fucalos had not taken form and was residing in Villette's sea of consciousness. It made it seem as if all that energy was absorbed by Villette. He was merely a transit station. Villette, we meet again. The two were close at hand, and Fucalos gently caressed Villette's face, her eyes containing many emotions. Fucalos, welcome back. Villette stared at Fucalos without changing expression. In the pitch-black environment, it was as if it were broad daylight to him. Your gaze is so strange. You're even stranger right now. Seeing Villette's fiery gaze, Fucalos was taken aback, her hair standing on end, and she followed Villette's gaze. Don't look at me. She had just reshaped her body and naturally had no clothes on. In the next moment, before Villette could react, Fucalos transformed into a water blue light and lunged towards him. 48. A kind lie? The voice from the deep pit left Lexius stunned, his face blank and bewildered. If he hadn't just imagined it, then he seemed to have heard a cry, and it was a woman's voice. Lexius scratched his head. If he remembered correctly, in the deep pit, there was only his grandson Villette, right? What is the situation? The sound was somewhat off, but he felt embarrassed to investigate further. After a moment, the violet flew out from the deep pit. His expression was a bit strange, and his eyes were vacant, as if he were pondering something. Grandson, what is wrong with you? Hearing the voice of Lexius, the violet finally snapped out of his daze. He quickly waved his hand and said, Grandpa, I'm fine, really. Seeing the violet like this, Lexius asked with more confusion, Really fine? Really fine. But just now, I clearly heard. You must be hallucinating. Lexius looked bewildered. He hadn't even said what he heard, and wasn't the violet just revealing his own guilt? When the violet came out, Lexius felt that something was off about him, but he didn't want to pry further. Since the violet was unwilling to say more, he decided not to press the issue. After glancing at the ice and fire duality, Lexius felt his heart bleed, but then he instantly let it go. If this precious land were still here, the overall strength of the 8 great families would at least double. Future generations would also benefit. Of course, this belongs to Violet, and how it has turned out now doesn't matter to Rexus. After all, he only has that Violet as a foster grandson. No one else is as close to him as Violet. Now, only the Heartbroken Red remains here. Grandson, you should take it away. This precious land has lost all its value. Upon hearing this, Violet began to examine the Eye of Ice and Fire. Even though he was prepared, he was still taken aback by the sight before him. Apart from that stone, the Eye of Ice and Fire had been completely destroyed. However, it was worth it to allow a demon god to reshape its body. Before Violet emerged from the deep pit, Fucalos unexpectedly transformed into a ray of light and returned to his consciousness. Perhaps the earlier events left Fucalos unsure of how to face Violet. She simply began to play dead. No matter how Violet called her, she refused to speak. How embarrassing. Clearly, I woke up before him. How could I forget that? It's over, it's over. It's too late now to escape in this lifetime. What little pure water spirit? What little water dragon? Isn't it too early? No, it can't be so fast. Violet was unaware that Fucalos in his consciousness was currently in a battle of thoughts, feeling very conflicted, mainly because she was shy. This is the first time something like this has happened. Just thinking about the revenge from the Dragon King makes her feel both excited and scared. The Violet. After a moment of contemplation, Violet directly put away the Heartbreak Red. This item cannot be placed in a regular storage soul guide. It looks like a stone, but it is a living thing and needs to be stored in a soul guide that can sustain living beings. Such storage soul guides are extremely rare. Douluo has a that can store living creatures. However, Violet does not have one, but Lexius does have a piece. After Lexius finished speaking, he handed the storage bag that could store living creatures to Violet. This storage bag doesn't look as magnificent as the Wishful Treasure bag. Its appearance is quite ordinary, and its space is also limited, yet it is quite valuable. "Grandson, are you going to stay in Heavendo City for a while, or return to Soto City? The ice and fire two-headed eye has been destroyed and is of no value now, so there's naturally no need to send someone to guard it. Rexus needs to obtain the 9th spirit ring to truly break through to the titled Douluo level. To be on the safe side, he needs some help, specifically from the other 7 family spirit Douluos. Of course, he won't invite them all. Among the 8 great families, there are 4 from the Heavendo Empire and 4 from the Star Luo Empire as well. Hunting the 9th spirit ring alone, Rexus currently has a 90% chance of success, but it's still not ideal. He needs 100% certainty. You should need to obtain the 9th spirit ring, right? However, Violet did not mention where he was going, but instead said thoughtfully. Hearing this, Rexus nodded and did not hide it, directly saying, "That's right. After absorbing those 2 immortal herbs, my martial soul has evolved into a golden crow, and my soul power level has broken the barrier of 89, reaching level 90. A level 90 powerhouse is considered a quasi-title Douluo. As long as I obtain 1 more spirit ring, I can break through to the title level. Let me accompany you," Violet said naturally without any expression on his face. Rexus was taken aback. He knew Violet's strength and that he was unmatched among his peers. However, the soul beast he was about to deal with was not that simple. Without thinking, Rexus directly refused. "No way. If you want to experience hunting souls, I can take you later, but this time it can't be a joke." Rexus shook his head repeatedly and said. Violet was taken aback. He was no longer a child. Yet it seemed that he could never grow up in Rexus's eyes. After pondering for a moment, Violet nodded and did not continue to argue with Rexus. With Rexus's current strength, even facing a 10,000-year soul beast, wouldn't he be able to run away if he couldn't defeat it? After thinking about it, Violet ultimately nodded and said, "Then I will return to Soto City first. By the way, are you planning to hunt souls in the Sunset Forest or the Stardow Great Forest this time?" Hearing this, Rexus pondered for a while before saying, "Although there are high-level soul beasts in the Sunset Forest in terms of quality and age, they can't compare to those in the Stardow Great Forest." At this point, Rexus paused and continued, "I will first check out the Sunset Forest. If there are suitable soul beasts, then there's no need to go to the Stardow Great Forest. There are many high-level fire attribute soul beasts in the Sunset Forest. What if I encounter a suitable one?" Time passed, and the grandfather and grandson temporarily parted ways. Rexus first went deep into the Sunset Forest to scout for suitable high-level soul beasts. "Violet, do you consider this as deceiving your grandfather?" Hearing the voice in his mind, Violet's eye twitched. He was secretly following to ensure Rexus's safety. How could that be considered deception? This is a well-intentioned lie. "Fucalos, are you finally willing to speak? I thought you would continue to play dead, like the fire-breathing lizard for over 95,000 years. Fucalos murmured, her face extremely flushed. How could she have the nerve for such things? "That's not it. I just haven't fully recovered my strength and need some time to rest." "Yes, some time to rest." Upon hearing this, Violet was taken aback. Wasn't such a large eye of ice and fire enough for Fucalos to regain her peak state? Violet pondered. He remembered that in the true core area of the Starry Forest, there was a lake of life. "Fucalos, is there a possibility that this is just a simple excuse?" After losing her divine seat, she still holds the status of a demon god, and although she hasn't reached her peak period yet, the difference isn't much. This fool actually thinks what she said is true. So easy to deceive. You really slipped up. A little incident on the side of Fucalos didn't affect Violet's tracking of Lexius. Speaking of which, Lexius truly deserves to be a strong warrior who has roamed the Douluo Continent for decades. His experience in hunting soul beasts is quite rich. Detecting where soul beasts are and their levels is a piece of cake for him. As a 90th level quasi-title Douluo, he can almost walk sideways in the Sunset Forest. It wasn't until Lexius reached the depths of the Sunset Forest that he began to be cautious. Suddenly, Violet frowned. There was actually such a soul beast in the Sunset Forest? To avoid being discovered by Lexius, they kept a distance between them. Even if Lexius achieved his title, he wouldn't be able to notice. Although this soul beast hadn't reached the 100,000 year level, it should be considered an absolute ruler in this Sunset Forest, right? Just then, a resounding dragon roar echoed through the sky, confirming Violet's suspicion. This is a fire attribute subdragon that is nearly 100,000 years old, close to 90,000 years. Such an existence, not to mention being placed in the Sunset Forest, would be a dominant level, powerful soul beast even in the Stardow Forest. Dragon-type soul beasts are inherently much stronger than ordinary soul beasts of the same level, not to mention this subdragon, which has lived for over 90,000 years. At this moment, Lexius was completely bewildered. He had planned to take his old buddies to stroll around the Stardow Forest after returning, but now, the Sunset Forest had given him a shock. Not a surprise, but a shock. Can he face such a being, a sub-dragon over 90,000 years old, on his own? This guy seems to have discovered him. This is a fire dragon that is over 95,000 years old. In its perception, there are actually humans daring to intrude into its territory, which is a provocation to its authority. The fire dragon won't go berserk. Does it think it's just a decoration? Under normal cultivation conditions, it only needs to wait another 1 or 2,000 years to break through to the 100,000-year level. The age of a soul beast is not closely related to its actual age. For example, the sea demon whale king is about 250,000 years old, but its age limit is over 950,000 years. This is about the beast's talent. Moreover, the 2 dark gold terraclaw bears raised by Huiyuhao at the beginning were only century-old soul beasts. After experiencing the ice and fire duality eyes, their age reached the level of 10,000 years. The age and talent of soul beasts are related to opportunities. At this moment, Lexius felt a chill running down his back and beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The fired Songlong had truly discovered him. Fortunately, if he focused on escaping, the fired Songlong would have no way to deal with him. Let's give it a try and see if there's a chance to hunt it. Lexius thought to himself. He didn't escape immediately, but prepared to give it a shot. If he had the opportunity to hunt this sub-dragon, he would gather his brothers to come. The intelligence of soul masters is important, and the intelligence of soul beasts is equally important. After probing a bit, he could make fewer mistakes during the actual soul hunting, thus increasing the success rate. Although it was not a flying-type fire attribute soul beast, its quality was far superior to most flying-type fire attribute soul beasts. By a large margin, Golden Crow possession, 8 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black rapidly rose from beneath Lexius's feet. A pair of golden wings unfurled, hands transformed into sharp claws, and golden flames faintly erupted all over his body. At this time, Violet was only about 100 meters away from Lexius. But all of Lexius's attention was focused on the fire Songlong nearby, completely unaware of Violet's arrival. Facing Lexius, who had manifested his martial soul, the fired Songlong displayed a hint of human-like mockery. At its level, although it could not speak human language, its intelligence was no less than that of a human. This human in front of it had only 8 soul rings and wasn't even a titled Daw, yet dared to face a sub-dragon like it alone. This is simply seeking one's own death. The fiery Songlong let out a roar, then charged towards Lexius with its massive body. The two quickly engaged in battle, starting with cautious probing and gradually unleashing their true power. Lexius's martial soul had just evolved not long ago, and he still didn't have an accurate understanding of his combat strength. In this fight, he increasingly felt that the fiery Songlong wasn't all that impressive after all. He couldn't win, but he also couldn't lose. The fiery Songlong was somewhat startled as well. This soul Douluo before, it was even stronger than the titled Douluo it had faced before. After a round of probing, both sides began to grasp each other's strength and became more serious. If it came down to a life or death struggle, Lexius would not be a match for the fiery Songlong. Firstly, the fiery Songlong was an ancient dragon, and it was a powerful one at that, having almost reached 100,000 years of age. Secondly, Lexius currently only had 8 spirit rings. Although he had broken through to level 90 and was considered a quasi-titled Douluo, he had not undergone the baptism of the 9th spirit ring, so he could not be regarded as a true titled Douluo. Facing an ancient dragon that was over 90,000 years old, if it were an ordinary titled Douluo, like the former Douluo, there would be no thought needed. Douluo would definitely flee as fast as he could. Fighting? There was no hope of winning. After the old man obtained the immortal herb, his martial soul evolved, and his strength surged. But facing an ancient dragon species, what was this fire-breathing lizard compared to dragon species? Villet shook his head, preparing to step in and help Lexius take down the fiery Songlong. If it were any other spirit beast, he might have to put in some effort, but it was a fire-breathing lizard. This made it even easier. With a single step, Violet unleashed his aura and momentum, crushing towards the fiery Songlong, while simultaneously switching to combat mode. Golden. 2 golden spirit rings rose from beneath his feet, and Violet's appearance changed slightly. 50. I disdain all who are tall. A terrifying wave of spirit power erupted, and Violet's appearance also underwent some changes. A pair of water-blue dragon horns proved Violet's identity. Lexius was dumbfounded. If he couldn't sense such a powerful wave of spirit power, then he, a quasi-titled Douluo, would be a fraud. The fiery Songlong also trembled. This was the aura of an absolute superior, rendering this 95,000-year-old subdragon completely motionless and trembling. Among the dragon race, the hierarchy of bloodlines is extremely strict. True dragons exert absolute suppression over subdragons, while subdragons have absolute suppression over ordinary soul beasts with dragon blood. The humans nearby saw him, as if they were witnessing the source of bloodlines. That feeling of suppression made it unable to unleash even half of its full strength. Wait, why does this being in front of it harbor hostility? Subdragons are still dragons, and moreover, it is already so powerful, only a few thousand years away from 100,000-year-old soul beast. Besides, as fellow dragons, why would this dragon in human form have murderous intent towards it? Shouldn't they unite to deal with that flaming human first? Roar the fiery Songlong let out a confused roar. It was puzzled and bewildered. At the same time, this roar was also a way of communication. It needed to understand clearly. As a fellow kin, why did Violet have the intention to kill it? Even if it had to be killed, shouldn't the outsiders be dealt with first before it was killed? Violet ignored the roar of the fiery Songlong, standing tall and walking towards a person and a subdragon with a tiger-like stride. Grandson? Lexius was stunned. He never expected Violet to appear here. Even if Violet had gained immense opportunities in the treasure land, his previous strength was only at the Spirit Emperor level. No matter how powerful he became, how strong could he really be? Lexius had completely underestimated this. The fact that Violet could track him showed that Violet's strength was not as weak as he had imagined. Regaining his senses, Lexius prepared to escape with Violet. He was not the opponent of this fiery Songlong before the other party got serious. He could still fight back and forth. But if the other party got serious, he could only run. Now, with an additional burden, he was even less likely to be a match for the fiery Songlong. Thinking of this, Lexius felt an immense pressure. The child was clueless. But he couldn't afford to be clueless. At this moment, Lexius was utterly bewildered. Let's not even mention the golden spirit rings on Violet. Why was this fiery Songlong trembling? Every time Violet took a step forward, it took a step back, not daring to escape, instead appearing pitiful. The change in the fiery Songlong caught Lexius's attention. He noticed that this fiery Songlong seemed to be extremely fearful and in awe of Violet. This is a dragon from about 95,000 years ago. Why would it have such emotions toward a human? Even if a titled Douluo were to arrive, it wouldn't have such feelings, right? Generally, a titled Douluo might not even be its opponent. So how could it possibly feel fear toward the titled Douluo? A soul beast that is nearly 100,000 years old, even if it is just a soul beast with dragon blood, is undoubtedly a top-tier soul beast. Ordinary titled Douluo would have to avoid it. Not to mention, it is a dragon. In just a moment, Violet had already walked to the side of Laxus. But his gaze was not on Laxus. Instead, he was staring at the flame lizard not far away. After thinking for a moment, Violet finally spoke. Flame lizard. It's your turn to test my newly acquired abilities. In the Eye of Ice and Fire, the two great dragon kings of Douluo originally intended to package their bloodlines and inheritances to give to Violet. But they discovered that Violet's bloodline levels seemed to be even higher than theirs. Merging their bloodlines would only make Violet's bloodline less pure, which would ultimately harm this newly born Water Dragon King. Thinking of this, the Water and Fire Dragon Kings could only smile wryly, regarding their most important bloodline power as divine bones. They decided to pass on this divine accessory to Violet, which would allow Violet to inherit their authority and legacy without affecting his own bloodline power. Their bloodline power had already been diminished after so many years, but merging could still create a new generation Dragon King. However, Violet's bloodline power was simply too high. As fellow dragons, they couldn't harm this junior. After the recollection, Violet raised his right hand holding the staff and lifted his left hand towards the fiery azure dragon. Under Laxus's astonished gaze, Violet's arm shimmered, and a strong fiery aura surged forth. It should be noted that Laxus's martial soul had already evolved into the Golden Crow martial soul, yet he felt an intense heat. In Violet's palm, red light gathered, and a halo formed from fire elements quickly appeared in front of Violet's left hand. I disdain all that is tall. As the flames appeared, swirling like a water column, they surged towards the fiery azure dragon. No, the fiery azure dragon did not expect that one day, when facing fire elements, it would feel so powerless. With a roar, it was already its last resistance, or rather, it didn't dare to resist at all. This is the power of bloodline at work, as if facing one's own ancestor. How could it resist? The spinning pillar of fire directly repelled the blazing fire dragon, burning it through in just an instant. Seeing this, Violet quickly stopped channeling his soul power. He was helping Renxue hunt soul beasts, not seeking a soul ring for himself. He was also somewhat stunned. Was the inheritance of the Fire Dragon King, combined with his own skills, really this powerful? Renxue was filled with questions. He remembered that Violet was of the water attribute. So how could this fire attribute be even stronger than him? Wait, this power seems off, right? Looking at the barely breathing, blazing fire dragon, Renxue was in a daze. Even he, who couldn't defeat this Yalong, was killed by that Violet in an instant? Hiss! Lexius gasped, feeling as if he were dreaming. Old man, it's about to die. What are you waiting for? Huh? Oh, hearing Violet's reminder. Lexius finally came to his senses and nodded instinctively. But he couldn't help but glance at Violet a few more times. This kid has grown up. 51. Thor is a broad-minded god, but you are not. On the 7th day, without Violet, I miss him. On the 15th day, without Violet, I miss him. Violet has been gone for a month. I miss him. That's enough. The man yelled at his girlfriend. Since you miss Violet so much, why are you still with me? This is torture. My girlfriend thinks about that referee every day. What else could this be but torture? I know my own situation. Do I deserve someone like her? The man looks bewildered. What does this even mean? Since you can't support my brother, let's break up? This scene is not uncommon in Soto City. With so much joy and sorrow, Tang San is currently full of vigor. Recently, he finally broke through to level 30 and, with Li Yusong's help, obtained his 3rd spirit ring. Why does Tang San also need Li Yusong's assistance? At Shrek Academy, Flinder needs to stay at the academy to prevent any unexpected incidents, while the other teachers are unsure how to handle things. Zhao Wujia was severely injured by Tang Hao and has only just been able to get out of bed and walk. Naturally, he cannot lead the team. After being beaten like that by Tang Hao, Flinder is really worried that Zhao Wujia might lose control and kill Tang San if he leads the team. As for Lu Qibin, he is a control system spirit emperor. Although his spirit power level is slightly higher than Li Yusong's during their time in the soul hunting forest, his role was not as effective as Li Yusong's. Cao Xin, is he going with Tang San to feed the soul beasts? The combat power of this soul saint is not as strong as Tang San's. Should we follow Tang San to send him off? Of course, due to the butterfly effect. Shrek Academy did not have enmity with Songhui Academy, nor did they encounter the Dragon King and Snake Lady, and they certainly did not meet the human-faced demon spider. Tang San's 3rd spirit ring also came from spider-type spirit beast, but the age, quality, and differences from the human-faced demon spider in the original work are vast. Xiao Wu also broke through to level 30, but she did not tell Flinder and instead took a few days off. Flinder thought for a moment and agreed. A few days later, Xiao Wu returned, successfully obtaining her 3rd spirit ring. As long as I win one more match, I can participate in the main event. Tang San clenched his fists and said confidently. Before breaking through to level 30, with his level 29 strength, winning matches was very easy, which led to his 8 consecutive victories. After returning from hunting spirits, he participated in another duel, facing a level 32 agile attack system battle spirit master. After winning, Tang San's confidence skyrocketed. Today will be the moment he achieves 10 consecutive victories. Without any surprises, Tang San's opponent in this match was just a level 31 soul master, who, like him, had just broken through recently, and he smoothly obtained the main event ticket. Sisters, have you heard? That Violet is back today. What? Violet is back? Yes. I heard from the staff at the Fighting Spirit Arena that Violet will serve as the main referee starting tomorrow. Oh my god, we have to work hard. We still need 3 more matches for 10 consecutive victories. Hearing the female soul master's conversation, Tang San's expression changed, and his smile gradually froze. That Violet, who has the path to death, is back. How could she come back? During this time, his ears finally became quiet, because after that Violet left, Xiao did not continue to mention Violet's name. At this moment, Tang San, although lacking certain things, had not changed his thoughts. After losing some things, there would be no apparent changes on the surface, at most just some hair loss. Tang San turned to look at Xiao Wu, and sure enough, her eyes lit up, and her face, which had no smile, was instantly filled with joy, looking very excited. Great! I knew Violet would come back. Sangu, we won 10 consecutive victories today, and tomorrow we will go to the home ground. There's only one home ground, and we will definitely meet Violet then. Xiao Wu was so happy that she almost jumped up, extremely excited. Tang San's eyes twitched. Perhaps only Xiao Wu and those Yin Go could be happy. The joys and sorrows between people are not the same. Tang San, simply couldn't be happy. Just after 10 consecutive victories entering the home ground, was he going to be tormented by Violet again? Or should he change to another fighting spirit arena? But in the entire Soto city, there is only this one large fighting spirit arena. If he went to another big city, the back and forth would take an unknown amount of time. The scene shifted to Violet. Violet, can you sit a little further over? On the sofa, Fucalos said in a low voice, her face slightly flushed. At this moment, she was wearing a white and water blue dress, gently pushing Violet. Violet shook his head and moved away a little, remaining calm and collected. Actually, there is no need for this. Look at you. After reshaping your body, why don't you strengthen it a bit? Your flat appearance really can't support the little pure water spirit and little water dragon. Violet said without changing his expression, his gaze fixed ahead, sitting upright. Fucalos was stunned, her brows furrowing, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion as she lowered her head, revealing everything. Why you this guy? Fucalos trembled both in heart and body. Pointing at Violet, wanted to say something but hesitating. What flatness? How annoying. Fucalos gritted her teeth, glaring fiercely at Violet. If he hadn't said anything, she really wouldn't have noticed that something was off. She had never seen the Raiden General, but she had heard that the Raiden General was a god with a broad mind. She absolutely couldn't see her toes while looking down. As a demon god, still in the juvenile stage after 500 years, I will grow. Fucalos retorted. Violet curled his lips. This was clearly a matter of talent, and she refused to admit it. Look at Zhu Zhuqing. She is only a little over 11, yet her stature is only slightly worse than the Raiden General's. And she is exceptionally gifted. As if he thought of something, Violet turned to Fucalos and said, go out and experience the life of people in Douluo Continent. Put on your shoes. This place is not as clean as the stage of the Fontaine Opera House. With your slippery feet, you'll get dust on them. He didn't continue to discuss the matter of stature with Fucalos, but stood up, preparing to take Fucalos out to see the world. Although she could view the world through him before, it was still very different from personal experience. Cunning? This is a necessary means. How could she, such a pure and kind goddess, be cunning? Help me. Fucalos stretched her foot towards Violet, playfully shaking it. Being over 500 years old, be a bit more mature. Violet said this, yet still squatted down to help Fucalos put on her shoes. Don't say this foot. As Violet and Fucalos just walked out of the door, they happened to bump into Douluo, who had come to visit Violet. When she saw Fucalos, the smile on her face gradually disappeared, freezing. Wanted to say something, but hesitating. Douluo could confirm that she had never seen this girl before. She knew Violet's personality, which hardly interacted with outsiders. It was even less likely for him to bring a girl home. Coming out of Violet's room, this girl's face was still very flushed. If one thought a little deeper, was she getting closer to the truth? Hello, Douluo. I am Fucalos, Violet's friend. Before Violet could speak, Fucalos walked out from behind him, extending her right hand and smiling at Douluo. Upon hearing this, Douluo was stunned. Could it be that this girl had seen the competitions she hosted? Otherwise, how would she know her name? Knowing her name was normal. After all, she was the gold medal host of Soto City. Friend? Douluo murmured, and the frozen smile on her face instantly turned warm as if touched by spring breeze. The speed of this change was faster than flipping a book. Just as she was about to shake Fucalos' hand, Violet said, Sister Douluo, she is Fucalos. My fiancée. Upon hearing this, Douluo's smile froze again, her outstretched hand stopping in midair. Fiancé? After murmuring this phrase, Douluo's face changed dramatically, almost to the point of crying. What is going on? Can we make it so that sadness only happens once? It's been going back and forth, and it hurts even more. It hurts, it really hurts. The wife who hasn't crossed the threshold. Fucalos' face turned red as he looked up at Violet, and he didn't refute this statement. If you were to say who is the most compatible in this world, besides the two of them, who else could there be? Douluo, seeing this, finally came back to her senses. Having hosted for many years, she had seen all kinds of scenes, but she had truly never seen one like this. Ooh, all right, you two are quite compatible, both in attire and appearance. As someone who has hosted for years, Douluo could praise people effortlessly. On the surface, she remained calm, but inside her heart was bleeding. Violet had been out for a month and came back with a young girl, claiming she was his wife who hadn't crossed the threshold. This is a bit hard for Douluo to accept. By the way, Xiaonaowei, you need to be the referee for tomorrow's match, so don't play too late. Okay, Douluo. I wish you all a great time. After saying this, Douluo turned around and ran off, even faster than when she came. You know, Douluo Jie really likes you. Fucalos glanced slightly and smiled. Are you planning to summon the little pure water spirit now? Is it the only trick you have? Yes. It's quite effective, isn't it? I'm not talking to you anymore. Lead the way. Fucalos huffed, turning her head away, but her mind was filled with many thoughts. Then she looked down at her toes. It was still too early. Wouldn't she be unable to sustain it? Damn it, why does she have such thoughts? Yes, she must have been influenced by CryingOver. Glancing at Fucalos, who looked like a punching bag, CryingOver's lips curled slightly. Interesting, bullying the real water god. How amusing. At this moment, Fucalos was very much like the human side of Yuena. Well, Yuena was originally the humanity that separated from Fucalos, which was a personality she inherently possessed. It was only natural for her to become what she is now. The night in Soto City, apart from the Colosseum, the riverside scenery was the most striking. Shall we take a walk by the river? Violet said while walking. Mainly because you like places by the water, right? Fucalos murmured softly and nodded repeatedly. It doesn't matter where we go. The main thing is who we go with. Seeing that Fucalos didn't object, Violet led her out of the Colosseum. At this time, night had just fallen, and it was the busy time for the Colosseum. There were hardly any pedestrians on the street. Those who should be sleeping were already asleep, and those who were going to the Colosseum or other entertainment venues had already arrived. Other entertainment venues? Like the brothels. The two walked one after the other, and before they knew it, they were walking side by side. Of course, Fucalos was shorter than Violet, otherwise she wouldn't have to look up at him. After a while, their hands unknowingly held each other. Hey, isn't that Lord Violet? Is he dating that girl? What a match made in heaven. Great, he finally has a girlfriend. This time, my girlfriend won't keep thinking about him. Right? Haha. The young man who said this didn't understand what pure white lily of the valley meant. The surrounding discussions made Fucalos blush. But she didn't let go of Violet's hand. After all, she was a deity. How could she fear the discussions of mortals? That's right. Ugh. If I had known, I would have come out so quickly. It would have been better to continue playing dead. Isn't playing dead okay? Such a scene is a first for both of them. Soon, the two arrived at the city gate and then exited Soto City. There are no rivers in Soto City, so to reach the riverside, they naturally had to go to the outskirts. How does it feel here? Upon reaching the riverside, the bright moon and stars reflected in front of them, present in the sky and in the water. On both sides of the river, lush greenery thrived, and their shadows were also mirrored on the water surface. The sound of insects was continuous, and from time to time, a fish jumped out of the water, splashing and creating ripples. In such an environment, it allows the restless heart to be completely emptied, which is one of the reasons why CryingOver likes places by the water. It's beautiful here, just like the nights in Fontaine. Fucalos let go of CryingOver's hand and walked to a slightly more open area, spinning around as if to feel the beauty of nature. To be honest, I don't have any memories of once being the supreme judge. It seems I've always been imitating my former self, but after all, I am not him. CryingOver somehow took out a long bench and sat down, murmuring to himself. It seemed as if he was speaking to Fucalos, or perhaps questioning his own heart. Hearing this, Fucalos walked over, sat beside CryingOver, gently caressing CryingOver's cheek, and said, "Does it matter? You are yourself. I am myself." CryingOver pondered for a moment, and suddenly realized, yes, does it matter who he is? He is still him. Dear water god, god of justice, thank you. Under the moonlight, the two embraced, feeling each other's heartbeat. Gradually, the atmosphere seemed somewhat ambiguous. Fucalos was about to say something when a voice interrupted her. Xiao Wu, I've told you that Judge is not a good person. Can you trust me just this once? CryingOver and Fucalos exchanged a glance, both feeling a twitch in the corners of their eyes. Is this a face-to-face confrontation? 3 Tang. How many times do I have to tell you that CryingOver is not that kind of person? The girl said confidently. She originally wanted to call him third brother, but after thinking about it, it was better to keep some distance from Tang San. Hearing this, Tang San's expression changed, and he instinctively said, Xiao Wu, you're calling me Tang San now? He was shocked, confused, with doubt filling his eyes. Xiao Wu actually called him Tang San? Just because of that, Judge. Xiao Wu would not even acknowledge him as her half-brother. Humph, if you keep targeting CryingOver like this, I don't even want to be called Tang San anymore. You. Tang San suddenly raised his right hand, pointing at Xiao Wu, his mouth slightly open, at a loss for words. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood from anger. Xiao Wu, have you forgotten our vow? I promised to protect you for a lifetime. CryingOver is really not a good person. I can feel it. Can you please stop this? Tang San said, calming down a bit. Hearing this, Xiao Wu pouted, saying, you can say whatever you want. She didn't say anything. And CryingOver is not a good person? Is there a possibility that CryingOver is not even human? Cough, cough. Tang San, you're slandering my reputation. I need to say something now. Just then, CryingOver's voice rang in Tang San's ears. making him think he was hallucinating. How could Neuvillette be here? Xiao Wu, did you hear any voice? Tang San shook his head and asked in confusion. Wow, Neuvillette, how are you here? Xiao Wu exclaimed upon seeing the newcomer. Tang San. Not a hallucination. Miss Xiao Wu, we've been here all along. Neuvillette shrugged, looking at the smiling Fucalos, then pointed at the nearby bench. Xiao Wu, Tang San. It seems that the other party indeed arrived here first. This makes me wonder if Violet is following Tang San's words, which have gotten stuck in his throat. Violet, it seems that Tang San has a pretty big prejudice against you. Fucalos covered his mouth and chuckled. Isn't this much more interesting than a play? There's no need for a director or any rehearsals, just a straightforward approach. After hearing this, Violet's eyes twitched. It's impossible that Tang San doesn't have a big prejudice against him. Perhaps from the moment they first met, the seeds of misunderstanding were already sown. Just because Xiao Wu complimented his appearance. At that time, he probably already had a path to ruin laid out for him. Tang San was feeling numb at this moment, bad-mouthing Violet behind his back, only for him to suddenly appear right there. After searching for him thousands of times, he suddenly turned around to find Violet with a girl deep in the bushes. The atmosphere was a bit awkward, especially for Tang San. How could a virtuous person like him be caught bad-mouthing someone? No, he's a soul lord, and I'm also a soul lord now. What am I afraid of? With this thought, Tang San suddenly felt a jolt of spirit. The last time he was knocked out by Violet was indeed the last time. Back then, he was just a great soul master, caught off guard by Violet's sneak attack, which is why he fainted. This is a great humiliation, and I, Tang San, must take revenge. Yes, Violet, I have a very strong prejudice against you. The justice and fairness you speak of, I, Tang San, cannot feel at all. In those few soul battles, you were completely targeting me. Tang San almost shouted these words. A person's patience has its limits. When his strength reaches a certain level, and he either matches or surpasses the person he despises, an explosion will occur. At this moment, Tang San had broken through to the soul master level and won 2 matches, making a time of high spirits. In his heart, that Violet was just a soul master with slightly higher soul power than him, and he felt completely fearless. Tang San, enough. You're just being unreasonable. It was you who broke the rules. What wrong did Violet do? Before Violet could say anything, Xiao Wu immediately yelled at Tang San. She didn't expect Tang San to be so shameless, claiming that Violet was unfair. Is it possible? Indeed it is. But if Violet is targeting Tang San, then there must be a reason. Perhaps Tang San did something wrong. Xiao Wu, you're too deep in it. Can't you see that Violet is targeting me? Oomph. After saying this, Tang San snorted coldly and continued. There's no point in talking more. Let's see the real skills under our hands. Violet, the last time you knocked me out was because my soul power was inferior to yours, and you ambushed me, which allowed you to succeed. Do you dare to bet? Let's have a 1v1 soul fight. Right here, Tang San said firmly. Hearing this, Violet trembled all over. Here it comes, he is coming. A bet? This is a famous scene of Tang San, always betting, just like with Zhao Wujia, Mengaran, Dugbo, Talon, Tainoa, and Titan. He exchanged a glance with Fucalos, and the Violet people were dumbfounded. What is going on with Tang San and Xiao Wu? As for this bet, he was just about to teach Tang San a lesson. But unexpectedly, Tang San came to him. Oh, I wonder what you have as a stake, Tang San? The Violet said calmly. Since we're going to gamble, naturally, we need a stake. Suddenly, the Violet seemed to think of something, waved his hand, and continued. Gold soul coins are the one thing I have plenty of. If you intend to use gold soul coins as a stake, then this matter is off the table. Upon hearing this, Tang San was stunned. After thinking carefully, it seemed that the Violet really didn't lack gold soul coins. Right, this board crystal is my stake. Speaking of which, I bought it from Mr. Flender for 10,000 gold soul coins. Its actual value, however, is far beyond 10,000 gold soul coins. Tang San, what do you think of this stake? If it's not suitable, I can change it. Looking at the board crystal in the Violet's hand, Tang San was taken aback. He instinctively rubbed his eyes, and after observing closely, he was shocked. Wow, this really is an exquisite board crystal. Wait, the Violet said he bought this from Flender? Tang San looked at the Violet in confusion. He actually knew the value of this broken crystal. This was mentioned by Flender before, and at that time, Tang San also said that Violet had a problem. 54 the bet. Tang San only knew that Violet had spent 10,000 gold soul coins at Flender to buy a broken crystal. He didn't realize that this so-called broken crystal was actually a board crystal, which could also be called a fodging. The piece of board crystal in Violet's hand was even a top-quality one, not to mention 10,000 gold soul coins. Even 100,000 gold soul coins might not be enough to buy it. At that time, Flanders seemed to have said that he originally planned to charge only 1 gold soul coin, but Violet insisted on giving him 10,000 gold soul coins. How infuriating. Why wasn't it Tang San who found this opportunity? This should have been his chance. To be fair, it actually was his chance. Flanders didn't recognize the board crystal and thought it was just a broken crystal, which allowed Violet to take advantage of it. His four-eyed cat eagle was truly blind. Tang San's mentality began to crumble. Such a top-quality board crystal was hard to come by, and it's uncertain if there could be a second one found in the entire Douluo Continent. This piece he must have. While thinking this, Tang San was also contemplating another issue. What equivalent bet should he put forward? If Violet didn't know the specific value of the top-quality board crystal, it would be fine, but the other party clearly knew, which made things complicated. Tang San was broke and had nothing of equal value to offer for the top-quality board crystal, which was not an easy thing to do. Tang San, do you think this board crystal is not good? Or should we change it? Seeing Tang San silent for a long time, Violet said calmly. However, he was already aware that the board crystal was definitely good. For the current Tang San, this top-quality board crystal was a treasure, a necessity for making some top-notch hidden weapons. Moreover, the itself was a natural hidden weapon with the ability to break through protective energy. Tang San would definitely agree to this bet. As for what equivalent item he would offer, Violet had no idea. Sure enough, after hearing this, Tang San's whole body shook, and he quickly said, "No, there's no need to change." Change it? How could Violet change it? Is there anything of higher value than this board crystal? This piece of board crystal. Tang San is determined to win. Since Violet has put it up as a wager, he shouldn't think about taking it back. All right, then what about your wager? You know, I am the fairest and most just person. If the bets are not equal, Violet did not finish his sentence, but Tang San understood what he meant. Fair? Tang San fell into deep thought. What should he use to bet against Violet? Apart from the Tang sect's treasure trove of knowledge, he realized he was truly impoverished, having nothing at all, except for a few hundred gold soul coins. But gold soul coins were the last thing Violet lacked. Besides, this amount of gold soul coins couldn't buy a top-quality board crystal. Tang San felt that he would definitely not lose this soul fight, and it seemed like it didn't matter what he took out as a wager. With this in mind, Tang San gritted his teeth and swiped at the 24-bridge moonlit night at his waist, revealing a piece of paper in his hand. I'll bet the method for making the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle. The Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle is a top-tier hidden weapon. And crafting this hidden weapon requires deep-sea sunken silver and, most importantly, board crystal. As for what a hidden weapon is, you can understand it as a weapon that can be activated without using soul power. Tang San explained briefly. But how could this native possibly know what a hidden weapon is? Moreover, even if he gave Violet the blueprint for the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, what could he do with it? Could he really make it? Impossible. So many ancestors of the Tang sect could hardly make this Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, let alone someone who knows nothing about hidden weapons. The Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle? Violet certainly knew what it was. The value of this item, even just the blueprint, was far beyond that of a piece of top-quality board crystal for those who needed it. However, Violet didn't need this blueprint. The Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle couldn't be mass-produced. At most, only a small quantity could be made. For the vast Douluo Continent, this item couldn't play any significant role and would only be fleeting. If it were about making weapons, looking at the nearby Fucalos, who was a weapons dealer, wouldn't the weapons produced in Fodland be more powerful than Tang San's so-called Zhuge God crossbow or hidden arrows? Sorry, I don't need your so-called hidden weapon. This blueprint for the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle might be valuable, but to me, it's just waste paper. Violet shook his head and said slowly, the blueprint for the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle truly had no use. If Tang San couldn't come up with something else, then Violet wouldn't mind beating him up. After all, Tang San had been slandering him before. Fortunately, this wasn't Fodland. There was no court, or else he would definitely have to sue Tang San for defamation. Let him go to Mela Petersburg to screw bolts. After hearing this, Tang San fell silent. The other party acknowledged the value of the blueprint for the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, while also stating that he did not need such a thing. This made Tang San feel troubled, and he blamed that Violet for not recognizing value. This is one of the top 3 hidden weapons of the Tang sect. Its value is at least as high as that of a top-grade crystal. After a brief consideration, Tang San retracted the blueprint for the Rainfall Pear Blossom Needle and took out another blueprint, saying to Violet, "This is my self-created soul skill, called 100 Solutions of Hidden Weapons, which is a top technique for using hidden weapons." Violet's eyes twitched, without even looking. He knew that Tang San's sincerity was as dark as his heart. 100 solutions of hidden weapons? Besides the top-ranked hidden weapon techniques like Tears of Guanyin, other techniques require the use of hidden weapons. Based on his understanding of Tang San, he could never come up with one of the top techniques, even if he was confident of winning. Tang San, it seems your sincerity is limited. In that case, let's forget about this bet, Violet said without changing his expression. As soon as these words were spoken, Tang San became anxious because he saw Violet preparing to take back the top-grade crystal. Is there anything wrong with this hidden weapon manual? You must know that he made a great decision to bring it out. Just like what Violet imagined, these pages do not contain the top 10 hidden weapon techniques. At this moment, Tang San felt a bit flustered. Gritting his teeth, he secretly made up his mind. He absolutely would not lose this match, nor could he lose. With this thought in mind, Tang San took a deep look at Violet and said, Violet, I bet my two self-created soul skills, Purple Extreme Demon Eye and Ghost Shadow Mysterious Track, against you. 55. The referee, impartial, is one of my people. Why not use hidden weapons as a wager? He still planned to use hidden weapons to ambush Violet later, so how could he possibly expose that in advance? This is also one of the reasons why Tang San is so confident. He and Wei Lai Te are both soul Douluo. Even though Wei Lai Te's soul power level is slightly higher than his, he has the Tang Sect's unique skills and hidden weapons to assist him. What does Wei Lai Te have? The Purple Extreme Magic Eye and the Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps, both of which are priceless self-created soul skills. The Purple Extreme Magic Eye can enhance a soul master's eyesight and insight, while the Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps is my original footwork. You have served as my referee before, so you should know the kind of footwork I used, which is the Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps. At this moment, Tang San was unaware that the Purple Extreme Magic Eye could enhance mental strength. His Purple Extreme Magic Eye had been stuck at the subtle stage for a long time. Hearing this, Wei Lai Te's gaze towards Tang San changed. This guy actually shamelessly claimed, this is my original footwork? Aren't these things the hard work of the Tang Sect ancestors? When did they become yours? Violet Extreme Magic Eye and Ghost Shadow Mysterious Track are valuable. And that Violet knows this. It's destined to be an unequal bet. No matter how good the board crystal is, even if it's a top-grade board crystal, it can't compare to these two Tang Sect ultimate skills. Ghost Shadow Mysterious Track is secondary. This thing has no effect on true powerhouses, but the Violet Extreme Magic Eye is different. It can help soul masters cultivate their spiritual power. On the Douluo Continent, the method of cultivating soul power is merely meditation, and there is no complete cultivation method. The methods for cultivating spiritual power are even more lacking. One can only slightly enhance their spiritual power during meditation or absorb head spirit bones, as well as gain comprehensive boosts from soul rings. There is no complete cultivation method for either soul power or spiritual power. The Violet Extreme Magic Eye seems to be a technique for enhancing vision, but in fact, it improves spiritual power, making this technique very valuable. Of course, it holds no value for that Violet. Self-created soul skills are quite valuable, especially two of them. Just a piece of board crystal as a bet will put you at a disadvantage. It's fine, I don't mind. Tang San waved his hand and said nonchalantly, he just wants to teach that Violet a lesson and take his board crystal. Let me be the judge of this whole fight. How about that? Suddenly, Fucalos said with a smile. The fairness here refers to both parties temporarily placing their bets with her, and whoever wins can claim their winnings from her, which also prevents one side from refusing to acknowledge their loss. After hearing this, Tang San hesitated and glanced at Fucalos. This girl was with that Violet, and he felt a bit uneasy handing things over to her. Violet, however, had no objections, mainly because he wasn't afraid of Tang San not acknowledging his loss. I have no problem, Violet said as he placed the crystal board in Fucalos' palm. Of course you have no problem, Tang San thought to himself, realizing that this girl was on Violet's side. So what problem could Violet have? After briefly assessing Fucalos, Tang San thought for a moment and ultimately handed over the cultivation methods for Ghost Shadow and Purple Extreme Demon Eye to her. After all, she was just a girl. How high could her soul power be? Once he dealt with Violet, would he still have to worry about her not acknowledging the bet? I have no problem either, Fucalos said cheerfully, then I'll keep it for you. With a smile like a peach blossom, she continued, since this is a soul fight, I'll be your referee. Violet and Tang San had different thoughts, but were equally silent. Justice and referee, both were on his side. Justice and referee, both were on her side. How about I be the referee? Xiao Wu chimed in at this moment. Violet was indifferent, but Tang San glanced at Xiao Wu and hesitated. In the past, he had unconditionally trusted Xiao Wu, but now he was worried that Xiao Wu was too deep into the poison. and he feared she might be even more unfair as a referee than that girl. Thinking of this, Tang San felt a bit of a headache. Forget it, after all. They had 6 years of feelings. He didn't believe Xiao Wu would really do something like that. After underestimating the thought, Tang San said, "I support Xiao Wu as the referee. I have no objections." Villite nodded in agreement. Fucalos pouted. She, the goddess of justice, was to be the referee, yet the other party didn't appreciate it. However, she wasn't too disappointed since it was all for fun. With Villite's strength, did he really need her as a referee to help cheat? One dragon, one demon god, half a person, and one rabbit found a relatively open area as the soul fight arena. The two sides stood about 30 meters apart, locking eyes. Xiao Wu stood at the edge, glanced at both of them, and then said, "The fighters have 1 minute to release their martial souls. After 1 minute, the match officially begins." The term fighters refers to the soul masters in the soul fight. Villite's eyelid twitched. Xiao Wu hadn't seen a betting fight before, had she? Only in gambling soul fights would there be a 1-minute self-introduction. Because many fighters' goals were not just the soul fight, but to attract the attention of powerful forces for investment or to form alliances. This is the helplessness of ordinary soul masters. Without resources, background, or connections, they can only use platforms like the soul fighting arena to showcase themselves, meet the powerful, and reach the peak of life. This is also one of the reasons why the fighters in the soul arena are so talkative. In gambling fights and life and death battles, there is none of this. They basically just say the match begins. How could there be time to release a martial spirit, needing a minute? Shaking his head helplessly, since the referee said so, he decided to go through the process. Tang San, martial spirit, blue silvergrass, level 31 control system soul master. Please guide me. Tang San was the first to release his martial spirit and made a gesture inviting Violet to begin. On Violet's side, a water blue book seemed to appear out of thin air in front of him. Violet, martial spirit. Eternal flowing classic, please guide me. Tang San was taken aback. Why didn't Violet announce his soul power level? Looking at the 3 water blue rings on Violet, Tang San fell into deep thought. But he was just a soul master. Even if he were level 39, he was not afraid. What did it mean that Violet did not announce his soul power level? Of course, Tang San did not delve into it and quietly waited for the soul fight to begin. Violet had nothing to say either and was also waiting for the soul fight to officially start. With his current strength, not to mention Tang San, even if his father Tang Hao came, he would be completely unafraid. A minute passed in the blink of an eye. The soul fight began. As the referee's words fell, Tang San moved instantly, the first soul ring flashing. "Let me test you first. First soul skill, blue silver 56. Giving the illusion that he almost won. Let me test you first. First soul skill, blue silver entanglement." Violet's eye twitched, his shoulder convulsing, showing his inner unease. "Test you first? Blue silver entanglement?" Violet was stunned. He never expected that one day he would truly face this blue silver entanglement. Haha. The blue silver grass in Tang San's hand surged violently, reaching Violet in about a second. Violet shook his head, gently raised his right hand holding the scepter, and a water element gathered out of thin air, directly splitting the blue silver grass at its center, causing Tang San to lose control over the ends of the blue silver grass. This scene left Tang San somewhat stunned. The soul rings on Violet's body did not flicker, indicating that he did not use any soul skills. So, what was it that cut off the attack from his blue-silver grass martial soul? This is just the most basic, ordinary attack, condensing water elements and then attacking. How simple is that? However, for the people on Douluo Continent, it's like hearing a heavenly book. They can't believe that one can condense water elements and attack without releasing a soul skill. Not to mention that they haven't even heard of it. Only 20,000 years later, the elemental spirit of the Silver Dragon King, disguised, gave the world a slight shock. She didn't need to use soul rings to condense elements and produce attacks. But who is she? She is the creator god of Douluo, the avatar of the dragon god. Seeing that the first soul skill had no effect on that Violet, Tang San was not angry. Instead, his left hand quietly reached towards the 24 bridges bright moonlight behind him. The 24 bridges on a moonlit night is a belt-shaped storage soul tool, featuring a total of 24 gemstones, each containing 1 cubic meter of storage space. Since it is a belt, there are also gemstones behind it, meaning there is additional storage space. Tang San remained unfazed. He was prepared to give that Violet a little shock. Since he claimed not to need the blueprint for hidden weapons, let Violet see just how powerful his hidden weapons really are. A glint of ferocity flashed in Tang San's eyes. He did not believe that Violet could evade this strike. Third soul skill, Spider Web Cage. Although this third soul skill is not derived from the original work's faceless spider, Tang San still absorbs the soul ring from a spider-type soul beast. And the form and aim of the third soul skill are not significantly different. However, its power is far inferior to the original work's spider web cage. First, the web does not contain the poison of the faceless spider. Second, the quality and age of the faceless spider cannot be compared to the ordinary spider-type soul beast that Tang San killed. Additionally, the faceless spider dropped an external spirit bone, while this one did not. At the moment he released the spider web cage, a strange smile appeared on Tang San's face. He did not expect this web cage to truly trap Violet, because his real killing move was not this. At this moment, Tang San had already taken out a black box with his left hand, aiming it at Violet's direction. Violet frowned, realizing that Tang San was quite clever, using the third soul skill to interfere with his opponent, then using the Zhuge Divine Crossbow as the real killing move. An ordinary soul master would likely fall for it. But was Violet an ordinary soul master? He was not a soul master at all. Even if Violet was only at level 30, he would not fall for it. His perception was incredibly terrifying. How could he be caught off guard? Water blades. With a wave of his left hand, over 100 water blades, resembling daggers, instantly gathered around Violet. This scene completely stunned Tang San, who was about to pull the trigger. Tang San was filled with questions. Violet's soul rings had not moved at all, and he directly gathered over 100 water blades? At this level of soul skill, even a 1,000-year soul ring wouldn't be able to achieve it, right? Then, Violet casually manipulated a few already condensed water blades with his left hand and waved them towards the spider web cage that was lunging at him. A few water blades shot out, and their whistling sound startled Tang San. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In just an instant, the spider web cage was destroyed by the few water blades, which then turned into segments of blue-silver grass falling to the ground. Tang San, is he pulling the trigger or not? Tang San awkwardly held the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, unable to believe that Violet could instantly destroy his strongest soul skill. What exactly is the opponent's martial soul, and why is it so powerful? Is it the eternal flowing classic that is strong? No, it's Violet who is strong. Looking at the hundreds of water blades still floating around Violet, Tang San pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth, and ultimately made a decision. In this match, he cannot lose. The Tang Sec's ultimate skills absolutely cannot be leaked. He won't lose, and he can't lose. Violet, you are strong. If it's just a competition of martial souls, I'm not your opponent. But the battle between soul masters is definitely not that simple. Let me show you what hidden weapons are, and what my self-created soul skills are. After Tang San finished speaking, he decisively pulled the trigger. In an instant, the sound of breaking air was heard. It seemed like there was only one sound, but in fact, there were a total of 16. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Because they were released simultaneously, if you didn't listen carefully, you would really think there was only one attack. 16 arrows came tearing through the air, and Violet merely waved his hand again, causing several water blades to directly knock down all the arrows. Tang San had already expected this outcome. He did not stop pulling the trigger. The Zhuge Divine Crossbow can hold a total of 48 arrows and can fire a maximum of 16 arrows at once. After using it 3 times, it needs to be reloaded. After Tang San pulled the trigger 3 times, he immediately retracted the Zhuge Divine Crossbow in his hand and, with both hands, took out different hidden weapons from the Storage Soul Guide on either side, attacking Violet with various techniques. He didn't believe that Violet could withstand his storm-like barrage of attacks. Such a thing is absolutely impossible. The Celestial Maiden scatters flowers. Yet, Violet remained unperturbed in responding to Tang San's hidden weapon attack. Tang San had brought out the Purple Extreme Magic Eye and the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, 2 of Tang Sec's ultimate skills. This soul fight should at least give him some sense of experience, right? It needed to create an illusion for him that he was so close, just a little bit closer to winning. Only in this way could he possibly earn more gold coins in the future. Directly robbing was not Violet's style. His sense of justice did not allow him to do so. However, since it was Tang San who actively requested the bet, it was fine. At worst, he could use the Heartbreak Red as a wager next time. After all, he was bound to win. At this moment, Tang San was completely unaware that he had fallen into a trap. You damn sneak attacked me again. This is truly perilous. When the crisis passed, Violet murmured, wiping away the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. Upon hearing this, Fucalos' eye twitched, and he slightly turned his gaze, his expression towards Violet changing. What a perilous situation. Could you take this a bit more seriously? Who would believe this appearance? I didn't expect your strength to reach such a level. able to withstand so many of my hidden weapon techniques. Fucalos, Tang San actually believe it? No, that Violet was already acting convincingly enough, and you still believe it? Fucalos's eyes were filled with doubt as he looked at Tang San, as if looking at someone with a slight bit of intelligence. Intelligent, but not much. That Violet's strength has gained Tang San's recognition. This guy is really strong. His hidden weapons almost hit Violet every time, yet each time they just missed. I only had the geographical advantage. My martial soul is water element, and this is by the riverside. Violet pointed to the nearby stream, using it as an excuse for his powerful performance. Upon hearing this, Tang San suddenly realized. He was wondering why Violet could casually summon hundreds of water blades. Such a feat would not be easy to achieve in an arena. However, this is a place near water, which gives water attribute soul masters a natural advantage in battle. Damn, how did I forget about this? Tang San felt he had been tricked. He shouldn't have competed with Violet by the riverside. I can't lose. What should I do? What should I really do? Tang San was anxious. The hidden weapons he carried were already used up, and retrieving them would take a lot of time. Since they were in a soul fight, there was no way to recover them. Using his blue-silver grass martial soul, he was not Violet's opponent either. And his hidden weapons were also exhausted. His chances of winning were minimal. This time, it was due to geographical reasons and insufficient hidden weapons that led him to defeat. Tang San felt extremely unwilling, yet helpless. Could it be that he could only use his second martial soul? As he thought of this, a glimmer of determination flashed in Tang San's eyes. His father Tang Hao and teacher Yu Xiaojiang had once told him that unless absolutely necessary, he should never reveal his second martial soul. Now, was it worth it to use his second martial soul for a soul fight? Just as Tang San was still pondering, suddenly, everything went dark before his eyes, and he felt a heavy blow to the back of his head. Without time to think, he directly fell to the ground. At the moment he closed his eyes, his mind was blank, and only one sentence echoed. He originally thought he could dodge, but he didn't know what he was thinking during the soul fight. Tang San, you sneaky bastard, you attack me again. Being young is great, just fall down and sleep. Violet shook his head. He didn't know what Tang San was thinking. The speed he used just now wasn't fast at all. If Tang San wanted to dodge, it would have been completely fine. As a result, he seemed to be in a very conflicted state, and Violet circled around him without him reacting. Wow, Violet, you won. Xiao Wu was the first to congratulate, bouncing over to Violet's side without even glancing at the fallen Tang San. Miss Xiao Wu, I just won by luck, Violet said, maintaining a calm demeanor. But it wasn't luck. Your strength is definitely more than this. They say the onlooker sees most clearly, and Xiao Wu, who had been observing the two, could naturally tell that Violet was just acting. Earlier, during the soul fight, the speed Violet displayed was not as slow as today. Just this alone made Xiao Wu certain that Violet hadn't used his full strength. Here, this is your trophy. Fucalos walked over at this time and handed over something in her hand to Violet. After receiving the trophy, without any change in expression, Violet placed it into his storage soul guide. By the way, who is this young lady? Xiao Wu blinked and instinctively asked, as she hadn't thought about this question before. For some reason, she felt that this girl was unusual. The human aura on her was incredibly scarce, yet she didn't have the aura of a soul beast, which was truly strange. Hello, my name is Fucalos, and I am Violet's fiancé. Fucalos's face turned a bit rosy. After saying too much, she felt no embarrassment. She admitted it openly. What? Xiao Wu was stunned, feeling a bit bewildered. This girl was actually Violet's fiancé. It made sense. The two of them seemed quite abnormal and were very well matched. Xiao Wu didn't have any feelings of affection for Violet. She just felt like she had met a fellow superior of the same kind, having a sense of mutual recognition and an uncontrollable feeling. It was like being alone in a foreign land and suddenly meeting someone from the same hometown. Hello, Fucalos. My name is Xiao Wu, as in the dance. After greeting Xiao Wu, Violet calmly took Fucalos's hand and said, Miss Xiao Wu, we have some matters to attend to, so we must part ways here. As for these hidden weapons, they can only be dealt with after Tang San wakes up. You must be careful, as most of these hidden weapons are poisonous. Huh? Are you leaving already? Xiao Wu said a bit sadly. She still had some questions she wanted to ask Violet and Fucalos, but unexpectedly, they were already leaving. She didn't know when she would have such an opportunity again. Miss Xiao Wu, all good things must come to an end. Goodbye. After hearing this, and looking at the backs of Violet and Fucalos, Xiao Wu took a moment to respond. After a long while, she finally looked at Tang San lying on the ground, her eyes flashing with a hint of disgust. Should she leave him here? There were hidden weapons all around. If someone got hurt, it would be bad, and these all needed Tang San to handle. Ha! With so many self-created soul skills and so many types of hidden weapons. Why not teach me? Looking at the wrist crossbow, Xiao Wu discreetly took it off and placed it beside Tang San. Tang San always refused to teach her the techniques for hidden weapons and those strange self-created soul skills, using her unstable personality as an excuse. Even for slightly more powerful hidden weapons, Tang San never gave her any. He only gave her the wrist crossbow, which was something of very average power. Those techniques like Sand Shooting Shadow and Zhuge Divine Crossbow, which one of their powers was not stronger than the wrist crossbow. Did Tang San really hope she had the strength to protect herself? Unstable personality? Yet he could use it freely in the soul fight. 58. Meeting the parents, it was just a gamble, and Tang San could empty his family's wealth. Yet he refused to give her powerful hidden weapons under the excuse of her unstable personality. Thinking about it this way, does that make his personality more stable? Third brother. I'll call you third brother one last time. The hidden weapon is returned to you, and from now on, our sibling bond is severed. Perhaps you never really considered me as a sister. If you truly regarded me as your real sister, then your actions are too terrifying. You have powerful hidden weapons, but don't provide any for your real sister. Instead, you give the weakest to her. Is this what an elder brother should do? And what about those self-created soul skills? Can't she learn them? How precious can things be if they can be used as stakes? After a moment of silence, Xiao Wu didn't leave immediately, but walked to a distance, quietly waiting for Tang San to wake up. She would leave as soon as Tang San woke up. It can be seen as putting an end to this false sibling relationship. As for Violet, he was holding Fucalos' hand, not heading into Soto City, but rather towards home. Is this to meet the parents? Fucalos' eyes widened in surprise, feeling extremely flustered. She wasn't ready yet. What's wrong? Violet lowered his head, looked sideways, and asked calmly. He sensed that Fucalos' heartbeat seemed to have quickened significantly, and the temperature of her palm was continuously rising, which was very abnormal. Upon hearing this, Fucalos lowered her head and spoke softly. No, nothing. Are you going home? Fucalos' question made Violet realize that she was actually afraid of meeting the parents. Well, Violet hadn't thought of this before. Violet said without changing his expression, yes. What is wrong? Are you flustered? Not at all. I just feel that this is a bit too fast. Fucalos had seen Lexius before. In fact, she had seen everything Violet had seen in his life. However, this time was different, and it was normal for her to feel a bit nervous. Puffed, Violet couldn't help but chuckle. Fucalos looked quite rare in this state. He went to find Lexius today just to hand over the spoils he had obtained to strengthen the younger generation within the clan. He hadn't considered this aspect at all. What are you laughing at? Nothing, I just thought of some happy things. Violet shook his head repeatedly and said. Fucalos snorted. She didn't believe Violet's nonsense. Anyway, they would meet sooner or later. She gritted her teeth and said, I'm not afraid, really. Let us hurry up. If you're not comfortable, don't force yourself. Violet shook his head and said seriously. This kind of thing is the first time for Fucalos, so it's normal for her to be nervous. How could I, the great water god and god of justice, have such emotions? You think too much. Fucalos said with a proud face, but inside she was very flustered. Her thoughts were quite complicated. Oh my god, am I really going to meet the parents? Will Violet's grandfather have any objections to me? What if he does? Oh my god, Fucalos, what are you thinking? Glancing at Fucalos' troubled little face, Violet squatted down and, before Fucalos could react, directly picked her up in a princess carry. What are you doing? Dear Fucalos, since you're not afraid, let's move a bit faster. Violet said with a slight smile, his gaze deep as he looked down at Fucalos in his arms. Just kidding. What did you say? I didn't hear you. Violet. Time passed, and by the time Violet and Fucalos returned home, half an hour had already passed. At this moment, Lexius was in high spirits, looking decades younger. His gray-white hair turned golden, influenced by his martial soul. If those old guys saw me now, they would probably drop their jaws in shock. Ha ha. With months left until the annual meeting, he planned to give them a little shock. Lexius had just broken through to the title Douluo level, and his martial soul had evolved into the Golden Crow, which of course he wanted to show off in front of his old buddies. However, with only a few months until the annual meeting, there was no need for him to go to each family to tell them that Lexius, had broken through. At this time, Lexius' soul power level had reached level 93 with a 95,000 year old subdragon soul ring and soul bone, allowing him to directly break through to level 93 after just reaching level 90, showing how powerful this subdragon was. Indeed, This fire azure dragon had even produced a soul bone, and it was the most important trunk's soul bone. Originally, Lexaeus did not plan to absorb it, intending to leave it for Violet to absorb. This is a top-quality dragon soul bone over 95,000 years old. At his age, absorbing it would be a waste, right? However, Violet refused, claiming to be a water attribute soul master. Lexaeus, you say you're a water attribute soul master, but how did you release that terrifying flame? Even more fearsome than the Golden Crow's fire? Violet kept making excuses, and with no other choice, Lexaeus could only absorb it himself. After all, Violet was still young. If Lexaeus waited until he was 100 years older and there were no suitable body-soul bones, it would be too late. The fact that he could find Violet back then was probably the greatest opportunity of his life. Just as Lexaeus was sighing about this, a familiar aura appeared in the house, causing him to shudder. His grandson had returned? He hurriedly left the study and walked toward the hall. Upon arriving in the hall, just as Lexaeus had guessed, it was indeed Violet who had returned. However, the atmosphere seemed a bit off, didn't it? The girl is? As soon as they entered the hall, what caught the eye was that Violet and a white-haired girl. At this moment, well, they weren't doing anything. Violet was just holding the girl. Grandson, who is this? Lexaeus asked in confusion. There was absolutely no way this girl could exist among the 8 great families, as he couldn't see through her strength even with his titled Douluo power. After hearing this, Violet finally let go of Fucalos in his arms and smiled. Grandpa, this is my fiancée. I brought her to meet you today. Lexaeus was filled with questions. How long had he and Violet just returned from that treasure land? And he had already found a fiancée. Hello, I am Fucalos. Upon hearing Fucalos's voice, Lexaeus felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had heard Fucalos's voice somewhere before. Suddenly, Lexaeus's eyes lit up. He vaguely remembered hearing Fucalos's voice when they were in that treasure land. If it wasn't an illusion at that time, that exclamatory female voice was almost identical to Fucalos's voice, since Violet said she was his unwed wife, meaning she would be his future granddaughter-in-law. There was no need to bring this matter up openly. Lexaeus took a slight glance at Fucalos, and it was not a big deal until he looked at her, which left him somewhat bewildered and confused. The color of Fucalos's hair and her clothing matched Violet's too closely. Standing together with Violet, they looked like a match made in heaven. Fucalos, what a nice name. After praising her, Lexaeus quickly said, please, sit down and let's chat. This pair of golden boy and jade girl truly made him understand what a couple's resemblance is, and he had never seen such a perfect match before. Seeing Lexaeus so enthusiastic, Fucalos finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meeting the parents was really too embarrassing. It was her first time coming here. Violet smiled, but did not speak. After Lexaeus sat down, he took Fucalos to a chair nearby. The 3 of them took their seats, with Fucalos sitting next to Violet. A smile on her face, but her heart was very tense, not knowing what to say. Gradually, her face turned a bit red, and she subtly tugged at Violet's clothing, as if to say, why don't you say something? Not disappointing Fucalos's trust, Violet broke the silence and said, Grandpa, the main reason for our return this time is to let Fucalos meet you and get acquainted. Upon hearing this, Lexaeus's face lit up with joy, his smile beaming. He was already in high spirits, with both his cultivation and martial soul having broken through. How could he not be happy with such a big surprise from his grandson? Without waiting for Lexaeus to say anything, Violet continued. In addition, Fucalos and I have also developed 2 self-created soul skills, which may be of some use to the soul masters in the clan. After saying this, Violet took out the papers from the storage soul guide. It was the cultivation methods for the purple extreme magic eye and the ghost shadow disappearance. The 2 types of martial arts had already been reviewed by Yuena and Fucalos when they returned, although they didn't understand much about martial arts. Tang San didn't deceive them this time. The martial arts were genuine. Glancing at the self-created soul skill in Violet's hand, and then at the young couple, Lexaeus felt a bit dizzy. Wait, what did Yuena just say? Lexaeus was taken aback. Besides bringing Fucalos back, they also obtained 2 self-created soul skills? Lexaeus inhaled sharply. It's important to know that the value of self-created soul skills is much greater than that of some ordinary 10,000-year soul bones. As long as the soul master's talent is high enough, they can learn self-created soul skills. This can be considered as something to be passed down. Although soul bones can also be inherited, how many people in such a large family can actually receive the inheritance of soul bones? Self-created soul skills are different. As long as one has enough talent, everyone can even have their own version. Moreover, some powerful self-created soul skills are not even weaker than 10,000-year soul skills. The reason why Haotian sect is called the #1 sect in the world is not only because the Haotian hammer is a top-level martial soul, but more importantly, it is due to the inheritance of Haotian sect. Haotian absolutes, chaotic cloak hammer method, exploding ring, great summer hammer, etc. All of them are extremely powerful self-created soul skills. This is also the foundation of the Haotian sect. If this wasn't said by CryingOver, Lexius would think someone was playing a joke on him. Self-created soul skills are almost always treasures of major sects and powerful forces. Who would casually trade them? The self-created soul skills that can be bought are mostly very ordinary things, and it's rare to find those that can reach the level of a 1,000-year soul ring. After a moment of thought, Lexius calmly said, "Grandson, let's discuss this later. We can't neglect the granddaughter-in-law just because of some self-created soul skills. What kind of storms has he not seen?" Of course, he was very curious about what these two self-created soul skills were and whether they were powerful. Self-created soul skills won't run away, but what if the granddaughter-in-law thinks he doesn't value her? As the only elder of CryingOver, he can't drop the ball at this moment. Lexius knows how to prioritize. What kind of existence is Fucalos? Seeing Lexius's expression, she understood what he might be thinking. Suddenly, Lexius seemed to recall something. CryingOver had just said, the self-created soul skills obtained by him and Fucalos. So, does that mean the items in front of him are a greeting gift from Fucalos? Thinking of this, Lexius hurriedly stood up and said to Fucalos, "Granddaughter-in-law, please sit down. I'll have someone prepare some tea and snacks." "No, there's no need to go through so much trouble." Before Fucalos could finish her sentence, Lexius waved his hand and said, "How can that be considered a trouble? I'll be right back." After saying this, Lexius directly walked out of the hall to have someone arrange for tea and snacks, while he himself headed to the storeroom to prepare 2 greeting gifts. This is the future granddaughter-in-law. If I don't treat her well, what if she runs away? Should I let that Violet stay single for the rest of his life like him? Can I relax now? Grandpa really likes you. I'm not anxious at all. Fucalos cast a slightly proud glance at Violet and said. However, the smile on her face was unstoppable. "Violet, clearly it's something you obtained. Why do you say we obtained it together?" Fucalos asked in confusion, not quite understanding Violet's earlier words. Violet smiled and said, "Does it make a difference?" "Of course. It seems there isn't much of a difference. Your strength is formidable, and you have the status of a demon god, but you're a bit lacking in social skills." "Social skills?" Fucalos blinked in confusion, falling into deep thought. After a while, Lexius returned with people, fully equipped with tea and pastries. Moreover, he had 2 strands of water-blue bracelets in his hand. "Huh." Lexius laughed heartily and said, "Granddaughter-in-law, these were obtained by me in my youth, in a certain secret realm. Cough, cough, in a perilous place. At that time, there was something written beside these 2 strands of bracelets. Love God S heart, love God deity. The 2 bracelets are entirely water blue, each adorned with a slightly larger heart-shaped water crystal. Just by looking at the surface, one can tell that these items are quite valuable. Both bracelets are storage soul guide devices, but it seems there is some secret between them." At this point, Renxue recalled a bit and continued. "When I obtained them, there were some ancient texts written beside them. Fortunately, I am well versed in knowledge." CryingOver and Fucalos exchanged glances and did not interrupt Renxue, but the corners of their eyes twitched uncontrollably. It was written that only lovers who are in sync with each other can unleash their true potential. This statement, I still do not quite understand. They are merely storage soul guide devices. Could it be that they can detect whether 2 people are in love? You might not believe this, but I specifically sought out many couples and people in love to test these soul guide devices, yet the final results are the same. They can only store items. By the way, this pair of bracelets is called the Heart of the God of Love. After saying this, Renxue handed the bracelets to Fucalos and CryingOver. They may not have any secrets, but the meaning is good. I wish you both achieve your goals soon. Renxue said with a smile. Heart of the God of Love? CryingOver and Fucalos both murmured after receiving the bracelets. Just as they were about to thank Renxue, an unexpected event occurred. The Heart of the God of Love in Fucalos and CryingOver's hands suddenly lit up, and 2 beams of water blue light shot up into the sky. In the astonished eyes of the 3, with blank expressions, the 2 beams of light intertwined. Renxue's expression was extremely strange. What the hell is going on? The Heart of the God of Love was obtained by him after a near-death experience in a secret place overseas during his youth. However, he discovered that this item seemed to have no other function besides storage. Because of this, he specifically sought out many lovers and couples to wear it, and see if it could unlock the hidden secrets of the heart of the god of love. Despite the terrifying introduction, it turned out to be useless except for storage. Lexaeus was unwilling to accept this. After so many people tried it, the heart of the god of love still showed no response at all. Moreover, it seemed that he was under a curse, despite being so outstanding. It was as if he had an immunity to love, as no woman liked him. This is also the reason why Lexaeus has been single until now. Of course, couples and spouses who have worn the heart of Cupid have not been affected in any way. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to use it to trick his grandson. Unexpectedly, as soon as the heart of Cupid fell into the hands of this couple, it emitted an unprecedented glow. Their love is stronger than gold, sharing life and death together. A vague voice echoed in the hall, and the heart of Cupid in Violet and Fucalos' hands changed again, turning completely pink. Not only that, but in the next moment, it automatically wrapped around their left and right wrists. The first trial of love is complete. They gain the ability to teleport to each other, regardless of distance or differing realms. As long as they are willing, they can be transported to each other's side, usable once a day. If the newlyweds wish to continue completing the remaining trials to become divine beings of love, then they should seek the related items for the second trial. If they do not wish to continue, there will be no punishment. Of course, this deity still hopes you will complete it, especially this one, who is even more powerful than this deity was in life. At this moment, the hall was exceptionally silent. This thing is indeed not simple. It turns out to be a relic of the god of love. Lexaeus was somewhat confused. He did not hear his voice and naturally did not understand what was happening. Fucalos and Neuvillette exchanged a glance at this moment, both clearly sensing each other's presence. It seems that this test of the god of love is no joke. This ability allows two people to directly teleport to each other's side as long as they are in the same world, with the only limitation being that it can only be used once a day. As for this love deity, they are not interested. However, this ability is quite useful. Fucalos may be more powerful than the love deity, but she does not possess such a bug-like ability. Grandpa, do you know about deities? I know a little. I've heard that the spirit hall worships a deity, Lexaeus replied after some thought. This pair of bracelets is one of the love deity's heirlooms. Obtaining it is equivalent to completing a test. Of course, this requires a couple or spouses to reach a level of love that is as strong as gold and to share life and death together to pass this test. When Violet said this, Lexaeus was stunned. He wasn't concerned about the love deity's heart. After all, this item was of no use to him. Lexaeus examined Violet and then glanced at Fucalos. Goodness, they probably haven't known each other for long, yet they were able to complete such a test of love and commitment. It seems that Fucalos, this granddaughter-in-law, is not getting away. As for the love deity's inheritance, his grandson Violet has the potential to become a deity, which is no joke. What love deity? One can tell at a glance that it is not a powerful deity. Does its inheritance even match his grandson? This question is worth pondering. As for the inheritance, Lexaeus thought to himself, the goddess of love is indeed a deity, isn't she? But before he could finish his words, Violet and Fucalos shook their heads, and Violet spoke up. Her inheritance needs to find the remaining relics. With the Douluo Continent being so vast, how could that be accomplished? Let's just consider that the goddess of love never existed. Hearing this, Lexaeus suddenly understood and instinctively nodded. Suddenly, it seemed he thought of something and looked at the storage bag at Violet's waist. He remembered that in that treasure land, Violet had obtained a heartbreak red, didn't she? The heartbreak red is said to be related to the goddess of love. With this in mind, Lexaeus hesitated to speak, as his grandson's cleverness should have already led him to this conclusion, right? Since that was the case, he chose not to say more. Violet thought, is it possible that he didn't think of this at all? Besides, he and Fucalos really didn't need a deity's inheritance. Grandpa, we are still young. This is not the time to consider these things. You should first take a look at these two, Fucalos said, poking Violet with his hand and whispering, Violet, say thank you, Violet. Next time, you say this every time. Time flies. Under the first ray of sunlight in the morning, there were a few unfamiliar faces gazing directly at the sun. Previously, it was only Tang San, but now it had evolved into several people. The cultivation of the purple extreme magic eye requires consistent effort over time. It cannot be accomplished overnight, although its enhancement of mental strength is minimal over a long period. It definitely has significant benefits. Lexaeus objectively evaluated the purple extreme magic eye. He never expected that the self-created soul skill his grandson mentioned could be cultivated directly and also had the effect of enhancing vision and mental strength. This is not a self-created soul skill at all. This is simply a treasure. A priceless treasure. Just this purple extreme magic eye alone might be able to create a major force. And the purple extreme magic eye would be the foundation of this major force. A true foundation. Nowadays, the methods to enhance mental strength are nothing more than regular meditation, which can slightly improve it, as well as soul power breakthroughs, absorbing soul rings, and absorbing head soul bones, etc. There are no methods to directly cultivate mental strength. The purple extreme demon eye is indeed impressive. As for the phantom shadow movement, it's a type of movement technique that is quite good for mid to low-level soul masters. It can also serve as a foundation. I didn't expect that my grandson and granddaughter-in-law would return this time with these two great items. Not bad, not bad. As for the heart of the love god he gifted to him, it's merely a souvenir. After 100 years, those items will also be inherited by Violet. Giving it to my granddaughter-in-law now is just a little early. No, I need to think of a way to check my old friend's treasury to see if there are any legacy items related to the love god. These guys must have some private collections. Coincidentally, the phantom shadow movement can be shared with them. As for the purple extreme demon eye, at this point, Lexius hesitated slightly. The 8 major families are indeed branches of the same tree, and over the years, there has never been any infighting. However, as soul masters, everyone has their own secrets to some extent. The purple extreme demon eye technique could significantly enhance his clan's abilities, even surpassing other families. Shaking his head, Lexius ultimately decided to listen to Violet and Fucalos' opinions before making a decision. These 2 items ultimately belong to Fucalos and CryingOver, and they have the right to decide their ownership. Unfortunately, the 2 left early in the morning. Otherwise, Lexius wouldn't have to be so entangled. Anyway, there's still a few months until the annual meeting, so there's no rush, no rush. The scene shifts to the riverside. Tang San groggily opens his eyes, rubbing his somewhat swollen head as memories flood back. No, it can't be. I lost. I actually lost the Tang Sec's ultimate skill. Tang San's eyes widen in shock as everything comes rushing back to him. That's right, it was CryingOver who ambushed him, which led to his defeat in this match. Moreover, due to geographical reasons, CryingOver had a natural advantage. Fighting here in the Soul Arena, the opponent had an innate edge. However, if it weren't for CryingOver's sneak attack while he was lost in thought, Tang San might not have lost. Tang San clenches his fists, his eyes turning red. The former CryingOver only had a slight advantage, but now he has completely mastered that advantage. Is the Tang Sec's ultimate skill so easy to take away? Next time, I will never lose. After a moment of silence, Tang San begins to assess his surroundings, still the place where he fought CryingOver. Wait, why am I lying on the ground? Where's Xiao Wu? Why didn't she take him back to the academy? At this moment, Tang San felt a bit confused and at a loss. Beside him, an unused hidden arrow lay quietly, adorned with a rabbit pattern and the character for dance. Upon seeing this hidden arrow, Tang San's expression changed dramatically. Isn't this the hidden dart he gave to Xiao Wu for self-defense? How did it end up here? Where is Xiao Wu? With a swish, a sound from nearby, something brushing against the grass, brought Tang San back to his senses. He instantly activated his purple extreme magic eye and turned to look in the direction of the sound, where Xiao Wu's silhouette came into view. At that moment, Tang San was stunned. That figure was definitely Xiao Wu's. He could not be mistaken. But why? Why did Xiao Wu leave him and run far away? She had stayed by his side all night and even left behind the hidden weapon he had given her when they became siblings. Was Xiao Wu really cutting ties with him? After a long silence, Tang San finally stood up, trembling slightly. A night of wind and cold had made him a bit sick. His body was feeling unwell. It took him about half an hour to collect himself and retract his hidden weapon before heading toward Shrek Academy. He needed to go back and ask Xiao Wu what was going on. Looking at the hidden weapon in his hand, Tang San's heart gradually grew cold. When he returned to Shrek Academy, he immediately went to Xiao Wu's dormitory. In the entire Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu was the only girl, and she had a room to herself. Unfortunately, to Tang San's disappointment, Xiao Wu was indeed in her dormitory, but was unwilling to see him. This left Tang San completely puzzled, wondering where the problem lay. Suddenly, he thought of that Violet. If it weren't for that Violet, they would still have a close brother-sister relationship and would never have evolved into what it is today. Indeed, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, my intuition was correct. You truly have a path to destruction. That Violet, Tang San thought to himself, his expression growing colder, as the nature of a killer gradually returned. Oh, isn't this Tang San? What is wrong? Did you get turned away? At this moment, the recovered Dai Mubai suddenly walked over, hands clasped behind his head, chest out, smiling with a hint of mockery. He said, hearing this, Tang San came to his senses, coldly glancing at Dai Mubai, and replied, Dai Mubai, if you want to fight, I, Tang San, am always ready. If you want to seek death, you can do it now. Tang San's icy tone and gaze truly startled Dai Mubai. Once he regained his composure, he instantly became somewhat angry. After all, Tang San was just a defeated opponent. Well, his hidden weapons are indeed quite strong. I'm too lazy to argue with you. In the end, Dai Mubai chose to be prudent, as Tang San seemed to be in a bad mood, and if he really provoked this madman, he would actually make a move. After saying this, Dai Mubai ignored Tang San and continued, let us go find those twin sisters. As for Zhu Zhuqing, she is ungrateful. If she leaves, then let her leave. She will come back sooner or later. Seeing this, Tang San coldly glanced at Dai Mubai, but ultimately did not make a move. Compared to that Violet, Dai Mubai was somewhat more tolerable. Violet, why are you crying again? In the Soto City Grand Soul Arena, in Violet's room, Fucalos suddenly appeared and immediately pounced on Violet. The love god's teleportation is even more useful than the teleportation anchor points left on Teyvat. Fucalos said with a smile as he left Violet's embrace. There are many teleportation anchor points on Teyvat, but very few people can use them, unlike these fixed-point teleportation anchors. The love god's teleportation ability allows Violet or Fucalos to be directly teleported next to each other. Just then, Fucalos waited for Neuvillette to enter the city. After arriving at the Colosseum, he was finally teleported next to Neuvillette. New abilities always need to be tested. Hey Neuvillette, what are you thinking? Why aren't you speaking? Hearing Fucaros' voice, Neuvillette snapped back to reality, thought for a moment, and then said, I was wondering, if I throw you into the sky and then we both use teleportation, would we get stuck in the middle? Fucaros. This statement makes a lot of sense, but isn't this metaphor a bit inappropriate? What does it mean to throw her into the sky? However, what would happen if we use teleportation? This question is indeed worth pondering. By the way, Fucalos, do you have a martial soul? Violet, without changing his expression, changed the topic and looked at Fucalos. His eyes were so clear and full of wisdom. Martial soul? Fucalos was taken aback. Martial souls are a specialty of the Douluo Continent, and every child who turns 6 can awaken one. Violet, after crossing over, for some unknown reason, was able to give birth to a martial soul. But her situation is different from that of Violet, although they are essentially the same. The rules of the Douluo Continent cannot prevent them from improving their strength, even without a martial soul or spirit rings. Fucalos closed her eyes, felt for a moment, then shook her head and said, I do not possess such a thing as a martial soul. However, if I need to make a move, I can simulate the martial soul I want using water elements. This is a disguise. Pure water spirits inherently possess the ability to mimic living beings, especially since Fucalos has ascended to the level of a god. Innate gods do not have a gender, and Fucalos is one of the followers of Egeria, not an innate god. Pure water spirits do have male and female distinctions. The love between humans and pure water spirits, with Egeria's help. Fucalos fused with the original amniotic sea water, which allowed her to take on a human form. Moreover, she is indistinguishable from humans. Fanina is the perfect human. Later, Egeria passed the divine throne to Fucalos, which elevated her status to that of a god, also known as the second-generation god of water, the god of justice. After the divine throne was destroyed, the ancient dragon's power was returned to Neuvillette, causing Fucalos to lose that part of her ability, yet she still retains Egeria's godly status. Back to the point. After hearing Fucalos' words, Neuvillette looked at her in surprise. Well, he was the only one who had been weakened. Fucalos had not changed at all. Transforming into a martial soul is just another way of being weakened, right? Not to mention him, even the Pangu Axe, the 4 swords of Zhu Xian, and the Dongwang Bell would be weakened to the point of being unrecognizable if they came to the Douluo Continent. Has your strength recovered now? Not yet. Only about 80 to 90% of my peak condition, but it should be enough. Fucalos thought for a moment and answered truthfully. Neuvillette's eyelid twitched. Her peak condition? A 500-year-old god, nearly equivalent to a child among gods. How could that be considered peak state? Perhaps in Teyvat, only Barbados and Morix, the 2 gods who have not changed, truly possess peak conditions. By the way, there is also that homebody. She also has a peak condition. Among the second-generation gods, only that Thunder God has a twin god status with the first-generation Thunder God, and the succession of the Thunder God has actually made her stronger. I heard she recently went to another Douluo Continent with a little blonde guy. It seems to be called Douluo, Martial Soul Raiden Shogun. and she cooks really well. That's good. Let's find a time to take a walk around the Lake of Life. I'm sure that will help you fully recover, Neuvillette said without changing his expression, as if the Lake of Life belonged to him. This is also something unavoidable. On Douluo Continent, there are only limited resources. Nowadays, the ice and fire yin-yang has been depleted to the point where only one plant of Heartbreak Red remains. And the only place rich in energy is the Lake of Life. By the way, there's also the extreme north, where there's a large amount of 10,000 years of ice essence. Suddenly, Neuvillette frowned. He suddenly remembered that most of the 10,000 years of ice essence had probably been consumed by that ice silkworm. Now, that ice silkworm, which is nearly 1,000,000 years old, should be at the Lake of Life, right? No need. I'm already content to have transformed back into human form so many years in advance. Fucalos shook his head and said gently. Then he stroked Neuvillette cheek with his right hand, looking into his eyes and continuing, "Our time has just begun. The future is long, very long, and we will also become very powerful. By the way, Neuvillette, right now, the curse I cast on you is something you cannot resist." Neuvillette took a deep breath. What was this woman planning to do again? Fucalos, in the name of the god of water and the god of justice, curse you, Neuvillette, to be ageless and immortal, free from illness and disaster, and to turn misfortune into fortune. At this point, Fucalos's face turned somewhat pale, as if he had consumed a lot of energy. This scene made Neuvillette a bit flustered. What was going on? Fucalos, stop. What are you doing? As the water element dragon king, do I need your curses? Seeing Neuvillette like this, Fucalos couldn't help but smirk slightly. This little one was still so easily fooled. The curse of the pure water spirit could be realized under the right conditions. Moreover, the pure water spirit using the curse would only be weakened for a period of time. However, there were also limitations. It could not be used too many times in a lifetime. The last time it was used was to curse Funina's eternal life, since Funina was Fucalos's vessel. Realizing this curse was not difficult and was within the scope of the curse. Fool, I'm Fine. Why are you crying again? Fucalos's face gradually returned to normal as he looked up at Neuvillette, who was crying again. Neuvillette slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. Did this short-lived wife really enjoy tempting fate like this? He didn't want to go through it again. Reforged my beloved? 63. The bug in the soul arena. It was unclear how long had passed, but the sky finally began to clear up. The people of Soto City are somewhat puzzled. What's going on? The weather in Soto City has been unpredictable lately. It's one thing for it to go from sunny to cloudy now and then, but for it to rain on a bright sunny day. This is the second time it has happened. Fucalos, why do you like to court disaster so much? Neuvillette said with some anger while pinching Fucalos's cheek. This melon woman really makes my heart ache. She always considers others first, but herself is not in the equation. Let go, it hurts. You said no, it hurts, huh? Do you know my heart was just feeling cold? I'm sorry, I apologize. If apologies were useful, why would we need the law? No, I originally planned to let go of 10 past things. What 10? Now it's more than that. Then Neuvillette snorted. And only then did she let go of Fucalos's face. Hearing this, Fucalos blinked, and a hint of a smile appeared in her beautiful eyes. The sky is clear. How about we go out for a stroll? Aren't you going to rest a bit? Neuvillette said with some concern, as he couldn't forget Fucalos's pale face from before. This woman is really something. So I'm fine now. I'm the god of water and the god of justice. How could I be so fragile? Fucalos spun around in place, indicating that she was okay, and said. Seeing this, Neuvillette temporarily felt relieved and nodded. That's good, and also, don't treat yourself like that anymore. Fucalos nodded vigorously, looking very serious. With a sigh, Neuvillette hugged Fucalos tightly, and then, about 10 minutes later, the two finally walked out of the room, and Fucalos's cheeks were a bit flushed, but nothing else had happened. Neuvillette was very respected in the soul-fighting arena, and ordinary employees would greet him kindly when they saw him. Lord Neuvillette, hello. Hello. At this moment, that Neuvillette kindly replied. Although everyone was very curious about the Fucalos that Neuvillette was holding, no one asked. The higher-ups of the soul-fighting arena were somewhat confused. This person didn't seem to be a lady from another family, right? Of course. This matter had nothing to do with them, so they wouldn't speak up unless the person volunteered the information. In the soul-fighting arena, the 8 great families focused solely on soul fighting. Aside from that, they remained indifferent. As senior executives of the great soul-fighting arena, they had been educated this way. Just then, a familiar figure appeared in front of Neuvillette, looking troubled, as if something significant had happened. Director AO, what's wrong? Neuvillette asked with a frown. Hearing Neuvillette's voice, Director AO finally reacted, looked at Neuvillette, and said, Young master, hello. I'm sorry, I was just thinking about something. Director AO said somewhat hesitantly. Oh, can you tell me? If it's not a secret, Valette responded. After a brief moment of thought, Director AO said, Young Master, here's the thing. Recently, a group of people came to the Soul Fighting Arena. They're all Silver Soul Masters, but we don't have any fighters in our arena that can match them. We could only send out a team of Bronze Soul Masters, but unfortunately, they were completely defeated. Moreover, those big nobles placed heavy bets on this team, resulting in significant losses for our Soul Fighting Arena these past few days. Director AO expressed his concerns, clearly indicating that the big nobles in Soto City had invited them just to profit from this. Upon hearing this, Valette fell silent. If you remember correctly, this group should be the Royal Battle Team, led by Yu Tianheng and others. Logically, Yu Tianheng and the others shouldn't have arrived in Soto City so early, right? In the original story, it was the Shrek 7 monsters who defeated this team, but right now, there were no Shrek 7 monsters. Wait a minute. Douluo Yen had consumed the Earth Dragon Golden Melon, so her soul power must have broken through to level 40, right? Valette instinctively asked, how many of them are there? 6. They all belong to the Royal Battle Team and should be students of the Tiando Royal Academy. In the Soul Fighting Arena's team battles, it is not necessary to have 7 people to participate. As long as there are 5 or more, but less than 9, it is acceptable. During a match, the number of participants is determined by the side with fewer members. If one side has 5 people and the other has 8, then both sides will only send out 5 participants. It seems that Douluo Yen has truly broken through to the Soul Ancestor level, but their approach could be seen as exploiting a bug in the Soul Fighting Arena. That's right, since Douluo Yen has already broken through to the Soul Ancestor level. The Royal Battle Team will face a Silver Soul Master Team at the Soul Ancestor level, rather than a Soul Master level team. However, the Royal Battle Team has temporarily kicked Douluo Yen out of the team, so they only consist of Soul Masters, avoiding facing a team at the Soul Ancestor level. This is indeed a bug in the Soul Fighting Arena. The Royal Fighting Team had no choice but to resort to this. They only have a single member, Douluo Yen, who has just broken through to the Soul Zone level. How can they compete against a team where everyone is at the Soul Zone level, or even possibly all at a higher level? Even though their martial souls are powerful and among the top tier, the odds of winning are still very slim. With this thought in mind, Valette shook his head. He didn't have a good solution either, and could only hope that the Soul Fighting Arena would quickly bring in people from elsewhere. Even if they brought in new members, they might not necessarily be a match for the Royal Fighting Team. This point, that Valette is still aware of. The number 1 beast martial soul in the world, the top defensive martial soul, and the number 1 healing tool martial soul are all in the Emperor Do team. Supervisor AO, you can go ahead and get busy. There will definitely be a way when we reach the mountain. It's better to find a way to transfer people from other places first, as I don't have a better solution here. Valette can't personally go down to the field, right? Although the Emperor Do team has exploited a bug in the Duhan Arena, existence is reasonable. Can we still ask them not to lay off employees? If Valette disguises himself as a Soul Master and goes down to the field, that would truly be a violation of the rules. Sai Supervisor AO sighed, troubled and at a loss. Can he really ask this Soul Master level young master to personally go down to the field? What if he gets injured? Wouldn't the old man kill him? After Supervisor AO left, Valette looked at Fucalos, and seeing her in deep thought, he asked, what are you thinking about? Huh? Nothing. Nothing, Fucalos shook her head. But the cunning in her beautiful eyes betrayed her. Seeing Valette staring at her, Fucalos helplessly spread her hands and said, if we could let that Lady Douluo Yen return to the Emperor Do team, wouldn't this problem be solved? Fucalos blinked and tentatively said. Valette fell silent. Fucalos's words were not without reason, but making it happen would be difficult. She came for victory. How could she easily return to the team and then go on stage to take a beating? Yes, a beating. In their situation, the Duhan Arena would definitely send out 7 high-level Soul Zone, and even if the Emperor Do team had a martial soul advantage, victory would be nearly impossible. This problem should still be handled by the professionals in charge. Valette shook his head, said no more, and took Fucalos by the hand as they walked out of the Duhan Arena. It was still early for the Duhan Arena to open, so there was no need to rush. Sai, isn't this method good? Good, it's the best. You guy. After the two exited the Duhan Arena, bright sunlight shone on their faces. Because of being a celebrity in the Duhan Arena, Valette would always attract some attention wherever he went in the city. This time, everyone was not only sizing up Valette, but also evaluating Fucalos. The highest judge of the Soul Arena is actually in a relationship. I wonder how many pure white lilies will faint from crying. After going around experiencing the local customs and cuisine of Soto City, and enjoying the champagne. Hey, isn't that Dai Mubai? I haven't seen him for a long time. Suddenly, a figure appeared in his line of sight, causing Violet to be taken aback. He vaguely remembered what Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had said when they ran away. They had beaten up Dai Mubai. It's been over a month since Dai Mubai appeared in Soto City, which indicates that his previous injuries were quite serious. The two women he is holding are still the same ones he embraced at the Rose Hotel. They are a pair of twin sisters who look almost identical. Dai Xiao, it's been a long time since you came to see us. My sister and I thought you had abandoned us. How could that be? I've just been focusing on my training during this time. There's no way I would abandon you. You are both my precious treasures, Dai Mubai said with a smile, showing no signs of embarrassment. He originally planned to abandon the two women because Zhu Zhuqing had arrived, but before he could do so, Zhu Zhuqing left again. Not at all. The two women have no idea. Suddenly, Dai Mubai seemed to feel someone was sizing him up, and his brows furrowed instantly as he looked towards the source of the gaze. Was it Violet? At this moment, Dai Mubai was a bit dumbfounded. Yes, that Violet who said he wouldn't communicate with outsiders was now holding a girl, and the two looked very close. As expected, everything he said to Ning Rongrong was a lie. He just hadn't met a girl who made his heart race, which was why he'd been dismissive towards Ning Rongrong. Are there any men who aren't attracted to women? Wait, this girl looked at Fucalos, then at the twin sisters she was holding, and a hint of jealousy flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes. The two sisters had too much of a worldly vibe, completely incomparable to that girl's grace. She looked like a fairy descended from the heavens, while they looked like wild creatures emerging from a fish nest. What was the reason for this? Just because of his somewhat handsome face that resembled Violet's readers? Dai Mubai, refused to accept this. Dai Mubai knew that Violet was a Soul Emperor-level powerhouse. But he wasn't afraid at all. Soul Emperor? Who isn't a Soul Emperor? Dai Mubai, am a 37th level Soul Emperor, and among Soul Emperors, there are very few who can surpass me. You two go back first. I still have some matters to attend to. Dai Mubai released the two girls and said seriously. The twin sisters were stunned, exchanging confused glances. What was going on? Dai Mubai had just invited them out, so why was he asking them to go back? They were two beautiful flowers in Soto City, and being summoned and dismissed like this by Dai Mubai made them wonder how others would view them. Soul Emperor? As long as they were willing, it wasn't impossible for them to curry favor with a higher-ranking Soul Master. However, seeing Dai Mubai's serious expression, they ultimately decided to give him a chance, knowing that such opportunities wouldn't come again. Mainly because Dai Mubai was wealthy, had gold soul coins, and wasn't bad-looking. That's why they followed him. Otherwise, they could have pursued higher-ranking Soul Masters with their conditions. All right, young Master Dai. After the two girls left, Dai Mubai walked towards Violet and Fucalos, straightening his clothes slightly along the way. He wore a carefree smile on his face, with a spirited look in his eyes, appearing very sunny. In terms of appearance, Dai Mubai believed he was not inferior to Violet, but in terms of taste, he fell short. If it weren't for Zhu Zhuqing leaving, he wouldn't have returned to those two sisters first. Even Zhu Zhuqing had a gap in temperament compared to this girl. Of course, in terms of flat terrain, Zhu Zhuqing had more advantages. Heaven is fair. While it gave her stunning beauty, it also closed a window for her. Seeing Dai Mubai approaching, Violet frowned, feeling that this Dai Mubai was coming over to court death. Indeed, just looking at his eyes and smile gave that impression. Moments later, Dai Mubai arrived next to Violet and Fucalos, just a few meters apart. This beautiful lady, I hope you don't mind my intrusion. May I know your name? Dai Mubai performed a noble bow, slightly bending forward, with his right fist placed over his heart, looking quite impressive. Fucalos and Violet were taken aback, exchanging glances, and Fucalos smiled, genuinely surprised at how interesting Dai Mubai was. Fucalos, Violet's fiancé. Fucalos smiled and said. As for the latter part, Dai Mubai chose to selectively forget it. Fiancé? They weren't married yet. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Dai Mubai, a 37th level assault-type Soul Emperor. I wonder if I have the qualifications to dine with Miss Fucalos. Hearing this, Violet couldn't hold back anymore and prepared to teach this young master a good lesson. But he suddenly felt his hand being tugged by Fucalos, as if telling him to not rush. Mr. Dai Mubai, if you wish to invite me to dinner, you need to meet one condition. Oh. Fucalos smiled and said, a hint of coldness flashing in her eyes. God loves the world, and loving one's own people is not wrong. Unfortunately, there are no subjects of hers in the Douluo Continent. Gods can also be angry. Oh, what condition do I need to meet? I, Dai Mubai, am willing to give it a try. Although Dai Mubai pretended to be humble. He was already overjoyed, excitement evident in his demeanor. From the curve of his lips, it was clear how happy he was. A condition? It was nothing more than gold soul coins or demonstrating one's strength. These were trivial matters for Dai Mubai. He had no idea he was getting himself into trouble. It's a very simple condition. As long as you can hold out for the duration of an incense stick, that's all. Fucalos said with a smile, her expression indifferent beneath her smile. There was plenty of time to deal with this guy. Holding out for the duration of an incense stick? Dai Mubai was a bit confused. He felt like he had heard this somewhere before. He remembered that when Tang San and the others enrolled, Zhao Wujin seemed to have said something similar to them. Them? No, it should be here now, right? Ha ha ha. Just thinking of Tang San's current situation made Dai Mubai want to laugh. But of course, the matter at hand was more important. As for Violet, she was just a judge. I don't know what Miss Fucalos is talking about. How do I hold out for the duration of an incense stick? If it's to battle with the person next to you, Violet, what's the difficulty in defeating him, let alone holding out for an incense stick? Once Dai Mubai said this, both Violet and Fucalos fell silent, looking at Dai Mubai with expressions as if they were looking at a fool. Where's this guy's head? Actually, it's not entirely Dai Mubai's fault. He thought that Violet was just someone with a bit of influence in the soul arena, not knowing the specifics of Violet's situation. Flender once said, not daring to cause trouble is a sign of mediocrity. What does it matter if it's just a connection in the soul arena? He knew that Violet had ambushed Tang San and knocked him out, but that was it. At that time, Tang San was only at level 29, and Dai Mubai could do the same. There was no need to defeat Violet. All he needed to do was last for a stick of incense. Fucalos shook her head and said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai was taken aback, and he looked at Fucalos again. This girl seemed young, yet her tone was quite bold. Could it be that she was intentionally saying this? With that thought, Dai Mubai became even more excited. All right, don't say one stick of incense. Even 2 sticks would be fine. Dai Mubai quickly agreed. No matter how strong Fucalos was, or how high her talent, she could at most be a soul sovereign, and she couldn't possibly defeat him in such a short time. Well then, since it's what young Master Dai Mubai requested, 2 sticks of incense it is. Fucalos did not refuse and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Violet, who was watching the show, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. His gaze towards Dai Mubai shifted from one of hostility to sympathy. Currently, he wasn't even a match for Fucalos. If they really started fighting, he might not last even half a stick of incense. This soul master level Dai Mubai is really brave. Calling him foolish is an understatement. This isn't a good place to make a move. If we go to the fighting arena, it will only trouble the staff who are preparing. Let's leave the city. After saying this, Fucalos thought for a moment and remembered there was a place nearby that sells incense. Violet, help me buy 2 sticks of incense to test Mr. Dai Mubai esse temperament. No problem. Violet gave Dai Mubai a deep look before heading towards the incense seller. Dai Mubai. For some reason, he always felt something was off. Was there a problem with that part? Dai Mubai couldn't quite put his finger on it. In any case, he always had a feeling that he was being set up. The Neuvillette is quite powerful, being a dignified soul master of the 3 rings level. Why hasn't he lost his temper? Dai Mubai felt increasingly uneasy, but he couldn't pinpoint the reason. Damn, what's going on? Just then, the Neuvillette who had gone to buy incense returned. Dai Mubai looked at the incense in the Neuvillette's hand, which was taller than a person, and fell into deep thought. A regular incense might burn for about 15 minutes, but the one in the Neuvillette's hand probably wouldn't even burn out in 10 times that long, right? Not to mention there are 2 sticks. Seeing this, Fucalos couldn't help it. With a puff, she laughed out loud. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at the Neuvillette with a softer gaze. The little guy is angry. Is he planning to beat Dai Mubai to death? Haha, Dai Mubai looked confused, glancing at Fucalos and Neuvillette with some doubt. He thought of a possibility, but also felt it was unlikely. That is, Neuvillette would team up with Fucalos to gang up on him. Dai Mubai. Of course, if that were really the case, Dai Mubai wouldn't be afraid. After all, he is a level 37 soul master. If he can't win, can he not run away? Let's go take a look first. With a nervous heart, Dai Mubai followed Neuvillette and Fucalos out of the city. Ever since he was ganged up on last time, he had developed some psychological shadow. Before long, the 3 arrived at an open area and stopped. Neuvillette casually tossed the incense in his hand, then snapped his fingers with his left hand, and the stick of incense was instantly lit, standing straight into the ground. Seeing this, Dai Mubai's expression changed. He didn't expect Neuvillette to have such a trick up his sleeve. The control over soul power has probably reached an extraordinary level. I underestimated this person. They are not someone to offend. Unfortunately, since I'm already here, my main job is to be the referee. so let me announce the start of the soul battle. Shall we? No problem. No problem. Let the soul battle begin. As the two agreed, Villette did not hesitate and directly announced the start of the match. As the incense has already been lit, after the announcement, Villette quietly moved away, fearing that he might get accidentally injured later. Dai Mubai sighed in relief upon seeing this. As long as the opponent wasn't launching a joint attack, just facing Fucalos alone, could he, Dai Mubai, possibly lose? Lasting for 2 incense sticks? That was absolutely impossible. White Tiger possession. Dai Mubai was not careless and instantly completed his martial soul possession. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose rapidly from beneath his feet. In the state of martial soul possession, his figure unconsciously grew taller, his hands transforming into tiger claws, his golden hair turning white under the martial soul possession, and a king character subtly appearing on his forehead. Dai Mubai, martial soul, evil eye white tiger, level 37 assault type battle soul master. Please give your guidance. Fucalos had no martial soul, but simulating such an effect without being noticed was very simple for her. She casually condensed a sword formed from water elements, temporarily using it as her martial soul. 3 water blue soul rings similarly appeared on Fucalos. Dai Mubai was completely bewildered. How come her soul rings were just like Villette's? Fucalos, martial soul, water, element sword, level 35 control type battle soul master. The slippery Fucalos spoke lies with a completely calm demeanor. Villette thought to himself. After a moment of contemplation, Villette nodded to himself. Indeed, this woman could deceive the heavens, so naturally, she wouldn't feel any psychological burden when lying. It seems he was also the one being deceived. No, 10 births are still too few. It must be more. Just when Villette was lost in thought, Fucalos had already introduced herself. Fucalos, martial soul, water element sword, level 35 control type battle soul master. As for why the sword martial soul was an assault type, Dai Mubai would find out soon enough. Upon learning Fucalos' soul power level, Dai Mubai nearly burst out laughing. Level 35? Haha. She is only at level 35, and yet shamelessly dares to say she can hold out for an incense stick. Who gave her the courage? Could it be that she truly despises Villette, which led to this? Thinking of this, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Dai Mubai's mouth, and he suddenly regained his confidence. Indeed, Dai Mubai is quite charming. Oh, wait a minute. Did Fucalos just say she is a control-type soul master? Dai Mubai looked at the sword in Fucalos' hand, falling into deep thought. Sword martial soul, control-type soul master? He had never even heard of such a thing. What he didn't know was that 2,000 years later, in Tang sect, a pair of Kofkov, the main and deputy sect masters, both being sword soul masters, the affectionate sword and the unaffectionate sword, were also control-type soul masters, and their martial soul fusion skill could even control god-level powerhouses. That was truly terrifying. Miss Fucalos, you should make the first move. I'm afraid I might hurt you. Dai Mubai playfully tucked a strand of hair behind his ear with his right hand and smiled. The soul power level of Fucalos is 2 levels lower than his, looking soft and weak. How could he possibly be his opponent? Then I won't hold back, Fucalos said calmly, and then the first soul ring flickered, slowly forming a cute octopus wearing a gentleman's hat with a ball of water elemental power. First soul skill. Come out, Lord Usser. It's not over yet. In the astonished gaze of Dai Mubai, Fucalos' second and third soul rings almost flashed simultaneously. Second soul skill, Madame Hai. Third soul skill, Miss Siebeleda. This is a chibi seahorse and crab, looking very cute, and they both appear quite gentlemanly. Then Violet. He took a sharp breath. Isn't this the elemental skill of Funina? In the game, after Fucalos dies, Funina obtains a water elemental vision. And one of the elemental skills is to summon these 3 seafood generals. After thinking for a moment, Violet shook his head. Fucalos is the god of water, and besides, Funina is one of her people. If she can do it, Fucalos can naturally do it too. What Fucalos can do, Funina may not necessarily be able to do. That said, whether as a pure water spirit or as the god of water, pure water transformation is simply too easy. At this moment, Dai Mubai was somewhat confused, looking at the 3 cute seafood floating in the air, feeling even more bewildered. Is this the soul skill of Fucalos? It looks just okay. It seems that girls like this kind of creature, but isn't this a bit of a waste of soul ring positions? Such a creature doesn't look like it has any combat power at all. Seeing this, Violet's eye twitched. These 3 seafood generals are known as unreasonable street thugs. They would even slap passing. In my name, Fucalos smiled faintly at this and didn't say much. As her words fell, the three seafood generals seemed to teleport, surrounding Dai Mubai. This scene left Dai Mubai in a daze, wondering what was happening. They can actually teleport? They look so cute. Why can they teleport? Young Master Dai Mubai, you must hold on for 2 incense sticks at a time. After saying this, Fucalos was not in the mood to continue standing in place, and instead moved to the side of Violet, casually waving his hand to create 2 bubbles. Don't be fooled by the bubbles. When the 2 sat on them, they showed no signs of breaking. Violet, how long do you think you can last? Almost 2 incense sticks. The little guy has become smarter. Violet exhaled a breath of stale air and pulled Fucalos into his embrace, their eyes meeting. Fucalos, you're just a little older than me. In 10,000 years, in 100,000 years, we won't be that different. That's still a little older. At this moment, Dai Mubai had no interest in watching this couple show their affection. He was completely stunned. These 3 adorable sea creatures can not only teleport, but also spit bubbles to attack. At first, Dai Mubai thought the power of these bubbles was not significant, until he was hit and nearly broke a rib. Only then did he realize how terrifyingly strong these 3 sea creatures really were. This is the seafood trio that Fucalos created based on Dai Mubai's strength. Each of them is just slightly stronger than Dai Mubai individually, so when all 3 come together, Dai Mubai naturally cannot be their opponent. Suddenly, Miss CryingOver lunges forward, her crab claws infused with water elements, directly stabbing at Dai Mubai's waist. This strike turns Dai Mubai's face into a shade resembling pig liver. The crab is not following the rules of combat, actually attacking in such a way. With a roar, Dai Mubai's first and third spirit rings flashed almost simultaneously. First spirit skill, White Tiger Protection Barrier. Third spirit skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. By using 2 amplification spirit skills at the same time, Dai Mubai's figure rose a few inches again. At this moment, both his power and defense reached their peak state. A mere summoned creature, can it really defy the heavens? Dai Mubai gritted his teeth and murmured, waving his hand towards Miss CryingOver. The next moment, he was shocked. A crab claw clamped onto his wrist with such force that he couldn't move. Dai Mubai realized he had underestimated these summoned creatures, being a person rich in combat experience. With his right hand trapped, he quickly used his left hand to strike at Miss CryingOver's head. Just as he said it, his left hand was caught again. Lord Uther and Lady Yuena were not idle either, launching bubble attacks at Dai Mubai, targeting a very tricky spot, his lower back. It's worth noting that this bubble attack almost broke one of Dai Mubai's ribs with just 1 hit. 67. If reason doesn't work, then let's talk physics. His Violet gasped, focusing on the 3 seafood generals. Their attack positions were indeed too cunning. After this soul battle, Dai Mubai would probably be disabled, right? Dai Mubai let out a miserable scream. Fortunately, he had released his first and third spirit skills in advance. Otherwise, those 2 attacks just now could have knocked him unconscious. Damn it, why are there such spirit skills? Dai Mubai was in a daze, with both hands caught by Miss CryingOver, and he wanted to kick her, but she was floating in the air, leaving him completely helpless. There's no way out. Second spirit skill, White Tiger Blaze Wave. This is Dai Mubai's only ranged skill so far. With both hands restrained, isn't the opponent also bound by him? At this moment, releasing the White Tiger's Fierce Light Wave, can the opponent still dodge it? A white light wave erupted from Dai Mubai's mouth. He didn't believe that Miss CryingOver could evade it. At such close range, how could she possibly escape? Miss CryingOver indeed did not dodge. But to Dai Mubai's disappointment, his White Tiger's Fierce Light Wave seemed to have no effect on her. A thin, light blue shield enveloped her, completely blocking this soul skill. Dai Mubai turned his head to look at the incense that hadn't burned much, feeling numb. Is it still too late to admit defeat? He initially thought that Fucalos and CryingOver would attack him together, but to his surprise, they did not make a move at all and instead sat on the sidelines to watch the show. Of course, Dai Mubai was still beaten up, surrounded and attacked by 3 sea creatures. Hiss, these 2 guys are really ruthless. Here, Madame Yuena and Lord Wusser have launched another attack on Dai Mubai. In a moment, a bruised and battered Dai Mubai appeared in sight, looking utterly despondent, with his hands bound and unable to move. He could only endure the assaults from the 2 seafood creatures. Each strike possessed the power of a soul master. Let me go, I was wrong, Dai Mubai cried out. The last time he was beaten, he still had the strength to resist, but this time, he couldn't even put up a fight. It was all because of that Miss CryingOver, damn crab. Her strength was just too great. If given the chance, Dai Mubai would never want to see seafood again in his life. Young Master Dai, there's still less than 1/10 of a stick of incense left. And by the way, there's still another stick of incense. Fucalos said with a calm expression and a gentle smile. However, to Dai Mubai's ears, it sounded like a grim reaper's call, making him tremble uncontrollably. Just as Dai Mubai was about to resign to his fate, a voice rang out. Young Master, miss. Spare him this time. Dai Mubai has already been punished. Please let him go. After the words fell, a middle-aged man wearing glasses and with black wings on his back appeared before Fucalos and that violet, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings. It indicated that the person was a soul sage with an optimal soul ring configuration. Upon seeing the newcomer, Dai Mubai cried, as this was the savior, the dean. He felt so moved. Suddenly, Dai Mubai seemed to think of something and became filled with determination. This is a level 78 battle soul saint. With him as a backing, does Dai Mubai still need to be afraid? Dean, save me. They don't follow the rules of martial arts. Flander originally didn't plan to step in, but Dai Mubai is just too miserable. This injury has just healed, and after this incident, I'm afraid I'll have to stay in bed for another month. Mr. Flander, are you finally willing to come out? Violet said calmly. He and Fucalos had already noticed Flander's presence, but they hadn't brought it up until now. Ever since they left Soto City, Flander had been following the 3 of them, probably worried that Dai Mubai would get into trouble. Hearing this, Flander looked at Violet in surprise, his expression changing drastically. Although Flander and Violet had only met once, from what he knew about Violet, this person was not one to boast. Since he said this, he must have already discovered him. After all, Flander was a rank 78 agility attack system soul sage. With his cultivation, not to mention a mere soul emperor, even a soul sage of the same rank might not be able to detect him. Something is off, very off. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure emerged, and the scorching aura made the air slightly distort. Flander was instantly drenched in sweat, cold sweat pouring down, almost collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, his willpower was strong, and after realizing it, he managed to avoid embarrassment, having made a mistake and still being outmatched. In that case, one should correct their errors and stand tall when taking hits. Right, Dean Flander of Shrek Academy? Rexus walked out with a dark expression. This place was not far from where he lived, so he knew what had happened. Of course, why this happened was not important, because his grandson and granddaughter-in-law were definitely not the kind of people who liked to cause trouble. Besides, what is wrong with causing trouble? Upon seeing the newcomer, Flander's eyes widened in shock, instinctively taking 3 steps back, his eyelids twitching as he stammered. Title Douluo? When he saw Rexus's 9th soul ring, Flander became even more fearful. The black with red clearly indicated that this soul ring was very close to 100,000 years. Is a soul sage like him someone who can provoke such a powerful soul master? Grandpa! At this moment, Violet and Fucalos got up from the bubble. The old man arrived about a minute ago, but had just not shown himself. Dai Mubai, Flander glanced at Dai Mubai, who was still being beaten, his eyelids twitching. Why does this guy keep offending people backed by titled Douluo lately? He is indeed the Prince of Star Luo, but he is just a discarded pawn. Even his father, the Star Luo Emperor, would not dare to casually offend a titled Douluo. First, he had a conflict with Ning Rongrong, indirectly offending Sword and Bone Douluo. This time, he didn't even know which titled Douluo he offended. Dai Mubai's mouth opened slightly, wanting to speak, but hesitating. At this moment, he had already forgotten the pain on his body. Grandson, granddaughter-in-law, don't worry. With me here, this soul sage will reason with you. When Rexus said this, he glanced at Flander and continued. Right, Flander? Ah, yes, reasoning. What else could Flander do? Reasoning or physics? Violet and Fucalos' eyelids twitched. Flander had really lost his composure. What happened to the previous arrogance and senior demeanor? 68. Injured, treated, and continued beating. Flander was genuinely relieved. Just like the last time Zhao Wujia was beaten by Tang Hao, the opponent had no intention of killing Mubai. After all, this matter was caused by Mubai himself, so it was only right for him to suffer some minor injuries. If the 3 of them had intended to kill Dai Mubai, then he wouldn't have just been beaten, he would have been dead by now. Flander cautiously observed Violet. This young master had once bought a piece of broken crystal from him, which he still remembered vividly. Initially, Flander thought that Violet might only have some status in the soul fighting arena, but he never expected that behind him stood a powerful titled Douluo. Once, titled Douluos were rarely seen, and there were not many across the entire Douluo continent. Now, in less than 2 months, Flander had encountered two, and both were incredibly powerful titled Douluos. There was no need to mention Tang Hao, who had a 100,000-year soul ring and was well known. The one before him was definitely not much weaker than Tang Hao. Facing Rexus, Flander felt even more pressure than when facing Tang Hao. This is also normal. Flander's martial soul is the four-eyed cat eagle, while Lexius's martial soul is the golden crow. Facing Lexius, he is inherently at a lower level. At the same time, his soul power level is 2 major levels lower than Lexius. It is not surprising that Flander feels this way. I heard before that your Shrek Academy is unreasonable. When Lexius said this, cold sweat kept sliding down Flander's forehead. That bastard is talking nonsense. He, Flander, is the one who is most reasonable. Your Highness, this must be. Before Flander could finish his sentence, Lexius waved his hand, interrupting him, and continued. After seeing you today, the rumors are not true. Shrek Academy is quite reasonable. Huh? Yes. Yes. Your Highness, our Shrek Academy is the most reasonable, Flander said with tears in his eyes. Feeling that under someone's roof, one has to bow their head. This looks like an elderly man in his middle age, with strength as deep as the sea. Even 10 of Flander would not be able to defeat him. If we talk it out, it will be easier. So let's first fulfill their agreement. Yes. What else could Flander say? He could only nod and bow. When Dai Mubai saw the 9 soul rings on Rexus, he had already resigned himself to his fate. If you have such a background, why didn't you say it earlier? Can I just walk around it? As time passed, Flander watched helplessly as Dai Mubai got beaten up. Anxious yet powerless, today Dai Mubai was truly in trouble. What felt a bit strange to him was that, logically speaking, the attacks of the 3 seafood generals each reached the level of a soul venerable, and with Dai Mubai's strength, he shouldn't be able to withstand it for long. However, Dai Mubai kept screaming, full of energy, without a break. Suddenly, Flander realized, whenever Dai Mubai was about to collapse, a green light would flash in the arena. And then Dai Mubai seemed to regain some strength and continue to cycle through the next round. Flander slightly turned his head to look at the smiling Fucalos. This girl is a devil. Not only is she beating up Dai Mubai, but she also restores his injuries after beating him, and then continues to beat him. This is a brutal, heart-wrenching act. Also, has it been over an hour already? Why is her soul power able to last so long? Flander fell into deep thought. I was wrong. Please let me go. Dai Mubai was completely numb, really numb. Every time he couldn't hold on any longer, he suddenly realized that there seemed to be a force healing him, and just when his injuries were about to heal, it would start beating him up again. This has happened several times already. The girl's heart is even darker than Ning Rongrong's. However, no matter how Dai Mubai shouted, nobody paid him any attention, and Flander painfully closed his eyes. I told you to cause trouble, not to get into this kind of trouble. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Do you even understand what a soft persimmon is? After about 2 more hours, the second incense finally burned out, and the 3 seafood generals quickly dissipated at that moment, as if they had never appeared. Flander showed a look of fear. It had been more than 3 hours, and she had continuously used her soul skills for so long, yet she looked completely fine. Those summoned creatures, every attack was equivalent to a soul master-esque strike. And she didn't just release 1 soul skill, but 3. In this situation, there was no sign of insufficient soul power. Even he, a soul saint, couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Time is up, Dai Mubai. Do you have anything to say? Fucalos said with a smile as he stepped forward. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai shivered, and in his lackluster eyes, a glimmer suddenly appeared. He felt that if he didn't answer well, today's incident might not come to an end. I was wrong, really wrong. It absolutely won't happen again. After saying this, Dai Mubai's vision darkened, and he fainted. Earlier, there had been a force healing him, but during the last period, that force didn't appear again. Seeing this, Violet felt that what Fucalos said earlier about reviving that unpleased one and then killing him didn't seem like a joke. Lexius nodded in satisfaction. This granddaughter-in-law was much stronger than he had imagined, with the same soul ring and attributes as Violet. If they had no relationship at all, Lexius wouldn't have believed it. Your Majesty, young master, Miss Mubai is like this, should we? Flander tentatively asked, without a response. He didn't dare to take Dai Mubai away. Unfortunately, Dai Mubai couldn't hold on for 2 incense sticks. Old sir, please take him away. By the way, if Mr. Dai Mubai still has such thoughts, he can come and talk to me. Next time, as long as he can hold on for 1 incense stick. That'll be fine. Fucalos said without changing his expression, his voice gentle, but after Flinder heard it, his whole body trembled. This was pointing at him, Flinder. It meant he hadn't disciplined him well. Next time, Dai Mubai would definitely not survive. Letting him and Flinder go this time was already a sign of kindness from the other party. The Soul Master world is a place where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. It is very normal for Soul Masters to fight to the death over a disagreement. Just beating Dai Mubai like this without taking his life. Isn't that a sign of kindness from the other party? Thank you, miss. Thank you, your majesty. Thank you, young master. Mubai absolutely won't dare again. I, Flinder. Guarantee it. If Dai Mubai dares again, I, Flinder, will definitely not let him jump out. Who is this person? Has nothing to do with him. After Flinder took the seriously injured Dai Mubai away, Lexius said, this person's martial soul resembles the inherited martial soul of the Star Luo royal family. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the third prince, Dai Mubai, who escaped from Star Luo Empire 3 years ago. Grandson, granddaughter-in-law, how did he provoke you? The Star Luo Empire has a history of over 10,000 years. Lexius naturally knew the inherited martial soul of the royal family, especially Dai Mubai's eyes. The heterochromatic pupils are truly distinctive. Whether in the Heaven Do Empire or the Star Luo Empire, as long as it's a relatively large city, there will be a soul fighting arena. The soul fighting arenas are mixed with all kinds of people, and many interesting news can be learned every day. Although the 8 great families do not care about the direction of the Douluo Continent or who dominates the continent, they will record some interesting news to share at the annual meeting for a laugh. Yes, just entertain everyone. They fight to the death. Who wins and who loses has nothing to do with the soul fighting arena. For the soul fighting arena, this news is merely a post-meal amusement. Violet and Fucalos exchanged glances, and in the end, it was Violet who recounted what had happened. After hearing the account, Lexius was furious. If he had known things were like this, how could he have let Dai Mubai and Flinder leave just now? He would have directly set fire to it and ended it all. His grandson and granddaughter-in-law were too kind-hearted. After a moment of thought, Lexius decided that some things were better discussed privately with Violet. It was fine for his granddaughter-in-law to be kind-hearted, but Violet being kind-hearted was not acceptable. A mere pawn. What harm is there in killing him? Who would know? The Star Luo royal family could still find evidence? As for why to tell Violet privately, it was because Fucalos was still here. How could he scold a man in front of his wife? Suddenly, Lexius seemed to think of something, his eyes brightening. Earlier in the morning, he was still struggling with whether to share those 2 self-created soul skills with the other 7 families. In the end, Lexius couldn't decide. He wanted Fucalos and Violet, who provided the 2 self-created soul skills, to decide whether to share them. By the way, grandson, granddaughter-in-law, should we share those self-created soul skills with the other 7 families? Our 8 great families have been interconnected for thousands of years. Everyone doesn't have many secrets to speak of, but these 2 self-created soul skills, one of them is truly precious. Before Lexius could finish, Violet paused for a moment and said, Grandpa, you can decide this matter yourself. After all, it's not something precious. For Violet and Fucalos, these 2 Tang sect ultimate skills indeed didn't count as anything precious. Moreover, these 2 Tang sect ultimate skills were not much different from picking up from ground. There was no need to create conflict over such small things. I just couldn't make up my mind, so I wanted to ask you. After all, these things were brought back by you. Lexius said somewhat embarrassedly. What he regarded as a treasure was not considered a good thing by Violet. Let us share it. We can't let people's hearts become complicated over trivial things. After hearing this, Lexius looked deeply at Violet. He didn't expect that at such a young age she would understand this principle. After thinking about it, it made sense. If people's hearts became complicated over such trivial things, it would be hard to lead this team in the future. Fine, I originally planned to meet these old guys at the annual meeting. Since that's the case, let us go for a tour in advance. Time passed, and before long, it was evening. After bidding farewell to Lexius, Violet and Fucalos returned to the soul fighting arena. Fucalos didn't have much to do, but Violet still had to be a referee at night. As night fell, Violet stepped onto the soul fighting arena once more. So much joy, so much sorrow. At Shrek Academy, everyone surrounded Dai Mubai's hospital bed. This guy had just gotten off the sick bed for 2 days and was lying back down again. Flinder, what is going on? How could Xiao Bai be beaten like this? The one speaking is the immovable Ming Wang Zhao Wujin, who stands at less than 7 meters tall. Ever since he was injured by Tang Hao, he has been recuperating and has only recently recovered. Seeing Flinder carrying the seriously injured Dai Mubai back, Zhao Wujin was completely stunned. Who in Soto City would dare to teach Shrek Academy a lesson, apart from that guy Tang Hao? Sigh, there's no need to ask. What's done is done. Flinder waved his hand, indicating that he didn't want to say more. What good would it do to talk about it? Could they go seek revenge? That was a title, level powerhouse. Not to mention Zhao Wujin, even the entire Shrek Academy combined would not be enough for that person to defeat with one hand. Hearing this, Zhao Wujin's expression changed, and he looked at Flinder with some dissatisfaction. Flinder, as the head of the academy and a teacher to Xiao Bai, are you really this irresponsible? Zhao Wujin had no idea of the seriousness of the situation. He was just feeling indignant for Dai Mubai. After all, playing around is one thing, but Dai Mubai usually respected him a lot, often inviting him to drink and eat. Now that Dai Mubai was in trouble, shouldn't he help him out of loyalty and reason? Old Zhao's words made sense. Flinder, what exactly is going on? Li Yusong spoke up at this moment. Seeing this, Flinder's eyes twitched. Since they wanted to know and seek revenge, then let them have the opportunity. By the way, when you go for revenge, make sure not to say you know me, Flinder. As soon as you step out of Shrek Academy, I will immediately flee. Flinder said expressionlessly, leaving Zhao Wujin, Li Yusong, and the others looking completely confused. What's going on? The situation is like this. Flinder recounted the entire process. He had witnessed everything. He told it exactly as it happened, without any embellishments. When they heard that there was a titled law behind Violet and Fucalos, everyone's expression changed, especially Zhao Wujin, whose face turned as dark as coal. If the other party had murderous intent, you would probably be looking at a pile of ashes where Flinder and Dai Mubai currently are. No, perhaps there wouldn't even be any ashes left. The crowd gasped, then looked at each other. By the way, my injuries haven't healed yet. 70. Demon God. Kindness and destruction coexist. My injuries are still not healed. I need to recuperate, so I'll head back first. Well, there's nothing I can do about this situation right now. Zhao Wujin scratched his head, still present. After saying this, he gave Flinder a deep look, as if making a certain decision, and walked back to the dormitory without looking back. No wonder Flinder would make such a decision. Damn it. Why provoke someone who cannot be offended? Dai Mubai? Who is that? Zhao Wujin didn't even know him. Of course, if something really happened, Zhao Wujin wouldn't back down. It just so happens that nothing happened, and Dai Mubai is still alive. He would never do something that would lead to his own death. Ahem, I feel like it might rain soon. My rheumatism is acting up a bit. By the way, I still need to collect my clothes. Li Yusong was talking to himself, but his body unconsciously moved towards the door, and as soon as he got outside, he ran off without looking back. The food is still cooking. Where did I put my chessboard? Seeing the crowd leave, Flinder's forehead was covered with dark lines. Can these guys be a bit more reliable? Even at this time, they are still joking. They were told not to ask, yet they insisted on knowing, making it seem like he, Flinder, didn't he have the responsibility of a principal? And in the end, what good is it to say anything? These guys ran faster than anyone else. Flinder, the title de law you just mentioned, his flames distorted the air? Yu Xiaojiang said with an unchanged expression. Unlike what others were concerned about, he was more interested in this suddenly appearing title de law. Xiaojiang, what do you mean? It's nothing. Just carefully describe the characteristics of that title de law in Wuhuan possession. I have a feeling this lord is very special. Yu Xiaojiang said calmly. Flinder's eyes twitched. How many people can cultivate the title de law? And you think he is very special? Facing his good friend's question, Flinder still spoke. Although Yu Xiaojiang's strength was not as great as his, Yu Xiaojiang's knowledge was not something Flinder could compare to. Yu Xiaojiang was the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect master, and he is now the Pope. This title de law, in Wuhuan possession state, has flames that can distort the air, and the golden wings behind him also emit golden flames. No, how should I put it? Right, the color of the sun. And, after listening to Flinder's account, Yu Xiaojiang's eyes narrowed, and he shuddered involuntarily, saying instinctively, I think I know what this Lord's Wuhuan is. This kind of Wuhuan has not appeared on Douluo Continent for many, many years. If I'm not mistaken, this Lord S. Wuhuan is either the Jinwu Wuhuan that can rival a purebred fire phoenix, or the legendary incarnation of the sun, the three-legged golden crow Wuhuan. According to my estimation, this Lord's Wuhuan should be one of the top-level Wuhuans, the Jinwu, not the three-legged golden crow. Because a human body cannot possibly carry the three-legged golden crow Wuhuan. Seeing how impressive Yu Xiaojiang's words were, Flinder was taken aback. So, that lord is that powerful? Xiaojiang, do you know the other party's title? I don't know. Yu Xiaojiang shook his head and said directly, if it weren't for the records of the Spirit Hall, He wouldn't even know what the Jinwu Wuhuan was, let alone the title de law of the Jinwu Wuhuan. Wait, something feels off. Flender, you said the other party is from the Soul Arena? Yu Xiaojiang asked suspiciously. He still knew some information about the 8 great families. Among these forces, there should be no title de law. If the other party is indeed from one of the 8 great families, why would they conceal the fact that they have a title de law? I'm not very sure, but that Violet is indeed the referee of the Soul Arena, and that Lord is his grandfather, so he should be someone from the Soul Arena. Flender thought for a moment and said, Is that so? Yu Xiaojiang rubbed his chin. Lost in thought, he felt that the other party should not be from the Soul Arena. Sending his grandson to the Soul Arena should just be for training. Or that boy named Violet just wanted to have some fun in the Soul Arena. It should be like that. With his intelligence, Yu Xiaojiang wouldn't make a misjudgment. Regardless of whether the other party is from the Soul Arena or not, since they've already let Mubai go, it means this matter is already in the past. Flender slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and said, I'm tired. I'm really exhausted. Being a dean, I have to be on edge every day, guarding against tidal Douluos, looking for trouble. The dean, he was having a hard time continuing. He was just a little soul saint. After hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang didn't say anything. Dai Mubai's matters had nothing to do with him. As long as Tang San was fine, that was enough. Yu Xiaojiang had no idea that his disciple Tang San had just been beaten up by that Violet last night. After Yu Xiaojiang left, Ma Hongjun and Oscar walked in with confused expressions, glancing at the still unconscious Dai Mubai on the bed. Their eyes twitched involuntarily. Dai Mubai had just gotten out of bed for 2 days, and now he was back in bed again. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, you need to remember, when you're out there, try not to cause trouble if you can avoid it. After giving Dai Mubai a glance, Flender said with a serious expression, speaking earnestly to the two of them, Dean, teacher, didn't you tell us that being afraid to cause trouble is a sign of mediocrity? Oscar and Ma Hongjun blurted out without thinking. As soon as these words were spoken, Flender's face darkened even more. Being afraid to cause trouble is mediocrity, but causing trouble recklessly is stupidity. He was right in saying that, but do these guys have no sense at all? Can't they bully those soul masters who have no background and are weaker than themselves? This is the consequence of causing trouble recklessly. Flender pointed at Dai Mubai and continued. He provoked someone he shouldn't have, and I could only stand there. Just stand there watching Dai Mubai get beaten up, being educated, like a grandson. I didn't even dare to speak loudly. Do you know why? After pausing for 2 seconds, Flender continued. That's because I'm not as skilled as others. They're the pinnacle existence on the continent, with the most top-notch martial souls. I simply cannot afford to offend them, because my strength is inferior. You are the same. Dai Mubai was beaten like this, only by a girl who looked younger than him. Do you know? Even I feel inferior when facing this girl. She is both kind and ruthless. Saying she is kind is because she let us go, clearly having the opportunity to destroy the evidence. Saying she is ruthless. Do you know how long Dai Mubai was beaten? 3 whole hours. When Dai Mubai was seriously injured, I helped him heal, and after he recovered somewhat, continued to beat him. Thinking of that scene, Flender shivered. What kind of criminal deserves to be treated like this? At this moment, Ma Hongjun and Oscar were trembling. Their eyes filled with fear. It was too terrifying, simply too terrifying. Dai Lao was in a fate worse than death. No wonder the dean would revise the school rules overnight. It turned out to be like this. Dean, teacher, we understand now. We absolutely won't cause trouble recklessly. The two hurriedly nodded, keeping this matter in mind. Shrek Academy's reputation was not very good to begin with, because of this school rule for the past 20 years. Every group of students had caused some trouble around Soto City. Little by little, Shrek's reputation was naturally not good. The City Lord's mansion and the Spirit Hall wanted to manage it, but Shrek Academy's combat power was too strong. It wasn't worth offending these powerful beings over trivial matters. Therefore, as long as it wasn't a major issue like murder or arson, they would turn a blind eye and not bother. If it really came to a fight, the Spirit Hall was not without Soul de Law and Title de Law. The Spirit Hall could send a few soul saints to resolve the issue as well. But these small matters were really not worth involving those big shots. The City Lord's mansion was willing, but powerless. This is also one of the reasons why Shrek Academy has been carefree until now. The students of Shrek maintain a principle of only causing trouble, without killing or setting fires, and no strong cough. You understand right? In the past, I took too much for granted and I was wrong. I thought that in a small place like Soto City, there couldn't possibly be stronger experts than us. Who knows why these powerful beings prefer to live in such small places? Flander is really exhausted. In the Soto City area, it's rare to see a sole emperor. Yet he encountered a title Douluo with 9 spirit rings. From now on, let us try to avoid causing trouble when we go out. I, Flander, can't handle it. Yes, Dean, teacher. After a while, Ma Hongjun and Oscar finally walked out of the room with serious expressions. Today, they realized that even the fearless Dean in Soto City has times when he is afraid. Looking at this scene, the two felt as if the sky had collapsed. After all, Flander was the strongest person they had ever seen. A level 78 soul sage. At this moment, a terrifying sword intent descended from the sky. They saw an old man dressed in a white robe, standing on a giant sword, with a furious expression and a murderous aura looking down. All members of Shrek were shocked. Dai Mubai was still unconscious and did not react. Flander, bring Dai Mubai out. The old man, full of righteousness, shouted. His voice echoed throughout Shrek Academy. This little Shrek Academy actually made his precious granddaughter suffer grievances. Is it possible that he won't come to settle the score? After Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing returned to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji, Qian Renxue, and Gu Rong were all stunned. This young lady's first attempt to recruit a genius. And what was the result? She managed to bring back someone who could potentially become the queen of the Star Luo Empire. Even if the third prince's hopes are slim, or rather, non-existent, it is still a possibility of success, no matter how small, just 1 in 10,000. However, now that she has come, it would be impossible to send her away, right? If that were the case, how would the world view the 7 treasures glazed tile school? You invite someone to join your sect and then drive them away. What kind of nonsense is that? Because of this matter, the 3 of them held a meeting, and naturally, sending Zhu Zhuqing away was out of the question. Not only that, but they must also fulfill the promise made to Zhu Zhuqing. The 7 treasures glazed tile school values integrity above all. In the end, after some discussion, they decided that the Sword Doa would make a trip to the Star Luo Empire, present a grand gift, and clarify the reasons behind the events. This time, the 7-treasure glazed tile sect can't be said to have suffered a heavy loss, but it's quite similar. Ning Rongrong was thus put under house arrest, not allowed to come out until she reaches Soul Master. As for Zhu Zhuqing, she enjoys the treatment of an inner sect disciple. After all, she is a genius. And the 7-treasure glazed tile sect indeed lacks geniuses. After resolving Zhu Zhuqing's matter, Qian Renxue finally has time to come to Shrek Academy to stir trouble. The 7-treasure glazed tile sect must have a title Douluo stationed, and, as the sect master, Ning Fengji also needs a title Douluo to protect him when he goes out. During this period, Ning Fengji, the sect master, was also effectively under house arrest and unable to go out. Feeling the boundless sword intent, the Shrek members were bewildered. What is going on here? Didn't Dai Mubai offend a titled Douluo who uses flames? What is going on with this swordsman? Only Flander and Yu Xiaojing vaguely guessed who the newcomer was. Flander gave a and looked at Dai Mubai before carrying him and the bed outside the room. Under the sword Douluo's mantle, I am Flander. And this person lying down is Dai Mubai, a student of Shrek Academy. Upon seeing this, Qian Renxue was somewhat bewildered as he landed on the ground. He glanced at Dai Mubai and then at Flander. No, Rongrong said that when they left Shrek Academy, they had beaten up Dai Mubai. It's been over a month, and his injuries are still this severe. The medical conditions here are quite poor. After a while, Qian Renxue finally said softly. Flander replied, No, this kid's injuries must have been caused a few hours ago. It shouldn't be related to Rongrong and the others. As expected of a title Douluo, Qian Renxue quickly noticed Dai Mubai's issues. This injury definitely couldn't have happened more than a month ago. To be honest, my lord, Mubai's injury just healed the day before yesterday, and today he had a little accident and got beaten up like this. Flanders said truthfully. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's eyes twitched slightly, and his mouth opened slightly, wanting to say something but unable to get the words out. It really is puzzling. Does this third prince of the Star Luo Empire really enjoy courting death like this? This time, Qinshin's purpose was not to kill. He aimed to teach a lesson to the unruly third prince. He never expected that he had arrived too late. This prince almost got beaten to death. Qian Renxue looked at Dai Mubai, then glanced at Flinder, and said with a sigh, I came here this time to seek justice for my granddaughter. My granddaughter Qian Renxue is not someone who can be bullied by anyone. Since this kid is injured, I can't just come here for nothing. Otherwise, I would be laughed at by the world. So let you, as the dean, take his place. If the teacher doesn't discipline well, it's the teacher's laziness. The main issue is still with you, Flinder. Upon hearing this, Flinder, who was originally feeling a bit lucky, immediately accepted his fate. 7 killing Thunderstrike. 7 killing Thunderstrike. One sword breaks through the sky. Flinder was completely stunned. Big shot. Am I a mere soul saint? Worthy of using your soul skills? This isn't meant to educate me. It's preparing to cut me down, right? At the beginning, Genshin indeed intended to annihilate Shrek Academy. This fraudulent institution should not exist in the world. However, considering the situation, Dai Mubai, this useless prince, is currently studying at Shrek Academy, and everything started because of him. Now, with Dai Mubai severely injured, Genshin naturally cannot openly kill him, or things would get serious. It is necessary to teach Flander, the principal, a lesson, to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. He wants the world to know that Ning Rong Rong is not someone anyone can bully. With a roar of the 7 kills thunder, a sword broke through the sky. In an instant, the sword energy spanned 300 meters, covering more than half of Shrek Academy under Genshin's sword energy. Then, this sword energy soared into the sky, transforming into a sword made of sword energy. Upon seeing this, Flander felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat pouring down, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He looked a bit dazed. Is this the power of a title Douluo? Just the momentum alone is far beyond what they, as soul saints, can compare to. Escape. Flander wanted to flee, but his body was frozen in place. He knew that if the other party only intended to teach him a lesson, then there was still a chance to survive. However, if he, Flander, ran away, then there would be no chance of survival. The teachers and students of Shrek Academy gasped. This was the first time they had seen a title Douluo make a move. Wait, it seems the target of this title Douluo's attack is their principal, Flander. Go! As Genshin's voice fell, a giant sword sliced through the sky and descended towards Flander. It was said slowly, but it happened quickly. Flander stood there in a daze, not daring to resist at all, and even more afraid to move. What if the sword tilted a bit and took his life? It seemed like a long time had passed, but it was just a moment. The giant sword fell towards Flander's right arm. At the same time it severed Flander's right arm, a trench about 100 meters long appeared in Shrek Academy. Severing your arm counts as punishment. If you're not satisfied, you can come find me at the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School anytime. After Genshin said this coldly, he did not linger and prepared to leave on his sword. He glanced deeply at Dai Mubai, knowing that this kid's fate was destined to be death, and after a moment of thought, he ultimately abandoned the idea of teaching Dai Mubai a lesson. He took off on his sword. Dean, teacher Flander, how are you? After Qian Renxue left, Zhao Wujia, Li Yusong, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and others gathered around, their faces pale, clearly scared. Flander remained silent, staring blankly in the direction where Qian Renxue had left. Many years later, when Flander lived in seclusion in the mountains, he would often wish to slap himself whenever he thought of today. Why did he teach such heretical theories? His students caused trouble, and as the dean, he was too weak to handle it. For an entire day, 2 title Douluo made him feel the threat of death. In fact, he shouldn't have established Shrek Academy from the very beginning. Flander murmured. Qian Renxue's sword was so fast that he couldn't react at all. But it was precisely because it was too fast that even after losing an arm, Flander didn't feel any pain. As a soul master, losing a right arm didn't affect his cultivation, but his combat power had significantly decreased. Moreover, future breakthroughs in cultivation would take much longer than before. I'm fine. Lord Qian Renxue showed mercy, Flander said without changing his expression. As for seeking revenge on Qian Renxue, he had no hope of doing so in this lifetime. Qian Renxue was a renowned sword Douluo with a soul power level of 96. What was he, Flander? This title Douluo was too. Before Ma Hongjun could cry out in anger, Flander shouted sternly, Hongjun, be careful with your words. Hearing this, Ma Hongjun immediately covered his mouth, stopping himself from speaking. He didn't expect that just after their teacher had taught them not to cause trouble, his parent would come knocking, and without saying a word, directly cut off one of his teacher's arms. Sai Xiaoxin helped Flander stop the bleeding and bandage it. Zhao Wujia sighed, knowing that their opponent was a title Douluo, and even if they wanted to help, they couldn't. The opponent clearly wouldn't listen to them weaklings. Cutting off Flander's arm was already showing mercy. Zhao Wujia lowered his head and glanced at the trench over 100 meters long, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. This was not something a soul sage could deal with. Even a soul Douluo would struggle against such an existence. Suddenly, Zhao Wujia seemed to think of something and turned to the somewhat dazed Oscar beside him and asked, Oscar, what about Tang San and Xiaowu? When Dai Mubai was heavily injured and sent back by Flander, he hadn't seen the two of them. Now that a title Douluo had come knocking and nearly destroyed the academy, he still hadn't seen them, which was strange. They would have run away like Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, would they? Hearing this, Oscar finally came to his senses. Teacher Zhao, I don't know. I've been with Ma Hongjun all day, Oscar said instinctively. He really didn't know what had happened to Tang San and Xiao Wu. Yu Xiaojiang, who had been silent and had a complex expression, changed his face when he heard Tang San's name. Yes, why hadn't he seen Tang San? Flander was injured, and although Yu Xiaojiang felt heartbroken, there was nothing he could do. But Tang San couldn't have anything happen to him. Quick, go look for them in the dormitory, Yu Xiaojiang said urgently. Anyone could have an accident, but his hope, his creation, his disciple, couldn't have anything happen to them. With such a big commotion, even if they were sleeping soundly, they should have woken up, right? Zhao Wujia curled his lips, muttering in disbelief. Tang San couldn't run away. He hadn't avenged his grudge against Zhao Wujia yet. Xiao Wu, is there no news from Tang San? When Qian Renxue stepped into Shrek Academy, they already sensed that chilling sword aura. How could they not detect it? Xiao Wu didn't dare to leave the dormitory, hiding under the bed, trembling. That was the aura of a title Douluo. If a title Douluo discovered her, it would be certain death. Tang San still waited at the door of Xiao Wu's dormitory. His blue-silver grass martial soul already released. Facing such an enemy, it was time to prove that he, Tang San, could protect Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, I will protect you, don't be afraid and don't come out. After telling Xiao Wu this, Tang San stood at the door, waiting for this powerful enemy to arrive, but in the end, this powerful enemy's sword. Why are you hiding from me? Qian Renxue's sword directly left Tang San stunned on the spot. After so many years on Douluo Continent, it was his first time encountering such a powerful being. He could feel the terror from a distance. Can I really protect Xiao Wu? Looking back at the door behind him, Tang San fell into deep thought, his body trembling. There was excitement, but also fear. How could there be such a powerful being in the world? He, Tang San, was a genius. In the future, he could surpass them. As for why he was afraid, if such a powerful being were to erase him right now, there would be no future left. Facing such a terrifying sword, Tang San murmured, definitely a title-level powerhouse, the kind of existence spoken of in legends. Growing up in Holy Soul Village, Tang San had heard the most stories about soul saints. A soul saint could be celebrated for over 100 years. So what about a living title Douluo? Isn't that the legendary title Douluo? After waiting for a while, seeing that the title Douluo seemed to have left, Tang San finally withdrew his martial soul and breathed a sigh of relief. Not having to face such a powerful being was a good thing. Right now, he couldn't even defeat a soul master of the same level, that Violet. So how could he face such a powerful being? Of course, Tang San still refused to admit that he would lose to that Violet. He just thought that Violet had ambushed him and didn't follow the rules of martial arts. To ambush from a position of advantage was simply the act of a villain. If it weren't for that, Tang San would never lose. Looking again at the door, seeing it still tightly closed, Tang San said somewhat disappointedly, Xiao Wu still doesn't want to come out? Helpless, Tang San shook his head. Just as he was about to investigate what had happened, the door to Xiao Wu's dormitory opened. The creaking sound of the wooden door made Tang San instinctively turn around, meeting Xiao Wu's gaze at the door. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San with a complex expression that was hard to describe. She really didn't know how to describe his actions. If he was afraid, she would encounter danger. Why didn't he teach her those self-created soul skills and powerful hidden weapons, giving her only the weakest sleeve arrow? But whenever she was in danger, Tang San would protect her every time. His vow had not been broken. Just now, when the title Douluo attacked, Tang San hadn't even known what kind of opponent he was dealing with, and was ready to protect her. It would be a lie to say she wasn't moved. Unfortunately, everything could not return to the way it was before. Seeing Xiao Wu looking a bit haggard, Tang San exclaimed, Xiao Wu, you finally came out. As if thinking of something, Tang San hurriedly walked to Xiao Wu's side and asked, Xiao Wu, why are you hiding from me? What happened? And why did you return this sleeve arrow to me? This is something I gave you to save your life. Tang San looked puzzled and a bit frantic as he asked. He had been waiting here for almost a day, just wanting to know the answer. The sleeve arrow in his hand was the first hidden weapon he had crafted, which he had given to his beloved younger sister, Xiao Wu. But now this hidden weapon had returned to him. Was Xiao Wu trying to sever ties with him? He had been fulfilling the vow he made back then. Protecting Xiao Wu had become his obsession. Now that Xiao Wu no longer needed his protection, Tang San found it hard to accept. Yes, it must be because of that Violet. If that Violet hadn't appeared, Xiao Wu wouldn't have changed like this. Xiao Wu was in a daze, her eyes twitching uncontrollably. A life-saving item? A broken sleeve arrow? Tang San said this was a gift for her, a life-saving item. At critical moments, can this thing really save lives? Without waiting for Xiao Wu to speak, Tang San continued. Xiao Wu, is it because of that Villette? Tell me, is it because of him that you treat me this way? Seeing Tang San becoming increasingly frantic, Xiao Wu calmly shook her head. Was it really because of that Villette? No, she had no relationship with that Villette. It was just that seeing him felt like seeing a kindred spirit, which made her want to communicate with him. She wanted to see how he survived in this human society. Regarding that Villette, Xiao Wu had no feelings of love or affection. It was purely due to their shared heritage. Even if the other party was an upper-class individual. Tang San, this matter has nothing to do with that Villette. You don't understand what I truly need. You have no idea what my situation is. The enemies I have to face cannot be dealt with by a single hidden weapon. Can this thing that protects my life really keep me safe? Or would it be better to return it to you? Xiao Wu said indifferently, her expression showing no change. After hearing this, Tang San was taken aback, glancing at Xiao Wu and then at the hidden weapon in his hand. He suddenly realized, Tang San remembered that when he and Xiao Wu became sworn siblings, she had once asked, what would you do if many people wanted to kill me? At that time, he had answered without hesitation, then let them step over my corpse. Xiao Wu's tone suggested that the enemies she had to face were indeed very powerful. This hidden weapon, Tang San's eyes twitched. Although the hidden weapon was not the worst among hidden weapons, it was definitely not that great either. He had crafted so much equipment, yet Xiao Wu was still using her initial gear. It's a wonder her mentality was still normal. Xiao Wu, it's not that I don't want to give you more powerful hidden weapons, it's just that your temper is already bad. What if you get angry and end up using a powerful hidden weapon to kill someone? Tang San said earnestly, considering the greater good. Wasn't that a noble intention? Xiao Wu glared at Tang San for a moment, her mouth slightly open, wanting to say something but hesitating. Who was it during the soul-fighting competition that wanted to kill someone even after they admitted defeat? Who was it during the assessment that directly used a large number of hidden weapons? If Tang San used hidden weapons himself, it was considered a part of his strength. But when she used hidden weapons, it was a concern that she might hurt someone. Get lost. After a long pause, Xiao Wu finally shouted in anger and then returned to her room, slamming the door shut. Tang San looked blankly at the closed door, wondering if he had said something wrong. Why was Xiao Wu so furious? Reflecting on their previous conversation, Tang San fell into deep thought. He hadn't done anything wrong. For the sake of all living beings, it was better to use hidden weapons as little as possible, especially the more powerful ones, as they could cause great harm. In the original story, after defeating the Spirit Empire, Tang San destroyed the Zhuge divine crossbow that had been produced due to the war. This thing left in the Heavendo Empire harms the heavens. Wait a minute. Xiao Wu mentioned her situation, the enemies she has to face. Suddenly, Tang San's eyes lit up, and then he spoke to the door. Xiao Wu, can you tell me? What exactly is it? 74. Get rid of the title of saint. The scene shifted to the battle arena. Fucalos was sitting alone in a private room, watching the judge, Villette, below. A faint smile appeared on her lips. As for Daimu Bai, she did not take it to heart. He was just an insignificant person. If he remained blind to reality, killing him would be no loss. Time passed, and around midnight, the battle arena finally concluded the matches. After the audience dispersed, Villette entered the private room. How was today's harvest, Villette? Not bad, he replied. The amplification speed is slower when the main characters are not present, but over time, the improvement is quite significant. After a moment of thought, Villette said, we have plenty of time, don't we? That is true. Without the curse of wear and tear from the heavens. Whether it's the demon god or the dragon king, their lifespans are endless. They might be killed, but dying of old age is almost impossible, especially for elemental apex creatures like the dragon king. The older they get, the stronger they become. May I ask the beautiful and slippery Miss Fucalos, would you like to have a midnight snack? Mr. Villette, shouldn't such things be decided by gentlemen? Oh, I almost forgot, Villette is still young. Fucalos covered her face and laughed. A black line appeared on Villette's forehead. This guy is truly something. After helping Fucalos change her shoes, Villette picked her up in a princess carry. Since that's the case, I'll decide then. Put me down, it's embarrassing. I'm thick-skinned. I'm not afraid. I am afraid after the two left the battle arena. Many of the surrounding lights had already gone out, and the pedestrians on the road were sparse. However, there were still quite a few people out for midnight snacks, especially those who had just come from the battle arena, which is why many nearby shops were still open so late. Villette slightly turned his head, lowering his gaze toward Fucalos. They were walking side by side, and from this angle, there was no obstruction to their line of sight. Hu Tao is a saint, and Fucalos is not far behind. This one do. Fucalos must get rid of the title of saint. Villette himself didn't mind, but one shouldn't skimp on education. And one shouldn't let the children suffer. I think I know what we should eat tonight, Villette murmured. Fucalos felt a sense of foreboding as Villette's gaze swept past her. Confused, she glanced at Villette, only to find him expressionless, as if nothing had happened, which made her even more puzzled. What is going on? Villette, what were you just thinking? Nothing. Villette replied without a change of expression. Suddenly, as if he recalled something, he quickly changed his words. Oh, there is. I was just thinking about what to eat. By the way, that fruit salad over there seems pretty good. Really? Fucalos's beautiful eyes were filled with doubt. She always felt that things weren't that simple. Yes, that is exactly what I was thinking. Well then, let us go try it. As we all know, gods don't have money. The water god withdrew from divinity to escape this predicament. Therefore, Fucalos now possesses gold soul coins, including those from Villette, and a meeting gift from the old man, Rexius. For an ordinary person, this could last for several lifetimes. The two didn't walk far before they arrived at a place selling fruit salads. It was a store of moderate size. At this time, there were a few young men and two beautiful women in the store, and aside from them, there was no one else. Sir, miss, may I ask what you two need? The owner said eagerly upon seeing someone enter. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a closer look at Villette and exclaimed excitedly, Lord Villette? Hello. I almost didn't recognize you just now. I'm your fan. As soon as these words came out, the young talents and beautiful women in the store almost simultaneously turned their gazes toward Villette. To be addressed like this by the shopkeeper, could it be that a master has arrived here? These days, although they have heard of Violette's name, they have not delved deeply into it. Just a celebrity from a small place. How strong can he really be? However, now that he is right in front of them, they cannot help but pay attention. Looking at this middle-aged man in his 40s, Violette's eye twitched. Aren't his fans mostly young girls? I'm very happy to have your recognition. Thank you. Please bring me a serving of papaya juice, a papaya platter, and some papaya. Upon hearing Violet say thank you, the boss was taken aback. He was being treated as a fan. The adults from before could never be as polite as Violet. The boss quickly noted down the specific items Violet requested. He didn't feel there was any problem, but Fucarlos's expression grew increasingly strange. She looked down at her toes, as if it were necessary. Finally, just a serving of plain water will do. The rest is for Fucarlos, while this plain water is for Violet. Fucarlos. Okay, Lord Violet. You all sit down first, and I will arrange it right away. After saying this, the boss hurriedly ran to the kitchen. Yes, the kitchen. The fruits sold here are not whole fruits, but rather processed ones, similar to a platter. White and Fucalos calmly found a spot to sit down. Boss, I don't know why, but I have a strong feeling that White is very powerful. Yufeng, you're not wrong. I feel the same way, and it's quite intense. It seems like he is sitting there like a great terror, and I don't have much courage. As these words were spoken, everyone looked at the speaker with confusion. This group of people is the first team of the Royal Fighting Association. The so-called captain is a direct descendant of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, the grandson of the sect leader, Yuena. Tianheng, you're not joking, are you? Yinzi, I never joke, you know that. Yu Tianheng said seriously, his eyes fixed on White. This person's presence gives him the feeling as if he's facing his grandfather. No, it feels more like facing a superior. This is the tremor coming from the martial soul. Yu Tianheng simply cannot control the fear of the martial soul. This is also a point of confusion for Yu Tianheng. It should be noted that his martial soul is the #1 beast martial soul in the world, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Although the voices of the crowd were small, the strength of Violet and Fucalos was such that, even if they were not intentionally listening, these voices could still reach their ears. Fucalos winked at Violet, as if saying, they're talking about you. Violet shook his head, considering it a trivial matter, not significant. Besides, these discussions weren't bad-mouthing him. Yu Tianheng's expression grew increasingly serious. It should be noted that he is currently a rank 39 Soul Master, with almost no rivals among his peers. This novelite looks even younger than him, and the pressure he brings is even stronger than facing his grandfather, Yuena. This is very strange. The martial soul does not lie. He trusts his martial soul's judgment. Yu Tianheng suddenly stood up and, under the puzzled gazes of the members of Team Royal Fight, walked towards Novelite and Fucalos. Wow, as expected of the boss. Is he going to provoke them? Yu Foam exclaimed. In his heart, Yu Tianheng is the strongest among his peers, and what he said earlier should mean, the opponent is strong. But at this moment, he wants to prove that he is not weak either. It shouldn't be. Tianheng is not that kind of person. Duguyan shook her head and said, as the most outstanding member of the Tiando Royal Academy and the grandson of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sex leader, Yu Qianheng is proud. But he has the capital to be proud. In other words, which member of Team Royal Fight isn't proud? Those who can enter Team Royal Fight are all the chosen ones. Sister Yin, what you said? Duguyan slightly turned her head, lowered her gaze, and looked at Yu Feng indifferently. All right. The boss is not that kind of person. Yu Feng instantly felt a chill down his back and broke out in cold sweat. This woman is a soul sovereign. She is the first among them to break through to the soul sovereign level. Even if Dugu Yin hasn't broken through to the soul sovereign, he, Yu Feng, is not her opponent. The distance between the two sides is not far. It only takes a few seconds for Yu Qianheng to reach CryingOver. CryingOver. Hello, my name is Yu Qianheng, Martial Soul, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, Level 39 Assault Type Battle Soul Master. I would like to seek your guidance. Please accept me and let me know the gap between us. Yu Qianheng said with a determined expression, his body trembling slightly. However, the honor of his family does not allow him to act otherwise, which is also why he came to seek guidance from CryingOver, the third sect in the world. The number one beast, Martial Soul, afraid before the battle even begins? Isn't this a shame for everyone in the world? His pride, the glory of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan, does not allow Yu Qianheng to be like this. I'm sorry, young Master Yu Qianheng, but I'm not good at fighting. Nor do I like fighting. I'm just an ordinary referee. Violet shook her head and said with an unchanged expression. Upon hearing this, Fucalos, who was looking at Yu Qianheng, suddenly turned to look at Violet, her eyes twitching slightly, and her lips parted as if she wanted to say something but held back. Violet said he wasn't good at fighting? Haha. Violet actually said he wasn't good at fighting. Wow, who did he learn this from? Even little Violet is lying now. Upon hearing this, the members of the Imperial fighting team, including Yu Qianheng, were all taken aback. Not good at fighting and not liking fighting? But you are the referee at the Fighting Soul Arena. After a brief hesitation, Yu Qianheng continued, Violet, please be sure to spar with me. I just want to know how big the gap between us really is. If you refuse, then don't blame me for making a move here. Violet, why is this child so stubborn? Does he have to endure a beating before he is willing to give up? Yu Qianheng's meaning is very simple. Translated from that, Violet, it is, if you don't hit me first, I might just strike first. That, Violet, is just a sparring match. Don't worry. The boss 1T hurt you. At this moment, Yu Feng walked over, looking relaxed. And he didn't even consider what would happen if Yu Qianheng couldn't win against the opponent. Little handsome guy. Tianheng's temper is just this stubborn. Just have a match with him. If you win, sister will treat you to the poison wine brewed by the tidal Douluo. Duguyan said with a faint smile, and her words sent chills down people's spines. Poison wine brewed by the tidal Douluo? The members of the Emperor fighting team instinctively shrank their necks, and their gazes towards Duguyan changed. Could a low-level soul master even taste her grandfather's wine? Let alone them. Even soul sage powerhouses might not dare to drink Dugubo's wine. Since Miss Dugu has said so, I will accept this sparring match. Oh, you know me? Duguyan looked at that Violet with some confusion, knowing that she had been focusing on stabilizing her soul power since arriving in Soto City and had not participated in any matches. This Nailet can directly call her name? This is indeed the first time I've met Miss Duguyan, but I have had a brief encounter with the old gentleman, Dugubo, Nailet said, without changing her expression. And he was not wrong. This is indeed the first time in this life that I have met the real Duguyan. As for Dugubo, I have indeed had a brief encounter with him as well. He just returned not long ago from the ice and fire yin-yang eye. This statement left all the members of the Royal Duel team stunned. The handsome young man in front of them actually knew Dugubo? What a guy. What kind of background does he have? It's important to note that even though they were classmates and partners with Duguyan, Dugubo had never even glanced at them. This guy, you actually know my grandfather? Duguyan was shocked with a look of disbelief. Mr. Dugubo, your granddaughter doubts the authenticity of my words. Why don't you come out and meet her? Said Wei Lai Te calmly, under the puzzled gaze of Du Gu Yin and others. Yes, Dugubo was hiding in the shadows. After Du Gu Yin consumed the Earth Dragon Golden Melon, her soul power broke through to level 40, and her martial spirit evolved. After taking Du Gu Yin to obtain her soul ring, he was still worried about his granddaughter's condition, which was why he secretly followed her to see if anything would happen, and this led him to Soto City. Haha, young friend, children don't understand. Why bother with it? Dugubo said heartily, stepping out from the shadows. He was very puzzled about how Wei Lai Te discovered him. However, thinking that Wei Lai Te had never met him, he realized that he had questions and, similarly, the ice and fire yin yang, I was the same. He clearly had never been there, yet knew that there were healing treasures for him and Du Guyan. With this thought, although Du Gubo was confused, he did not dwell on it further. Du Gubo was dressed in green light armor, and when he appeared, the members of the royal fighting team were stunned. Do you think the Soul Arena is your family's place? Wei Lai-te not only knew Du Gubo, but from their expressions, it seemed they were quite familiar. Was and T had said that they only had a brief acquaintance. Poison Douluo. Once everyone came back to their senses, they hurriedly performed a noble greeting to Du Gubo. Du Gubo waved his hand dismissively, but his gaze was fixed on Wei Lai-te. Grandpa, why are you here? Du Guyan stepped forward, hugged Du Gubo's arm, gently shook it, and asked in confusion. Hearing this, Du Gubo finally shifted his gaze from Wei Lai-te to Du Guyan. So I just can't put my mind at ease about you. Du Gubo sighed, ruffling Du Guyan's hair, and said, I've grown up. Besides, Tianheng will protect me. Right, Tianheng? Du Guyan quickly winked at the somewhat dazed Yu Tianheng. Please rest assured, Your Excellency, Yu Tianheng, will definitely take good care of Yin Zi. Yu Tianheng came to his senses and spoke with a serious and respectful expression. Du Gubo had always opposed a being with Du Guyan, and Yu Tianheng never knew the reason. He was born into a prestigious family, had strong abilities, was unmatched among his peers, looked handsome, and had good character. Yet Du Gubo opposed this marriage. Du Gubo snorted coldly, showing no regard for Yu Tianheng, and said, Is your strength higher than Yin Yan's? Do you have the ability to protect Yin Yan? Yu Tianheng was taken aback, his mouth slightly open, wanting to say something but stopping short. Indeed, his current strength was not as high as Du Guyan's, and being called out by Du Gubo made him feel a bit embarrassed. Grandpa, Tianheng is really working hard. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fist as if making a resolution, and then said, Your Excellency, although my current strength is not as high as Yin Zi's, I will definitely work hard. At the same time, I will protect Yin Zi well. Whoever wants to hurt her will have to step over my dead body first. Wei Lai-te, Du Gubo, is this statement touching? This is just the roar of the weak. If anything really happened to Yin Zi, I would definitely chop you up first. Du Gubo rolled his eyes. What use is it to step over your corpse when you still can't protect Yin Yin? Without further addressing the resentful faces of Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan, Du Gubo turned to the Violet and said, Young friend, it's been a month since we last met, and your charisma has only increased. A month ago, if the Violet gave him the impression of a threat, today, it was more than just a simple threat. Du Gubo chuckled, Please take a seat. By the way, young Master Yu Tianheng, our sparring needs to wait for a while. How about we proceed after our meal? It seemed like he was asking Yu Tianheng, but he had already set the time. After hearing this, Yu Tianheng hesitated a bit. He looked at Du Gubo and then at the Violet. What are you looking at me for? It's your fortune to receive guidance from the young friend. Du Gubo said irritably, and then sat down opposite the Violet. Huh? Yu Tianheng wanted to cry without tears. If he had known Du Gubo knew this person, he would have come. There is no turning back once the bow is drawn. The arrow is on the string, and it must be shot. All right, no problem. Nodding, Yu Tianheng agreed. He was also very curious to see what kind of strength the Violet possessed to earn such praise from Du Gubo time passed. And when the boss brought out the food, he was somewhat bewildered. Why did the atmosphere outside seem a bit off? Although it was strange, the boss was just an ordinary person and didn't dare to ask much. About a quarter of an hour later, Fucalos finally finished the meal. Just eating papaya wasn't enough, and the Violet also took out a delicate little cake from the storage soul guide. Lady Funina really likes it. I wonder if Lady Fucalos likes it? The Violet said with an unchanged expression. This scene left all the members of the Emperor's team and Du Gubo dumbfounded. Are they really giving them survival rations at night? They thought she would secretly eat at night, but it turned out to be prepared for them. With a smile, Fucalos put away the small cake and said, Let's go. I won't waste everyone's time. It's better to eat this small cake while watching the soul battle. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. So many people were waiting for her to eat. Who is this Fucalos? It seems that her relationship with Violet is quite unusual. When it was time to settle the bill, the boss hurriedly declined, saying that he was a fan of Violet and that this meal was on him. Boss, I appreciate your kindness. Thank you. However, no rewards without merit. Here are 2 gold soul coins, which should cover this meal. After Violet said this, he placed down 2 gold soul coins and then took Fucalos out of the shop. Lord Violet, that's too much. Then please keep it as a credit. We will come again next time. All right. The surprise came too suddenly. Lord Violet actually planned to return to his little shop. Shouldn't he promote this? No, that won't work. The boss shook his head, abandoning the idea of making money. After the group left the shop, they saw Violet and Fucalos heading towards the Soul Arena. Yufeng quickly said, "Violet, you took the wrong path. The Soul Arena is closed right now. If you want to spar, you'll have to go outside the city. Any random place will do." Upon hearing this, Violet and Fucalos paused for a moment, as they had forgotten about this detail. However, it seemed to be of no consequence. "It's fine, just follow me to the Soul Arena." Violet waved his hand and said, "Follow you to the Soul Arena? Do you think the Soul Arena is your family's business? Just because you ask someone to open the door, they'll open it." Yufeng muttered quietly. But who in attendance wasn't a strong soul master? Among them was even a titled Douluo, who couldn't hear his voice. Before Violet could say anything, Douluo patted Yufeng's shoulder and said, "Your name is Yufeng, right?" With this slap, Yufeng's soul almost left his body, leaving him pale with fright. After all, this was a titled Douluo, and the most eccentric one at that. Poisoned Douluo, he wouldn't even spare face for his granddaughter's boyfriend, let alone a small character like Yufeng. "Your Excellency, yes, I am called Yufeng." "Yufeng, don't say it, really don't say it. This Soul Arena is indeed run by that Violet family." "Yufeng." Everyone. After hearing this, everyone looked at Violet, and then recalled the events of the past few days at the Soul Arena. Finally, they sympathetically glanced at Yu Qianheng. "Captain, he won't be killed, right?" 77. "So this is how it's resolved?" When Violet and Fucalos brought a group to the Soul Arena, the staff, guards, were a bit confused but still let them through. They casually found the nearest arena, and the staff cooperatively turned on the lights. It's unclear who spread the word that Violet would spar with the captain of the Royal Battle Team. But before either side had even taken the stage, the Soul Arena staff were gradually arriving, as expected of a young master, directly arranging a private duel with the opposing team captain. As long as this Yu Qianheng is injured, the probability of losing in tomorrow's team battle would greatly increase. So this is how it's resolved? Impressive. The supervisor, who didn't know the exact details, sighed and praised. "Lord Violet is very powerful. I have only seen Lord Violet make a move once, and that time was truly astonishing." "Are you talking about when Lord Violet stopped that 3-player team?" "Exactly. Lord Violet, with the strength of a Soul Sovereign, displayed a speed faster than a Soul King, which was how he saved the Iron Blood team." "All right, quiet down. This is Lord Violet's first spar in the Soul Arena. Everyone, observe the Lord's grace. I am a follower of Lord Violet." It seems something mixed in. The members of the Royal Battle Team exchanged glances. Were these staff really not just flattering? Just because Violet was the young master of the Soul Arena, did they have to boast this way? Let's see the real skills of this young man, praised by Poison Douluo. Everyone thought to themselves. Only Yu Qianheng felt true pressure. Originally, Yu Qianheng had intended to understand the gap between himself and Violet, which was why he resorted to underhanded tactics to force Violet into this duel. However, the more he understood, the more alarmed he became. Cough, cough. We are in the Soul Arena. How can it be a soul fight without a wager? Who among you is willing to bet with me? I bet Lord Violet will win. Everyone fell silent. Hearing this, Yu Qianheng felt even more uncertain. Just how strong was Violet? A soul sovereign? He absolutely could not be a soul sovereign. With this thought, Yu Qianheng stepped onto the arena. Violet was already standing opposite him. "Young Master Yu Qianheng, I am not skilled in battle, but since you insist on sparring with me, it would be inappropriate to refuse. How about this? If you can defeat my self-created soul skill, or if the Royal Battle Team comes on stage and can defeat my self-created soul skill, then you win." Violet said expressionlessly. He didn't look down on Yu Qianheng, but the gap between them was simply too great. Upon hearing this, Yu Qianheng was stunned, and an incredulous look appeared on his pale face. His eyes widened, and after coming to his senses, Yu Qianheng was filled with rage. What did it mean that if he defeated Violet's self-created soul skill, it counted as a win? Furthermore, what did he mean by the Royal Battle Team coming together? Wait, he also said he wasn't skilled in battle. Not skilled in battle. How could he say such a thing? "Do you look down on me?" Yu Qianheng asked, puzzled. "Apologies, young Master Yu Qianheng. I did not mean to look down on you. Perhaps my wording led to your misunderstanding. Let's put it this way. Everyone can come on stage. As long as you can defeat my self-created soul skill, it counts as your win." Yu Qianheng was stunned. Wasn't this looking down on him? Even if Violet was powerful, it shouldn't be to this extent. Yu Qianheng clenched his fists, nearly grinding his back teeth to dust, and suddenly said, "No need. I alone am enough." "Young Master Qianheng, are you sure you don't need it?" Violet asked with a strange expression. He felt like Yu Qianheng seemed to be on the brink of a breakdown. He said this for Yu Qianheng's own good. "No need. If I lose, I will lose honorably. If I win, I will win beautifully." 7 against 1. Such a thing our royal battle team cannot do, Yu Qianheng said firmly. Yu Feng, sure mo, and others were equally furious after hearing this. How could Violet let them all go together and only need to defeat his self-created soul skill? Is this called being unskilled in combat? This has become ridiculously arrogant. All right then, referee, announce the start of the soul fight. In the soul fight arena, what we have the most is referees. As Violet's voice fell, the referee beside him nodded. He was also curious to see whether the highest referee truly had the skills or was just relying on connections. 3, 2, 1. The soul fight begins. Yu Qianheng was the first to complete his martial soul possession. Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex possession. Unlike ordinary soul masters and beast soul masters. After Yu Qianheng's martial soul possession, one of his arms had already transformed into a dragon. This is the secret technique of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan, dragon transformation. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, quickly rose from Yu Qianheng's feet, accompanied by the surrounding blue lightning rolling and roaring. At this moment, Yu Qianheng looked imposing. Previously, Yu Qianheng had reported his soul power level, and after releasing his martial soul, he stared intently at Violet. Violet held a staff in his right hand and gently raised his left hand. The endless flowing classics instantly appeared in front of him, floating. Subsequently, 3 water blue soul rings appeared on Violet. Violet's martial soul, endless flowing classics. A book? After seeing Violet's martial soul, Yu Qianheng felt a bit confused. This feeling was not right. Violet's release of his martial soul was merely a formality. Suddenly, a flash of light passed between Violet's left and right hands, and a ball of flame and a ball of pure water appeared in front of him. Pure water. This scene left the staff of the Fighting Soul Arena and the members of the Imperial Fighting Team all shocked. That Violet was actually able to master 2 elements? And these 2 elements are mutually restraining. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Violet grasped the staff with his right hand and gently tapped the ground with it. The flames and the water sphere beside it instantly rolled and spun, and within less than 2 seconds, 2 gigantic dragon lizards appeared on the arena. They let out a roar towards the sky. Roar the entire Fighting Soul Arena erupted. Dragons. Are these dragon soul beasts? Dragon lizards, also elemental creatures, are the oldest elemental dragon kings, born among them. For Violet, creating a real dragon lizard would require some time to grow. But creating a false dragon lizard is too simple. The so-called false dragon lizard is the dragon lizard he is currently creating, which does not have true life in the real sense. 78. Water dragon lizard. That guessed, you have such double standards. Roar, don't underestimate the dragon lizard as a dragon. It is also an elemental creature belonging to the dragon family. The 2 dragon lizards in front of us, one is deep blue, representing the water attribute, and the other is deep red, representing the fire attribute. Yu Qianheng swallowed hard, his expression somewhat dazed. For some reason, he always felt that these 2 dragons exerted a particularly great pressure on him. This is a dragon that has never been seen before. It is the self-created soul skill of Wei Le. Wait, is this a soul skill? Or is it self-created? The scene fell silent as everyone stared at the 2 dragon lizards. These 2 dragon lizards were created by asNeuvillette based on the appearance of juvenile dragon lizards from the Teyvat continent. They are indeed only juveniles, standing just a bit taller than asNeuvillette at this moment. Their appearance is somewhat cute, completely different from the imposing presence of adult dragon lizards. Young Master Yu Qianheng, please. After asNeuvillette said this, he waved his left hand, and the water and fire juvenile dragon lizards rushed towards Yu Qianheng. At this moment, Yu Qianheng felt a chill down his back, cold sweat pouring out. Don't underestimate these 2 guys. The pressure they bring is truly beyond what he can bear. He was determined. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. As the first yellow soul ring flashed, a massive amount of thunder power appeared within a 10-meter radius around Yu Qianheng, and blue lightning swirled around his right arm. After releasing the Thunder Dragon Claw, Yu Qianheng also charged towards the 2 dragon lizards. 30 meters. This distance was just a blink of an eye for both sides. Yu Qianheng chose as his first opponent the deep blue water dragon lizard, which looked less domineering than the fire dragon lizard. He aimed to take down the weakest first. What if both dragon lizards are specially made by Wei Le? Their strengths might be similar. Moreover, Wei Le himself is a pinnacle water elemental creature. If he were to create dragon lizards, the water dragon lizard would definitely be stronger, rather than a mimic of the fire dragon lizard. His fire element comes from the Douluo Fire Dragon King. Although its fire attribute has reached its peak in the Douluo world, it cannot be compared to Wei Le's water element. The technique of manipulating dragon lizards in battle was learned by Wei Lai Te from Fucalos. If Fucalos can have 3 major generals, why can't he manipulate 2 dragon lizards with his bare hands? What? Mais Luxin. Impossible. They're so adorable. How could they possibly fight? This dirty and tiring work is, of course, left to the water dragon lizard to handle. Water dragon lizard. Hey Violet, you're so double standard. We are your followers. Suddenly, Yu Tianheng struck the water dragon lizard with a dragon claw, and it immediately showed a delighted expression. Did I hit it? They aren't as powerful as I imagined. Wait. No. Yu Tianheng's expression changed drastically as he heard Dugu Yan shout. Tianheng, be careful. He did hit it, indeed. But Yu Tianheng felt as if his strike landed on a flat surface, or rather, on cotton. The opponent had no reaction at all, and instead, the attacker, Yu Tianheng, felt a bit of pain in his hand. This scene is reminiscent of a young rock dragon lizard slamming its head against a crispy rice snack, which suffers no damage while the young rock dragon lizard faints. However, the setting has changed, and the dragon lizard has become the protagonist. Although Yu Tianheng is a strong attack-type soul master, his speed is not slow. He managed to withdraw from the range of the young fire dragon lizard's attack before its claw could strike. Yu Tianheng furrowed his brow, staring intently at the water and fire young dragon lizards, feeling uncertain about how to win. Damn it, who has a self-created soul skill that can summon dragons? He was deep in thought, but the dragon lizard's attacks wouldn't stop. The 2 dragon lizards charged towards Yu Tianheng from left and right, and, at the same time, elemental power emerged from their claws. Each strike would carry elemental power, 1 water and 1 fire. No matter how they attacked, it would result in evaporation damage. It's still that Villet who has unleashed the water and fire. If he strengthens the elemental intensity of both, Yu Tianheng would die in an instant. Damn, I can't even make a move. Moreover, with the water and fire working together, I don't dare to act rashly. If I get caught, the damage caused by the water and fire wouldn't be simple at all. Suddenly, Yu Tianheng understood. He finally realized why Villet said he wasn't good at fighting. With these 2 bodyguard around, does he even need to know how to fight? Even he, who possesses the blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit, feels that he is not quite a match for these 2 bodyguards. In the same rank, who else could be a match for Villet? Seeing Yu Tianheng fall into a disadvantage from the very beginning, Donggu Yin, Yu Feng, and others were anxiously helpless. These 2 somewhat strange dragons are terrifyingly powerful, right? Even Yu Tianheng can't do anything about them. Tianheng the captain, come on. The staff in the Soul Arena were equally stunned. It was their first time witnessing such a fighting style. Lord Violet is truly powerful. He doesn't even need to take action himself. His summoned creature is enough to crush the opponent. Hearing this, Dugu Yin instinctively yelled at the staff member. You're talking nonsense. Has Tianheng been crushed? He can clearly fight back. Yu Tianheng was momentarily taken aback, and his eyes twitched. Yanzi, your words are making me lose face. Yin Yin, be a bit more ladylike. Dugu Bo had several black lines appearing on his forehead. His granddaughter's words would have been better left unsaid. At this moment, Yu Tianheng was already drenched in sweat. Just a moment of distraction led to a direct hit. That strike, just a light touch, broke one of his ribs. If he struggled against a single dragon lizard, how could he face 2? He couldn't fight back at all. Tianheng, Dugu Yin shouted angrily, not caring to argue with the staff. Didn't Lord Violet say before that their Emperor fighting team could go all out together? So she couldn't be blamed. Without hesitation, Dugu Yin rushed onto the arena, and after a brief moment of hesitation, Yu Feng and the others also stepped onto the arena. Lord Violet, does what you said before still count? Yu Feng said. Bracing himself, he couldn't let Dugu Yin say this. Don't be fooled by his usual comedic demeanor. Yu Feng is actually quite clever. Seeing this, Lord Violet showed no change in expression, nodded, and said, a gentleman's word is his bond. Naturally, what was said before still stands. Upon hearing this, the staff in the Soul Arena erupted in excitement. Lord Violet I'm crying. I'm a follower of Lord Violet. Wow, I finally found you, you brat. On the stage, after Yi Lingling treated Yu Tianheng, the members of the Emperor fighting team assumed their battle stances. Lord Violet, what you're facing now is the complete Emperor fighting team. 79. Then we're going to get started. In the minds of most soul masters on the Douluo Continent, an individual's power always has its limits and flaws. However, a complete soul master team is different. They have clear divisions of labor and can maximize their strengths while compensating for each other's weaknesses. The Emperor fighting team is a whole, with strong offense, control, defense, agility, flight, and support, healing, capabilities, each making up for one another's shortcomings. Dugu Yin, martial soul, Phosphorescent Dragon, Level 40 Control System, Soul Master. Please give me your guidance. Yufeng, Martial Soul. After everyone introduced themselves, they turned their serious expressions towards the Fire and Water Dragon Lizard. During this period, the CryingOver did not control the Dragon Lizard's attacks. They seemed to have lost their souls, standing still in place. Roar at this moment. The two Dragon Lizards let out another roar, symbolizing their return. Yu Qianheng looked gravely at the two Dragon Lizards. He had felt their terror before. Be careful. Their defense is particularly strong, and in terms of strength, I'm not their match. Also, try not to get splashed by their water or fire. The water and fire they emit are very strange, with a high degree of adhesion. Once the two elements collide, there will be a peculiar type of damage, which I don't quite understand. Yu Qianheng directly shared his previous experience of getting beaten, as he was worried that his teammates would suffer the same fate. Got it, Captain Tianheng. Everyone responded, their eyes flashing with fighting spirit. At this moment, Douluo suddenly narrowed her beautiful eyes, her brows tightly furrowed, and her gaze towards Violet and the two Dragon Lizards changed. This is a fear derived from the martial soul. Douluo turned her head to look at Yu Qianheng, and she seemed to understand why Yu Qianheng had challenged that Violet before. It is important to note that her martial soul had already evolved into a sub-dragon type after she consumed that sweet potato. Such a powerful martial soul, yet it fears even the Velite and faces two summoned beasts directly? Let's test their attack and see how strong it really is. The brothers Shimo and Shimo said almost simultaneously. Their martial soul is the Xuanwu turtle, the top existence among defensive martial souls. Be careful. Yu Qianheng did not refuse the brothers' proposal. He knew how strong their defense was. As the formation changed, the two instantly moved to the front, with one facing off against the Dragon Lizard. At the same time, the Dragon Lizard's attack came. Without any fancy moves, it raised its claw and struck down, directly attacking the Xuanwu shield. In an instant, Shimo and Shimo's expressions changed. This pure power was something they couldn't withstand. In the confused gazes of everyone, the brothers holding the Xuanwu shield were sent flying backwards, crashing heavily onto the ground. Did they just get taken down? No way. Their martial soul is the Xuanwu turtle. How could they fall so quickly? Everyone was stunned, and some staff members, realizing what had happened, instantly burst into laughter. That Lord Velite is truly amazing. With just one strike, these two top defensive soul masters were knocked down. Lord Velite's mouth twitched. He hadn't secretly enhanced the two Dragon Lizards at all. Yu Qianheng at least knew how to dodge, but these two fools went up to take the attack with their shields, directly taking a full hit. It's no wonder they got blown away. Are defensive soul masters so confident in their own defense? It's no surprise that Shimo and Shimo were confident. They simply had no idea how powerful the water and fire dragon lizard was. Blocking the opponent's attack is inherently the way of defensive soul masters. They didn't do anything wrong. They just underestimated their opponent. Yufeng and the others were left speechless, their eyes wide open, wanting to say something but hesitating. No way. Is it that terrifying? No wonder the boss, Yu Qianheng, didn't have any strength to fight back the whole time. Just as everyone was stunned, the water and fire young dragon lizards suddenly came together. This is bad. I have a bad feeling. Stop them. Yu Qianheng suddenly shouted, his senses the most acute. After these two dragon lizards came together, their aura suddenly surged. After shouting this, Yu Qianheng took the lead, not caring about the fallen brothers. Sure Mo and charged forward. Yufeng and Osro were momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted. They were sensitive attack-type soul lords and under full eruption. They surpassed Yu Qianheng in speed. Unfortunately, it was too late. After the water and fire young dragon lizards came together, back to back, their elemental power quickly condensed, and their aura surged at that moment. They simultaneously unleashed columns of water and fire, while their bodies rotated clockwise. And the water and fire columns swept across the entire area with their movement. Yu Qianheng and the others were stunned. Good heavens. There was such a powerful move waiting for them. Dodge? How can they dodge this skill? Didn't they see Yufeng being specially taken care of by that fire-breathing dragon lizard flying in the sky? Just a touch with the fire column, and Yufeng was instantly knocked away, looking as if he was roasted. Unlike in the book, where hair stays intact in life and death battles. Yufeng's hair was instantly burned away by the flames. We give up. We admit defeat. After shouting this, Yu Qianheng seemed to lose all his strength and fell to the ground. He understood. In the face of absolute power, team, it's just a joke. As soon as Yu Qianheng's voice fell, The violet waved her hand, and the two dragon lizards instantly transformed back into their original forms, two pure elements, which then slowly dissipated into the air. Tianheng, are you okay? Douluo was ready to seize the opportunity to act, but she had no chance at all. When the two dragon lizards released their skills, if she and Yi Lingling had not been far away, they might have ended up like Tianheng, Feng, and the others. I'm fine, just look at Feng and Asro. Their defenses aren't as strong as mine, yet they withstood the first wave of attacks. Tianheng said somewhat dejectedly, such a powerful Imperial fighting team. The entire team was defeated even faster than when he was on his own. What does this indicate? Previously, he was able to resist for so long, entirely because that Velite was holding back. Feng, Asro, cough, it's fine with Sister Lingling here, we won't die. Feng was numb. As a flying system soul master, he should have had the advantage, but what happened? He was completely just a living target. I am fine too, Asro said with some difficulty. Fortunately, Tianheng surrendered quickly. He only experienced a water column attack and wasn't hit by the fire dragon lizard. So terrifying. That Velite, you are very strong. I trust my instincts. Time will prove everything. I believe in my instincts. And even without these two summoned dragons, your strength is still very powerful. That Velite, next time, we absolutely won't lose so badly. I originally thought Tianheng would say something tough, but instead, he said we won't lose so badly next time. Young Master Tianheng is overpraising me. I have no interest in fighting. Before Velite could finish speaking, Tianheng frowned, suddenly stood up, and shouted at Velite. That Velite, just keep pretending, keep acting. With your strength, you will eventually be famous throughout the world. When you are renowned, it will be enough to prove that I, Tianheng, am not weak. Our team is also not weak. Losing to you, we accept it willingly. Tianheng was almost on his knees, begging Velite to keep acting. Their Imperial fighting team was indeed not weak. Suddenly, Tianheng seemed to think of something, his eyes brightened, and he continued. I know. It's because you are too strong that you say you are not interested in fighting. Among your peers, no one is your opponent, and you feel lonely at the top, right? Haha, it must be like that. Without waiting for Velite to speak, after saying this, Tianheng turned around and came to Feng's side, helping him up, and then walking towards the exit of the fighting arena. That Velite, my perception will definitely not be wrong. Time will prove everything, Tianheng said without looking back, and after his words fell, he did not linger. Captain, is he? Cough, Sister Yin is still here? Oh. Shimo instantly shut up, exchanged glances with Shimo, then helped Asro up and chased after him. Tianheng, Yi Lingling. Wait, why is she the only one left on the stage? That Velite, you are really too humble. The captain may not be able to accept this fact. So please don't take it to heart. Yi Lingling said softly, her voice ethereal and very pleasant to hear. Miss Yi Lingling, I do not take this to heart. But please remind young Master Tianheng that for cultivators, mindset is very important. Velite waved his hand, expressionless. It was never his intention to fight with Tianheng and the others. Now, Tianheng seemed a bit crazy. All right, that Velite, I will convey your words. I will take my leave now. Yi Lingling performed a soul master salute before walking in the direction her teammates had left. Inside the fighting arena, the staff looked at each other in disbelief. They never expected that this referee was even more powerful than they imagined. No wonder at such a young age. He could become the highest referee. Other referees who were slightly dissatisfied at this moment also felt convinced. Hey, young friend, Yin is always reckless. Please don't take it to heart. This is the wine that Yin promised before, and I will pass it on to you. At that moment, Douluo approached Wei Le beside him, smiling as he said, Indeed, details determine success or failure. Douluo had forgotten the previous promise due to the matter with Tianheng, and invited Wei Le to drink the poisoned wine brewed by the titled Douluo. However, Douluo did not forget this matter. He fulfilled the promise on behalf of Douluo, leaving no one able to find any fault. Yet, when Douluo looked at Wei Le, a fleeting glimmer of regret flashed in his eyes. Why doesn't Yin appreciate such a promising young man? If that Violet were to become his granddaughter's husband, he wouldn't have any objections at all. Unfortunately, Douluo and Tianheng are already a couple. Although Douluo looks down on Tianheng, that was ultimately Douluo's choice. He only feels frustrated that Tianheng is not living up to expectations. Old mister. Douluo, your granddaughter's words were just a joke. Why take them seriously? A gentleman's word is his bond. Young friend, this is what you said yourself. Upon hearing this, Violet smiled wryly, as it was indeed what he had said before. Since that's the case, I'll accept it. Thank you for Mr. Douluo's kindness. And please also thank Miss Douluo for me. Douluo nodded at this. Although Violet cannot become family, it is still necessary to engage with such a promising powerhouse. The most important point is that Douluo can clearly sense that Violet is different from others. Others either fear him, keep their distance, or are insincere. Even Prince Xuexing, who owes him a life-saving favor, does not dare to drink with him. Violet is different. He really is not like the others. He even swallowed his pills without any hesitation. How many years ago was it that feeling of being believed by others? They say that Douluo has a solitary and eccentric personality, but humans are social creatures. Doesn't he also long for friends deep down? It's just that no one is willing to believe in Douluo. Little brother, although that matter was a transaction, I cannot forget the life-saving grace you and Yen have bestowed upon me. At this point, Douluo extended 3 fingers toward Violet. 3 things, if I can do them. I will help you unconditionally with 3 things. If you encounter difficulties, you can come to Heaven-Do City to find me. After saying this, without waiting for Violet to refuse, Douluo instantly disappeared from spot. He is an extremely proud person, and at the same time, very arrogant. He doesn't want to be rejected. Based on his understanding of Violet, the latter would most likely refuse. But Douluo cannot be refused. Violet. He hadn't even thought about how to deal with the causal connection of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, and yet Douluo pulled this stunt. It seems that the Douluo family should not have fallen from grace. Violet murmured to himself. Douluo was unaware that the decision he made today would lead to an uncertain future. After the battle spirit ended, the staff gradually returned to their dormitories, as they had work to do tomorrow. If it weren't for Violet's appearance, they wouldn't have had much interest in coming to watch. Once a hobby becomes a profession, they truly have little interest in battle spirit, unless it's an exceptionally exciting one. When Violet found Fucalos, the water god was currently enjoying a small cake. Just one glance, and Violet could tell that Fucalos had just taken it out, having eaten at most just 1 bite. Want to try some? Fucalos blinked, holding the small cake in her left hand and a little spoon in her right. Seeing this, Violet couldn't help but smile slightly. Compared to the small cake, I'm more interested in tasting. Violet, only playing high-end matches. Violet, why are you looking at me like that? Fucalos' gaze was a bit evasive, her pretty face flushed, and her hand holding the small spoon was slightly trembling. Upon hearing this, Violet's expression didn't change. He continued to smile at Fucalos. After a while, Violet chuckled. Fucalos' expression was simply too adorable. You guy? At this moment, Fucalos realized he had been played. There was a moment of emptiness in his heart, and the anticipation he felt earlier instantly turned into anger. What happened in the Soul Arena was temporarily unknown to outsiders. Apart from the members of the Imperial Fighting Team and Douluo, it was all staff within the arena. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, Qian Ming did not follow the Imperial Fighting Team back tonight, but returned to Shrek Academy alone. After graduating for many years, he hadn't returned to Shrek Academy for a long time. Bringing the members of the Imperial Fighting Team to Soto City for training was also his way of wanting to see Shrek Academy again. When Qian Ming walked into Shrek Academy, he was taken aback. Under the moonlight, he could still see the traces of the battle. Had there just been a massive conflict at Shrek Academy? No, it should be said that it was a one-sided crushing. When Qian Ming saw Flinder's current state, he was completely stunned. Who in the small Soto City could sever Flinder's arm? It should be known that Flinder was a soul sage. Moreover, the other teachers at Shrek Academy were not pushovers either. What on earth happened? Dean, what happened to you? Qian Ming quickly walked to the bedside, his face filled with grief and anger. It's you, Qian Ming. I heard you become quite successful. Flinder shook his head, a faint smile appearing on his pale face. He did not expect that Qian Ming would come back to visit them at this time. I'm fine, just a bit of wear and tear. Flinder didn't want to elaborate on today's events. The opponent was a titled Douluo, an extremely powerful being among titled Douluos. He was afraid Qian Ming might do something foolish. Just then, all the teachers from Shrek Academy arrived. When Qian Ming arrived at Shrek Academy, the first person to see him was not Flinder, but Li Yusong. Li Yusong's spirit power level was not much higher than Qian Ming's. They were evenly matched. But Qian Ming's aura was somewhat stronger than Li Yusong's. Under the night sky, Li Yusong couldn't see clearly who it was and directly called out. The crowd pushed open the door, and Zhao Wujie took the lead. Who dares to, Under the light, Zhao Wujie was taken aback when he recognized the visitor and continued. Xiao Ming? It's me, Teacher Zhao. Oh, it really is Xiao Ming. I thought you were some thief. Zhao Wujie scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. After saying this, he complained, Old Li, your eyes are getting old. You mistook your own people for thieves. Li Yusong twitched at the corner of his eye and said helplessly, "It's just that Xiaoming hasn't been back for a long time. You can't blame me for mistaking him. Teacher Li, this matter is indeed Qin Ming's fault." Qin Ming said with a wry smile. "It's south not close from Tiando City to Sutawa City, and since I'm working at the Tiando Royal Academy, it's normal that I don't have time." Teacher Xiao, Teacher Liu, he respectfully greeted everyone. At the same time, Qin Ming also observed the others. What puzzled him the most was why the strongest Flander was injured, even losing his right arm, while the other teachers seemed fine. Wait, there's also a boy lying nearby. He should be a junior, right? Were only the two of them injured? Teachers, what happened to the dean? Qin Ming expressed his confusion. Since Flander was unwilling to say more, he could ask other informed individuals. Upon hearing this, a few of them sighed. After exchanging glances, Zhao Wujie spoke up. "We're not very clear about the specifics, but Flander's injury was caused by title de law. The cause of the incident is quite confusing. We don't really know. We only know that there seemed to have been some conflict between Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong, and then Ning Rongrong went home to complain. In the end, the sword Duo was ready to support his granddaughter, but Dai Mubai was severely injured again, which led to the focus turning to Flander. Since he is the dean of Shrek Academy, if they don't look for Flander, who else can they look for?" Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's words, cold sweat broke out on Qin Ming's forehead. That was a title Douluo. This junior, how reckless must he be to offend such a little ancestor? Regarding this matter, Qin Ming didn't know what to say. However, he was very angry. Can a title Douluo just casually sever someone's arm? This is simply too much. However, Qin Ming couldn't bring himself to say anything about revenge. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is the second strongest sect in the world, with 2 title Douluos inside, both of whom are powerful beings above level 95. Seeking revenge from a sword Douluo at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is no different from seeking death. All right, Qin Ming, don't take it to heart. This tribulation is something I should bear. In the past, my teaching plan indeed had its flaws. Causing trouble? Haha. At this point, Flinder laughed at himself, though it was somewhat desolate. Those two never caused trouble either. Are they not powerful? Among their peers, absolutely no one is stronger than them. Having witnessed the terror of Fucalos, Flinder spoke with a resolute expression. What kind of existence is that? Attack, continuous attack, healing, prolonged healing. The opponent's soul power seems endless. Even he, a soul sage, cannot achieve that. As for that Violet, although he only saw him knock Tang San unconscious with one blow and didn't witness other battle scenes, is that not enough? Dean, are you talking about those two in the soul arena? After glancing at the still unconscious Dai Mubai, Qin Ming said to Flinder. Previously, Flinder and Zhao Wujie had talked about why Dai Mubai was lying down, mentioning Violet and Fucalos' identities. Indeed, the other party also has the background of titled Douluos. Qin Ming, this kid Mubai, when he doesn't cause trouble, but when he does, he gets into big trouble. Wait, I remember Mubai said before that they had a fight before Tang San came to Shrek Academy. After Zhao Wujie's words, Li Yusong and others were confused, and Qin Ming didn't know what was going on either. But Flinder's eyes widened in shock. His gaze toward Dai Mubai changed. You really can only provoke soul masters with titled Douluo backgrounds, can't you? Zhao Wujie and Flinder exchanged glances, and their eyes towards Dai Mubai also changed. Only fighting high-end matches, right? If there is no titled Douluo behind you, you look down on provoking them, right? Behind Tang San is Tang Hao, the title Haotian. It is rumored that he killed the former pope. Moreover, Tang Hao comes from the #1 sect in the world, the Haotian sect. Behind Ning Rongrong are Chun Xian and Gu Rong, both of whom are titled Douluos above level 95, along with the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. That Violet and Fucalos, they don't know the name of that titled law, but it must be related to the 8 major families in the soul arena. Good heavens! A useless prince who was treated as a discarded child. Is he really that arrogant? Not daring to cause trouble is mediocrity, but you causing trouble is foolishness. Flinder, I have a bold idea. Zhao Wujie crossed his arms and glanced at Dai Mubai, then looked at Flinder, saying with an unchanged expression. Flinder understood, but just as he was about to agree, he glanced at Dai Mubai. After all, this child had been in Shrek for 3 years. It wouldn't be good to do this, would it? Thinking of this, Flinder shook his head and said, After all, Mubai is our student. It's my failure to teach him that led him to make mistakes. If there is a mistake, it's my problem. Let us just expel him. After he wakes up, we'll have a good talk with him. Li Yusong and the others realized that Flinder and Zhao Wujie were preparing to expel Dai Mubai, this troublemaker. In the end, Flinder gave up this idea due to their 3 years of feelings. Indeed, although Xiaobai loves to cause trouble, he is still a good person. It would be too regrettable to expel him like this. I hope he graduates soon. Zhao Wujia shook his head and said. The unconscious Dai Mubai had no idea that his 2 deans had almost expelled him. Can we blame Dai Mubai for causing trouble? He didn't do anything wrong except for the last time. Okay. No, is pursuing beauty wrong? This is human nature, to pursue beautiful things. He just chose the wrong target. That girl and her summoned beast are simply demons. In the student dormitory, Xiaojiang and Tang San were sitting face to face, discussing something. Xiao San, practice hard. One day you will reach the titled Douluo realm. The one who severed Flinder's arm today is a titled Douluo, and his title is Sword. Sword Douluo Qian is the supreme elder of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, the second strongest sect in the world. When you reach title Douluo, Qian will definitely not be your opponent. After hearing this, the somewhat introverted Tang San's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, and he asked in confusion, Teacher, you always say that I will be very strong after I reach title Douluo, but my martial soul is just blue silvergrass. Even with all my efforts and using my blue silvergrass martial soul, I am not a match for that soul master. The soul master here refers to Violet. Tang San believes he was indeed ambushed, but the opponent has the strength to ambush him. If it weren't for the water's edge, and if Violet hadn't launched a sneak attack, his strength should be about the same as Violet's, right? Perhaps he could even win. Unfortunately, Violet didn't abide by the rules of martial arts and walked away with the 2 unique skills of the Tang sect, which is simply a path to his demise. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojing nodded subtly, then stood up with his hands behind his back, turning his back to Tang San, and said, Xiao San, do you understand the significance of a twin martial soul? Seeing Yu Xiaojing stand up, the respectful Tang San could not remain seated. He also got up and stood behind Yu Xiaojing, and then respectfully said, Please guide me. Teacher, the blue silver grass martial soul is indeed a waste martial soul. Even if I use all my knowledge to help you make up for it, it would be difficult to make it a top existence among the same level. Yu Xiaojing said calmly. At this point, he paused and glanced back at Tang San. Without my teacher, there would be no Tang San today. Yes, if it weren't for Yu Xiaojing, Tang San would have awakened his blue-silver emperor bloodline long ago by following the normal cultivation path and obtaining spirit rings from plant-type spirit beasts. The blue-silver grass is endless, and its healing ability has not been developed, but instead, it is just the blue-silver wrapping. With the Hao Ian Hammer martial soul present, does the blue-silver grass even need to attack? What Tang San lacks the most is auxiliary means. Xiao San, have you ever thought about, after you become a title Douluo, adding 9 spirit rings of over 50,000 years to your second martial soul? Upon hearing this, Tang San's eyes lit up as he suddenly realized. So that's how it is? A title Douluo can have at most 2 spirit rings over 50,000 years, which are the 8th and 9th spirit rings, and some title Douluo's 8 spirit rings may not even be 50,000 years old. If he could obtain 9 spirit rings of over 50,000 years, wouldn't he be invincible when using his second martial soul? What Violet, what Sword Douluo Qian are simply not worth mentioning. Xiao San, you don't need to be anxious right now. With a blue-silver grass martial soul and your self-created soul skills and hidden weapons, it is enough for you to get through the early difficulties. I will do my best to make your blue-silver grass martial soul even stronger. After saying this, Tang San directly knelt on the ground, looking grateful and determined as he said, Thank you, teacher. If it weren't for your guidance, I don't know how long I would be lost in failure. Child, don't kneel so easily. A man's knees are worth gold. How can it be like this? Yu Xiaojing smiled and helped Tang San up, speaking without a hint of anger. He felt somewhat happy in his heart. After all, this is the son of his idol, and a peerless genius at that. Look how obedient he is. What a good disciple. By the way, what did you just say about failure? Who did you fight against and then lose? Yu Xiaojing frowned, not because of Tang San's loss, but because someone could actually defeat Tang San. He roughly understood Tang San's strength, with those strange self-created soul skills assisting him, along with hidden weapons and the control of blue silvergrass. If he wasn't restricted, in a one-on-one situation, it would be almost impossible for anyone among the soul masters to beat Tang San's opponent. This is Yu Xiaojing's affirmation of Tang San's strength, and Tang San did not disappoint him. He is a referee in the soul arena, and his name is Naweilite. What? Naweilite? Yu Xiaojing was taken aback and instinctively exclaimed. It should be noted that Dai Mubai's current injuries are related to CryingOver, although he did not inflict them himself. Does the teacher also know CryingOver? Not very clear. You continue. Help me, CryingOver. Time flows like sand in the palm of your hand. If you're not careful, it slips away. Before long, it was the next day. Soto City, the Great Soul Arena. Fucalos, what are you pondering again? Early in the morning, the sounds of ding and bang kept ringing in his ears, which made CryingOver frown. After arriving in the hall, CryingOver instinctively said something. Hearing CryingOver's voice, Fucalos, who was squatting in the corner, turned to look at him, and the smile on his face instantly froze. No, it's nothing. What a classic case of there's no silver here. Yes, did I disturb you? The corner of CryingOver's eye twitched. Wasn't this guy just asking knowingly? It wasn't that he cared about being disturbed, but he was very curious about what Fucalos was actually doing. CryingOver quickly walked over to Fucalos, glanced at the parts and mechanisms on the ground, which left his mind a bit blank. At this moment, CryingOver was caught in a brainstorming session. What are you planning to create? He knew about Fengdan technology, but he didn't understand the principles or how to make it. After all, he didn't have the memories of the former highest judge CryingOver. The old man gave us this pair of bracelets, so I plan to make a little something as a return gift. Since CryingOver discovered her, Fucalos didn't hide it any longer and took out the remaining parts from the storage soul guide. Unfortunately, the materials in this world seemed not as sturdy as imagined, which wasted some of his gold soul coins. Fucalos murmured softly, looking at the scattered gears, screws, and some indescribable materials. CryingOver fell into deep thought. Fucalos managed to gather so many materials and parts in just one night? Wait, with this much material and parts, her little gadget couldn't possibly be something huge, could it? CryingOver pondered. In fact, it didn't have to be that complicated. The old man didn't lack anything. We could just visit him more often when we have the time. The old man's desires were quite simple. This CryingOver still knows. It's almost finished, so let's make it. Little Nawe, you should go do what you need to do, and come find me after I'm done. After saying this, Fucalos grabbed CryingOver's hand and pushed him out the door, leaving him bewildered. With a bang, the door closed. Facing the door, CryingOver was silent for a long time. He didn't stop Fucalos. He just expressed his thoughts, and then got kicked out. Rubbing his chin, CryingOver shook his head and walked out of the arena. Along the way, the staff looked at him with even more respect and admiration. They had witnessed CryingOver summon 2 dragons and defeat the powerful royal fighting team. Lord CryingOver, good morning. Lord CryingOver, have you breakfast? The crowd was more enthusiastic than usual, which left CryingOver a bit unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, everyone's emotional intelligence was high, and after chatting for a bit, they would leave on their own. This allowed Wei Li to smoothly walk out of the arena. He didn't know what kind of black technology Fucalos was working on. It seemed so mysterious. Wei Li shook his head and didn't think too much about it. But really, was it that mysterious? It was just because Wei Li couldn't understand it. If he understood those parts, he wouldn't find it so mysterious. The hustle and bustle of the city was still a bit uncomfortable, so he decided to take a walk outside the city. With that thought, Wei Li headed towards the city gate. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. Wei Li, looking towards the source of the voice, he saw Yu Tianheng, whose head was wrapped in bandages and whose right arm was also bandaged and hanging from his neck, looking at him with a determined expression. How did Yu Tianheng end up like this? He was fine when he went back last night. How did he become like this? You should really ask that, Violet. Young Master Yu Tianheng, is there something you need? Violet paused for a moment and asked Yu Tianheng. The distance between the two was only about 10 meters. Yu Tianheng clenched his teeth, as if he had made a decision, and quickly walked up to Violet, saying, Violet, please teach me. After saying this, Yu Tianheng bowed deeply. This scene left Violet somewhat at a loss. What was going on? Yu Tianheng wanted him to teach him? Young Master Yu, why do you say that? Your sect has a complete inheritance, so why ask me for guidance? Violet helped Yu Tianheng up and asked with confusion. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect possesses a title Douluo and even has dragon transformation secret techniques. Saying that it has a complete inheritance is not an exaggeration. How could Yu Tianheng have such a moment of folly to seek advice from others? Violet, this is unrelated to inheritance. I want to ask you to teach me how to cultivate. Yu Tianheng said, staring intently at Violet as if afraid he would refuse. Young Master Yu, do you want to learn my self-created soul skills? Violet frowned and asked with suspicion. Even if he were to teach them, others would not be able to master them, except for Fucalos, which was originally learned from her. No, self-created soul skills are your secret. How could a soul master pry into someone else's secrets? Yu Tianheng shook his head and said, I only ask you to teach me a way to become stronger quickly. I don't want to feel so powerless anymore. I must have the strength to protect Yin. Please. Violet's eyes twitched slightly. How could he understand cultivation? He knew his own situation, but others did not. Young master you, it's not that I don't want to teach you. It's just that. I don't know either. That's right. Aside from basic meditation, Violet's strength relied on the passage of time and the soul arena. He really had no other methods to become stronger. Do I need it? Not at all. Hearing this, Yu Qianheng felt somewhat disappointed. The methods to become stronger were someone else's secrets. He shouldn't have asked. However, after what happened last night, he never wanted to experience it again. That feeling of powerlessness and being looked down upon by Yin Yan's grandfather. Not being able to even defeat his own woman. How could he protect her? Yu Qianheng didn't want to be a waste. Yuxia gang? Do you need me to report my ID card? Violet, I beg you. Please, I really have no other way. Help me, Violet. Violet fell silent for a moment, then sighed. Why was Yu Qianheng so stubborn? Without saying much, Violet said, 84. Between people, there isn't even the most basic trust. Violet shook his head and turned to walk out of the city. It wasn't that he didn't want to teach. It was that he simply couldn't. Moreover, even if he could, why should he teach Yu Qianheng? He wasn't my Luoxin. Young master you, please go back. I really don't have any methods to become stronger. After saying this, Violet walked away without looking back. Yu Qianheng was stunned, watching Violet's back. That feeling of superiority still lingered. His intuition was absolutely correct. No, I can't just give up like this. Yin, I will definitely have the strength to protect you. Yu Qianheng was an extremely macho person. He couldn't accept that Dugu Yin was stronger than him. Of course, he didn't blame Dugu Yin, only himself for not working hard enough. The honor of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect did not allow him to be weaker than his girlfriend. After thinking a lot, Yu Qianheng clenched his left fist tightly, gritted his teeth, and quickly followed. I must become stronger. He can definitely help me become stronger. Defeating the Emperor Do team alone was the most crucial thing. The aura Violet possessed only strengthened Yu Qianheng's resolve. Sensing that Yu Qianheng had actually followed him, Violet paused for a moment, thought a little, and then ignored it. What Yu Qianheng wanted was his freedom. Shaking his head, Violet continued walking towards the riverbank. Old man Lixius had gone to find his old buddies and wouldn't be back for a while. The annual meeting was approaching. Today, it would be held in Tiando City, and most of the direct descendants of the 8 great families would come. Lixius might first go to the Star Luo Empire and return to the Tiando Empire after visiting the 4 families there, finally heading to Tiando City. By then, it would be almost time for the annual meeting. Soon, Violet arrived at the riverside. Near Soto City, there was only this small river. In Yu Qianheng's astonished gaze, Violet took out a chair and a fishing rod from his storage soul guide. He didn't use any bait. The empty fishing hook was directly thrown into the water. In this scene, even Yu Qianheng, who doesn't understand fishing, looks completely confused. Wait, if you don't put bait on the hook, how can you catch fish? And what are you doing fishing instead of cultivating in your prime years? Yu Qianheng blinked, his eyes filled with the light of wisdom. He didn't believe it. That Violet must be pretending to fish because he didn't want him to know his secret. There's not even the most basic trust between people. Although Yu Qianheng followed him, if Violet were cultivating, he definitely wouldn't peek, unless he had Violet's permission. Seeing Violet start to fish, Yu Qianheng didn't care about his image anymore, casually found a place to sit down, and just stared at Violet. After about an hour, Yu Qianheng was almost dozing off when Violet finally moved. At this moment, Yu Qianheng immediately perked up, staring intently at the Violet. He saw the Violet casually make a gesture, without releasing their martial soul, and a pure water quickly formed into a goblet. The water inside the goblet and the goblet itself were clearly defined in layers, looking just like a real crystal cup filled with water. This scene made Yu Qianheng's jaw almost drop to the ground. What kind of soul power control is this? How can it achieve such a level? No wonder he can summon 2 dragons. This soul power manipulation, Yu Qianheng had never seen or even heard of before. It's worth noting that Violet didn't even release his martial soul. It's simply incredible. He even said he wouldn't. What is this? Yu Qianheng let out a sigh, wondering if it was because he wasn't sincere enough that the other party wouldn't teach him. Such powerful soul power control. Is it really something a soul master can achieve? The water in Soto City is clear, sweet, and has a lingering taste, while the water in Tiando City is somewhat deeper. Hearing Violet's murmuring, Yu Qianheng fell into deep thought again. Could it be that Violet has some profound meaning? Scratching his head with his left hand, Yu Qianheng found it hard to comprehend. The next moment, something even more perplexing happened. It seemed that Violet sensed something. The goblet in his hand vanished, and in the next instant, Fucalos appeared in his arms. silent, and without any fluctuation of soul power. She appeared out of thin air. Yu Tianheng's mouth slightly opened, but he couldn't speak. Isn't this girl the one who was with that Violet last night? They look like a couple. But Yu Tianheng doesn't want to pry into other people's affairs. At this moment, cold sweat was dripping from Yu Tianheng's forehead. The fact that he could appear silently in that Violet's arms without any fluctuation of soul power could only be described in 4 words. Terrifying indeed. Wait, could it be that these two are ancient monsters who have returned to their youth? Such things are not impossible. As long as one's strength reaches the level of a titled Douluo, it is possible to regain youth. However, very few titled Douluos would do this. The cost of regaining youth requires soul power to be actively maintained, and apart from female soul masters, male soul masters rarely do this. Most would maintain their appearance to around 30 years old. As for a youthful appearance like that of Violet and Fucalos, not to mention seeing it, one hasn't even heard of it. Finish your work so soon? Violet said without changing his expression as he pinched Fucaros' nose. With a beauty in his arms. There was no ripple on his normally expressionless face, but his heartbeat was noticeably faster than usual. It's already done. I'll give the old man a surprise. I hope it's not a shock. Violet said softly, feeling that whatever Fucaros had brought out was definitely not that simple. Can you tell me in advance what it is? Of course, I'm not curious. Violet said, being insincere, staring intently at Fucaros as if to say, let me see it. Fucaros, it's a secret. You'll know when the time comes. Fucaros smiled slightly and shook his head. The exchange between the two left Yu Tianheng bewildered. He couldn't understand what Violet and Fucaros were talking about at all. Wait, did you guys forget that there's still someone here? Such intimacy, such ambiguity. Isn't this kind of flirting a bit inappropriate? Suddenly, Fucalos furrowed her brows and glanced sideways at Yu Tianheng, not far away. She frowned and then detached herself from that Violet. That Violet, the fish you want to catch, could it be young Master Yu Tianheng? Yu Tianheng? What does that mean? How did he become a fish? No, young Master Yu Tianheng just happened to pass by to take a look. 85. Miss Yabeleda helped to hang the fish. He has been here for over half an hour. Perhaps he is someone who enjoys this kind of environment too? Violet said thoughtfully. He had already declined Yu Tianheng's request for study. So the other party must be here to appreciate this moment of tranquility, right? Is that so? Fucalos understood without saying it out loud, nodding as she spoke, her little cowlick swaying. Seeing this, Violet's eyes flashed with a hint of something unusual. But he quickly concealed it. One cannot, at least should not. The cute little tuft is really adorable. Fucalos shivered slightly. She always felt that something was off about that Violet's gaze just now, though she couldn't quite put her finger on it. It was a strange feeling. Without saying anything, she waved her hand casually, and a transparent bubble appeared. Fucalos sat next to that Violet, watching him fish. This moment of tranquility is really beautiful. Yu Tianheng. No way. What is the situation with this couple? Both of them have reached an extraordinary level of control over the water element. The way they can use the water element without releasing their martial souls is something he has never seen before. As the grandson of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sex Master and the captain of the Imperial Fighting Team, Yu Tianheng is quite familiar with the Heavenly Water Academy. Previously, he had also exchanged ideas with them. However, their control over water and ice, in front of Violet and Fucaros, is simply like a child playing with mud, utterly unimpressive. Although Yu Tianheng didn't learn much during this trip, he wasn't disappointed. He gained new insights. Things he had never even dared to imagine before were actually realized by others. To exaggerate a bit, Yu Tianheng felt like he was living in a dream. If only he had such high elemental control. Yu Tianheng sighed and, suddenly, his eyes lit up, a glimmer of golden light flashing in them. Yes, why not start practicing with his own lightning control? For example, the first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, is clearly the most suitable single-target attack, yet also has an area effect. If he could achieve the same level of control over his lightning attribute as Weilite and Fucaluo, then, with this thought, a slight smile appeared on Yu Tianheng's lips, and he clenched his fists tightly, as if he had found a different path. Yu Tianheng inhaled sharply, suddenly remembering that his right arm's injury had not healed yet. He had gotten a bit carried away. Thank you, Weilite. Although you didn't say it outright, I already understand what I need to do next. One day, I will come back to challenge you. By then, I will definitely make you look at me in a new light. Yu Tianheng bowed slightly and left without waiting for Weilite to say anything. He needed to find Yi Lingling to help him heal. Due to the more severe injuries of Yu Feng and Asuro, Yi Lingling first treated the two of them, while Yu Tianheng and the others, whose injuries were relatively lighter, received temporary bandaging and would come back for treatment the next day. Only after Yi Lingling healed his injuries could he experiment with the conjectures in his mind. And Fukapa Luosi exchanged glance, looking at the direction Yu Tianheng had left, momentarily unsure of what to say. Why did Yu Tianheng say thank you? What did he teach Yu Tianheng? This young master Yu Tianheng is a bit baffling. Wei Lai Te, did Yu Tianheng ask you for guidance before? Fukapa Luosi asked in confusion. Upon hearing this, there was nothing to hide, and Wei Lai Te nodded, saying, Young master Yu Tianheng asked me for cultivation methods, but how would I know those? So I simply refused. I see. Perhaps he really has gained some enlightenment? Fuka Luo didn't quite understand. Her situation was different from Wei Lai Te's, and the power system of this world was also different. Cultivation? What is that? Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 more hours had gone by. But Wei Lai Te still gained nothing. Just then, Fuka Luo snapped her fingers, and Miss Yebe, Leda quickly coalesced successfully. Miss Xi Bai Lai Da, please help Wei Lai Te catch a fish. Fuka Luo said with a serious expression. Wei Lai Te. Miss Yebe, Leida's crab claws moved a couple of times, as if indicating her understanding. She leaped down from the air into the water, and in just a moment, the fish bubbles on the water's surface stirred. Miss Yebe Leida's figure resurfaced, gesturing towards Fuka Luo. Wei Lai Te, quickly. It's on the hook. Wei Lai Te. If this were a fishing competition in a past life, wouldn't I definitely be the champion? With Miss Yebe Leida helping to catch crabs, how could I possibly lose? Impossible. In the end, this innocent fish was still released. And Villette over here also packed up the fishing gear. These things aren't cheap. After walking by the river with Fucalos for a while, they then headed towards Soto City. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 more days had gone by. Since that battle, the Imperial battle team hadn't come to the Grand Soul Arena to fight anymore, and the crisis of the arena was resolved. On that day, for some unknown reason, the Royal Fighting Team chose to leave Soto City and prepare to return to Heaven-Do City. President, several teachers, you really should consider coming to Heaven-Do Royal Academy. With your strength, joining Heaven-Do Royal Academy will not restrict you, Qin Ming said sincerely. Flinder had lost his right arm, and, after finishing this batch of students, he did not intend to continue running Shrek Academy. He planned to close it down for good. Xiao Ming, we appreciate your good intentions, but we really don't want to. Flinder said. You should agree to him. Why Shi Og Ing said expressionlessly beside him. Flander was taken aback, somewhat confused as to why Yu Xiaojiang would say such things. Xiaojiang, after a few kids graduate, Shrek Academy will no longer operate. Whether we go to the Heaven-Do Royal Academy or not doesn't matter. Besides, we old folks are used to the quiet and don't want to go to such places. It is well known that the reputation of the Heaven-Do Royal Academy has never been good. Do you think I'm considering you all? Yu Xiaojiang said flatly, with no change in expression, his hands behind his back. Hearing this, Qin Ming was stunned, although he didn't know what Yu Xiaojiang was trying to say. Convincing Flander and the others to join the Heaven-Do Royal Academy would be a good thing. Huh? Flander was taken aback, his brows furrowed. Xiaojiang, we're all on the same side. Just say what you want. There is still more than 2 years until the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, and Shrek Academy does not have a spot to participate. The Heaven-Do Royal Academy is different. They not only have spots, but 2 of them. You wouldn't want these kids to hide away in this countryside like you, would you? As soon as he said this, the faces of those from Shrek turned dark. The reasoning was sound, but Yu Xiaojiang's bluntness was quite irritating. They needed a higher platform to showcase themselves in order to gain better resources, something that Shrek Academy could never compensate for. Since this was the last session, why not make it the best? You may be old and indifferent, but these kids are still young. Flander, can you bear to delay their future? If you can truly bear it, then you are the greatest sinner. Yu Xiaojiang finished speaking in one breath and then stopped. He couldn't care less about the others, but if it was the Heaven-Do Royal Academy, Tang San needed to go. Although the Heaven-Do Royal Academy had a bad reputation, it was the highest institution within the Heaven-Do Empire, boasting the best faculty. Training simulations, food, and subsidies, everything was top-notch in the Heaven-Do Empire. With these resources, Tang San could grow rapidly. As for Yu Xiaojiang, he didn't care much, after all. He had come this far over the years. For the current Yu Xiaojiang, aside from his theories and Tang San, nothing else mattered. Tang San was considered his theoretical achievement. Unfortunately, the current Tang San was not a match for the proud son of heaven, that Violet. In Yu Xiaojiang's view, that Violet should possess the top martial soul, the best resources, and the optimal soul ring configuration. Anyway, when it came to soul masters, he enjoyed the best, which allowed him to win against Tang San. If anyone felt the most affected by Yu Xiaojiang's words, it was undoubtedly Qin Ming. being the second youngest known to have broken through to the Soul Emperor rank. Qin Ming's talent was undeniable. His greatest regret was that he had never participated in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy elite competition. As a top student from Shrek Academy, it wasn't that he was weaker than others. It was simply because he lacked the qualification to compete. Of course, Qin Ming did not blame Flander and the others. Without them, there would be no today for him. Yes, Dean, the master is right. The younger students need this opportunity. Qin Ming continued, wanting to show his gratitude to the teachers of Shrek Academy, naturally wanting to take them to enjoy the benefits of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Flander hesitated, wavering. The words of Yu Xiaojiang and Qin Ming were like a critical blow to him, and he had no strength to refute, especially Qin Ming's fleeting look of disappointment. Flander noticed it clearly. It's all his fault, Flander. If he hadn't opened Shrek Academy, those students he tricked into coming might have had better prospects. After a moment of silence, Flander nodded and said to Zhao Wujia and the others, brothers, since this kid Qin Ming has invited us to enjoy ourselves at the Heaven Do Royal Academy, are we going or not? As teachers of Shrek Academy, they all had their own backgrounds. Otherwise, how could they, at the very least, be Soul Emperor-level experts hiding in a small academy like Shrek? Over the years, everyone has gotten used to the rhythm of life at Shrek Academy, and suddenly leaving makes it a bit hard to adapt. Everyone is not foolish. Flander saying this means he already has an answer in his heart. He is preparing to take a few students to Heaven Do City. We've been together for 20 years, right? It would be somewhat difficult to part ways. Let's go together. Li Yusong pondered for a moment before finally speaking. Zhao Wujia and the others nodded, saying nothing more. Especially Xiao Xian, the food system soul saint, who quickly nodded as he saw everyone else nodding. Among the Shrek Academy, this food system soul saint is the most mysterious. It is known that food system soul masters have the hardest cultivation on the entire Douluo Continent. There are definitely no more than 5 food system soul masters who can reach the soul saint level. With his qualifications, no matter which major power he goes to, he would be a guest of honor. Yet the soul saint is willing to stay in the small Shrek Academy, which is truly puzzling. All right, since that's the case, everyone, let us go back and pack our things. By the way, Xiaoming, when are we leaving? At this point, Flander suddenly remembered that Qin Ming hadn't mentioned when they would go to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Seeing this, Qin Ming finally smiled, thought for a moment, and said, Dean, teachers, don't worry, there are still a few months until the next enrollment. However, we can start our studies early. Once I return and discuss with the 3 committee members, I will come back to take the dean, teachers, and junior students to Heaven Do City. We will be back in at most 2 months, so please wait a bit longer, dean and teachers. After hearing this, Flander nodded and said, then it's hard work for Xiaoming. He knows how far Soto City is from Heaven Do City. Most of these 2 months will be spent on the road. ISNT, that hard work. Not everyone can fly like a tidal Douluo, quickly traveling from Heaven Do City to Soto City and back. Qian Renxue. After further discussion, Qin Ming took his leave, leading the royal fighting team back to Heaven Do City and even faster pace than before, claiming it was to strengthen everyone's physique. Flander, you finally did something right, Yu Xiaojiang said calmly with his hands behind his back. Flander's eye twitched. He felt that since Yu Xiaojiang arrived at Shrek Academy, he had inexplicably adopted a sort of dean's demeanor. He's the dean, all right. Of course, if Yu Xiaojiang is willing. This position is not something he can't hand over to him. If only he had given it to Yu Xiaojiang earlier. Glancing at his empty right arm, Flander said nothing more. Before Xiaoming comes back, the training of the children will be left to you. I am now willing but unable. Ever since realizing he shouldn't teach and establish Shrek Academy, Flander has matured a lot and learned much. This may have been triggered after losing an arm. Qian Renxue broke through from level 96 to level 97 after losing an arm. Tang Hao lost an arm and a leg, and after reattaching them, he broke through from level 95 to level 97. Perhaps in the Douluo Continent, injuries and amputations can allow people to comprehend different things. Well then, I will temporarily teach them. By the way, you all cannot interfere while I am teaching. Good. Flander believes in his good brother. Although he does not know his soul power level, he has mastered most of the knowledge of the Spirit Hall and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Even if he cannot use it flexibly, it is much stronger than those of them who are self-taught. The scene shifts to the Soul Arena in Soto City. Hey, Violet, why aren't you judging today? I'd rather enjoy the scenery than be a judge. P.S. This afternoon, I received the blade, and there's a whetstone in the box. I dare not say much. I just want to emphasize one thing. Starting today, I will update diligently and will never stop updating. Boss, is my vow still valid? Sidominosum elegant, so elegant. The sun is shining and the sky is clear. Beings on the ground are sweating. On the official road, flowers bloom on both sides, and trees grow thickly, with butterflies dancing from time to time and the sound of insects never ceasing. A young man looks ahead, glancing sideways, and the scenery in his eyes is the girl beside him. The girl lowers her head, her gaze evasive, her face slightly flushed, holding the young man's hand, feeling at a loss. "Hey, Violet, what are you looking at?" "Enjoying the scenery, the most beautiful sight in the world," Violet said calmly, his heart not racing after being tempered by modern society. Sweet words come easily to him. Of course, this is also his true feeling. Hearing this, Fucalos' face turned even redder, yet she remained silent. The two continued to walk leisurely. It was broad daylight, and the Soul Arena was not open. Just then, several panting voices sounded in their ears, surprising Violet and Fucalos slightly. "Tang San, is your teacher a devil? How could training be like this?" "Ma Ongjun, if you don't want to run, just go back. My teacher's training methods are definitely not wrong." Without thinking, Tang San shouted directly at Ma Hongjun behind him. At this moment, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Xiao Wu were carrying a basket on their backs. Inside the basket were stones of various sizes. This is also something that can't be helped. Shrek has these conditions. There's no heavy armor or anything like that at all. I never said I wouldn't run. I just wonder, is this really useful for our training? The reason there are only 4 of us is that Dai Mubai is still lying down. His injuries are quite serious. Even though he has regained consciousness, his spirit is still somewhat dazed. After all, it was several hours of relentless beating, a situation where survival was impossible and death was unattainable. The fact that Dai Mubai hasn't had a mental breakdown already shows his strong willpower. Regardless of whether it's useful or not, the teacher said to just do it. Stop talking nonsense. Tang San took the lead. He was also drenched in sweat, with beads of sweat pouring down his forehead like rain. His load was the heaviest among the 4. Suddenly, the usually quiet Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. Look, she saw someone. Initially feeling somewhat dispirited, seeing that Violet instantly energized her. Ignoring the arguing Tang San and Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu seemed to unleash her potential as she rushed towards Violet and Fucalos. Xiao Wu's abnormal behavior caught the attention of Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar. The 3 were momentarily stunned before noticing the 2 ahead. "Violet, I'm dying of thirst. Do you have any water?" When Xiao Wu arrived at Violet and Fucalos, she placed the backpack on the ground. The impact when it hit the ground suggested it weighed around 80 kilograms, roughly 160 pounds. Who knows what that master was thinking? It should be Yu Xiaojiang, who suddenly proposed this weight-bearing running training method. No one had prepared water in advance, and after running for so long, they were already thirsty. Violet was a water-type soul master, so asking him for water was definitely not a problem. After hearing this, and glancing at Xiao Wu, Violet and Fucalos exchanged looks, somewhat speechless. Just as Violet was about to say something, Fucalos spoke up. "Miss Xiao Wu, we do have drinking water, but in your current state, it's best to drink some warm salt water. Directly drinking cold water after intense exercise is not good for the body. It's better to drink some warm salt water to replenish fluids and electrolytes. Who carries salt with them when they have nothing to do?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu frowned. She didn't really understand these things. "Xiao Wu, what this lady said is very correct. We should try to avoid drinking plain water right now." After seeing Violet and Fucalos, a flash of killing intent crossed Tang San's eyes, but quickly retracted. He knew he wasn't a match for the 2 of them at the moment. He had heard that Dai Mubai was beaten to such a state by this woman. Both of them were terrifying, and he currently had no way to deal with them. Xiao Wu took Tang San's words as if they were just passing sounds. "Violet, and this beautiful sister, please give me some water to drink. It doesn't matter if it's salt water or not. I'm about to collapse." Ma Hongjun ran over, also putting down his backpack and plopping down on the ground, looking at them with a pitiful expression and a strong voice. His tone certainly didn't sound like someone who was about to collapse. Oscar, being a support food-type soul master, despite having reached the soul master level, still had the weakest physique and was slowly jogging over from a distance. Fucalos looked at Ma Hongjun, then at Violet beside her, not quite understanding why these guys were so resistant to advice. Violet nodded. Drinking some plain water wouldn't be a problem. They were soul masters, not ordinary people, and couldn't be treated like ordinary people. All right. With that, Fucalos snapped her fingers, and several bubbles appeared in front of her, containing pure water. This move left not only Tang San and the others stunned, but even Zhao Wuji, who was watching from the shadows, was equally amazed. Goodness, How powerful must one's control over elements be to achieve this? Thank you, beautiful sister. Originally lying on the ground like a corpse, Ma Hongjun immediately got up and came over to Fucalos, picking up a bubble and preparing to pop it to drink. However, after poking the bubble with his finger a couple of times, it surprisingly didn't burst. Ma Hongjun's head slowly turned stiffly towards Fucalos. His eyes gradually filled with shock. Young Master Ma Hongjun, use this. Suddenly, a hand appeared in front of Ma Hongjun, holding a straw made of water. No way, you two are really showing off. It's just drinking water, isn't it? Ma Hongjun scratched his head, took the straw from Violet's hand, and began to examine it carefully. This is not just a shock. Once you take a closer look, others are left dumbfounded. How is this even possible? Ma Hongjun's mouth slightly opened, hesitating to speak as he looked at the bubbles and straw in his hand, feeling that he wasn't that thirsty anymore. They're all soul masters, so why are that Violet and this beautiful sister so impressive? Zhao Wujin, Flander's injuries haven't healed yet. So Zhao Wujin has taken on the responsibility of secretly protecting several people. He too found it hard to say anything. Could a water attribute soul saint really achieve this? No, it definitely can't be. A soul saint can't be this impressive. I want to learn this too. Zhao Wujin shouted in his heart. It's hard to imagine how elegant the two of them must be while drinking water. 88. Master? A mage, right? Unfortunately, he is not a water attribute soul master, so he can't possibly learn it. If he could master this skill, how much admiration he would receive when he goes out. Just thinking about it makes him a bit excited. Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Xiao Wu didn't hesitate and started replenishing their fluids with the bubbles and straw. As for Tang San, he was quite resolute and didn't take the bubbles. A gentleman doesn't eat the food offered without asking, even if it's just water. Tang San refused, but Zhao Wujin came out from the shadows. Teacher Zhao. Ma Hongjun and the others were taken aback, but Zhao Wujin scratched his head, ignoring the three, and walked over to Fucalos and that Violet, saying, "Excuse me, young sir, young lady, I have a taste?" To be honest, this is the first time I've seen such a miracle. I'm quite eager to try it. While Zhao Wujin spoke, his face turned a bit red, but fortunately, his complexion was already quite rosy, so no one noticed anything unusual. Blushing is normal. It shows that Zhao Wujin's physical condition is very good. Here, the last bubble was pushed in front of Zhao Wujin by Fucalos, and at that moment, Violet also made a straw and handed it to Zhao Wujin. Tang San, why don't they ask themselves if they need water? If they had just asked, I would have reluctantly accepted it. Tang San was very angry, not saying a word, and angrily shouldered his backpack and set off. When Tang San left, everyone completely ignored it. Suddenly, Violet seemed to think of something and, puzzled, said to Zhao Wujin, "Senior Zhao Wujin, is your academy torturing the students?" Violet pointed to the backpack on the ground, making everyone understand what he was referring to. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujin and Ma Hongjun were taken aback. That Violet, this is a training method guided by a master, using weighted training to strengthen their bodies, not intentionally torturing the students. Zhao Wujin rubbed his forehead and said instinctively, "He's just a rough guy, not understanding these things. He only knows that this can strengthen the body. Besides, Flander said that Yu Xiaojiang is a cultured person who knows a lot. So surely there's a reason for him to have the students do this, right?" After thinking for a moment, Violet said, "Weighted training is fine, but carrying stones on the back during running, this method doesn't distribute the force evenly and can't achieve the desired training effect. Instead, it could have the opposite effect, leaving hidden injuries on their bodies. Of course, if there are medicinal soups to assist in training, it would be fine. The so-called medicinal soup refers to medicinal baths and herbal soups, which are tonics used to repair the body." Everyone was taken aback. Violet didn't seem to be joking at all. Could it be that the master was wrong, and that the crew cut was actually trying to harm them? What kind of master is he? He doesn't understand anything. Violet is one of the heirs of the 8 great families, so he naturally knows more. Such training, aside from torturing people, has no real benefit. Everyone fell silent. After a moment, Ma Hongjun complained, "I knew that so-called master wasn't a true master. His soul power level isn't even higher than Oscar's, and he calls himself a master. If this training were useful, how could he be stuck at level 29? Ma Hongjun's personality is straightforward. He says whatever comes to mind without hesitation. Besides, Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang aren't here. So what's wrong with complaining a bit? You guys don't carry those broken stones anymore. When we get back, I'll go find Flander. If he doesn't cancel this training, I'll beat him up. He's injured now, and I have the final say in the whole Shrek Academy." Zhao Wujin was also somewhat angry. This is not a master at all, It's a mage trying to take advantage of his students, right? You can take advantage of your disciple Tang San, but your students can't be exploited. Thank you, Violet. Otherwise, these kids might have been harmed and left with hidden injuries. Zhao Wujin clasped his hands together toward Violet, saying with a serious expression, although he is a bit of a rogue, he is very loyal. In his world, loyalty comes first. He appreciates those who treat him well. Senior Zhao Wujin, you're being too serious. Violet waved his hand and said, stone-carrying training? It still takes a master. With a cultivation sheet like Zhao Wuji right in front of them, they're still making the students carry stones. Isn't it better to train with gravity? What seniority are you talking about? In front of you, how can I, Zhao Wuji, be considered senior? If you don't mind, just call me old Zhao. Zhao Wuji quickly shook his head. He knows his own weight and measures. Behind this person, there is a titled powerhouse, and his own strength is also not simple. After a short rest, Zhao Wujin took Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Xiao Wu to bid farewell to Violet and Fucalos, while the few backpacks were thrown away by Zhao Wujin. He wanted to go back and have a good talk with Flander about this master, to see how exactly he teaches his students. Violet slightly tilted his head and exchanged a glance with Fucalos, both smiling at each other without saying anything. After a while, Violet finally said, this Zhao Wujin, also known as the Immovable King, has the ability to adjust the gravity in a small area, which would definitely be twice the result with half the effort for training low-level soul masters. Controlling gravity? Fucalos raised his head, looking puzzled. Although this world is weak, its abilities are varied and diverse, which is quite interesting. Fucalos murmured, then brightened up and said with confusion, oh, since this Zhao Wujin has such an ability, why doesn't he directly control gravity to make these students' bodies heavier and then train them? Wouldn't that be much more effective than carrying stones? After hearing this, Violet's eyelids twitched. Yes, why not? Perhaps they just hadn't thought of it. So that is how it is. Fucalos nodded and then dismissed the matter from her mind. The two wandered around outside the city for a while before heading towards Soto City, knowing they couldn't mess around at night, as cultivation was important. Although the main characters didn't come to the fighting arena, the ordinary fighters and bystanders still brought Violet considerable gains, accumulating over time, which was much faster than natural growth. Violet, you can't mess around today. Fucalos's face turned slightly red as she looked down at her toes and ankles, living up to the name of the sage. Fucalos. The continuation of life has many forms. When it came to this, Violet paused and glanced at the tablet in front of Fucalos. Without saying much, not even a word, Violet shook his head. Fucalos, this guy is really annoying. After the soul duel, you have to accompany me to eat fruits. Fucalos gritted his teeth and said fiercely. Hearing this, Violet nodded calmly. Fucalos had already realized the seriousness of the issue and knew it needed to be addressed, which was good. Also, there are little cakes. When saying this, Fucalos lowered her head, her face flushed, and in the blink of an eye, she went from angry to blushing. All right, Miss Fucalos. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had gone by. Just as Violet had guessed, Lexius first visited the 4 great families of the Star Luo Empire before returning to the Heavendo Empire. Then he visited 2 more distant places before heading towards Heavendo City. The annual meeting was approaching, and the 8 great families would meet in Heavendo City. Today, Violet received a letter from Lexius, saying that he would bring Fucalos to Heavendo City to attend the annual meeting and meet with the heads of other families. Originally, Lexius planned to make a trip back to Soto City, but the 2 brothers insisted on keeping him there, which is why someone else was sent back to deliver the message. Miss Fucalos, the old man invites you to attend the annual meeting of the 8 great families. Are you interested? After reading the letter, Violet turned to Fucalos, who was eating little cakes on the sofa. I don't think I've seen them before, Fucalos instinctively said, suddenly pausing as if she thought of something. In the past, she had seen several other family heads through Violet's perspective, but those people had never seen her. If you're shy, we can skip it. The annual meeting can proceed with just the family heads attending. Violet gently patted Fucalos's shoulder and said softly. She couldn't make the decision for Fucalos due to her own reasons. This is not love, it's just possession. I am the demon god Fucalos. How could I be shy? The 8 great families are interconnected, and many of the clan members are married to each other. So saying we are one family is not a problem at all. Although Violet was picked up, his current identity is the young master of the Lexius lineage, and it is necessary for him to attend the annual meeting. It doesn't matter. We will face it sooner or later. When the time comes, we can't possibly not invite him to our wedding, right? Fucalos, what are you talking about? Fucalos slapped her own face, feeling a bit flustered. Seeing this, Violet couldn't help but smile slightly. His wife looked so cute like this. Indeed, he still liked cute things the most. Dodo, the gold medal commentator of the Soto City Seoul Arena, was already on his way to Tiendo City at this time. Violet and Fucalos did not depart because they were waiting for news from Laxius. Thus, they missed Dodo's timing. After tidying up a bit, the two finally set off for Tiendo City. If they rushed, the distance to Tiendo City wouldn't take long at all. There is still more than a month until the annual meeting, so they are not in a hurry. A former acquaintance once said, "The journey will eventually reach its destination, so there is no need to rush." That day, as asNeuvillette and Fucalos were on their way, they suddenly stopped in their tracks, sensing several familiar presences quickly approaching from behind them. Moments later, a dozen figures came into view. asNeuvillette and Fucalos? The leader of the group instinctively halted upon seeing these two figures, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his face turning as pale as a sheet. It was young Master Dai Mubai. "Hello." Fucalos smiled, her smile appearing to Dai Mubai like the face of a devil, quite chilling. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's face lost all color, and he instinctively took a step back. He wanted to flee, but his legs felt like lead. Seeing this, Flanders shook his head. Indeed, the impression that Fucalos left on Dai Mubai would take a lifetime to heal. At that moment, Dai Mubai had already crouched at the back, playing ostrich. "Hello, old mister." "Flanders?" asNeuvillette furrowed her brows. Why was Flanders missing his right arm? Her memory was sharp, and she didn't recall any storyline involving Flanders losing an arm. Wait, 3 months ago, Zhao Wuji mentioned that Flanders was injured, and now he was the strongest in Shrek. Injured? A broken arm? Yet, young Master Violet still looks impressive. Flander glanced at my empty right hand, sighed, and continued, "It's hard to explain." "Young brother Violet, what brings you here?" At this moment, Zhao Wujia walked over, looking curiously at Violet and Fucalos. He was quite familiar, having only met Violet once, and directly called him young brother. "Hello, Violet, Fucalos." "Hello, Violet." Everyone exchanged greetings, and Violet replied, "We are preparing to head to Heavendo City. What about you all?" Upon hearing this, Tang San's expression darkened. They were on their way to Heavendo City, and it turned out Violet was also going there. Aside from Tang San and Dai Mubai, the others didn't feel much. It's a free world, and people can go wherever they want. At the back of the group, Yu Xiaojing trembled upon seeing Violet, as if his martial soul was afraid and trembling. Luo Sanpao had a strong sense of danger, and Yu Xiaojing trusted his judgment. Yu Xiaojing had a significant opinion about Violet. 3 months ago, due to Violet's words, his status as a master was questioned. It was acceptable to insult Yu Xiaojing as a failure in soul power cultivation, but his knowledge could not be doubted. Zhao Wujia confronted Flander about his knowledge, which led to an argument between them. However, when Zhao Wujia recounted Violet's original words, both Flander and Yu Xiaojing fell silent. After some contemplation, they realized that Yu Xiaojing's teaching method indeed had problems. Although he prepared medicinal baths, they couldn't completely resolve the aftereffects. If this training continued long-term, these kids really might end up being wasted. At this moment, Flinder began to doubt Yu Xiaojing in his heart, but since they were brothers, he did not voice his doubts. Instead, he let Yu Xiaojing focus on training Tang San, while leaving the other students to Zhao Wujia's practical training. Although Flinder did not state it outright, how could Yu Xiaojing not sense the others' doubts? 90. Establishing a tribunal? After a while of conversation, Violet finally learned that Flinder's right arm had actually been severed by Chun Xin. He really didn't know about this before. In the end, that Valite rejected the proposal for Zhao Wujia and the others to accompany them. Unlike Shrek's group, they didn't need to rush on their journey. After everyone left, the two exchanged a glance. There was a slightly stronger force lurking in the shadows. Could it be the so-called Tang Hao? Fucalos blinked and said nonchalantly, "For her, a title duo like Tang Hao was just a bit stronger than Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others. It should be him." Valite nodded and said, "His aura is chaotic, indicating he is injured. If it's not him, I can't think of another title duo in such a situation." The one secretly following Shrek's group was indeed Tang Hao. He had left for a while to check on Ayin. After spending some time with Ayin, he returned to Soto City. Coincidentally, he encountered Shrek Academy moving, but he remained hidden, protecting Tang San, while making sure Xiao Wu didn't run away. What puzzled Tang Hao was that he felt something was off about Tang San now, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was strange. It was just very odd. What was going on with Xiao San? Why was he crouching down? Ahem. Tang Hao couldn't understand, but he didn't think too much about it. Maybe this was Tang San's hobby. He certainly couldn't beat Tang San up and tell him that this wasn't manly. This will not only undermine Tang San's confidence, but also leave him with no secrets. At this moment, Tang Hao recalled the scene from earlier. Although he was hiding in the shadows and did not reveal himself, he did see Violet and Fucalos. The feeling that the young boy and girl gave him was vague and indistinct, like the still waters of calm sea, yet also like the raging waves of storm. It must be my illusion. They look not much older than the 3rd years. How could they possibly pose a threat to me? Absolument impossible. He is a titled Douluo with 100,000 years of soul rings, and his soul power level is as high as 95. It's not that Tang Hao is arrogant with his strength. As long as he doesn't want to come out of the shadows, many titled Douluo wouldn't be able to detect him. When Violet and Fucalos were talking with Zhao Wujie and others, if they glanced at his hidden spot, it must have been a coincidence, right? No matter how talented you are, in the end, you will all be stepping stones for my son Tang San. As for Violet, he didn't know what Tang Hao was thinking, and after chatting a bit about Tang Hao, they dismissed the topic from their minds. Tang Hao? He poses no threat at all. Such opponents simply fail to pique the interest of either party. Moreover, both Violet and Fucalos have mild personalities. Under normal circumstances, they would hardly take the initiative to strike. There are no deep grudges between them. So would they really kill Tang Hao just because he disagreed with them? Of course. If there were a tribunal, they would take action against Tang Hao, capturing him to judge his past crimes. Little Nawe, what do you think about establishing a tribunal on the Douluo Continent? Fucalos suddenly brightened up and spoke to Violet. Ms. Fucalos, please temporarily set aside your naive thoughts. This would cause disputes across the entire Douluo Continent, Violet said with an unchanged expression. He had thought about this matter before, but after considering it, he temporarily abandoned this naive idea. On the Douluo Continent, almost every noble engages in some form of oppression against the common people, aided by the extraordinary powers brought by spirit masters. Spirit masters are not held accountable for killing ordinary people. Indeed, the laws of the Tiando Empire are such that if a spirit master kills an ordinary person, it is deemed the ordinary person's fault, and the spirit master bears no responsibility. Whether they are commoners, nobles, or spirit masters, they have grown accustomed to this way of life. Before changing this way of thinking, establishing a tribunal would be akin to opposing the entire Douluo Continent. The two are not locals, and their kind hearts can help those in front of them, but they cannot help the entire Douluo Continent. Ms. Fucalos, for now, we can only address the injustices immediately before us, allowing the ideas of fairness and justice to spread. Only when many more people recognize and strive for this can a tribunal be successfully established. Some things cannot be changed simply by having great power, such as the hearts of people. After hearing this, Fucalos suddenly realized, as the goddess of water, she was not foolish otherwise. She could not have deceived Violet and the heavenly law for 500 years. A revolution is needed. Yes, only by initiating a revolution and unifying the entire Douluo Continent through education can people be made to recognize that everyone is equal and that power and strength are not keys to do as one pleases. Violet said calmly, while Fucalos looked up at him with a serious expression. Little Nawe, you have truly grown up. Fucalos met Filets Geish, gently stroking his cheek with her right hand and smiling. A hint of gratification seemed to flash in her eyes. Violet's eyes twitched. Was Fucalos testing him? Take it slow. First, let the name of justice spread. Time passed, and after about 10 days, Violet and Fucalos finally arrived at Tiando City. Tiando City was the second time Violet had come here, a city that felt both familiar and strange. As the capital of the Tiando Empire, the streets were not as lively as those in Soto City. Most pedestrians wore luxurious clothing, and while walking, their behavior and demeanor exuded the elegance expected of nobles. As for small vendors and peddlers, there were none in Tiando City. It was not prohibited, but almost no one would patronize them. Most of the inhabitants were either nobles of the Tiando Empire or their servants and spirit masters. Visiting stalls of small vendors would only detract from the nobles' prestige. By the time Violet and Fucalos arrived in Tiando City, it was already evening. At this point in time, the Grand Sol Arena in Skydo City had already started to get busy. The two did not head to the arena immediately, but were strolling through the streets of Skydo City. The streets were somewhat less lively, but Yuena and Fucalos did not mind. The mood of shopping is not determined by the surroundings, but rather by the company you have. Their appearance caught the attention of some nobles, who glanced at them and then shook their heads. This young man and girl, just by their clothing, suggested they had an extraordinary background and should not be easily approached or offended. Just then, a cultured and amiable voice appeared behind Yuena. I thought I recognized the wrong person, but it really is you, Yuena. Are you looking for a girl? Qian Renxue? Yuena and Fucalos paused. As the voice sounded somewhat familiar, they had likely met before. They instinctively turned to see where the voice was coming from. When they recognized who it was, they exchanged a glance, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. It was her. He still wore the attire of Xue Qinghe, with a friendly smile on his face, giving off a very approachable vibe. "So it's your highness, hello," Yuena said calmly, showing no change upon realizing his identity. Unexpectedly, upon arriving in Skydo City, they encountered this saintess of the Spirit Hall again. The last time they met seemed to be, yes, just the last time they came to Skydo City. After briefly assessing Xue Qinghe, it was clear from his somewhat surprised expression that this was indeed a chance encounter and not premeditated. Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe sighed. He then continued, "Yuena, you are still so polite." She took a moment to glance at Fucalos beside Yuena. This girl has an unparalleled beauty, with the same hair color as Violet, and her clothing is quite exquisite, clearly indicating that she is a lady of high status. "Sorry, your highness. We are all used to communicating this way." When Violet said this, it made Xue Qinghe a bit awkward. Indeed, that's just how Violet is. Last time when they bumped into each other in Heavendo City, he was the same way. This time, her encounter with Wei Li was purely coincidental. In Qian Renxue's heart, he was a talented genius with a strong background. Although the 8 great families were neutral, it didn't mean they were impossible to win over. To ease the awkwardness, Xue Qinghe said, "Little brother Wei Li, this young lady has an extraordinary temperament. Although she is still young, she is indeed a beauty of the world. Why not introduce her to me?" As if recalling something, Xue Qinghe added, "Of course, everyone has a love for beauty. I have no intention of coveting someone else's good fortune." He was afraid that Violet would misunderstand and think that he had intentions. Violet and Fucalos exchanged a glance, the corners of their eyes twitching slightly. They both knew Snow Qinghe's background. Even if he wanted to do something, how could he possibly succeed? Before Violet could introduce him, Fucalos spoke up. "Hello, I am Fucalos, Violet's fiancé." Snow Qinghe wasn't surprised. Although the two looked somewhat like siblings standing together, they also had a couple-like resemblance. "Little brother, to be honest, having such a beautiful fiancé, he makes me incredibly envious. If I had such a fiancé, Qinghe would surely remain loyal for life. Unfortunately, the flower is already taken. I was too reckless, my apologies." "Hello, Miss Fucalos." Snow Qinghe gave off a humble and elegant impression, making him very easy to get along with. "Your highness is joking. With your reputation, background, and looks, what kind of girl couldn't you find?" Violet said unperturbed. After Violet's comment, Snow Qinghe felt a jolt. Originally, she just wanted to reconnect with this genius and, if possible, bring him under her wing. After hearing this, Snow Qinghe realized that she had disguised herself as Snow Qinghe for quite some time now. If she didn't find someone, would Xue Yi and those ministers, as well as Xue Xing and others, begin to suspect her? One must know that a normal prince, even a noble descendant, should have married or taken a concubine by her age. Should I find someone to throw them off? Snow Qinghe fell into deep thought. After a moment, she came back to her senses, feeling that this matter needed careful consideration. Since it was a disguise, there shouldn't be any flaws. It was indeed necessary to find someone to divert attention. As for who to choose, that was still up for discussion. Seeing Snow Qinghe suddenly fall silent, Violet and Fucalos felt somewhat puzzled. They weren't Snow Qinghe, so how could they possibly know what she was thinking? After a brief contemplation, Violet said expressionlessly, "Your Highness, if there is nothing else, we will take our leave." Since Qian Renxue didn't seem to have anything going on, there was no need to waste time here. It was purely a waste of time. It would be better for him and Fucalos to find a quieter place to enjoy their time together. Violet's demeanor made the nearby nobles exchange glances. Goodness, which family's young master is this? The Crown Prince Snow Qinghe is chatting with him, and he seems somewhat dismissive. Wait, it seems like it was the Crown Prince who approached him first. This is one thing, but the Crown Prince actually referred to the other party as little brother. Hiss. Everyone gasped, constantly pondering who this young man really was. Was it due to his identity, or some other reason that made the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe treat him this way? Although Xue Qinghe was elegant and easygoing, it was still quite rare for him to strike up a conversation with someone in the street. What left everyone even more confused was Xue Qinghe's attitude. He seemed to be too benevolent, didn't he? When faced with a cold response after his warm approach, they found that Xue Qinghe didn't seem angry at all, even when his smile remained unchanged. The nobles were left even more bewildered. Why is that? There's nothing wrong with my brother. Xue Qinghe is not angry. Being able to win over the other party is a good thing, and if not, it doesn't matter. If successful, it would be an unexpected joy. Looking at Violet's attitude, one can tell that the so-called absolute neutrality of the 8 great families is not just for show. His arrival in Heavendo City at this time indicates that Violet is indeed a direct descendant of one of the 8 great families. The intelligence of the Spirit Hall is quite powerful. Recently, some unfamiliar faces have gathered in Heavendo City, and their strength is not weak, often visiting the Soul Arena. Is there any need to think about it? The annual meeting of the 8 great families should be held at the Tiendo Great Soul Arena this year. It has only been a few days since we last met, and I am truly happy to see you, little brother, again today. Why not come with me to my residence? I can at least extend some hospitality as a landlord. Xue Qinghe wore a faint smile on his face and was not angry at all because that Violet was so unsparing. The two sides were not very familiar with each other, having only exchanged a few words. Moreover, her current identity is that of the Tiendo royal family, the crown prince of the Tiendo Empire. If the 8 great families had any thoughts about the Tiendo royal family, then it is very likely that there would be one more target on the list of the Spirit Hall sanctions. For the Spirit Hall, the 8 hidden families? They are merely a force composed of 8 soul Douluos, a force that can be easily wiped out. 92. Investigate the background of Violet and Fucalos. Sorry, Your Highness. We cannot accompany you. Violet shook his head without thinking and said, although the Crown Prince's residence is not a den of tigers and dragons, once you go there, things will become very troublesome afterward. Violet does not like trouble. He prefers a peaceful life. Qian Renxue's current identity is the Crown Prince of Tiendo. However, Violet's current identity is that of the young master of one of the 8 hidden families. Moreover, the hidden families had long ago stated that they would not participate in any disputes on the Douluo Continent, and they have indeed adhered to that. This is also why Bibi Dong defeated all the well-known factions on the Douluo Continent, yet the 8 great families were left untouched. The Soul Arena was not affected at all. Even after the battle ended, it remained the same. She went to the Heavendo Prince's residence with the Saintess of the Spirit Hall. This is much more interesting than Werewolf. Upon hearing this, the disappointment on Xue Qinghe's face flashed by, but there was no change in her eyes because she had long known it would be this result. Next time, perhaps she could use the identity of the Spirit Hall to test him. She didn't know what status Violet held among the 8 great families, from his words and actions, as well as that indescribably noble aura. He was definitely not simple. Qian Renxue believed in her own judgment, especially the way Violet and Fucalos looked at others. It was as if nobles looked at ordinary commoners. No, that description was wrong. Suddenly, Qian Renxue's eyes brightened. The way they looked at others was like humans looking at monkeys or gorillas. Thinking of this, Qian Renxue swallowed hard, feeling surprised and confused. They seemed like higher beings, looking down on the world, while showing affection for humanity, yet also feeling somewhat out of place. Yes, that's it. If Violet were just an ordinary lackey among the 8 great families, she could never believe it. Violet definitely needed to be investigated thoroughly, along with this Fucalos. For some reason, Qian Renxue always felt a bit small and even somewhat oppressed in front of Fucalos. She once doubted if it was an illusion. As this feeling only flashed by, Xue Qinghe smiled awkwardly and said, since the young brother is unwilling, I won't disturb you any further. Let part ways here. Young brother, Miss Fucalos. Qinghe takes his leave. Xue Qinghe cupped his hands, the hypocritical smile still hanging on his face, unchanged in the slightest. Your Highness, take care. No need to see you off. The crowd? The onlookers in the distance were stunned. Fortunately, I still have some brains. Although I'm a playboy, I haven't caused trouble for my family. The person who said this glanced at Fucalos, but in an instant, his gaze was withdrawn. They knew which people could be provoked and which could not. This noble descendant was still aware of that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived until now. Just by looking at that young man, I knew he was not someone I could provoke, and I didn't dare to have even the slightest thought. Just look at him. How much is he worth? Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively looked at the clothes worn by Violet. You don't know until you look, and it's shocking once you do. It's just everyday clothing. The Crown Prince, just now, seemed like a commoner in front of him, as if a peasant were facing a great noble. Although Xue Qinghe's attire is quite exquisite, it costs at most 1,000 or 2,000 gold soul coins. After all, this is just for everyday wear, not for any significant occasion. But what about that Violet? Without talking about craftsmanship, just speaking of materials, it definitely wouldn't cost less than 10,000 gold soul coins. There are not many forces on the entire Douluo Continent that are this extravagant, right? No matter which one, they're not something an ordinary noble can offend. Everyone has made outstanding contributions to warm the extreme north. However, Violet did not care about the discussions of the crowd. The people in Tiando City, while discussing, kept their voices much lower, as most of them were descendants of nobles and maintained the restraint of being nobility. Soto City, on the other hand, is different. If Violet were to stay on the street for more than 2 minutes during the day, he would definitely be surrounded with no way out. Miss Fucalos, let's go. Violet very gentlemanly extended his right hand to Fucalos. All right, Mr. Violet. Fucalos naturally placed her left hand on top and smiled. The scene shifted to Qian Renxue. She had returned to the prince's mansion, and even in her study, she did not remove her disguise. Walking alone to the window, with her hands behind her back, Qian Renxue's aura suddenly changed as she spoke. Uncle Shilong, help me investigate Violet and his fiancée, Fucalos. As soon as Qian Renxue's words fell, a tall and sturdy figure appeared in the study. He was about 10 meters away from Qian Renxue at that moment. He looked elderly, around 70 or 80 years old, but his spirit and energy were extremely strong. This person was indeed Shilong, a member of the Elder Hall of the Spirit Hall. He was a title Douluo-level powerhouse. Miss, the 8 great families have never interfered in the disputes of the Douluo Continent. Is it inappropriate for us to investigate the other party recklessly? It's all right, Uncle Shilong, just do as I say, Qian Renxue replied without looking back. It's indeed somewhat inappropriate to do this, but if we don't investigate clearly and satisfy her curiosity, she will never give up no matter what. Yes, miss. He reminded Qian Renxue once that he had already done his duty, but Qian Renxue was headstrong. If he continued to persuade her, it would be considered disrespectful. After Shilong agreed, his figure slowly disappeared from the spot. The 8 great families do pose some trouble, but not too much. The fact that such a force has survived until now does not mean they are particularly strong, but rather that they are wise. No one helps. You can do whatever you want. After Shilong disappears, Qian Renxue shook her head and pushed aside the thoughts in her mind. She still had a lot of work to complete. The preliminary rounds of the elite competition for advanced soul masters across the continent in 2 years require collaboration with the Heavenly Do Great Soul Arena. To be precise, there are still 2.5 years until the competition begins, which is 1 Kuan year, to train the crown prince. The Knight Emperor often assigns many memorials to Xue Qinghe, the prince, to handle, which is why the plan appeared in her hands. The scene shifted to Violet and Fucalos. After bidding farewell to Qian Renxue, the saintess of the Spirit Hall and the crown prince of the Heavenly Do Empire, Violet and Fucalos strolled around Tiando City before heading towards the Heavenly Do Great Soul Arena. The location of the Soul Arena is generally situated in the central area of a main city, the most prime location. However, since this is Tiando City, the capital of the Heavenly Do Empire, it is evidently impossible to establish the Soul Arena in the center. Meanwhile, inside the Heavenly Do Great Soul Arena, a group of elderly men, looking to be in their 70s or 80s, gathered together, all wearing smiles on their faces. Only the golden-haired elder appeared relatively young. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be around 50, but his actual age was not much different from the others, and he might even be older. Brother Leek, you've given us a tough problem, said a tall and robust elder, who, despite his old age, still exuded immense vitality. Upon hearing this, everyone except Lixius nodded, their smiles unwavering. Compared to what they had contributed, the returns were beyond their expectations. Mofiat, stop talking nonsense. If you don't bring out something good, don't blame me for being merciless. It doesn't matter if I can't take back what I've given. I can still beat you up, Lixius said, arms crossed, with a smile on his face. Naturally, the 2 self-created soul skills he had given away could not be taken back, but if he was unhappy, he would indeed take action. As soon as Lixius said this, the elder named Mofiat instinctively trembled, retracting his neck. After decades of friendship, he naturally did not believe Lixius was joking. In the past, he was not Lixius's match, let alone now that Lixius had broken through to title Douluo, the first person among the 8 major families to break through to title Douluo. In future negotiations and discussions with other forces, the 8 major families would have even more confidence, which is the assurance brought by having a supreme powerhouse. Don't worry, Brother Leek. This time I brought all my family's assets. I won't let you down. Mofiat vowed. Compared to the 2 self-created soul skills that could be passed down through generations, what he brought seemed rather insignificant. Mofiat was the patriarch of the Morris family, with the inherited martial soul, ironclad giant lizard. His original name was Morris Fight, but for simplicity, he was directly called Mofiat. He would only mention his original name on important occasions. Brother Leek, in my opinion, why not let Qingqing marry Little Violet? Don't worry about the dowry. Before the elder could finish his sentence, Lixius quickly waved his hand and said, "Stop. Layli, my grandson already has a fiancée. This matter is not something I can decide. To be honest, I genuinely like this granddaughter-in-law." As for Qingqing, at this point, Lixius thought for a moment and fell silent. Lei Qingqing had indeed grown up under his watch. At 15 years old, her soul power had already reached level 35, and she was beautiful, making her a rare granddaughter-in-law. Unfortunately, compared to Fucalos, Lei Qingqing was completely outmatched. Seeing Lixius silent, the elder named Layli felt a bit embarrassed. He was genuinely a bit rattled. Yes, rattled. You must understand that his granddaughter Lei Qingqing had inherited the family's martial soul, possessing innate level 8 soul power, and at the age of 15, she had already reached level 35. Such talent is very likely to challenge the title of Douluo in the future. The Lei family originally intended to cultivate Lei Qingqing as the next clan leader. Becoming a soul might be a bit difficult, but it shouldn't be a problem for her. Brother-like, I'm not boasting about my Layli. Among all the girls of the same age on the entire Douluo Continent, there are definitely no more than 20 who can compare to Qingqing. I do quite like little Na Wei Lai Te, but you. Layli was so angry that he was puffing up his cheeks. How could his granddaughter be lacking? Brother Layli, that's not what I meant. Like Shiosi came back to his senses at this moment and waved his hand. Then what do you mean by frowning like that? Layli asked in confusion. His eyes filled with bewilderment. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat like Shiosi, he would have made the other party feel the power of his lightning 5 whips. That's right, the Lei family's inherited martial soul is the lightning whip, a whip with thunder attributes, and the Lei family is also the only control system among the 8 great families. You should know that Mo has been eyeing my Qingqing for a long time, and I haven't agreed to it. As soon as Layli said this, Mo Fei Te cast him a resentful glance. That Mo was his useless grandson. Damn it, this old man is not easy to deal with either. Why compare? Among the younger generation, who can compare to Na Wei Lai Te, who has innate full soul power? Qingqing is good, but I prefer my granddaughter-in-law, Fucalos. Like Shiosi said without changing his expression, picking up his tea and drinking it nonchalantly. Layli's mouth opened slightly, wanting to say something, but hesitating. Fucalos. Everyone murmured in confusion. This unfamiliar name didn't seem to belong to any of the 8 great families. No, brother-like, it said that one should not let the fat water flow to outsiders. Cough. Although this description is a bit inappropriate, little Na Wei Lai Te is indeed worthy of such description. Without waiting for everyone to finish their words, like Shiosi said softly, among the self-created soul skills you obtained, one of them belongs to Fucalos. Upon hearing this, everyone instantly fell silent, and even Layli put away his dissatisfaction, saying, Indeed, this girl Fucalos is more suitable for little Na Wei Lai Te than Qingqing. I was short-sighted before. The change of face was faster than turning a book, but no one felt anything wrong because they thought so too. If little Na Wei Lai Te could find a few more girls like this, the foundation of our 8 great families would reach a new peak. Like Shiosi's eyelid twitched. These old guys saw the benefits and immediately threw his grandson aside, right? When there's time, I'll beat them all up and they LL behave. Before like Shiosi broke through to title Douluo in one-on-one combat, he was the strongest among the 8. Not to mention that his martial soul has evolved and has broken through to the title Douluo level. If my grandson Mo could have half the success of little Na Wei Lai Te, that would be great. My grandson is also useless. All right, stop flattering. I still know what you old folks are thinking. Like Shiosi curled his lips and continued. I'll let you in on a secret. My grandson's future achievements will definitely not just be an ordinary title Douluo. To be honest, they won listen. My grandson Na Wei Lai Te's future achievements will definitely not be an ordinary title Douluo. Like Shiosi knows a bit about Na Wei Lai Te's current combat power. A dragon from over 95,000 years, saying it can be killed instantly is just a matter of course. With such strength, the 8 old fellows in the hall combined wouldn't be able to achieve it. The current Neuvillette has fully grown up. Rexius recalled the scene of finding Neuvillette all those years ago. It had only been a little over a decade, and the little guy had grown to a point where even he needed to look up to him. Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. Knowing that Neuvillette possessed innate full soul power and had the potential to become a title Douluo. However, was there something questionable about Rexius' statement? Was he so sure that Neuvillette could reach the pinnacle of the human world? What if he ended up being proven wrong? Of course, being seasoned veterans, they wouldn't dare to voice such thoughts. Ah, yes, little Navelet's talent is indeed rare across the entire Douluo Continent, possessing the potential to become one of the two peaks. The two mountains mentioned here refer to Qian and Tang San. Both Qian and Tang San are titled Douluo of level 99, and their strength has reached the pinnacle of humanity. For 100 years, there have only been these two titled Douluo of level 99 on the Douluo Continent, and they are also known as the two mountains of the Soul Master World. It is indeed so. It is only a matter of time before CryingOver becomes the third mountain. I don't know if we will be able to witness it with our own eyes. Hearing this, Lexius felt a black line appear on his forehead. It was too perfunctory. Really too perfunctory. These guys, when not told the truth, believe it wholeheartedly. But when you tell them the truth, they just shrug it off, pretending to care about Lexius's feelings. In reality, they don't believe it at all. In a few years, just wait and see how my grandson will slap you in the face. Lexius thought to himself, but he didn't say much. There's no point in explaining. Lexius has always acted based on his feelings, and his current mood is quite poor. Grandpa, at that moment, a young girl walked in, sweetly calling out to Rayleigh. The girl is about 1.7 meters tall, very beautiful with a slender figure, and at just 15 years old, she already looks like a beauty. Behind her stands a tall youth with a silly grin. After greeting Grandpa Lake, Grandpa Mo, and Migo, Lei Qingqing immediately greets the clan leaders, displaying the demeanor of a noble lady. Oh, Qingqing is all grown up now. Not bad, not bad. Silly boy, why are you still grinning? Hurry up and greet your grandfathers. After saying this, Lei Qingqing, Mo feet, was filled with anger, and he slapped Mo's shoulder, saying, the Mo family is already tall due to their martial spirits. Otherwise, how could they be defense-type soul masters? When Mo feet speaks, his voice even slightly raised. Sounds like a roar. Hearing Mo feet's voice, Mo shivered and instinctively shrank his neck. He often got scolded, and if the old man was in a bad mood, he might even get beaten. Yes. Mo quickly greeted the clan leaders, and everyone nodded, but Lei was not very happy. If that Violet pursued Lei Qingqing, he would support it without hesitation, but Mo. He is indeed tall, but his personality is too timid to achieve great things. Even if he is Mo feet's biological grandson, he may not necessarily become the future leader of the Mo family, unless he can change his personality. Qingqing, weren't you supposed to go watch the soul battles? Why are you back so soon? Lei asked in confusion. He was very clear about his granddaughter's situation. Although Lei Qingqing looks like a noble lady, that's only in front of the older generation. Her personality is extremely combative. She participates in soul battles almost every day, and if she doesn't fight, she feels restless. Grandpa, today there were only some great soul masters in the match. Cough, cough. Great soul master duels. Nothing interesting. So Mo and I came back. Lei's forehead showed a few black lines. Lei Qingqing had let something slip. Then why didn't you go on stage? Xiao Bai and the others are also Soul Zone. Lei Qingqing was taken aback. Did she just imply that Xiao Bai and Sister Dodo were too weak to pique her interest? As a noble lady, she naturally couldn't say such things. After a moment of thought, Lei Qingqing said, it wouldn't be good to fight with Xiao Bai and the others. They always let me win. Qingqing, that's not true. Clearly. You are stronger than us, Mo said seriously. Hearing this, the corner of Lei Qingqing's eye twitched. Was Mo really that foolish or pretending? Didn't he see she was trying to make the old man happy? She rolled her eyes subtly. Mo's strength is good, but unfortunately, he is not her type. This kid's personality is too weak. If he were a bit stronger and had some presence, she might have agreed to the other's pursuit. The clan leaders exchanged smiles and glanced meaningfully at Mo feet and Lei. Lei and Mo feet both sighed. This kid girl, it would be great if their personality could change a bit. What a pity, what a pity. All right, stop making fun of the child. Didn't you all come over at this age too? Do you want me to talk about your embarrassing moments? Lexius said, crossing his arms. The crowd rolled their eyes. Weren't you the one laughing the most exaggeratedly just now? You want to be the good person while we take on the bad roles? Time passed, and after about an hour, the children who had come to Heavendoe City with their elders had all returned. There were 4 boys and 3 girls, including Dodo, the gold medal host from Soto City. Although she wasn't the young master of the family, she was the granddaughter of a clan leader, so she naturally had the qualifications to attend the annual meeting. At that moment, Violet and Fucalos also arrived at the Heavendoe City Grand Soul Arena. After showing their tokens, the two were led by the staff to outside the hall. Due to their identities, the staff did not enter the room, but simply brought Violet and Fucalos to outside the hall before turning back to their workstations. He did this for a reason. What if he overheard something he shouldn't know? This is a protection of oneself. Hey, grandson, granddaughter-in-law 95. The sigh of the ocean of spiritual convergence. At the annual meeting, with the arrival of Violet and Fucalos, everyone was finally present. After greeting everyone, Violet then took Fucalos to their seats. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 flavors of dishes, this is where the main topic begins. Moffat was the first to speak. CryingOver, the soul skills you and your wife created for our 8 major families are invaluable. After our discussion, starting this year, 1% of the revenue from the soul fighting arena will be unconditionally transferred to your name. Moreover, your direct descendants will also inherit this revenue. As soon as these words were spoken, the young generation looked at CryingOver and Fucalos with changed expressions. Yes, don't underestimate this 1% of the revenue. This is 1% of the profits from all the soul fighting arenas, which is equivalent to Violet and Fucalos permanently holding 1% of a share of the soul fighting arenas. Even if the two pass away, their direct descendants will still enjoy this 1% share. As long as they don't spend it recklessly, they simply can't spend it all. It's important to note that there are very many direct descendants in the 8 major families, including the clan leader, and no one else can enjoy such treatment. This is also why, when Lai Kashio awakened the soul of CryingOver, he would say such things. If he couldn't become a soul master, his pocket money would be enough for CryingOver to spend for a lifetime, but here it refers to pocket money, not the share from the soul arena. It turns out that those 2 soul skills were brought by CryingOver and his wife. Although the younger generation was surprised, they had no objections. The contribution of the purple extreme magic eye was indeed too significant. This is a technique beneficial for generations to come. It seems that a 1% share is not much. Of course, besides this, Grandpa Mo would also like to express my stance. At this point, Mo Feet took out a square and very ancient-looking box from his storage soul guide. As one of the heads of the 8 great families, although storage soul guides are precious and rare, they are not lacking for them. Violet and Fucalos exchanged glances. They truly did not expect that the theme of this annual meeting would be the return gift of those 2 self-created soul skills. No wonder, during dinner earlier, everyone had intentionally or unintentionally looked at them a bit more. This is a temporary modification of the annual meeting theme. It can't be changed back. What if Lycesius gets angry and doesn't want to play with them? That would be a big problem. Little CryingOver and his wife, Fucalos. This is a gift that Grandpa Mo prepared for you. Open it and take a look. After placing the box on the table, Mo Feet crossed his arms, looking very pleased with himself. No soul master could refuse this gift. This is the treasure that the Mo family has kept under wraps. If it weren't for the 2 self-created soul skills and Lycesius' fists, he would never have taken this out. Grandson, granddaughter-in-law, this is a gift from your Grandpa Mo. Hurry up and open it. If you're not satisfied, I'll go to his house and help you find something better, Lycesius said with a smile on his face. When he saw the box, he roughly knew what kind of item Mo Feet had sent. It was indeed a treasure-level item. He glanced at Mo Feet, surprised that this old guy could actually part with it. Hearing this, Mo Feet's eye twitched, and he shuddered, pointing at Lycesius and saying, "You bandit." "Thank you, Grandpa Mo," said Wei Lake, but this box is not simple at all. It actually has the effect of isolating soul power. Is there any need to think about it? What's inside is mostly soul bones that are useless to him and Fucalos. What other soul masters consider treasures are of no use to Violet and Fucalos. Little Violet took the box and opened it directly. Suddenly, a strong wave of soul power erupted in the hall, and it burst out from the box. "So, Little Violet, how is it? Do you like it?" This is a head soul bone over 75,000 years old, called the Sigh of the Sea of Mental Gathering. Morphit said with a smile on his face, though a look of pain also appeared. The value of this head spirit bone is no less than that of a leg spirit bone from around 100,000 years. Hissed the younger generation, gasped. And the somewhat foolish Mo looked at his grandfather with a confused expression. Good heavens, who is really your true grandson? This spirit bone, speaking of which, has some connection with your grandfather, brother-like. Back when I was adventuring with him on the sea. Forget it, it's an old story, not worth mentioning. Halfway through, Mo Feite seemed to remember something and quickly shook his head, because he saw the murderous gaze of Lycesius. A gaze that wants to kill someone cannot be hidden. It was fine when Mo Feite didn't say anything, but once he did, Lycesius instantly understood where this spirit bone came from. Good heavens, this old sixth secretly kept it. Fist clenched. You old man, you're not following the rules of martial arts, actually hoarding it. Just wait for me. Lycesius's lips moved slightly as he transmitted a message. Mo Feite seemed not to hear, looking up at the ceiling, leisurely and carefree. That way Lai Te said, "Do you like it?" Don't say it's a head spirit bone over 75,000 years old. Even if it's a 100,000-year-old head spirit bone. What of it? After thanking Grandpa Mo again, I really like it. That way Lai Te said reluctantly. This item has a deadly allure for soul masters. From the expressions of Morpheus and Laxius, it is not hard to tell that Morpheus has secretly kept this soul bone, but he has not absorbed it. Keeping it secret does not mean that this soul bone does not belong to Morpheus. It just means that he has not informed Laxius after obtaining it. Mainly, he is afraid that this bandit will steal it from him. Given their relationship, even if Laxius knew about it, he would not likely snatch this soul bone. Firstly, he himself has a fire attribute. The Sigh of the Sea of mental gathering is superficially a mental power attribute, but it also carries a water attribute. If Laxius were to absorb it, wouldn't he be courting death? Head spirit bones are not something to joke about. Secondly, the two have practically grown up together since childhood. After so many years of brotherly affection, how could it possibly waver over a soul bone? Then, Violet quietly put the soul bone away. This item does have a certain collectible value. It's my turn. After Violet put the soul bone away, Laylee smiled and said, I didn't expect that Brother Moore would actually bring out such a treasure. My gift seems much less impressive. Saying this, Laylee also took out an ancient-looking box from his storage soul guide. This box appeared to be much smaller than the previous one, and it likely does not contain a soul bone. This is a treasure I unexpectedly obtained during my travels in my early years. It is a defensive soul guide. Everyone knows that ever since that era, the soul masters who could create soul guides have vanished without a trace overnight. Nowadays, the remaining soul guides are mostly storage soul guides. Attack and defense soul guides are almost non-existent on the Douluo Continent. Laylee's words earned the approval of the crowd. Indeed, this is the case. Storage soul guides can be passed down for a long time due to craftsmanship reasons. The materials used to create storage soul guides are mostly gems and the like. These gems inherently possess a certain space, and with slight processing and engraving of inscriptions, they can last for a long time without fading. Unlike attack and defense soul guidance devices, they're made from some special metals. With prolonged use, there will eventually come a day of damage, unlike storage soul guidance devices which are more durable. Naturally, those that have been passed down are extremely rare. Of course, those that have been passed down are almost all extremely powerful entities. For example, the vast sea Qinquan cover, also known as the Heart of the Sea God. Indeed, the Heart of the Sea God also falls under the category of soul guidance devices. The 8 great families have a long-standing heritage, and there are records of the snippets of soul guidance devices and soul masters. This is also why many people recognize what Riley said. However, Violet was somewhat surprised. It should be noted that defensive soul tools at this time are quite rare. To produce a defensive soul tool can be considered a significant investment. Unfortunately, it seems that this item is still of little use. Although Violet, as a complete dragon, is still in the juvenile stage of power, there are very few beings on the Douluo Continent that can injure him. Very few. Even a defensive soul tool wouldn't save him if he were to be harmed. As for Fucalos, she's a demon god. Although her strength has not yet returned to its peak level, she is not a deity on the Douluo Continent that can be easily dealt with. By the way, the 500-year demon god is also in the juvenile phase. The former Fucalos did not reach her peak period. The 500-year demon god does not mean that Fucalos has only lived for 500 years, but rather that she has only been a demon god for 500 years. As one of the followers of the water goddess Egeria, Fucalos has also been a pure water spirit for quite some time. Little Violet, go ahead and take a look. Riley stroked his beard and said with a smile. This defensive soul guide once saved Rayleigh's life, but he didn't know what level of attack it could actually withstand. Lei Qingqing pouted beside him, completely indifferent. Defense? Only the weak would defend. Powerful attacks, continuous attacks, and crazy attacks were what she, Lei Qingqing, pursued. This defensive soul guide was once given to her by Lei Li, but she refused it. Experts never need defense. Grandpa just knows how to use junk to fool little Naowei. The poor little guy probably doesn't even realize he's been tricked. Lei Qingqing thought to herself, but she didn't say it out loud. As a young lady, basic etiquette must still be learned, and her grandfather had put a lot of thought into this matter. At this moment, neither Lei Li nor Lei Qingqing knew just how powerful this defensive soul guide truly was. Thank you, Grandpa Lei. Naowei nodded in gratitude and then opened the box. What caught his eye was a palm-sized, red heart-protecting mirror, quietly lying in the box, seemingly without any power. When looking at this heart-protecting mirror, Naowei raised an eyebrow. He faintly felt that this item was not simple. It didn't seem like an individual object, but rather like a component of some armor. Little Na Wei. Don't be fooled by its appearance. This little thing once helped me, a soul emperor, escape from a 50,000 level beast king. At this point, Layli felt a hint of lingering fear. After all, the most dangerous experience of his life was being chased by that beast king. At that time, he was just a soul emperor. If it weren't for this mirror, the Lei family might not have him as their patriarch today. Upon hearing this, the various clan leaders glanced at Layli, wondering if this old six had such an experience before. Why'd he never shared it for everyone to enjoy? Thank you, Grandpa Lei. This defensive soul guide is too precious, and I really have no use for it. The latter part of the sentence was Na Weilai's true feelings, but he didn't voice it. If this were to be said, Layli would probably just shrug and leave. Here, take it, without waiting for Violet to finish. Layli waved his hand and continued. You know your sister Qingqing's temper. She's quite combative. While all the brothers are here, we can still protect her. But 100 years from now, cough cough, let's not talk about that during the annual meeting. You are the most talented among the new generation, and in the future, these kids will rely on you. So accept it. This is what you deserve. Yes, it's just 2 self-created soul skills. Not worth these old guys digging into their pockets for. What they value more is the future Violet. This annual meeting feels more like an investment. First, Na Violet shared 2 of his self-created soul skills with everyone, as he is one of their own. Secondly, Lexius has broken through to the rank of Title de Law, and Na Violet also possesses the qualifications to become a Title de Law. Otherwise, how could these old 6 be giving away soul bones and ancient soul guiding devices? Since Riley has said this much, Na Violet didn't think too much about it and thanked Riley once again, even though it was of no use. After all, it was Riley's intention. Before long, Na Violet also received the gifts from the other clan leaders, most of which were soul bones. On the Douluo Continent, the most valued items for soul masters, aside from soul rings, are soul bones. They believe what they offered is the best. But unfortunately, soul bones hold no value for Na Violet. He thought to himself that he would just return them the next time he visits. At this moment, he couldn't refuse the gifts, otherwise, at their age, where would they put their faces? After Na Violet collected the gifts and returned to his seat, this round of gift exchange came to an end. Everyone began to chat casually, sharing interesting stories from their respective territories. Suddenly, Na Violet furrowed his brow, and Fucalos, sitting next to him, did the same. Just now, a somewhat familiar yet strange aura suddenly approached. This aura, Violet vaguely felt that he had sensed it before. He fell in a deep thought, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Wasn't this the person who secretly observed him and Fucalos while he was communicating with Qian Renxue? It was unclear whether it was Shilong or C.I. Shui. Shilong had just arrived and was unaware of the previous exchange of courtesies. As soon as he looked into Violet's eyes, Shilong felt a chill creeping up his back, a sensation that he hadn't experienced earlier. I am just a passing Title de Law. Something was off, very off. Shilong's back felt cold, beads of sweat poured down his forehead, and his eyes were filled with confusion and fear. He was completely baffled, not understanding why, when he stared at Violet, his martial soul was actually trembling. This feeling is even stranger than facing the Great Offering Qingdao, Lu, and Pope Bibi Dong. When facing the Great Offering and the Pope, it was because of their immense strength and power that Shilong instinctively trembled in fear. This does not mean that his martial soul would feel the same way. Shilong's martial soul is a mutated one. After reaching the Soul Sage level, he possesses 2 martial soul true forms, the Weapon Soul true form and the Beast Soul true form. Moreover, both can simultaneously affect Shilong, which is the most terrifying part. Such a powerful martial soul ranks among the top on the entire Douluo Continent. Besides, how weak could a martial soul that can cultivate to Title Douluo possibly be? At first, while secretly observing that Violet, Shilong didn't feel much. He thought Violet was just a somewhat talented child. However, his martial soul sensed fear first. Goodness, the perception of a martial soul cannot be deceived. Even if one could deceive oneself, the martial soul's warnings would absolutely not make mistakes. For so many years, it was the first time his martial soul had encountered such a situation. Without a doubt, that brat Violet must have some hidden big secret. Otherwise, his martial soul wouldn't be so terrified. Suddenly, Shilong frowned. He felt as if he was being locked onto by someone. It must be known that he, Shilong, is a Title Douluo. What good is having more soul Douluos if they can't even detect a Title Douluo lurking in the shadows? This is also why Shilong dared to come and investigate during the annual meeting of the Fighting Soul Arena. He wasn't afraid at all. This is one moment. That is another. Now, Shilong is already drenched in sweat. The feeling of being locked in and potentially facing a fatal blow at any moment made Shilong tremble uncontrollably. Suddenly, Laxius frowned, his eyes narrowed, filled with rage. The several clan leaders who were chatting were momentarily taken aback. "Lake, what's wrong with you?" Ma Fei asked in confusion. "We were having a good conversation. Why are you suddenly angry? Was it because their gifts were insufficient before? That shouldn't be the case. It's nothing, just found a rat in the sewer." Laxius waved his hand and said with a harsh tone, "In such a situation, it's outrageous that someone would secretly spy on them, completely disregarding the 8 major families. In the past, it could be overlooked. They were merely soul masters and perhaps couldn't detect the hidden title de law. If they couldn't discover it, naturally, they wouldn't be angry. Even if they accidentally discovered it, they would mostly have to swallow their anger. After all, a title de law is still a title de law. But now it's different. Laxius, has already broken through to the realm of title de law. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions instantly fell. How bold! Morpheus slammed the table, stood up, and roared, "Who dares to act recklessly in my soul arena?" The aura belonging to the peak soul de law erupted instantly, sweeping across the entire venue. Before Laxius broke through, he and Morpheus were the only 2 among the 8 clan leaders who were both level 89 soul de law, the peak soul de law. As for the other clan leaders, although they were all soul de law, they were still quite far from level 89. The Ross family had Robert, the Adam family had Otto, and the Milan family had Mimi. The auras of the 7 soul de law erupted almost simultaneously. Even an ordinary title de law wouldn't be able to match their might at this moment. At this time, Laxius slowly stood up, his gaze filled with golden flames. Looking toward the place where Shilong was hidden, 9 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 rose rapidly from beneath Laxius. Especially the last soul ring, black with red, its aura was no weaker than an ordinary 100,000 year soul ring. It should be noted that this was the soul ring of a peak dragon species soul beast. For a 100,000 year soul beast like Xiao Wu encountering a 90,000 year dragon species alone would only leave her with the option to flee. Soul beasts are divided into 2 types, ordinary soul beasts and dragon species. The dragon species includes the subdragon. Shilong, the hidden Shilong, was stunned. Wasn't it said that only 8 soul law exist among the 8 hidden families? Then where did this terrifying title Douluo come from? Shilong swallowed hard. Had he truly been discovered? The one who locked on him earlier must have been this title Douluo. As for that kid, absolutely impossible. He is still just a child. Shilong didn't know that he had thrown the correct answer out of his mind. The one who had locked onto him was indeed Violet. It was only because Violet hadn't reached adulthood yet that his aura leaked. Otherwise, Shilong would not have been able to sense Violet as presence. Originally, Shilong wouldn't have been exposed, even if Laxius was also a title Douluo, as long as Shilong's gaze wasn't focused on Laxius. Laxius wouldn't have sensed anything unusual. They were both title Douluo, unless there was a significant difference in soul power levels. It would be difficult to detect someone who was intentionally hiding. However, due to his fear, Shilong's aura leaked, which Laxius happened to notice, leading to his exposure. "Are you coming out on your own, or should I catch you?" Laxius said indifferently. From the aura, this rat seemed to be only level 91. There were still many years before the Tiando Palace transformation, and he hadn't reached peak soul power yet. Laxius, being a level 93 title Douluo, would naturally not fear a level 91 rat. Moreover, his brothers were not to be underestimated. Suddenly, Laxius seemed to remember something and looked at Violet and Fucalos, giving him even more confidence. Upon hearing this, Shilong felt a bit angry. They were all title Douluo. Who was better than whom? Upon second thought, the 8 major families were absolutely neutral forces, and there was no need to offend each other. If the other party insisted on investigating, it wouldn't matter if Shilong was exposed, but what if the undercover mission of Qian Renxue was compromised? Thinking of this, Shilong reined in the anger on his face. "You all need not be so tense. I mean no harm." After saying this, Shilong walked out from the shadows with a smile. It said that one should not strike a smiling face, since he was already like this. The other party shouldn't continue to pursue the matter, right? "I was just passing by the Soul Arena, saw there was a banquet, and came to ask for a drink," Shilong said nonchalantly. Anyone who could cultivate the title Douluo was no amateur actor. When did those 2 come along? Laxius and the others looked at Shilong as if he were a fool. This kind of talk might fool a child. but it was clearly excessive to deceive a group of seasoned individuals like them. Having roamed the continent for decades, what kind of situations had they encountered? Seeing everyone silent, staring at him, the corners of Shilong's eyes twitched. This group was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. "Who are you?" Lexius said with a cold expression, the golden flames on him growing even stronger. This scene left Shilong stunned. For some reason, he always felt that the flames on this person seemed familiar. It was as if he had seen them somewhere before. Unfortunately, this was not the time to think about such things. He was just a lonely individual, having lucked into breaking through to Tidal Douluo. Shilong certainly could not tell the truth. All the clan leaders of the 8 great families were present. If he spoke the truth, he might inadvertently create a powerful enemy for the Spirit Hall. Although the strength of the 8 hidden families was not taken seriously by the Spirit Hall, the cost of exterminating them would be too great. What kind of place is the Soul Arena? How many Soul Masters go through their entire lives without visiting the Soul Arena? Although the Soul Arena maintains neutrality and does not participate in the continent's conflicts, it is definitely not a soft target. They could easily rally thousands or even tens of thousands of Soul Masters to form a legion, which is one of the reasons why no force is willing to destroy the Soul Arena. A lonely individual dares to act recklessly in my Soul Arena. It seems you are looking for death. Rexus did not believe Shilong's words. Not everyone could cultivate to Tidal Douluo alone like Dugabo. This person is very likely a Tidal Douluo hidden by certain powerful force. Could it be the Tiendo royal family? Glancing at Shilong, Lexius shook his head again. If the Tiendo royal family had a Tidal Douluo, they wouldn't be trying to win over Dugabo like this. The gathering of the 8 great families is not a secret. It happens every year, and anyone with the intent to investigate could find out. However, which family it specifically involves is determined by drawing lots. If it's not the Tiendo royal family, could it be a Tidal Douluo hidden by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is not far from Tiendo City, located in a mountain range just outside the city. The Sword and Bone Douluo often accompany the master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, as they traverse the Douluo Continent. Their appearances are known to several clan leaders. Lexius shook his head, unable to make sense of it, so he decided not to think about it anymore. Hearing this, Shilong's face showed a surge of anger. Does he really think Shilong is a soft persimmon? Umph. Shilong snorted coldly and said, "We are both Tidal Douluos. You dare to humiliate me like this? Do you dare to fight me one-on-one?" If the opponent were to swarm him, even if Shilong is a 95th level Tidal Douluo, he would have to temporarily retreat. However, if it's a one-on-one fight, he might not necessarily lose. His martial soul true body is no joke. Even if he still can't win, can't he run away? At the beginning, it would have been fine for Shilong to run away directly. However, he intended to gather some information on Lexius, which is why he didn't just flee. It may seem like he has no brain, but in reality, he is calculating everything. To kill a Tidal Douluo who is determined to escape is nearly impossible unless there is a huge difference in levels. Although Lexius looks terrifying, his soul power level absolutely cannot exceed 94. This is also one of the reasons why Shilong stay behind. After hearing this, Lexius exchanged glances with the others. Pondering for a moment, it seemed that Lexius thought of something before saying, "All right, I can agree to your request. Since breaking through to Tidal Douluo, I haven't fought seriously yet. Brothers, you can take a look at my current strength." More fit, Riley and the others twitched their lips. This old guy just wants to show off, right? They also understood that Lexius agreed to this request for 2 reasons. After all, the opponent is a Tidal Douluo, and it might not be easy to take him down. Moreover, this is the Soul Arena, and the younger generation is here. If a fight breaks out, what if they get hurt? Are you brave enough to fight outside the city? A Tidal Douluo fighting would be earth-shattering. If they fought at home, who would be responsible for the damage? Why wouldn't I dare? Shilong replied without a second thought. After saying this, Shilong moved and disappeared from the spot, reappearing outside the Soul Arena. Lexius did not immediately pursue, but instead glanced at Morphit. Morphit remained silent. That look contained too many meanings and responsibilities. "All right, I'll stay behind." Indeed, Lexius's meaning was simple. Let him watch over the younger generation. At this moment, the way the younger generation looked at Lexius changed. Grandpa Lexius is actually a Tidal Douluo, Lei Qingqing muttered in a daze. This was something they from the younger generation truly didn't know. No matter how much Lexius wanted to show off, he wouldn't go in front of his grandchildren and say he had broken through, would he? He would only talk about it in front of these old brothers. When will my grandpa be able to break through to Tidal Douluo? Mo also said in a daze. This made Moffat want to hit him talking about the wrong thing at the wrong time. This is also why the 7 patriarchs tacitly chose not to reveal that Lake Xios had already broken through to the tidal Douluo level. The scene shifted, and everyone quickly arrived at the outskirts of Tiando City. At this moment, in the Great Soul Arena of Tiando City, Morphit was counting his grandchildren with some confusion. 1, 2, 3, 7. Strange, where did little Neuvillette and Fucalos go? Morphit scratched his head. He hadn't noticed that these 2 little ones might have followed them out of the city. After a brief thought, Morphit shook his head again. With so many brothers around, it was more than enough to protect the 2 little ones. With that in mind, Morphit also breathed a sigh of relief and continued to tell Mo, Lei Qingqing, and others about his and Lake Xios' adventures at sea in the past. On the outskirts, Shilong looked seriously at Lake Xios not far away, their eyes locked, ready to act at any moment. Lei Li, Mimi, and others were confused as they looked at Neuvillette and Fucalos. When did they come along? How could they, as Sol Douluo, not have noticed? Little Neuvillette and Neuvillette's wife. Before Lei Li could finish speaking, Fucalos casually waved his hand, and 8 bubbles with a radius of about half a meter appeared behind everyone. Everyone sit. Let's take a look, Fucalos said with a smile, waving his hand. Her very sincere demeanor made the 6 patriarchs gasp in surprise. Everyone looked at the bubbles behind them, then glanced at Neuvillette and Fucalos. I am his son. Everyone looked at the bubbles and then at Neuvillette and Fucalos. These 2 young people definitely have some unknown secrets. Fortunately, they are one of their own. If they were outsiders, even though the 8 great families are neutral forces, they wouldn't be able to help but investigate. It's important to note that among their group, the weakest one is an 85-level Sol Douluo, and yet, not a single person noticed that Violet and Fucalos were quietly following behind. For a moment, Riley and the others doubted whether they were getting old, a bit senile, and slow to react. Let's put aside the fact that they didn't notice Violet and Fucalos for now. Just now, Fucalos' move left everyone utterly bewildered. What level of control over one's own soul power and the water element is needed to casually wave a hand and create these bubbles? Only a few water attribute soul masters can achieve this, provided they release their martial soul and possess the corresponding soul skill. If they do not have a soul skill that can create bubbles, then water attribute soul masters who have reached a certain level of control over their soul power can still form bubbles using their soul power. However, didn't Fucalos just not release their martial soul? With just a casual wave, bubbles formed. How could this operation and technique not astonish these old fellows? If it were simply for destruction, soul masters could also launch attacks without using their martial souls. However, such attacks will be quite weak, vastly different from when they release their martial souls. A soul master's strength primarily lies in their martial soul and soul rings. The crowd sat quietly on the bubbles. Honestly, this felt even more comfortable than a sofa. After sitting down, Riley and the others exchanged glances and quietly poked the bubbles with their fingers. They want to test just how sturdy these bubbles were. Just bubbles, yet they could support the weight of a normal person. This already surpasses common sense. Although the bubbles formed by soul masters are powerful, there must be a limit, right? What puzzled Riley and the others was that when they poked the bubbles with their fingers, they did not burst. They felt soft like cotton. After realizing this, the group instinctively used their soul power to push against the bubbles. The soul power concentrated at their fingertips. They poked the bubbles again. You should know, they are all titled Douluo-level experts, with soul power as deep as the sea. Their soul power intensity is not something ordinary soul masters can compare to. Just the pressure of their soul power could make soul kings and even soul emperors unable to stand, let alone pure soul power. After just a moment, Riley and the others gasped in surprise. The bubbles were surprisingly sturdy. They used their soul power and still couldn't pop the bubbles. If the occasion were different, they would have wanted to release their martial souls and use soul skills to test just how terrifying the bubbles' endurance really was. If bubbles formed with just a casual wave are this terrifying, then how frightening must the person who created them be? Looking at Fucalos again, the expressions of the crowd gradually changed. Fucalos and Violet remained calm. They noticed the small actions of the 6 clan leaders, but did not say much. They kept silent, leaving the rest to their own imagination. This is just a minor episode. On the side of Lake Xios and Shilong, the 2 stood facing each other, their eyes locked, with tension ready to erupt at any moment. Neither of them spoke, relying solely on their own perception to gauge the other's strength. Lake Xios was the first to move. Golden Crow possession. Neither party introduced themselves. At their level, many things were secrets, critical intelligence that couldn't be casually disclosed to others. Seeing this, Shilong didn't dare hesitate in the slightest and immediately summoned his martial soul, the Serpent Spear. The mutant martial soul, Serpent Spear. It shares a similar essence with the coiling dragon staff martial soul wielded by Qianjun and Jiang Mo, the Battle Douluo. Sealed within the Serpent Spear is the soul of an ancient, ferocious two-headed serpent, granting Shilong's seventh soul skill 2 distinct forms. 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 4 black soul rings swiftly rose from beneath Shilong's feet. Neither Shilong nor Shui possessed the optimal soul ring configuration, as their 5th soul rings were only of the 1,000-year tier. Both of them have been able to cultivate to the rank of title Douluo, which shows that their talent is actually not weak. It's just that at that time, they had no better choice. As Shilong released his martial soul, Robert, who was sitting next to Violet, instinctively said, "So this martial soul is him. I remember him. Years ago, when I had just broken through to level 70 to hunt soul beasts, I had some disputes with this person. At that time, he was also a soul sage, and I was no match for him." Robert murmured that he had been injured, and it was a serious injury, so it left a deep impression. I didn't expect that he had already broken through to title Douluo. His martial soul true body is very unique, possessing both weapon soul true body and beast soul true body forms. It was precisely because I didn't know his information that I suffered such a great defeat. Upon hearing this, Lei Li and the others changed their expressions. Robert had actually suffered losses at the hands of this title Douluo. You should know that Robert's martial soul is known as the Earth Bear, which is said to master the power of the earth, whether in defense or attack. He is a very powerful existence among soul masters of the same level. He actually lost to Shilong, who is of the same level. At this moment, Shilong looked at the Luxius in the sky and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Golden Crow. This person's martial soul is actually the Golden Crow. No wonder he said earlier that the golden flames felt so familiar. The 6-winged angel martial soul also uses the true Sunfire, while the Golden Crow martial soul wields the same power. If it were purely a contest of mastery over the true Sunfire, the Golden Crow martial soul would undoubtedly come out on top. The angel god is not the sun god, yet being able to harness a portion of the sun's power is already incredibly formidable. Moreover, the 6-winged angel isn't limited to just the fire attribute. It also possesses sacred, light, and other attributes. In terms of overall martial soul evaluation, the 6-winged angel is still significantly stronger than the Golden Crow. If it were the 3-legged Golden Crow martial soul, I would be the sun itself. Unfortunately, the human physique simply cannot withstand such a terrifying martial soul as the 3-legged Golden Crow. 3rd soul skill, 9 phantom slashes. On his side, Shilong didn't dare to test the waters. He immediately activated his 3rd soul ring, his first purple soul ring, unleashing his 3rd soul skill. Instantly, Shilong's aura surged, and his serpent spear slashed toward Rexus like a phantom. This man's martial soul is the Golden Crow. How dare Shilong be careless? It's not that he lacks martial virtue. Seeing this, Lexus's eyes flashed with disdain. This title Douluo was already panicking. Otherwise, he would have started with his 3rd soul skill right away. 100. Thornblood, save me. Mere child play. Lexus sneered, his 1st soul ring flickering, the one with the lowest age, a mere 100-year soul ring. 1st soul skill, blazing wildfire. As his words fell, golden flames surged from the wings behind Lexus. With a sweep of his wings, 2 streams of golden fire rushed toward Shilong. I remember Brother Lex's 1st soul skill used to be spewed from his mouth. Did his martial soul evolve, changing the way he uses it? The spectator really couldn't help but mutter. Is it possible that Brother Lex's understanding of the fire attribute has reached a level beyond your imagination? Oro Banyu, shortened to Obama, sitting beside Rayleigh, remarked cryptically. The origin of the name Obama was rather peculiar. His father had initially intended to name him Oro Bas, but then vaguely caught sight of a purple sword aura slicing through the sky. Feeling that the child might not live up to such a name, he settled on Oro Banyu instead. Old Oro, aren't you also a fire attribute user? How high do you think Brother Lex's comprehension of fire is? Mimi, sitting nearby, asked. How high? Oro Banyu pursed his lips and glanced at Lexus before answering. As high as several floors. Actually, it's not that impressive. Grandfather's understanding of fire is currently only at the stage of destruction, Neuvillette remarked impassively. The so-called stage of destruction meant that Lexus merely used his martial soul for pure destruction. his personal comprehension of fire wasn't particularly profound. Fire, by nature, was an extremely violent attribute. In terms of sheer destructive power, it was only slightly inferior to lightning. Destruction is easy, just channel soul power to wreak havoc. Creation, however, is far harder. Grandfather's martial soul has only recently evolved, so his understanding of the sun's true flame isn't very deep yet. Uncles, there's no need to exaggerate his prowess. As soon as Neuvillette finished speaking, the 6 clan leaders were left speechless. In their eyes, Lexus's display was already incredibly impressive. Yet, in this junior's view, his grandfather was merely average? Or perhaps, not even average, just a beginner? Neuvillette, do you even hear what you're saying? Before the words could even leave their lips, Neuvillette extended his left hand, and a mass of hydro energy swiftly coalesced. In an instant, 8 crystalline goblets formed from water materialized, hovering serenely before him. With a wave of his left hand, 8 streams of water flowed gracefully into the goblets, as if they were being filled not with water, but with fine red wine. Gentlemen, please enjoy the water, Neuvillette said, raising his right hand slightly to guide the floating goblets toward the group. When only 2 cups remained, he picked one up himself and turned to Farina, saying, Lady Farina, this one has sugar added. If the sweetness isn't to your liking, let me know, and I'll adjust it for you. The others, Riley, Mimi Obama Cow, and the rest, exchanged bewildered glances. Staring at the cups before them, they instinctively reached out to take them. Goblets entirely formed from water, yet so perfectly defined. Damn it, they thought. When he said Lycurgus' understanding of fire was only superficial, they believed him now. And then their fists clenched. They refused to believe Neuvillette was just a soul elder. A soul elder? Screw that soul elder nonsense. They were all brothers here, yet he'd been holding back. Farina cast an amused glance at Neuvillette. She knew he wasn't showing off any profound knowledge. He was simply stating the truth. Lycurgus' grasp of pyro was still surface level at best. Thank you, Mr. Neuvillette, Farina said with a smile as she accepted the goblet. Only then did Neuvillette take the last cup, lightly clinking it against hers. These 2 young people have no sense of martial ethics. They came to watch the battle, not to eat leftovers. We're all on the same side. Don't act like this. Of course, being veterans for decades, they definitely wouldn't say such things. The crowd exchanged glances, imitating the way Violet and Fucalos clinked their cups. They toasted, and then drank it all in one go. The cups in their hands turned back into flowing water, spilling onto the ground. Water, it's good water. Yet, at this moment, they were filled with mixed emotions. These 2 young people are not simple at all. It's quite strange to say, if Fucalos can remain hidden. It's because she is not from one of the 8 great families, and her age and strength are unknown. But that Violet, they have watched him grow up. Such a monster was right under their noses, yet they didn't notice anything amiss. This is the most terrifying part. Lexus and Shilong are in a fierce battle, unaware of the situation on the audience's side. The more they fight, the more Shilong feels anxious and uneasy. The overwhelming heat wave is something he finds hard to adapt to. In the past, the flames were emitted by his own people, and he didn't feel this way. But now it's different. Little snake, I don't intend to play around with you anymore. Suddenly, a flash of killing intent flickered in Lexus's eyes, and his aura surged once again. Previously, he had just allowed Shilong to test the new martial soul, and now, the test is complete. The title Douluo seems to be just like that. Hearing this, Shilong was slightly taken aback, and then his expression suddenly changed. He finally understood that Lexus was just playing with him earlier. Although he didn't use his full strength, he still showed his true abilities. And yet the other party was just playing? How underestimated. 7th soul skill, Serpent Spear, true form. Shilong shouted loudly, and the 7th soul ring shone brightly, transforming the serpent spear in his hand into an ancient fierce beast with 2 snake heads. So this is your confidence? Lexus had an indifferent expression as the golden flames on his body gradually rose, quickly enveloping him. 7th soul skill, Golden Crow, true form. In an instant, a golden crow radiating golden flames appeared in the sky. Compared to the 2-headed snake, the size of the golden crow was obviously much smaller, but many times, the strength of power is unrelated to size. With the appearance of the golden crow, the space within 1,000 meters seemed to slightly distort, which is a normal phenomenon of flames burning the air, indicating that the temperature is extremely high. Since I obtained the 9th soul ring, I haven't used it. And now it's time to let the world witness its might. 9th soul skill. The sun rises in the east while it rains in the west. claiming there is no clear weather, yet there is sunshine. Sunlight, shining everywhere. The golden crow, transformed by Lexius, like the rising sun, slowly ascended into the sky, causing the stars and moon in the sky to temporarily dim. At this moment, he seemed to become the sun in the night. Xilong trembled all over. He would really die. With this strike, he definitely can't handle it. Blood, save me. 101. Are there more experts? Blood, save me. When Xilong shouted this, he showed no hesitation and unleashed his most powerful soul skill, which is his 9th soul skill. At this moment, if they dared to hold back, they might end up staying here today. Seeing this, the dark blood almost instantly activated his martial soul, and with a flash, he appeared beside Xilong. Then, the 7th and 9th soul rings flickered, releasing the true form of his martial soul while unleashing the 9th soul skill to counter Lexius's attack. Xilong focused on offense while dark blood focused on defense. The 3 9th soul skills collided, instantly illuminating the sky. Lexius's eyes flashed with surprise at the sudden appearance of dark blood. He didn't expect the opponent to have 2 titled Douluos. Fortunately, this titled Douluo's soul power level was only at the 91st rank. Lexius had no problem facing 2 opponents at once. With this in mind, Lexius couldn't help but increase his soul power output, making the golden flames even more intense. The ground began to crack, and the surrounding plants had already turned to ashes. Xilong and dark blood were drenched in cold sweat. It was only by combining their strengths that they could barely match the opponent. This golden crow Douluo was simply terrifying. Unfortunately, they couldn't call for reinforcements because there were only the 2 of them from the Spirit Hall in Tiando City. Both had secretly joined the Spirit Hall, and as long as they didn't actively reveal their identities, even if the opponent could guess their origins, they wouldn't be able to take action against them. If they summoned the people from the Spirit Hall in Tiando City, the situation would be different. Is another expert? The 6 clan leaders gasped in shock, feeling a tingling sensation on their scalps. They never expected that there was another title Douluo hidden in the shadows. It was as if an invisible giant hand had reached into the soul arena. The soul arena was neither aggressive nor competitive. Which force would actually target the soul arena? 2 titled Douluos at once. In the past, the 8 clan leaders combined wouldn't have been able to match even 1 titled Douluo. To send 2 titled Douluos to infiltrate the soul arena at the same time, what was this force's purpose? Suddenly, Rayleigh came back to his senses and shouted to everyone, "What are you still staring for? The opponents are not following the rules, calling for reinforcements. Are we still going to reason with them?" After saying this, Rayleigh immediately stood up and rushed towards the battle group, simultaneously releasing his martial soul, Lightning Whip. Weapon soul, true form. Thunder descends from the heavens. Darkness arises from the earth. 8th soul skill. Thunder rumbles across the heavens. In an instant, thunder roared, and the weapon soul, true form of the lightning whip, seemed to transform into real thunder, sweeping across the arena. The 8 great families shared a common destiny. If Lexius was defeated, how could their fate be any better? Damn it, Rayleigh, why are you rushing in so fast as a control type? Don't send us to our doom. Beast soul, true form. The 6 clan leaders released their martial soul, true forms one after another, simultaneously unleashing their most powerful 8th soul skills. The gap between soul Douluo and title Douluo was significant. However, with so many soul Douluos unleashing their 8th soul skills at the same time, even title Douluos had to avoid their might. Violet and Fucalos exchanged glances and subtly shook their heads. If they wanted to eliminate Xilong and Dark Blood, they could do it in an instant. However, killing Xilong and Dark Blood would lead to a lot of trouble afterward, and it could end up being like stacking boxes with more and more piling up. Continuing to kill like this, who knows how many would die? Besides, since Xilong and Dark Blood arrived, they had shown no malice, indicating they had other motives for coming to the soul arena. Violet and Fucalos chose not to take action and continued to observe. If Xilong and Dark Blood sought their own demise, they wouldn't mind giving them a ride. At this moment, Xilong and Dark Blood felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. This golden crow Douluo is already difficult to deal with, and now there are so many soul Douluos. Are they planning to leave the 2 of them here? The 2 exchanged a glance, after so many years as brothers. Just one look was enough to understand each other's intentions. Without any hesitation, both of them nearly fully activated their 9th spirit ring. In an instant, the golden flames and the attacks from the 6 great clan leaders paused slightly, giving them a brief moment to catch their breath. Amidst the confused gazes of the crowd, they transformed into A and swallowed Xilong in one bite. Then it made a swift escape, moving as fast as a startled fish in water. In just a moment, it completely vanished from sight. A tidal Douluo fleeing at full speed, and the Soldo couldn't even catch a glimpse of its shadow. They escaped? When she long and increased their soul power output, they thought the other side was going all out. They had already revealed their true strength. It was not something that could be stopped easily. But what happened? Just when they were preparing to fight desperately, the other side turned and ran. Renxue did not pursue. Instead, he slowly landed on the ground, and after retracting his martial soul, his expression became quite strange. Two unfamiliar tidal Douluos? To be able to send out two unfamiliar tidal Douluos at the same time, this force no longer needed guessing. If it weren't for the Spirit Hall, Renxue would write the name backward. Why would the Spirit Hall target us? Renxue murmured in confusion. He couldn't understand this point. He had just recently broken through to the tidal Douluo level, and not many people knew about this matter. The Spirit Hall shouldn't have come knocking so quickly, right? Could it be that they had other motives? At this moment, the 6 clan leaders also retracted their martial spirits, and their auras slightly diminished at that moment, with their expressions looking rather grim. Even a soul Douluo would experience some aftereffects after using their martial spirit. Only by reaching the tidal Douluo level could these aftereffects be significantly alleviated. This is also why the true form of the martial soul is a trump card that soul masters above the soul sage level use only in desperate situations. Upon hearing Renxue's words, the 6 clan leaders changed their expressions. Suddenly, it seemed they thought of something and glanced at Violet and Fucalos. The target of the Spirit Hall should be these 2 prodigies. Their strength is ominous, but their mastery of water elements is extraordinary, far beyond what ordinary people can compare to. The control of this water element is enough to make the Spirit Hall take it seriously. We'll talk about this when we get back. Just as Rayleigh was about to say something, Renxue waved his hand and said calmly. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh nodded and suddenly understood. This is not a good place to discuss these matters. What if the other party has experts? Wouldn't that be revealing their own position? They might be able to send out 2 tidal Douluo, and who knows, they could even send out a 3rd or 4th. The depth of the Spirit Hall. They have a rough idea of it. 102. Shilong heavily injured. The scene shifts to the 7 treasure, glazed tile school. Ning Fengti, Tenqin, and Gu Rong sit in the conference hall, looking at each other. Several tidal Douluo, along with some soul Douluo experts, are engaged in a fierce battle in the suburbs outside of Heaven-Do City. With such commotion, it's hard for anyone not to notice the 7 treasures glazed tile school. 3 unfamiliar tidal Douluos have appeared. One of them, astonishingly, is able to hold his own against 2 opponents, and there are also 6 powerful soul Douluos supporting them. Have you found out the details? Ning Fengji asked the newcomer with a serious expression. From a situation on both sides, it seems to be a contest between 2 major forces. One side has 2 tidal Douluos, while the other has 1 tidal Douluo and 6 soul Douluos. With such strength, no matter where it is placed, it is among the top forces in Douluo Continent. The 7 treasure glazed tile school only has 2 tidal Douluos. Returning to the sect master, there are 2 supreme elders. The reason why these powerful beings are fighting is unclear, and one side's expert is from the soul fighting arena. Their annual meeting this year is held in Heaven-Do City. The messenger reported all the information they knew. It is already quite powerful to gather so much information in such a short time. The 8 great families I see, they actually have a tidal Douluo. No wonder there are so many soul Douluo level experts supporting them. After hearing the scout's report, Ning Fengji and the others suddenly realized, if it is the 8 great families, then there is no problem. Each family has at least 1 soul Douluo level expert. As for why they would fight with 2 tidal Douluos, it is strange that the scouts were able to find out. You can leave now. Yes. After the scout left, Ning Fengji, Qian Renxue, and Gu Rong fell into silence. After an unknown period of time, Gu Rong finally spoke. The 8 great families never interfere in matters of the Douluo Continent. As a result, some among them have broken through to tidal Douluo, and we actually didn't know. If it weren't for these 2 unfamiliar tidal Douluos touching each other's bottom line, they might not have revealed themselves. After hearing this, both Qian Renxue and Ning Fengji nodded. The 8 great families have a long-standing heritage and have never concerned themselves with the developments in Douluo Continent. They solely focus on managing the soul arena. To the major powers in Douluo Continent, the 8 great families are like NPCs, only appearing within the confines of the soul arena. Currently, they have 1 tidal Douluo and at least 7 soul Douluo. Could they have such intentions? This is what Ning Fengji is more worried about. If the 8 great families also have the intention to establish sects, the interests of their seven treasure, glazed tile, sect might be shaken. Let's observe for a while. Even if they have this intention, the ones who should be anxious first should not be us. Qian Renxue said calmly, with his arms crossed. As long as he and Gu Rong are not dead, the status of the seven treasure glazed tile sect cannot be shaken. However, the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect is different. As for those two unfamiliar titled Douluos, Qian Renxue paused and did not continue speaking. On the entire Douluo Continent, there are only a handful of forces that can mobilize two titled Douluos at the same time. It could either be the Haotian sect, or the seven treasure glazed tile sect, or, do we even need to think? The Haotian sect has been closed for over a decade. Moreover, the Haotian hammer as a martial soul is easy to identify. The other party is an unfamiliar titled Douluo, clearly not from the Haotian sect. Those in the family know their own affairs. The seven treasure glazed tile sect is currently in a transitional period, let alone a newly emerged titled Douluo. There are hardly any sold Douluos. If Qian Renxue and Gu Rong were to unexpectedly fall, whether the seven treasure glazed tile sect could even enter the lower four sects would be a question. The Spirit Hall. The three said almost in unison. Besides the Spirit Hall, there is no other force that can hide so deeply. Two titled Douluos. As for the 8 great families with so many sold Douluos, it is quite normal for one to break through to the titled Douluo level, right? On the surface, the Spirit Hall only has 3 titled Douluos, Pope Bibi Dong, Ghost, and Ju. But I know that they must have hidden titled Douluos. Back then, my father challenged the Spirit Hall's grand offering, Qian Daolu, the unparalleled law of level 99. At this point, Qian Renxue did not continue. His father told him not to hate, as it was his own doing. He did not expect the Spirit Hall to hide so deeply. It's time to investigate the 8 great families thoroughly. Qian Renxue and Gu Rong exchanged glances, looking bewildered. Ning Fengji, do you want to listen to what you were saying? You just said that the Spirit Hall hides so deeply, and then you said to investigate the 8 great families? Are you sick? Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu. Sensing their confusion, Ning Fengji explained. Do you think the Spirit Hall sent out 2 titled Douluos to the Soul Arena for no reason? What could possibly provoke them to the point of fighting with 2 titled Douluos? Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue and Gu Rong suddenly understood. Yes, if there were no reason. The titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall would not go to the Soul Arena at all, let alone provoke the other side into a fight. Indeed, those who can become sect leaders are all shrewd. With Ning Fengji's explanation, they immediately grasped the situation. It must be that the Spirit Hall discovered some secret of the 8 great families, which is why they sent 2 titled Douluos to investigate. However, they never expected that someone from the other side actually broke through to titled Douluo, which led to their discovery and subsequent fighting. Fengji, it's all thanks to you. Listening to Gu Rong's praise, Ning Fengji's expression darkened. Is he praising him or scolding him? The scene shifts to the outskirts of Tiando City. Xilong, fearing that Lake Sias would catch up, did not immediately flee towards Tiando City, but instead ran in the opposite direction. At this moment, Xilong spat out a mouthful of old blood, his face pale as paper. Impressive, truly impressive. Laxius's 9th spirit skill, Sunlight Illuminates, is not easy to withstand. Xilong, as the main attacker, and Shui, as the supporter, barely managed to take it, but he was also seriously injured. As for the outburst from Riley and the others, that was secondary. A spirit Douluo is ultimately just a spirit Douluo. Xilong, how are you? Shui, who had been friends with Xilong for decades, asked anxiously upon seeing his condition. That golden crow Douluo is something else. His strength might already be enough to rival the offerings in the offering hall. It's not something we can handle. Fortunately, you arrived just in time. Otherwise, I might have fallen today, Xilong said with some lingering fear. He was also puzzled about why the opponent would harbor murderous intent. After all, defeating a titled Douluo is easy, but completely killing one is much more difficult. The opponent had no reason to want him dead. Then Violet's strength has been revealed. This is why Xilong did not see Wei Lei receiving gifts. If he had seen it, he would understand why Lake Xiaoxi felt murderous and prepared to kill him. If it weren't for the bloodshed, he would have immediately initiated a pursuit. Because those gifts would even move a titled Douluo, he didn't expect these guys to hide it so well. They already had titled Douluo, but still claimed to only have 8 sold Douluo to the outside world. Are we the same? The truth about the bloodshed left Xilong speechless, and for a moment, he didn't know how to respond. The Spirit Hall has so many titled Douluo, yet they still claim to have only 3? The reasoning is indeed sound, but this feeling of being blindsided is really unpleasant. Sigh, the lady's matter has been messed up. but being able to uncover the secrets of the Soul Arena can be considered a way to make up for it. Xilong sighed. Let's go. We should return to recover from our injuries first. This matter has left Renxue at a loss for words. Xilong went to investigate a junior, and what happened? He caught a big fish and almost got eaten by it. He's really unlucky. In the Duhun City Great Soul Arena, 8 clan leaders were sitting together, their expressions extremely solemn. I had previously suspected the Tiando royal family and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, but they could not possibly hide 2 titled Douluos. The origins of these 2 are definitely from the Spirit Hall. Lexus said with a serious expression, although the arena does not interfere with the trends on the Douluo Continent. It has no shortage of intelligence networks. Lexus, let me say something you might not want to hear. I feel their target should be little CryingOver and CryingOver. Layli pondered for a moment and turned to Lexus. You old man, it's bad enough that you've been deceiving us for so many years. Why not continue to deceive us? Although the 2 children are exceptionally talented, they are still young and need protection. If they continue to hide, by the time they become title Douluos. Layli wasn't blaming Lexus for not telling them about CryingOver's talent. He was upset that after hiding for so many years, why not hide a few more? CryingOver and CryingOver's control over soul power has indeed reached a level unimaginable to these soul Douluos. But after all, CryingOver and CryingOver are just kids in their teenage years. No matter how high their soul power is, how much higher can it get? Hearing this, Lexus twitched the corner of his eye. Continue hiding? By then, CryingOver would have ascended. His grandson's combat power is much stronger than his as a title Douluo. Not to mention that the granddaughter-in-law is equally mysterious. Yes, if you can keep it from us brothers, how could you let the Spirit Hall know about their intelligence? They even sent 2 titled Douluos to investigate, which shows how much the Spirit Hall values this matter. Mimi also said with a displeased expression, CryingOver has grown up under our watch, and yet he is hiding right under our noses. Lexus, it's not that I want to criticize you. You really shouldn't have done this. Can you give us a hint? What level of Soul Master is little CryingOver? Let's calculate how long it will take him to grow. A talent like him needs protection, and when the time comes, we can take turns protecting him without any problem. Mo Feed asked, somewhat puzzled. During last year's annual meeting, Old Deng said CryingOver had already become a Soul Sovereign. There's no doubt that this news is true, but it's too low, way too low. Lexus hesitated slightly, but then thought, does CryingOver really need protection? It would be more appropriate for him to protect these old men. Thinking of this, Lexus finally said, I'm not very clear on what level my grandson has reached. Lexus was speaking the truth. He genuinely did not know what level of Soul Master CryingOver currently was. In the past, CryingOver would symbolically release his soul rings to indicate his level. However, now he couldn't even be bothered to release his soul rings. He simply stopped performing. Everyone looked at Lexus in confusion. How could Old Deng not know what level CryingOver is? Lexus, if it's something that affects unity, you shouldn't say it. Mo Feet said with a dark face. Hearing this, Lexus twitched the corner of his eye. He truly did not mean to say it. Old Mo, I'm not lying to you. I really don't know how strong my grandson is right now. However, I remember that on his 12th birthday, he should have reached level 63. Lexus said thoughtfully. This was the last time he asked Violet about his soul power level, and then he exploded mentally and never asked again. Plus, during the last soul hunting, the 95,000 year, Old Yalong said he could kill in an instant. Is soul power level still important? What are you talking about? I ask you, what are you talking about? The 7 clan leaders were all stunned. This Old Deng is impressive. The 33rd level of that Vilite, he said it was only 33 levels. He completely cut down the Vilite's soul power level by 30 levels. Looking at his excited brothers who were itching to punch him, Lexia shrugged and continued, I'm just doing this to keep it secret. The crowd was speechless. If such a prodigy appeared in their clan, they would do the same. Then why do you say you don't know now? Little Vilite's 12th birthday was only a little over half a year ago. Even if he is a prodigy, at most he should be a soul sage, right? Rayleigh said, puzzled. He was already thinking highly. After all, as one progresses, cultivation becomes more difficult and slower. Breaking through from level 63 to 70 in half a year. Isn't that thinking too highly? At this point, I won't hide it from you anymore. Lexia sighed and continued. You should have seen my 9th soul ring, right? A soul ring over 95,000 years old. A subdragon. Morphit said with a dark face. Lexius had shown off this soul ring more than once in front of him. How could he not remember? What puzzled him was how Lexius managed to kill a subdragon over 95,000 years old. The key point is that he didn't ask for help. He killed this subdragon alone. You might not believe it when I say this, but it was my grandson who injured it and then I delivered the finishing blow. Lexius said proudly. If he were alone, he wouldn't have been able to kill this subdragon. Even with the help of 7 clan leaders, it probably wouldn't have been easy. The crowd was full of question marks. 104, Title Douluo, Destroyer of Heaven and Earth. Little Vilite, quickly tell us. Did you and Fucalos secretly go to watch the Title Douluo battle? Lei Qingqing asked curiously. Grandpa Lexius must have one, right? When Title Douluo's fight, is it really earth-shattering? Looking at Lei Qingqing, whose eyes were full of longing, Vilite was momentarily at a loss for words. How should we talk about this topic? Title Douluo, destroying the heavens and earth? Then Violet fell in a deep thought, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. He was struggling to contain his excitement. The deities on the Douluo Continent risk death even when falling from a height of 1,000 meters. Title Douluo, destroying the heavens and earth? Mo and the others looked at Violet with curiosity, hoping he would elaborate. After the clan leaders returned, they went straight to a meeting, leaving only Violet and Fucalos with time to talk. They were not familiar with Fucalos and didn't dare to approach her casually. This is what stopped the sleepy Violet, who wanted to ask about the situation. Before, they had seen the sunrise in the Soul Arena, and that scene was truly spectacular. Grandpa 1. As for the world-destroying Qingqing, look up at the sky and feel the ground with your feet. Violet suppressed a smile and said expressionlessly. Lei Qingqing and the others were taken aback and instinctively did what Violet said. They looked up at the night sky, where the stars were dazzling. To make the feeling more real, Lei Qingqing stomped her foot, revealing her fair, cough, feet on the floor. Why does this girl seem a bit silly? Violet and Fucalos couldn't help but laugh. However, Lei Qingqing didn't mind. She blinked in confusion and asked what next. Hearing this, Violet confirmed that this girl was not only a battle maniac, but also quite silly. The sky was still the same sky, and the ground was still the same ground. A Title Douluo could not destroy the world. Of course, if one exceeded the title limit and reached the realm of gods, there would be a chance to destroy the Douluo Continent. No matter how silly Lei Qingqing was, she understood Violet's meaning. She looked down at her feet and couldn't help but blush. So embarrassing. Why was she so foolish? Damn it, little Violet. Do you dare to have a match with me? So you won't dare to mess with your sister Qingqing. Quickly putting on her shoes, Lei Qingqing put her hands on her hips and said angrily. Before Violet could speak, Mo, who was beside Lei Qingqing, tugged at her sleeve and whispered, Qingqing, forget it, just let it go. We can't beat him. How do you know I can't beat him if we haven't even fought? Lei Qingqing snorted coldly and shook off Mo's hand. If only this guy had a little more courage. As a defense-type soulmaster, being so timid was simply a disgrace. Mo, this is where you're wrong. It's a festive occasion. And what's wrong with our own siblings sparring a little? Luo Xiaobai, the grandson of the family head robber from the Ross family, said. He inherited the family's martial soul, the bear of the earth, and was naturally combative. He loved to watch others spar, and sometimes even personally went down to guide others in their matches. He was someone who enjoyed the excitement without caring about the trouble it might cause. Because of his martial soul, he was slightly younger than Mo, but he was the tallest and strongest among those present. Being from the bear-type martial soul, unlike Zhao Wuji, members of the Ross family were all tall and strong, looking like a giant bear. If one did not possess a powerful physique, they would be looked down upon by their clan. As the grandson of the family head, Luo Xiaobai worked hard to become stronger. This is also why he really enjoys sparring. Yes, Xiaobai is right. What's the harm in sparring during the new year? Besides, we really haven't sparred with Xiao Naoe before. The Oro family, said Oliver, the grandson of a Bainyu. The Oro family's inherited martial soul is the Flame Lion, an extremely powerful beast martial soul, although it is slightly weaker compared to the Golden lineage. The Flame Lion is a fire attribute lion. This is also why during the previous Great War, people would ask how high Oberon Leixus's fire control ability was, because both families belong to the fire attribute. I'm just worried about Qingqing getting hurt. Mo lowered his head and continued. Grandpa Leish would cough every year, saying how powerful that Naui is. Really powerful. Although I haven't seen it. What if Qingqing really can't win? As soon as this was said, a black line appeared on Naui Leite's forehead. Is this what an honest person looks like? If you cut it open, it should be black, right? His grandfather, like Shias, brags every year about how amazing his violet is, right? Is there a possibility that the old man is underselling it? Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes twitched, looking at Mo with contempt. Would a grandfather really say his grandson is lacking in front of good friends? Oh right, Mo's grandfather, Morphit, would actually do something like that. It's true that Morphit wouldn't even know how to praise his own grandson. Soul power level? The difference in soul power levels among the younger generation isn't that significant. And MOMO is even a bit older, so there's no advantage at all. He's also quite timid, so what's there to praise? Morphit's words, my useless grandson. This statement is well thought out. If MOMO's character cannot change, then, as the clan leader, he has no hope. Even if Mo Fate is willing to pass it on to him, he will still face opposition from the clansmen. There is no need for such a timid and weak clan leader. Because of this, Mo Fate is having a headache. Momo, Dui, Lei Qingyi, looks so fragile. If you're scared and cowardly, then stop following me. Seeing you gives me a headache, Lei Qingqing said bluntly. If it weren't for the fact that they had grown up together, she would really want to slap Mo twice and then make him leave. Hearing this, Mo trembled all over, as if struck by lightning. For a moment, Mo didn't know what to say. Qingqing, your words are a bit harsh. Mo should be able to change. The usually inconspicuous Ni Airbin said. Ni Airbin is the grandson of the Ni Air family's leader, Ni Air senator at the same time. He is also the designated young leader of the Ni Air family. Martial spirit, wind demon wolf. No, Qingqing is right. However, I'm not cowardly or weak. I just don't want the people around me to get hurt. After saying this, Mo painfully closed his eyes, but the way everyone looked at him still didn't change. To ensure that the people around you are not harmed, you must first possess absolute strength. Once you have absolute strength, naturally, the people around you will not be harmed. Wei Laite said without changing his expression. He could sense that Mo was not lying. He was not cowardly or weak. It was because of certain events that he had become the way he is today. Brothers, beat him up. Xiao Wei, don't talk about this guy for now. Do you actually want to compete? Lei Qingqing rolled her eyes at Mo and then looked at Wei Laite. What kind of difficulties can this cowardly and timid guy have? Cowardice is cowardice, and weakness is weakness. Where do all these excuses come from? As for what Violet said, it is not without reason. That also requires time to grow. After hearing this, the young generation all turned their gaze towards Violet, their eyes burning with intensity. This little guy, being the youngest, is often affectionately called Little Neuvillette or Little Nav. In past annual meetings, Neuvillette always followed closely behind Lexius, hardly speaking, and since he was the youngest, no one had competed with him. Young people who doesn't have a passionate heart. This zeal for battle is exactly what a soul master should embody. Seeing this, Neuvillette glanced at Fucalos beside him, only to find Fucalos looking at him with a smile. Miss Fucalos, the plan for eating the little cakes might need to be postponed. I hope you don't mind, Neuvillette said apologetically, as he had promised Fucalos to go back to the dormitory to eat little cakes, but was interrupted by this group of people. It's okay, Mr. Neuvillette. You can still eat while spectating. Fucalos smiled, a hint of teasing flashing in her beautiful eyes. Neuvillette's somewhat helpless expression was truly amusing. On one side was a passionate youth, and on the other was the reincarnation of an old legend. And the most absurd part was that this old legend was still the youngest. Everyone, is this something that this group of single people can watch? Isn't Valentine's Day already over? Goodness, they really don't treat them like people, do they? What puzzled Lei Qingqing and the others was why this couple addressed each other in such an unusual way. Ms. Fucalos and Mr. Violet? It seemed very polite and respectful. Everyone was a bit confused. As for this question, Violet and Fucalos explained that it was quite normal. Fontaine is a very romantic and gentlemanly place, and before marriage, it is very common to address one's partner as Mr. or Ms. Sister Qingqing. Then let us have a little competition, just to the point. Violet said to Lei Qingqing without changing his expression. If it was just about defeating Lei Qingqing, it would be very simple. Any ordinary attack would be something she couldn't withstand at her current level. This girl is quite combative. If she is easily defeated without any sense of experience, she might endlessly seek revenge. It's better to give her an unforgettable battle spirit. Let her gain a sense of experience while understanding the gap between both sides. Don't worry. Sister knows what she's doing. I definitely won't hurt you. Lei Qingqing said with a smile as she patted the tablet. Yes, she is also very flat, just slightly better than Fucalos. As for Wei Le, Fucalos, let's not talk about whether Lei Qingqing has the ability to hurt Wei Le. Her grandfather, Lei, definitely does not. Qingqing, Mo said softly from the side, but Lei Qingqing shot him a glare, causing the words Mo was about to say to be swallowed back. All right, Mo, say less. Little Wei is not an outsider. Your worries show a lack of trust in the brothers, don't they? Luo Xiaobai's words made Mo a bit flustered, and he quickly shook his head, saying, "How could that be? How could I not trust the brothers? It's just that soul skills have no eyes. Damn it, hit him. So annoying." Before Mo could finish a sentence, Nirbin shouted and threw a punch. Luo Xiaobai, Oliver, and the others surrounded Mo, and after a round of beating, they finally lifted Mo and headed towards the audience seats. At this time, the Battle Spirit Arena was already closed for business, and there were no outsiders in the large arena, only some staff members. Lexius and the others had already finished their meeting, and the shock and confusion were still evident on everyone's faces. Wei Le didn't need their protection at all. Even if this group of old guys teamed up, they might not be Wei Le's match. What? Qingqing and Little Wei are on the stage? Hearing the staff's discussion, Lei Li instantly came back to his senses. The other clan leaders also regained their composure, revealing strange smiles on their faces. It's not like they're going to do something outrageous. Why is Lei Li so excited? It's just going on stage. I hope this kid doesn't discourage Qingqing. If only it could change Qingqing's personality a bit. Thinking of this, Lei Li hurriedly made his way to the audience seats. The others looked at each other. Let us go. Let us go. Let us see how this kid fights. In a short while, everyone arrived at the edge of the arena where Wei Le and Lei Qingqing were battling. In the Tiando City Grand Battle Spirit Arena, there is not just one arena. There are dozens of arenas of various sizes. If the partitions in the middle are removed, the scale of the Tiando City Grand Battle Spirit Arena can accommodate at least over 50,000 spectators. This is the sole fighting arena in the capital. So how could the venue possibly be small? By the time everyone arrived at the stands, Violet and Lei Qingqing were already standing on the stage. Luo Xiaobai acted as the referee and announced the start of the soul fight. Even if the members of the 8 great families had never been referees, they were still very familiar with the process of soul fighting. Both sides had 1 minute to release their martial souls, and after 1 minute, the soul fight would officially begin. After Luo Xiaobai finished speaking, he immediately moved from the center of the stage to the edge, handing the arena over to the 2 fighters. Lei Qingqing, Martial Soul, Lightning Whip, Level 35 Control System, Soul Sovereign. Please teach me. Lei Qingqing released her Martial Soul first, holding the Lightning Whip. With a somewhat disdainful expression, she looked less like a soul master and more like some sort of teacher. Young Qingqing released her Martial Soul first. At just 15 years old, she had already reached level 35. Her soul rings were 2 yellow and 1 purple, the best soul ring configuration for a soul sovereign. Dodo was the gold medal host and also a gold medal commentator. At this moment, she was also adorned with 3 soul rings, and a pair of pure white wings appeared behind her. Her martial soul was a pigeon, a very ordinary martial soul. Violet pondered for a moment before releasing the eternal flowing great ceremony. 3 water blue soul rings quickly rose from beneath his feet. Violet, martial soul, eternal flowing great ceremony. Level 39, control, system, soul sovereign. Please teach me. After Violet calmly finished speaking, a black line appeared on the foreheads of the 7 clan leaders. Level 39? Shouldn't you be level 93? 106. Changing the terrain with ease, you call yourself a soul sovereign? The corners of the 7 clan leaders' eyes twitched as little Violet claimed he was only level 39. Isn't this nonsense? According to Lexius's description, this little guy's strength is at least level 90. A dragon that has existed for over 95,000 years can be killed in seconds. Us old folks combined don't even match up to him. You're absolutely right. Don't say anything next time. Lei Qingqing and her friends were stunned. After all, that Violet was only a little over 12, not yet 13. He actually has a level 39. No wonder their grandfather would pass on the family fortune to him. Little Violet's talent is indeed the strongest among us, Nirbin said with an unchanged expression. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he continued. In a few decades, he will become a titled Douluo and inherit Grandpa Lex's position. Our generation should have a much better life. A few of them looked at Nirbin with some confusion. The Lex family dominates, and in the future, it's very likely there will be 2 Douluos from the same family. How is that a good thing? Of course, they didn't reject the Lex family or Lexius or Violet. They just want to be realistic. When everyone is at the soul Douluo level, there won't be a situation of one family dominating. If the dominant family doesn't have other intentions, it's fine. Everyone can still be as close as before. But what if the Lex family or Lexius or Violet have other thoughts? Where your grandson has a broader perspective, these little guys still have a long way to go. Moffat patted Nir's shoulder and smiled. Nir didn't speak, but nodded seriously. If it weren't for this, how could Nirbin be appointed as the young patriarch at such a young age. After all, Nirbin's father, who is also Nir's son, is still alive. They are all old brothers. Some things are inappropriate to bring up openly, so they didn't continue discussing the topic. Just the fact that the Lex family is willing to share the purple extreme magic eye is enough to prove that Lexius doesn't have such intentions. Even if he did, could they not support him? Having a leader might allow them to earn more than without one. Why not? In the arena, Lei Qingqing was a bit dazed. She was stunned. Grandpa Lex wasn't exaggerating. Violet really has amazing talent. The difference between level 35 and 39 isn't that great. But it's rare to find someone who can win with a level 35 against a level 39. Her family runs a soul fighting arena, so she knows this basic knowledge and data. Their SA kind of strength called soul power level crushing. A minute quickly passed, and Luo Xiaobai directly announced the start of the battle. It's about to begin. Be careful. After the battle officially started, Lei Qingqing shouted and swung her lightning whip towards Violet. Following that, her first soul ring flickered. Thunderous power, indestructible. First soul skill, lightning whip. The lightning whip is about 2 meters long. After releasing the first soul skill, the lightning enhanced the whip, instantly extending its length to over 10 meters. Waves of blue lightning rolled and flickered on the whip. Generally, once a soul master is hit by the lightning whip, they almost always enter a paralyzed state. The Lei family's martial soul is like holding a high-voltage wire in their hands. Seeing this, Violet's expression didn't change at all. The brilliance of the myriad worlds flowing great ceremony shone before him. Water has no constant form. In the astonished eyes of the crowd, the entire arena was instantly covered with water, not very deep, only about 10 centimeters. What puzzled everyone was that there were clearly no barriers around. Yet the water on the arena didn't flow down. At this moment, unlike Violet, who was standing on the water's surface, Lei Qingqing's ankles were submerged in the water. Holding the lightning whip, Lei Qingqing was somewhat confused. Violet casually changed the terrain. Is he really a soul respect? Some terrains have amplifying effects for soul masters of the same attribute. For example, in the extreme north, ice attribute soul masters have an absolute advantage. At sea, water attribute soul masters have an absolute advantage. In a volcanic crater, it's simply a paradise for fire attribute soul masters. Violet's martial soul is of the water attribute, and this move to change the terrain instantly gave him some advantage. Kid, stop pretending, okay? Even us old guys can't do this. The several clan leaders complained in their hearts. Changing the terrain to one's advantage is something Lei Qingqing somewhat understood. However, what she couldn't understand at this moment was where this tingling sensation was coming from. Normally, a soul master's own martial soul wouldn't harm the host. Even if it did, it would mostly be immune to the power. Lei Qingqing was a bit confused. Her own lightning fell into the water, and after the lightning combined with the water, it actually made her enter a paralyzed state. Why is this happening? Lei Qingqing said with a puzzled face. Violet's face darkened. It's common knowledge that water can conduct electricity. All right, soul masters on the Douluo Continent learn knowledge related to soul masters. So it's normal for her not to know this common sense. What changing the terrain and what benefits to oneself? Violet's goal was simple, to let Lei Qingqing understand that she is not his opponent, even if he doesn't need to lift a finger. If this were a game, at this moment, Lei Qingqing's head would be filled with the words electrocuted. Although Lei Qingqing didn't understand, after being shocked for a while, she withdrew her martial soul, and that paralyzed state finally disappeared. You little brat, what's the martial ethics here? What's going on with this water? Why does my martial soul, just touching it makes me paralyzed? Lei Qingqing asked in embarrassment and anger. She didn't understand. This knowledge was still too advanced for her. Well, how should I explain this to you? Violet fell into deep thought, genuinely unsure how to explain it to Lei Qingqing. A conductor? Would she understand? Qingqing, don't act recklessly. If little Violet really wanted to make a move, he could directly flood the arena. You would even have the chance to speak. This is something he could absolutely do. Once the beings on the ground lose their footing, it's very difficult to fight. Lei deeply understood this. He had wandered at sea before. Unlike Lexius and Moffat, he gained nothing. Impossible, Grandpa. Being able to create this much water is already the limit of a soul respect. Seeing Lei Qingqing refuse to accept it, Lei's face darkened. And he said angrily, Little Violet, don't give your Grandpa Lei face. Let her try. Violet. 107. Ancient Banyan. Let me have a go at you. Just trying will lead to death. Violet glanced at Lei, then at the puzzled Lei Qingqing. After a moment of thought, he said, all right, if Sister Qingqing you can't hold on, just blink your eyes. This remark made Lei Qingqing unable to hold back. Would she really not be able to persist? What kind of soul skill could possibly defeat her, a 35th level soul master? Previously, it was just her carelessness. She didn't dodge and was paralyzed by her own lightning. This time, she wanted to see what that Violet was preparing to do. Humph. Lei Qingqing snorted and said with a proud expression, "Come on, little Violet. If I furrow my brows even once, I'll write my name backward." Writing her name backward? Her friends fell into contemplation. Writing it backward still resulted in Qingqing, right? Seeing this, Violet wasn't angry. Instead, a smile appeared on her face. Suddenly, the smile on Violet's face froze as she looked up at the sky above the soul arena. There was a slightly stronger aura approaching. It was a tidal, low-level powerhouse, coming in incredible speed, far beyond what an ordinary soul master could match. Wait, besides this aura, there seemed to be another, much weaker one, probably at the Soul Sage level. A combination of tidal Douluo and Soul Sage. In the entire Tiando city, it seemed that there was only one person with such a configuration, right? Judging from the aura, it should be the Bon Douluo, who was slightly inferior to Qian Renxue, and Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. What were they coming to the Soul Arena for? Violet fell into deep thought. The Soul Arena and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had no intersection, maintaining a state of mutual non-interference. Their sudden arrival, could it be because of the previous incident? Thinking of this, Violet seemed to have guessed the truth. The crowd was slightly taken aback, looking at Violet with confusion. Why was she suddenly looking at the sky? What happened to the battle? Only Lexius also furrowed his brows. This aura is much stronger than the previous two. Brother Rakes, what's wrong? Seeing Rakes' serious expression, several clan leaders asked in confusion. It's here? On the arena, Lei Qingqing noticed that Violet wasn't making a move, but was instead looking at the sky. She asked in confusion, "Xiao Nawi, what's wrong with you? Release your soul skill." After saying this, she also looked up at the sky. Besides the twinkling stars and the bright moon, there was nothing else. Wait a moment, someone is coming, Nawi said without changing her expression, still staring at the sky. Someone is coming. Where? Where? Before Lei Qingqing could finish her sentence, a skeletal dragon appeared in her sight, its massive body blocking out the sun and enveloping the arena. Hiss! She gasped in shock, her eyes wide open. Dragonbone dragon? Didn't you say someone was coming? At this moment, everyone was somewhat stunned, wondering what was happening. How could a skeletal dragon appear? The skeletal dragon lowered its head, its eyes glowing like ghostly flames as it looked down, seemingly confirming its destination. When its gaze landed on Violet on the arena, it couldn't help but tremble all over. What is this sense of oppression? The ghostly fire in Bone Dragon's eyes flickered as he looked at the Violet with some uncertainty. That's right, it's him. The oppressive feeling from his soul gave him an impulse to worship. After all, he was a level 95 tidal Douluo, facing a young man. How could he possibly have such a feeling? Before he could think more, the Bone Dragon instantly transformed into a human form. No, it should be said that the Bone Dragon returned to human form, bringing with it a noble-looking middle-aged man who flew down from midair. Ning Fengji, the Bone Douluo, Ning Fengji and Gu Rong. One was the sect master of the second strongest sect in the world, and the other was the supreme elder of the same sect. They often roamed around Douluo Continent, so the heads of the 8 great families knew what they looked like. I met you all. I apologize for the intrusion. Ning Feng Tisait, cupping his hands in front of the 8 family heads, his smile unwavering. He understood the principle of not striking someone who greets you with a smile. As the sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji had a refined and amiable appearance, holding a staff-like cane that made him look even more noble. As for the Bone Douluo, he had a huge skeleton and not much flesh. Standing there, he resembled a small giant. His looks could not be considered handsome, and due to his large frame, he appeared somewhat eerie. I wonder what brings Sect Master Ning and the Bone Douluo to my Do Soul Arena at this late hour? At this moment, the 8 patriarchs led by Lexius approached Ning Fengji and Gu Rong, also cupping their hands in return as a form of greeting before speaking. At this time, the younger generation had lost interest in the Soul Arena, as 2 significant figures had arrived. They stood aside, remaining silent and merely observing. As for the Violet and Lei Qingqing on the stage, they also looked toward Ning Fengji and Gu Rong. Lei Qingqing sized up Ning Fengji, then glanced at Violet, and instinctively remarked, "Little Violet, I was wondering why your appearance looks a bit strange with that walking stick. So, you learned it from someone else?" The crowd, everyone present, was a soul master. They could hear the slightest commotion, especially since Lei Qingqing's voice was not small. After hearing this, Ning Fengji, Gu Rong, The 8 patriarchs and the younger generation instinctively turned their gaze toward Violet, then back at Ning Fengji. Goodness, it couldn't be said that they were very similar. It could only be said that they looked identical. Both of them had quite nimble legs, yet each held a walking stick. Soon, everyone shifted their gaze back, with Ning Fengji letting out a helpless, bitter smile. Could he really argue with a young girl? Children speak without restraint, indeed. Not to mention, the aesthetic of this handsome young man with water blue hair was quite good. Only the Bon Douluo Gu Rong did not take his eyes off Violet. He wanted to understand the source of the fear and awe he felt. Three-ringed Soul Master? This little guy could definitely not be a three-ringed Soul Master. Watching the soul rings that Violet had not yet retracted, Gu Rong thought to himself. He even suspected that Violet might be a titled Douluo who had returned to his youth, and not just any ordinary titled Douluo, to evoke feelings of fear and awe. At least a 98th or even 99th level peerless Douluo would be needed for that possibility. Fengji, wait a moment. Let me have a word with this little brother. Just as Ning Fengji was about to explain his purpose, Gu Rong suddenly spoke, disregarding whether Ning Fengji agreed or not, and walked directly toward Violet. Lexius and the others exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. As expected of an old-school titled Douluo, he could see through the unusualness of little Violet at a glance. 108. Main body martial soul. Violet. Wait, something's not right. Shouldn't they stop such a thing? But how fast can a titled Douluo move? In an instant, Gu Rong was already on the stage. He looked at Violet standing on the water surface and then at the bewildered Lei Qingqing, saying, "Little girl, you should step down. This little brother is not someone you can handle. Let me test his strength." Gu Rong's expression was serious, sweat beading on his forehead, feeling immense pressure. However, if he didn't give it a try, he wouldn't be satisfied. Lei Qingqing looked at Gu Rong in confusion. This bone dragon was off. This titled Douluo actually said such things? He wanted to give it a try? What was going on? Before Lei Qingqing could react, she felt the scenery around her retreating, and her body suddenly appeared in front of Lei Li. The lightning whip martial soul that was coiled around her waist was also collected by Lei Li. "Grandpa? Don't ask. Just watch," Lei Li said without changing his expression. After being certified by the Bon Douluo, they were even more certain of one thing, that Violet was not as simple as they initially thought. Didn't they see Lexius was completely unfazed? Lexius was indeed calm. He had seen Violet's strength. However, Ning Fengji was starting to panic. He stood among the 8 patriarchs, his smile frozen on his face. He felt that this time, he shouldn't have brought Gu Rong along. If anything unexpected happened to this young man, Ning Fengji would definitely be beaten to a pulp by the 8 patriarchs. "Uncle Bone, you've really put me in a bind this time." Because of this experience, Ning Fengji did not go out with Gu Rong for a long time afterward. It genuinely scared him. Being protected by 7 soul Douluos and 1 titled Douluo, how could he not be scared? He was just a support-type soul sage. Even if he were the leader of the #1 support sect in the world, he would still just be a support type. "I don't know what your name is." "Little brother, I am Gu Rong, one of the elders of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. My title is Bone, and I am at level 95. Gu Rong said politely, feeling the overwhelming pressure that was indeed too strong for him to fully comprehend. After glancing at Gu Rong, Violet replied without changing his expression. "So it is the Bon Douluo? I have long admired you." "I am Violet." "Violet?" Both Gu Rong and Ning Fengji were taken aback. The name sounded somewhat familiar, as if they had heard it somewhere before. Wait, it clicked. When Ning Rongrong returned to the sect, she occasionally mentioned a person named Violet. At that time, the smile on Ning Rongrong's face when she mentioned Violet made Ning Fengji, Chen Xian, and Gu Rong suspect that Ning Rongrong might be in love. For this reason, they even conducted an investigation and brought in the protectors from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to inquire about it. Gu Rong frowned. The information stated that Violet was only 12 years old, the grandson of a patriarch from one of the 8 hidden families, and currently serving as a referee in the Soto City Soul Arena. He had only met Ning Rongrong 2 or 3 times at most. 12 years old. Impossible. Gu Rong was puzzled. If this little guy was truly only 12, then what was the source of the terrifying aura he felt? Could it be that the information was wrong? Was he not a 12-year-old, but rather the grandfather of some patriarch? Lexius. Gu Rong looked at Violet in confusion, then glanced at the 8 patriarchs. Their expressions seemed unchanged, even not stopping him from coming over to spar. Strange. Indeed, no matter how he thought about it, it felt incredibly odd. "Little brother, would you be willing to spar with me? Just a friendly match?" Gu Rong asked tentatively. What if the other party was just a soul master? Wouldn't he that make his previous word a slap in the face? No. Looking down at the ground beneath his feet, Gu Rong shook his head again. A soul master? Could a soul master maintain the water on the high platform without it flowing downward? Just this one move proved he could not be a soul master. After hearing this, Violet fell silent. After hiding for so many years, did he have to expose himself today? After a moment of thought, Violet felt at ease with his current strength. What difference did it make whether he hid or not? If the Douluo was interested, it wouldn't hurt to have a match. Violet's expression showed no change as he calmly replied, "All right, little brother, you have good spirit. Gu Rong, martial soul, bone dragon, level 95 title, bone. Please enlighten me." With a wave of Gu Rong's big hand, the martial soul possession was instantly completed. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings quickly rose from beneath his feet. After the martial soul possession, Gu Rong's soul power fluctuations surged like a hurricane. Suddenly, it seemed he discovered something, and his expression changed dramatically. "No, it's impossible. This water." The water on the arena remained calm and undisturbed, as if it had not been affected at all, which made Gu Rong's eyes widen in shock. His soul power fluctuations had already reached the peak of its normal state. A full 95 levels of soul power, yet couldn't even disturb the surface of the water beneath his feet. How could he not be astonished? Below the stage, the 8 clan leaders and Ning Fengji had their mouths slightly agape. Those with experience could see the underlying significance, while the younger generation only shouted things like awesome and 666. They were different. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. A 95-level title Douluo actually couldn't disturb a bit of water. What kind of horror is this? Hiss, steady. They were previously worried that Violet couldn't defeat Gu Rong, but now their faces are filled with smiles. No matter how Violet became stronger, he is one of their own. If he is willing to share, they will listen. If he doesn't want to say anything, can he really harm them? Seeing this, Violet showed no signs of fluctuation on his face. For him, this was just a basic operation. With a wave of his left hand, the myriad flowing classics in front of him vanished, and at the same time, the disguised soul rings also disappeared. This left Gu Rong somewhat bewildered. How did Violet manage to retract his martial soul? A soul master not using their martial soul. Actually, I'm a twin martial soul. The other martial soul is myself. It seemed Violet was narrating, or perhaps whispering. In the next moment, an overwhelming pressure emanated from Violet, and a pair of water-blue dragon horns appeared. His body, without using any power, hovered in the air. Dragons fly by instinct. There's no need to use any power. Dragon! Brother Lake, you're really not adhering to martial ethics. Lake Xiao's main martial soul, Violet. 109. The spring river tide is level with the sea, and the bright moon rises with the tide. Brother Lake, you're doing great, really great. Little Violet actually has a twin martial soul, and just a moment ago, you were so adamant about not hiding anything. Yes, we're all good brothers. I, Lake Xiao's, have no need to hide anything from everyone. This is all I know. Raleigh mimicked the way Lake Xiao spoke earlier and said this. After saying that, he even rolled his eyes at Lake Xiao's. Brothers are connected at heart, but you're playing mind games with them. Seeing this, Lake Xiao's face turned red, and he lowered his head, not daring to look at his good brothers. On the arena, 2 golden soul rings slowly rose beneath Violet's feet. These 2 soul rings were genuine divine-level soul rings. As for how many millions of years they corresponded to, that was unknown. As the 2 golden soul rings rose, Gu Rong's expression grew increasingly serious. The pressure from these soul rings was simply terrifying. Main martial soul, Violet. As Violet's voice fell, he suddenly seemed to think of something, and with his right hand gripping the staff, he pointed it downward. The end of the staff immediately emitted a water-blue glow. The spring river tide is level with the sea, and the bright moon rises with the tide. As soon as he finished speaking, a colossal wave surged around the arena. Water shot up into the sky, as if 4 streams of water were isolating the arena. It was merely a very thin and transparent layer of water crystal. From the outside, one could still see what was happening inside. Old Bone Douluo, in order to prevent our spar from affecting others in the soul arena, a barrier has been set up. I hope Old Bone Douluo won't mind. Violet said, without changing his expression. Gu Rong, is it too late to regret now? The younger generation was now dumbfounded, especially Lei Qingqing, her beautiful eyes filled with shock, her red lips slightly parted, wanting to speak but hesitating. It was agreed that even though there were a few years difference in age, the levels of soul power should not be too far apart. But can what Violet just did really be accomplished by soul respect? No No wonder her grandfather would say such things. Gu Rong swallowed hard. He initially thought Violet set up the barrier to prevent him from running away. He didn't expect that he actually considered the soul arena and others. While fighting him, he still had excess soul power to maintain the barrier. What kind of monster is this? Old Douluo, shall we start now? Violet tentatively asked, feeling that Gu Rong's fighting spirit was not as high as before. Gu Rong was now in a dilemma. It was he who proposed the sparring, and he couldn't go back on it. To spar with him. This monster even revealed his twin martial soul. Twin martial souls. He even possessed 2 golden soul rings. Although he didn't know how many years they corresponded to. The pressure from these golden soul rings was indeed overwhelming. Let us get started. No choice. Gu Rong could only brace himself and say. Violet nodded and made a gesture of invitation. In the arena, there was no referee. Once both sides agreed to start sparring, the soul battle officially began. As the sparring commenced, Gu Rong launched the first attack. Although he leaned more towards a defensive type, his attacks were not weak either. After all, his martial soul was a bone dragon. A martial soul with the word dragon in it. How weak could it be? Without any hesitation, Gu Rong's second soul ring flashed first. Second soul skill, bone dragon armor. As the soul skill was released, the appearance of Bone Douluo was that of a slightly larger skeleton. First soul skill, bone dragon stab. Very similar to Zhu Zhuqing's nether stab. This was a soul skill that could increase one's speed and strength. In almost an instant, Gu Rong flashed beside Violet, his fist covered with bone spikes aimed at Violet's face. The 8 clan leaders and the younger generation couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for Violet. It was too fast. Is this the speed of a tidal Douluo? In less than a second, spanning 50 meters, a look of confusion flashed in Gu Rong's eyes. His fist was about to land on Violet's face, yet this little guy still showed no reaction. Could it be that Gu Rong was too fast? At that moment, Violet moved. With a blank expression, he raised his left hand to block the path of Gu Rong's fist. Bang! Too late to speak. It was too fast. Gu Rong was stunned. His punch couldn't even shake Violet in the slightest. Violet pushed with his left hand, and the immense force caught Gu Rong off guard, sending his body flying backward. Although he wasn't injured, Gu Rong felt a buzzing in his head. This is impossible. Violet hadn't even used a soul skill. Yet he had utilized 200-year soul rings and still couldn't make a dent. What kind of gap is this that it can be so vast? Don't you see the waters of the rivers coming from the sky, rushing to the sea and never returning? As the words of Violet fell, he gently tapped the surface of the water beneath his feet with the hand holding the staff. Suddenly, the bright moonlight was obscured by the blue tide. The sky seemed to pour down, dumping the tide directly onto the ancient banyan tree. The ancient banyan tree's expression changed. Isn't this just the beginning, and you're already going all out? Can't you handle it? 7th soul skill, bone dragon true form. In that moment, Gu Rong had no confidence in being able to withstand the blow, so he was forced to unleash his 7th soul skill, the true body of the bone dragon. Gu Rong's figure vanished, leaving behind the enormous bone dragon seen earlier. Roar! A tidal wave came crashing down from the sky, landing directly on the bone dragon. This force caused the bone dragon, which had just taken off, to crash heavily to the ground. As the tidal wave fell, the bone dragon lay on the ground, unable to get up at all. Hiss! Everyone gasped in shock, their eyes wide open, especially Ning Fengji, who rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He knew what kind of strength Gu Rong possessed. This young man didn't even know what soul skill he had unleashed with just one strike. He directly suppressed the ancient banyan tree. How terrifying is this? Even a tidal Douluo of rank 96 wouldn't dare to say they could easily suppress a bone Douluo. Look at Violet's nonchalant demeanor, as if it's just a casual strike. Ning Fengji is so shocked that he can't speak. Roar! The bone dragon rises from the sea. Soar through the skies, carefree and unrestrained. With the wind at my back, I ascend to the peak. 9th soul skill, bone transformation divine dragon. A powerful wave of soul power erupted from a bone dragon, and then it soared up against the tidal wave descending from the sky. This is Bone Douluo's 9th soul skill, and it is also his most powerful soul skill. Upon seeing this, Violet still showed no change in expression, as if it was just as he expected. On the contrary, the bone dragon, after breaking free from the constraints of the tide, slightly curled the corners of its mouth, as if to say, is that all there is to it? Indeed, Gu Rong truly thought so. Such a powerful soul skill must be Violet's trump card, right? 110. Slowly walking on the sand, the white rainbow, the Yao platform loses control, the jade cup is empty. Kid, what other tricks do you have? Just go for it. At this moment, Gu Rong felt a bit more confident in his speech. Such a terrifying attack was withstood by him. What else could Gu Rong be afraid of? But Gu Rong didn't know. Could it be that the previous strike was just a casual move for Violet? All right, old bone Douluo. As soon as Violet said this, Gu Rong felt a chill run down his spine again. Could it be that the earlier attack was not his full strength? Looking at the still stable barrier, Gu Rong's expression changed, and a sense of fear arose. If before it was just the fear of his martial soul towards Violet, now he also felt fear towards this monster. The endless flat sand walks the white rainbow. The Yao platform misses, and the jade cup is empty. Violet waved his left hand, and the water beneath him instantly boiled, transforming into a gigantic hand. As Violet's hand moved, the water-formed hand reached out to grab Gu Rong. At this moment, Gu Rong was still maintaining his martial soul's true form, but in front of the giant hand made of water, he seemed so insignificant. Gu Rong, zero. Gu Rong fell silent, his whole being numbed, and in that moment of silence, the gigantic hand grasped him, as if catching a small coin. The spectators also fell silent. A rank 95 title Douluo was captured like this without any resistance, trying to struggle. He found he couldn't break free from the bindings at all. He had no way to deal with this water. I give up, Gu Rong said helplessly. This kid doesn't even leave a bit of face for the old senior. 2 moves. Or rather, it didn't even take 2 moves. If this kid wanted to, he could even subdue him with 1 move. As for whether he could kill him with 1 move, Gu Rong didn't know. He didn't want to try it out. After hearing this, Violet didn't think twice and directly released Bone Douluo. Then he transformed the water on the arena back into water elements, letting them dissipate into the air. He clasped his hands towards Bone Douluo and said, "Thank you for the lesson, Mr. Bone Douluo." Gu Rong, who had returned to human form, was a bit bruised at the moment, and upon hearing this, he felt somewhat embarrassed. "Thank you for the lesson?" Violet didn't even blush or breathe heavily. Dealing with Gu Rong seemed as easy as a casual task. To put it in more vivid terms, it was like a title Douluo dealing with a soul master or a soul scholar. As the match came to a close, Violet didn't leave the arena, but instead glanced at Lei Qingqing. Lei Qingqing trembled all over, her eyes twitching. If even a title Douluo couldn't withstand it, how could she, a soul master, possibly be a match for Violet? Previously, Violet had deliberately let her electric attacks hit him, probably to make her back down, right? In the end, she had pushed her luck. Seeing this, Violet shook his head with a smile on his lips and then left the arena. What a clever kid. You've been hiding it from us old folks quite well. Just as Violet stepped down from the arena, a group of old fellows surrounded him, each speaking in turn. Riley, what are you talking about? Young Violet grew up in front of us. With his personality and temper, he would absolutely never take the initiative to do such a thing. Right? It must be that old brother likes who instigated him. This old 6th. It was bad enough when he bullied us when he was young. Now that he's old, he still has to deceive us. Brothers, are we confident enough to give this old kid a beating? As soon as Mortifette's words fell, the previously noisy atmosphere instantly quieted down. The 6 clan leaders subconsciously glanced at the black-faced likes, then looked at Mortifette. Everyone shook their heads and said, "Old M.O. The gap between a soul Douluo and a title Douluo is sometimes even larger than that between a human and a bug. Among us, only this guy Nelson can fly. But even he can't last against brother likes for 3 moves. Wait, why are we talking about this? Lord Ning is still here." At this moment, Ning Fengji looked up at the sky in silence. He had never felt so destitute in all the occasions he had attended. Surrounded by 7 soul Douluos and 1 title Douluo, he was being ignored by everyone. Even the Spirit Hall had never treated him like this. Well, based on Violet's strength, he indeed had the qualification to look down on Ning Fengji. Everyone, I, Ning, have come late at night just to congratulate you on the Soul Arena. This is true. Ning Fengji and Gu Rong came indeed to congratulate, and by the way, see if they could gather some useful information. Unexpectedly, before they even began to inquire, Gu Rong's probing made Ning Fengji's scalp tingle. He casually suppressed Bone Douluo. After saying this, Ning Fengji took out a few red boxes from his storage soul guide and placed them on the ground. He was well prepared when congratulating. How could one not bring gifts? To ordinary people, these things seem extremely valuable, or rather, treasures, but for great powers, they're merely matters of human relationships. Does the Soul Arena lack money? The Soul Arena could never lack money. Everyone was taken aback, glancing at Ning Fengji and then at the red box on the ground. No one was foolish. It was likely that the previous incident was seen by the spies of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, which is how it reached Ning Fengji's ears. Haha, thank you, Secmaster Ning. Lexius laughed heartily and continued. Our Soul Arena has never concerned itself with any disputes on the Douluo Continent, nor have we ever interacted with any forces. Tonight, 2 little thieves came to spy and were severely injured by me. I never expected this matter would actually reach Sect Master Ning's ears. However, we have accepted Sect Master Ning's gift, but please keep tonight's events in your heart. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji and Gu Rong exchanged a glance, both looking rather displeased. This is a threat. 2 little thieves? 2 titled Douluo being called little thieves by Renxues? Is it strength or arrogance? Most likely the former. The implication is to keep it to themselves. However, they also received a useful piece of information, which is that the Soul Arena will still not interfere in the affairs of the Douluo Continent, treating them as NPCs. As long as they do not offend them, everyone can live in peace. The 7 clan leaders nodded, their expressions slightly relieved. This is the confidence that comes from having a powerful presence. A titled Douluo speaks in a much more assertive manner in the Soul Arena. If Lexius hadn't broken through to become a titled Douluo, or if Violet didn't possess such formidable strength, those little thieves tonight would have come and gone as they pleased. Seeing this, Violet calmly approached Fucalos, deciding that some matters were best left to the older generation to handle. Mr. Violet recited, 3 parts of springtime, 2 parts of dust, 1 part of flowing water. Fallen flowers drift, water flows on its own. 1 yearning, 2 places of idle sorrow. Violet's expression remained unchanged as he withdrew the cane in his right hand into his storage soul guide. He extended his right hand toward Fucalos, who was sitting in a chair. There's no sorrow here. Fucalos blushed and shyly replied, naturally taking Violet's right hand with her left. Lei Qingqing and her friends twitched at the corners of their eyes, their fists involuntarily tightening. Suddenly, it seemed they remembered something, and their fists gradually relaxed. Fighting was simply not an option. Forget it, it's just some rations, getting used to is fine. Miss Fucalos, if you only eat small cakes, you won't be able to supplement the nutrition your body needs. How about some fruit? Violet asked as he walked alongside Fucalos. But this isn't Soto City. I brought. No, you all left, and you still want to leave some rations before going? Lexius and the others were still negotiating with Ning Fengji and Gu Rong. However, when Ning Fengji and Gu Rong left the Soul Arena, their expressions became quite strange. Uncle Gu, they threatened me. Ning Fengji was almost in tears. Ever since he became the head of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, he had never suffered such grievances. Gu Rong sighed and patted Ning Fengji's shoulder, saying, Fengji, for the sake of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, there are some things you must endure. I understand the reasoning, but I'm just a bit unwilling. When the Haotian sect was around, someone kept them in check. Now that the Haotian sect is gone, who is left to suppress them? Hasn't the Haotian sect been sealed away for nothing? The 7-treasure glazed tile school has been second in the world for so many years. How could they not have ambition? Fortunately, the Soul Arena does not interfere with the trends of the Douluo Continent. Otherwise, this can be considered the only good news. Who would have known that after a test by Bon Douluo, such a prodigy would emerge? Besides this prodigy, there is also an old guy who can take on 2 titled Douluos by himself. The Douluo Continent is about to undergo a change. Ning Fengji shook his head and returned to his original elegant and easygoing demeanor. Only in front of Jian and Bone would he reveal his true feelings. To others, even to his own clansmen, he would not speak of the previous words. At the prince's mansion, at this moment, Shi Long and Xixue had just returned. When Qian Renxue saw the appearance of Shi Long and Xixue, her eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Her beautiful eyes were filled with confusion, disbelief, and bewilderment. And she instinctively asked, Uncle Xixue, what happened to you? Although the soul power levels of Shi Long and Xixue are not particularly high among titled Douluos, they are still titled Douluos. What happened to this severely injured appearance? The young lady, seeing Shi Long like this, said to Shui, let me speak first. After I finish, you can add something. Miss, it's like this. Shui recounted what he knew. However, he was not clear about what happened in the soul fighting arena. He only sensed Shi Long's soul power fluctuations, which prompted him to come out of the city to investigate. After hearing this, Qian Renxue's expression became somewhat grim. Golden Crow Douluo? Yes, the other party did not go to the Spirit Hall to receive a title, but his martial soul is indeed the Golden Crow, incredibly powerful, with a soul power level that should be around 93 to 94. Shui said with a serious expression, even if we combine our strength, we are no match for him. At this point, Shui's face looked very bad. They were both titled Douluo, yet together they were still not his opponent. If Renxue's soul power level had reached 95 or above, they would have accepted it. After all, that would be a super Douluo, and it would be normal to lose 2 against 1. However, Renxue's soul power level is not 95. This is the reason why Xixue and Xilong felt embarrassed. Miss, I just infiltrated the soul arena and was discovered by that golden crow. I intended to gather some useful intelligence. Cough, cough, as Xilong spoke. He spat out another mouthful of fresh blood, his face pale as paper. It was already fortunate for him to return alive this time. He didn't know how long it would take to recover. There was no need for Xilong to continue. Qian Renxue understood immediately and hurriedly said, Uncle Shi, focus on your recovery. This time, it was my decision that went wrong. No, it's not the miss's fault. It's just that Xilong was outmatched. How could Xilong dare to say it was Qian Renxue's decision that was wrong? Although he had given a reminder, it was also his own carelessness that led to his discovery. Fortunately, their identities should not have been exposed otherwise. Qian Renxue fell silent for a moment before saying, Since they did not pursue you, it seems this matter should be over. Everyone is not foolish. Since Laxius did not pursue the seriously injured Xilong and the lightly injured Xixue, the Soul Arena will almost certainly not continue to hold them accountable. Pursuing Xilong and Xixue is much simpler than holding them accountable for this matter. You two uncles, focus on your recovery. During this time, we still need to keep a low profile. Yes, after Xilong and Xixue retreated, Qian Renxue returned to the table and looked at the document regarding the venue discussions with the Soul Arena. The Soul Arena still has you, that veiled. How many secrets are there? 3 parts spring colors, 2 parts dust, 1 part flowing water. In spring, the flowers are in full bloom. Veiled and Fucalos walked side by side on the streets of Tiando City. Passers-by occasionally stopped and gazed, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Yet no one dared to approach. The two's demeanor was not that of ordinary nobles, but rather like people they could not afford to offend. Last night, the news of a titled Douluo fighting outside the city had already spread within Tiando City. After all, with such a huge commotion, it was hard for anyone not to know. As for the sparring within the Tiando City's Grand Soul Arena, it was hardly mentioned. Veiled raised his hand to create a water barrier, isolating the fluctuations of soul power, making it perfectly normal for the outside world to remain unaware. The 7-treasure glazed tile school could not widely publicize that Douluo lost to a rising star. After all, Douluo was old and still had some pride. No one knew about this matter, which was to his liking. Veiled and Fucalos walked and stopped, occasionally tasting the delicacies within Tiando City. It was quite pleasant. At that moment, 3 figures approached them, 2 men and 1 woman. The woman's appearance wasn't stunning. She looked quite ordinary, yet she belonged to the kind that became more attractive the longer you looked at her. She seemed to possess a certain charm that attracted the attention of those of different surnames. Among the 2 men, one was tall with fiery red hair, looking imposing and powerful. The other was relatively much thinner. The 3 had rather grim expressions, looking troubled as if they were worried about something. Silence became their common language. Suddenly, the 3's gazes focused, and a hint of astonishment flashed in their eyes. There were actually such people in Tiando City? Upon seeing the 2, their heavy moods seemed to lighten considerably. They had never held nobles in high regard, believing them to be a group of brainless individuals. Yen Xieyu, did you feel that? Yuena's lips curled slightly, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. This is quite interesting. They are actually experts. Nana, what did you feel? Yen asked in confusion, as he was too busy admiring Veiled and Fucalos' looks to understand what Yuena was talking about. Xieyu shot a glance at his good brother, and then said, Yin, observe the aura of these 2 closely. Hearing this, Yin was slightly taken aback, but he trusted Yuena and Xieyu's words deeply, so he began to sense the aura of Veiled and Fucalos. When he first sensed it, Yin was stunned and instinctively said, Aren't these just 2 ordinary people? They don't have the slightest aura. Yuena and Xieyu exchanged glances, their mouths twitching slightly. It's not strange that they have no aura at all, right? Yin really is a bit dull. Close your eyes and observe again, Xieyu sighed and said. After all, Yin was his brother, even if he was a bit foolish. Yin nodded in confusion, closed his eyes, and began to sense again. The next moment, Yin's expression changed, and he suddenly opened his eyes, looking at Fucalos and Villette with disbelief. After closing his eyes, he couldn't sense the aura of the 2 at all. It was as if they didn't exist. If he hadn't seen them with his own eyes, he wouldn't have known that there were 2 people in front of him. Hiss! Yin gasped, murmuring, These are masters. Definitely masters. He wasn't stupid, just a bit naive. Once he realized it, he understood what Yuena meant. If they couldn't even sense each other's aura, then the other party's strength was almost certainly above theirs. Glancing at Villette and Fucalos, Yin swallowed hard, feeling a chill down his back. No way, they look so young. Indeed, Villette and Fucalos looked too young, not at all like powerful figures. Let's go talk to them. Don't offend them. After Yuena instructed, she walked toward Villette and Fucalos. Villette had already noticed the behavior of Yuena and the others. 3 soul masters, who had only become soul kings 2.5 years later, were so young, and their characteristics puzzled him. What confused him more was how the leading figures of the Wuhuan Palace's golden generation appeared in Tiando City. Could it be that they were training? After thinking for a moment, Villette brushed it aside. It didn't matter to him where they were. Mr. Villette, you're handsome, with an 8 or 9 out of 10 appearance and a great aura. You draw attention wherever you go, Fucalos teased, covering her mouth with a smile. Villette remained unfazed and replied, Is it possible that it's actually you, Miss Fucalos, who is so beautiful that it draws attention wherever I go? Hearing this, Fucalos narrowed her eyes. Just looking at her eyes, one could tell she was smiling. Yuena, Seiyu, Yin, 0. What is going on? Did they just come over to exchange flattery? After sizing up Villette and Fucalos, they really didn't seem like they were just exchanging compliments. We're just speaking the truth. The 3 frowned. Indeed, they were masters. Their previous words had been overheard by the 2. Hello, you 2. Yuena said with a professional smile to Villette and Fucalos. Yin and Seiyu stood to the side, remaining silent. Hello, Villette said calmly. I am Yuena. This is Yin, and this is Seiyu. After the 3 introduced themselves, Yuena continued, We are 3 soul masters, visiting Tiando City for the first time. We wonder if you 2 have time to show us around. Yin and Seiyu exchanged glances. When Yuena tells a lie, she doesn't even blink. They didn't know if her eyes could handle it. Villette's mouth twitched. What a 3 soul master. Villette. Fucalos. Villette said with some indifference, Sorry, Miss Yuena, but we just arrived in Tiando City and aren't familiar with it either. Upon hearing this, Yuena and the others were taken aback. They hadn't expected anyone could refuse Yuena's request. Yes, although Yuena was just average-looking. Her charm was such that almost no man could refuse her. Yet this Villette actually turned her down? Yuena began to doubt whether her charm had issues. It shouldn't be the case. Even if the other party was new to Tiando City, they should have agreed under her charm. Or could it be that the gap in their soul power cultivation was too great? That is, why she couldn't influence him? Thinking of this possibility made Yuena even more curious. After a brief thought, she said, Since we are all here for the first time, and meeting is fate, why not go together and explore the sights of Tiando City? Villette was slightly taken aback. Did Yuena really think her charm was that great? Normally, someone proposing such a request upon first meeting would be thought of as crazy, right? Sorry, Miss Yuena, but my fiancé, Miss Fucalos, and I are on a date. We would prefer not to be disturbed. If you 3 are looking for companions, you can find like-minded individuals. Villette stated without any concealment, directly rejecting Yuena's proposal. He didn't even respond to Qian Renxue's invitation, let alone Yuena's. The 3 fell silent, and Yan's eyes twitched uncontrollably. His goddess had been rejected by this guy. At this moment, Yan didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Meeting is not necessarily knowing each other. The green mountains remain, the waters flow long. Everyone, farewell. Villette cupped his hands and turned to leave with Fucalos. Yuena did not try to retain them. She was still pondering one question. Was her charm ineffective? Meeting is not necessarily knowing each other. What an interesting person, Seiyu murmured. On Villette and Fucalos' side, the latter lowered her head, looking at her toes and ankles. She quietly said, Mr. Villette, did you just mention a date? Mr. Villette, you just mentioned a date. At this point, Fucalos' face turned crimson, and her gaze became somewhat evasive. Was what they were doing, shopping and tasting food, what humans refer to as a date? It was really quite interesting. Seeing this, Villette lightly traced a few strokes in the air with his left hand, and a water-blue rose made of water elements appeared in his hand. Miss Fucalos, this is for you. Apart from lacking fragrance, it represents the same meaning as a real rose. Villette held the rose and presented it to Fucalos. Hiss! The onlookers gasped. A rose made of water was something they had never seen before. With a skill, which girl could resist? Wait, the skill. He could actually condense water into the shape of a rose. When the onlookers came back to their senses, their eyes widened, mouths agape, wanting to speak but unable to. Incredible. His control over soul power and elements was simply unprecedented. They didn't know whose son he was, but he was really impressive. This was a pillar of talent for the Tiando Empire. Just looking at the clothing of Violet and Fucalos, they don't seem like ordinary people, and their aura is something that neither small nobles nor commoners can imitate. So, these two must be nobles, right? The Heaven Do Empire is fortunate to have such prodigies. Once things reach the imperial level, the nobles of the Heaven Do Empire will feel no jealousy, only comfort. With more young talents like them, their lives will be even better. Fucalos did not hesitate, almost instantly taking the rose from Violet's hand. Aside from the lack of fragrance, it was no different from a real rose. Whether in meaning or anything else, it was a unique rose. I will keep it safe. In the future, will you give roses to other girls? Fucalos instinctively asked. Upon hearing this, Violet's eyes twitched slightly, but he shook his head and said, "No, aside from you. No woman in the world deserves it to last forever." Violet's meaning was very simple. There are countless women in the world, but aside from you, Fucalos, no one is worthy of such a gift. Moreover, the only one who can receive roses from him is her alone. After hearing this, Fucalos' smile grew even wider as she put away the water rose. She took the initiative to hold Violet's hand and said, "Let's go, don't just stand here. Let's continue shopping." Not probing further into this topic, Fucalos knew Violet's character all too well. "All right, Miss Fucalos." Violet nodded. "Yuena? Who is that?" During the previous exchange with the Golden Generation, Yuena secretly used charm, which was not a soul skill, but a charm she learned later. If it were an ordinary soul master, or even a soul king, they might have been charmed by her and would not refuse her request. Unfortunately, she was facing Violet, the highest judge from Fontaine, the second water dragon king of Tivit. As time passed, the two wandered around and returned to the soul arena. Just as they stepped into the arena, a gentle voice called out to Violet. "Young brother Violet, please wait a moment." The voice was somewhat familiar, and Violet and Fucalos paused, looking back. The person who came was none other than the Crown Prince, Renxue. He had a friendly expression, as if he were not the same person who sent someone to the Soul Duel Arena last night. In other words, he seemed just like anyone else. "It turns out it's His Highness the Crown Prince. May I ask what brings you here?" Violet said calmly. "Haha, I'm here to discuss an important matter at the Soul Duel Arena and to bring you some business," Renxue said with a smile. If this matter could be successfully negotiated with the Soul Duel Arena, wouldn't it mean bringing business and fame to the arena? Although the arena was not lacking in fame and business. Upon hearing this, Violet frowned slightly. "Business? Shouldn't you be looking for him for that?" It turned out to be the case. Violet nodded and continued. "Does your highness need my help to introduce the person in charge?" The business at the Great Soul Arena of Tiando City is managed by the Morphett family and has nothing to do with the Lake family. Although the profits are shared, other families do not interfere in the management of this aspect. Upon hearing this, Renxue was taken aback, then suddenly realized. The Violet just came to Tiando City for the new year, and the business here has nothing to do with their family. "Then I would trouble you, little brother, to help with the introduction," Renxue said humbly, cupping his hands. "It's no trouble at all, Prince, please follow me." After saying this, Violet turned to Fucalos and said, "Miss Fucalos, you should go back to your dormitory and rest. I will be back soon." "All right, Mr. Violet. I've been shopping all day, and I am a bit tired," Fucalos said with a smile. "Tired? With this little exercise, how could one possibly get tired? It's just an excuse to leave." After saying this, Fucalos walked towards the dormitory. Just with a slight perception, Violet knew that Lexius, Morphett, and others were chatting in the reception room. After thinking for a moment, Violet then led the fake prince and the real saintess towards the reception room. The Great Soul Arena of Tiando City is under the jurisdiction of Morphett, so taking him to meet Morphett would be enough. Along the way, Renxue chatted idly with Violet, and before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the reception room. The doors were wide open, and several clan leaders were drinking tea and chatting, discussing nothing secret, so there was naturally nothing to hide. Seeing that it was Violet, the smiles on the faces of the clan leaders grew even brighter. "Little Violet, Gomeen, your grandfather was just talking about your childhood." Haha. Violet's eyelid twitched, and a few black lines appeared on his forehead. "Childhood matters. Who doesn't have a little dark history in their childhood?" Morphett, seeing Renxue beside Violet, said with some confusion, "Little Violet, why did you bring the Tiando prince back?" Upon hearing this, Renxue's smile froze. Was this an indication that he wasn't welcome? It was good that he wasn't welcomed. Look, people instinctively tend to reject the Tiando royal family. For his other identity, this was simply too good. After saying this, Morphett realized he had misspoken. "Your Highness, I apologize. I was just curious as to how little Violet would be with the Tiando royal family." Cough cough. Morphett would have been better off not saying anything. The more he explained, the worse it got. Xueqingha's expression also grew darker. However, the face behind a mask had already slightly lifted. Grandpa Moore, His Highness is here to discuss business with you. Violet shook his head and changed the topic. It was fortunate that Xueqingha was not the real Xueqingha. Otherwise, he would have left in a huff. Even with a good temper, one would surely get angry in such a situation. At this time, the 7 clan leaders also sized up Xueqingha. They knew that the Tiando prince was Xueqingha, but they had never met him before. This prince is more kind-hearted than I imagined. Of course, it could just be a facade. So that's how it is. It's my fault for not asking. Morphet smiled awkwardly and continued, Prince, please come in. I apologize for any offense earlier. You're joking, head of the family. It was indeed my fault for coming uninvited, Xueqingha said calmly, fully embodying the term kind-hearted. Then I'll join you, Naowei. It's good to familiarize ourselves with the business. You'll take over from your grandfather in the future, so it's beneficial to observe. Naowei was taken aback. Morphet made a valid point, but he wasn't interested in it all. Forget it, since I'm already here. Normally, such matters should be discussed privately between Xueqingha and Morphet. However, since the clan leaders and Naowei were not outsiders, there was no need to hide anything. Once everyone was seated, Morphet finally spoke. I am Morphet. May I ask why His Highness has come this time? The other clan leaders did not introduce themselves. They simply remained quiet and did not speak. Senior, I have come this time mainly to discuss a business matter with the Dueling Soul Arena. Oh, please, Prince, speak frankly. Senior, in just over 2 years, the next All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament will begin. We would like to use the Dueling Soul Arena for the Imperial side's preliminaries. Of course, the ticket revenue will be split 50-50, and the costs of renovating the Dueling Soul Arena will be covered by the Empire. Hearing this, the clan leaders twitched at the corners of their eyes. Isn't it a bit too early to discuss the next All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament? This competition is held once every 5 years, and it won't start for more than 2 years. Of course, it doesn't rule out the possibility that the royal family wants to settle this matter early. In past Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournaments, the Soul Arena venue was sometimes requisitioned as well. The conditions are similar to what Xueqingha mentioned. The Empire covers the renovation costs, and the ticket revenue is split 50-50. This matter is quite similar to previous years and does not warrant much thought or discussion. The qualifying rounds of the elite competition for Advanced Soul Master Academies on the mainland typically last about a month each time. During this time, even if the Empire takes half of the profits, the Soul Fighting Arena can still make a substantial profit. I have no objections to this matter. We will follow what His Highness the Crown Prince said. After thinking for a moment, Morpheus said, Senior, that's a deal. Here is the document. Please take a look, and if there are no objections, we will settle this matter. Xueqingha nodded and took out the document from his storage soul guide, handing it to Morpheus along with a pen. The document was not long, and Morpheus quickly read it. Aside from a change in date, it was no different from the documents of previous years. He signed it without hesitation. By the way, Qingha has one more thing. If possible, could we invite that Brother Violet to be the judge for the preliminary rounds? As soon as Xueqingha said this, the 8 clan leaders' expressions changed instantly, and they subconsciously looked at Xueqingha. Their aura condensed together in that moment. Fortunately, they reacted quickly and retracted their aura, thus not forcing out Xueqingha's martial soul. Xueqingha was confused. Wasn't Violet's profession a judge? Asking him to be the judge for the preliminary rounds of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament. Isn't that an immense honor for a judge? How could these old fellows nearly come to blows? It seems I underestimated Violet's status among the 8 great families. No wonder these old fellows changed their expressions faster than flipping a book when I came here earlier. At this moment, Xueqingha suddenly understood that Violet held a very high status among the younger generation of the 8 great families. And his words could even change the future direction of the 8 families. If it weren't for this, how could these old fellows have instinctively erupted with their aura? After all, he was just trying to invite Violet to be a judge. Seeing Xueqingha's bewildered expression, Lexius and Riley remained silent. They were still too sensitive. Did they really need to worry about little Violet's strength? Even if these old fellows banded together, they might not be able to match one of Violet's hands. Cough, cough. That little Violet. Would you be willing to take on the role of judge for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament's preliminary rounds? Of course, if you don't have the time. Before Morpheus could finish speaking, Violet waved his hand and said, Grandpa M.O. Since His Highness the Crown Prince has made such a request, I'm also a member of the Soul Fighting Arena and should help share the responsibilities of the arena. I will take on the role of judge. As soon as this was said, The clan leaders were very pleased. Good child. He hasn't turned against us just because his cultivation is stronger than ours. He is still the same as before. This is a good child. Well then, you'll be the referee when the time comes. After saying this, Morphit turned to a patriarch and said, by the way, old me, can we borrow Dodo from your family as well? She hosts quite well. Dodo has been training with Brother Lake for the past few years. So you should discuss this with Brother Lake. Milan, Michigan, also known as Mimi, waved her hand and directly passed the buck, throwing the issue to Lake Shios. Lake Shios replied, you sit at home, and the pot comes from the sky. You should go talk to that girl Dodo yourself. Lake Shios smirked and said. Then Violet just watched and didn't continue speaking. Acting as the referee for the preliminary round, this is simply perfect for him. As time passed, after sending off Xue Qinghe, Mr. Violet finally headed towards the dormitory. Before long, he arrived at the dorm. Mr. Violet, welcome back. Looking at the blushing Fucalos, Mr. Violet was once again tricked. Seeing Fucalos's flushed face, Mr. Violet was slightly taken aback, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. What is going on? After taking a brief look around the room, he suddenly realized, at this moment, it feels like I've arrived in a sea of flowers. These flowers are indeed formed from pure water. So it's correct to say that we have arrived at a sea of flowers. The bubbles of varying sizes shimmer with brilliance under the light, making these flowers even more vibrant and eye-catching. Are you decorating a wedding room? After a moment, Violet instinctively said. Upon hearing this, the smile on Fucalos's face froze and gradually disappeared, and her expression returned to normal. This fool, really foolish, even after knowing, still asks. No, Fucalos said with a contradictory heart. Oh. Then Violet narrowed his eyes, a look of I see on his face, looking quite disdainful. You guy. Time passed, and, in the blink of an eye, it was the next day. The annual meeting had ended. First, the clan leader from the Xingluo region proposed to take their leave, as they were far away and had accumulated matters that needed to be handled back home. They had to leave. Although this year's annual meeting presented some valuable treasures, even their entire fortune was put on the line, they left with smiles. Lei Li and Mimi are both from the Heavendo region, and while it's not as far as the Star Luo region, there are still many matters waiting for them to handle back home. In the end, only the group from Soto City remained, including Renxue, Mo Fei-Te, and others still in Heavendo City. Rake, I need to discuss something with you, Mo Fei-Te said with a big grin towards Renxue. Seeing Mo Fei-Te's expression, Renxue felt that it couldn't be anything good. After decades of brotherhood, he knew Mo Fei-Te well. Just as he was about to refuse, he caught a glimpse of Mo Fei-Te's pleading eyes and ultimately held back his words. Speak. I knew you wouldn't refuse, Rake. Mo Fei-Te smiled and continued. There's still more than 2 years until the preliminary round start. How about we let Little Na Wei and Do stay in Heavendo City first to get familiar with the hosting style here? Upon hearing this, Renxue's face darkened, and his mouth twitched. From 5 meters away, Mo Fei-Te's intentions were already written all over his face. The elite competition for advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent still had over 2 years to go. Is there any need to rush? You old bastard really are ruthless. Do you even realize that Little Na Wei and Dodo are at the Soto City Soul Arena? Before Renxue could finish a sentence, Mo Fei-Te quickly waved his hand and said, I'll make it up. Anyway, the gold soul coins are shared among everyone. Performance matters. But it's not the most important thing. A soul arena with good performance can give its staff more, while one with poor performance naturally gives less. For the 8 major families, there isn't much of a difference. After hearing this, Renxue was taken aback. Suddenly, it seemed he thought of something, and his expression turned serious as he said, Speak, what are you really planning, you old bastard? At these words, Mo Fei-Te revealed a bitter smile. Sure enough, nothing could be hidden from this old brother. No, he managed to hide that piece of soul bone. Sighing, Mo Fei-Te said, to be honest, you know about Mo, right? Renxue nodded. He did know some things about Mo, but some matters weren't suitable to be said openly. Everyone thinks Mo is timid and afraid of trouble, but that's not the case. If he weren't brave, he wouldn't have ended up like this today. When Mo broke through to become a great soul master, my son and daughter-in-law. At this point, a hint of sorrow flashed in Mo Fei-Te's eyes. Even after so many years, he still couldn't let go. Such matters cannot simply be let go by just saying to let go. Rexus walked over to Morphit and patted him on the shoulder. This matter cannot be blamed on Morphit. Who would have known that hunting for a second soul ring would lead to such an accident? It was also from that moment on that Momo changed like this. So, when you said to let Dodo and Xiao Niwei stay in the familiar soul fighting arena, that was false, but asking Xiao Niwei to help your grandson was true. How clever is Lexius? How could Mofiet's little scheme escape his notice? Is like this. Mofiet straightforwardly said, although Momo's talent is quite good, with his personality, it is almost impossible for him to become the next clan leader. For the sake of the clan's future, I cannot pass the position of clan leader to him. At Xiao Niwei's age, he has already reached a level we can hardly imagine, and I want to ask him to try and see if he can help Momo come to terms with that incident. Lexius sighed. Every family has its own difficulties. You should discuss this with Xiao Niwei. If he is willing to stay, then let him stay. This child has never caused me any worry since he was little. Isn't this just giving my brother a heads up in advance? So you can be mentally prepared. Mofiet's expression changed, and he smiled again. He certainly knew that, in the end, they would still have to discuss things with Niwei-let, and giving Lexius a heads up was a sign of respect. Soon, Niwei-let arrived at the reception room with a slightly flushed Fucalos. Grandpa Mo, we're preparing to say goodbye to Mofiet and head back home. Before Niwei-let could finish speaking, Mofiet began his routine. Under Mofiet's sorrowful expression and sad speech, Niwei-let was left in a daze. He somewhat confusedly agreed. In the end, Dodo, Niwei-let, and Fucalos all stayed in Tiando City. Niwei-let thought, I don't know why, but I always feel something is off. Yet I can't put my finger on it. Fucalos covered her mouth and chuckled, but said nothing. Although Mofiet had the intention of fooling Niwei-let, his emotions were genuine. However, the way he presented himself was a bit exaggerated. Even without past memories, Xiao Niwei still has such a kind heart. Fucalos glanced at the still somewhat bewildered Niwei-let and thought to herself. On this day, in the Great Soul Arena of Heavendo City, there was an additional gold medal host and a supreme referee. It is said that because of this referee, the number of female soul masters and female spectators in the Great Soul Arena of Heavendo City has gradually increased. As for Fucalos, she seems to have developed some interest in the profession of commentary. 116. Tang San, are you even worse than a girl? The scene shifts to a certain mountain outside Heavendo City. The most luxurious and top-tier academy in the entire Heavendo Empire is located here. The Heavendo Royal Academy has nearly the same historical duration as the Heavendo Empire itself. It has been more than a month since Shrek and his group joined the Heavendo Royal Academy. Unlike the original story, they did not encounter an avalanche when they arrived at the Heavendo Royal Academy, and thus joined it very smoothly. By the time the avalanche learned about this, it was too late. Regarding the arrival of Flander and others, the 3 committee members, Meng Shunji by Baoshan and others, greeted them warmly. 3 soul, saint-level powerhouses, along with 2 soul emperors. With such strength, no matter which major force they are placed in, they can be considered a pillar. Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Ongjun, and Xiao Wu were assigned to the Royal Fight Team 2. Unlike the Royal Fight Team 1, the members of Team 2 are mostly spoiled aristocrats, the kind that looks down on others. They genuinely look down on the group, from Shrek. The 3 committee members are also somewhat troubled by this situation. Although these noble disciples are extravagant, their families are prominent in Tiando City, and it is unwise to offend them. The Royal Fighting Team's 2nd squad participates in the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent, merely serving to enhance the status of these noble descendants. After thinking for a long time, the Royal Fighting Team's 3rd squad was eventually formed. It is just an additional spot which the Tiando Royal Academy can still provide. Currently, the Royal Fighting Team's 3rd squad only has 5 members, and the official and substitute members need to be found by Tang San, Dai Mubai, and others. Zhao Wujia, a Soul Sage powerhouse, temporarily serves as the captain of the Royal Fighting Team's 3rd squad. Run. Oscar, hurry up and run. If you don't run, there are plenty of people willing to run. Zhao Wujia shouted. And you, Tang San, what's wrong with you? Xiao Wu can run. Can't you run better than a girl? Zhao Wujia stood in the middle of the playground, his martial soul activated, the 3rd soul ring shining, and the earthy yellow light fell on Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others. He continuously cast spells to enhance their speed, just to make them run a bit faster. After hearing this, Tang San, already drenched in sweat and feeling cold sweat pouring down, darkened his face. What does he mean by not being as good as a girl? He is Tang San. Well, it's a bit hard to say. Damn, is Zhao Wujia targeting me? Tang San? Tang San thought to himself. Feeling that the gravity Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai were under was definitely not as much as his. This time, Tang San guessed correctly. Zhao Wujia was indeed targeting him. While others endured 3 times the gravity, Tang San endured 5 times. When others endured 5 times the gravity, he endured 8 times. Hao Qianlu once said to take good care of Tang San, and here it was, he gave Tang San special treatment. He almost beat him to death, yet he was still supposed to take care of Tang San. Naturally, Zhao Wujia would do his utmost to take care of him. Originally, the leader of Team 3 was only at the Soul Emperor level, led by a teacher from the Tiando Academy. But as soon as Zhao Wujia thought about taking care of Tang San, he immediately volunteered to take over the leadership of Team 3. Meng Xinji and the others thought it was due to the deep master-student bond, and that Zhao Wujia couldn't let go of these kids, so they agreed to it. Hurry up, run. Zhao Wujia shouted at Tang San, already considering whether he should increase Tang San's weight training. The Tiando Royal Academy was not short on money, and the weight equipment was naturally the best. However, if Tang San was to use it, it would be best for him to use the most primitive method, carrying stones. Let him experience his teacher use Xiao Zhang's teaching methods and see if they were right or wrong. With this thought, Zhao Wujia scanned the playground and noticed a young man who was staring blankly in this direction. That guy, come here. Zhao Wujia pointed at the young man. Hearing this, the young man was taken aback, looking around. It's you, come here. Seeing this, Zhao Wujia said somewhat roughly. Was there anyone else around? The young man was stunned again, but he still walked over. Director Zhao, what do you need me for? The young man asked in confusion. He had only come to see how strong and talented these newcomers were. He never expected that this soul sage would suddenly call for him. I can't leave here. So go help me find a backpack with 250 pounds of stones inside. Once it's done, I'll owe you a favor. Zhao Wujia's eyes glanced sideways, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he looked at Tang San. Didn't Tang San think that his teacher used Xiao Zhang's training methods were correct? Then let him come. Hearing this, the young man was stunned again. Was this soul sage really so easy to talk to? After thinking for a moment, the young man nodded. It was just a small matter, and he could exchange it for a favor from Soul Sage. This was simply unimaginable. Perhaps the other party was just speaking casually, but what if it worked out? Once he got familiar, he might even receive his own team. All right, Director Zhao. I'll go get it right away. The young man replied, and then turned to leave. Zhao Wujia, who was staring at Tang San, suddenly realized and looked at the young man's back. Who? What did he just say his name was? Shuebong? Zhao Wujia fell into a whirlwind of thoughts. This was the Tiando Royal Academy, and there were very few people with the surname Shui. There was only one named Shuebong. That meant it was the fourth prince of Tiando, Shuebong. I just asked His Highness the fourth prince to help me find a backpack with stones, and he agreed? Hiss. Zhao Wujia inhaled sharply, feeling his scalp tingle. Wait a minute. Wasn't he supposed to be extremely unruly according to rumors? Zhao Wuji was somewhat puzzled by this matter, but he didn't think too much about it. After all, he was just a fourth prince, not the crown prince. In the Douluo Continent, strength was paramount, and he was a level 78 powerful assault system soul sage. How could the other party possibly offend him over such a trivial matter? A dandy doesn't mean they're foolish. After a while, Shuebing returned, bringing two little brothers with him, who carried a basket filled with stones. Just put it here. You guys can go back now, Shuebing said expressionlessly, showing no sign of gratitude. Yes. The two replied and rubbed their shoulders before leaving. Are you tired? Not really. They just wanted the boss to know they were tired, so that he would remember this little detail. Director Zhao, Shuebing has brought what you need, Shuebing said directly, his expression unchanged. Zhao Wuji nodded. This fourth prince was not as simple as he seemed. Shuebing, you should be the fourth prince, right? Before Zhao Wuji could finish his sentence, Shuebing shook his head and said, Director Zhao, Shuebing is a dandy, not a fool. As a soul sage, making you owe me a little favor is a good thing. In the entire Tiando Royal Academy, there could not possibly be another person named Shuebing. At this moment, Zhao Wuji felt a bit awkward. He didn't expect to call for help and end up with a prince. Of course, he didn't dwell on it too much. A prince? Isn't there one running over there? It was quite absurd to think that the dignified third prince of Xingluo had joined the Tiando Royal Academy. If the Star Luo royal family finds out about this, they would probably be furious and target Dai Mubai, right? After a brief moment of thought, Zhao Wujia waved his hand grandly and said to Shuebing, Fourth prince, I still need to train my students. If you're interested, you can watch. If not, later on, Old Zhao, will treat you to a drink. Upon hearing this, Shuebing was taken aback. This soul saint was indeed bold. If he could take this opportunity to win him over, a soul saint was certainly not a weakling. Thinking of this, Shuebing smiled and said, No need for Director Zhao to treat me. Once you're done, you can choose anywhere in Tiando City. Director Zhao, you go ahead. Since Zhao Wujia was so bold and straightforward, Shuebing decided to follow his lead. As a young master, It was reasonable to take Zhao Wujia out for fun and drinks, right? With this thought, a slight smile appeared on Shuebong's face. Sometimes, being a young master was quite useful. Shuebong's words made Zhao Wujia look at him a couple more times. Did he really think old Zhao was a fool? He wanted to see what tricks Shuebong could come up with. Then, thank you, Your Highness the Fourth Prince. Zhao Wujia clasped his hands and said, Director Zhao is being polite. Just call me Shuebong. You're the teacher. I'm the student. What's with this title of Fourth Prince? It's all just a name. Shuebong said nonchalantly, seemingly unconcerned about his royal status. All right, Shuebong, you stay aside. I'm going to train my students now. Okay. Once Shuebong stepped aside, Zhao Wujia called out to Tang San in the field, Tang San, come here. At this moment, Tang San was already drenched in sweat, with beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He felt a bit dizzy. Hearing this, Tang San shuddered and instinctively became more alert, then looked toward Zhao Wujia. Tang San felt that Zhao Wujia was targeting him, even though he had no evidence. After a moment of thought, Tang San ran over to Zhao Wujia. Under the illumination of the yellow light, Tang San's speed could only be described as walking, or perhaps even slower than that. He was truly trying his best. Upon reaching Zhao Wujia's side, out of respect for the strong, Tang San said, What is it, Teacher Zhao? His tone was weak. Zhao Wujia didn't beat around the bush and stated directly, Tang San, I previously mentioned that there were issues with Yu Xiaojiang's training methods. Training like this is incorrect. You have strong objections to this and have chosen to support your teacher, Yu Xiaojiang. Since that's the case, I will remove the gravity from you, and you can run with these stones. Zhao Wujia said, with an unchanging expression. Since Tang San didn't agree with his statement, he would let him experience the master's training methods for himself. As for whether he would be ruined, that had nothing to do with Zhao Wujia. This method was provided by Yu Xiaojiang and was also recognized by Tang San. Hearing this, Tang San was slightly taken aback, frowning. Was Zhao Wujia really targeting him? With absolutely no bottom line? Clearly, there were better ways to bear weight. Why use the most primitive method? This is not that Tang San thinks his teacher Yu Xiaojiang is wrong, but rather that training under gravity is indeed much more effective than training with a heavy stone. Although Tang San was reluctant to admit it, his body told him that it was indeed the case. Is there a better training method that is not used? Just to target me, Tang San? Zhao Wujin, I remember this. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west of the river. Don't underestimate the youth and poverty. When I reach the Soul Sage realm, it will be your time to face death. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west of the river. Don't underestimate the youth and poverty. Don't underestimate the middle-aged in poverty. Don't underestimate the elderly in poverty. The dead are the most important. The tears of tomb raiders. Looking at the backpack, Tang San clenched his fists but said nothing more. Zhao Wujin crossed his arms, slightly turned his head, and waved his hand, causing the yellow light around Tang San to disappear. The sudden loss of gravity caught Tang San off guard, and he almost stumbled and fell to the ground. After regaining some composure, Tang San picked up the backpack and staggered back to the training ground. A weight of over 200 pounds is nothing for a Soul Zoom powerhouse. However, if it is for training, over time, this weight becomes a form of torment. Dai Mu Bai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and others saw this and slightly raised the corners of their mouths. It serves him right. That Violet had already explained the dangers of carrying stones, and they had experienced it personally, understanding that Violet was indeed correct. After all, he is from a hidden family. How could he deceive them? When Zhao Wujin took them back to question Yu Xiaojiang, Tang San stubbornly supported his teacher's theory, leaving Zhao Wujin somewhat unable to save face. Although this matter has passed for so long, it feels as vivid as yesterday. Later, Zhao Wujia suddenly realized, isn't it just about bearing weight? Isn't it simple to achieve full body weight bearing? After all, he can manipulate gravity. Understanding the new use of gravity, Zhao Wujia increasingly felt that he was the best teacher. His soul skills seemed specially designed for guiding children. Position tracking helps students obtain soul rings effectively. Gravity helps students exercise their bodies. Immovable Mingwang body acts as a sparring partner. Great strength Vajra palm deals with disobedient students. Run. Tang San, what's wrong with you? Why do you look like a cough? All fidgety. Run with big strides. Zhao Wujia began his magical attacks again, mainly targeting Tang San. You can't blame him. Tang San's way of running is indeed too unconventional. It's hard for a rough man like Zhao Wujia to appreciate. Ma Ongjun, Oscar, and the others seemed to ponder. Xiao Wu twitched her mouth, but didn't say anything. Zhao Wujia's metaphor is quite vivid. Tang San, with a dark expression, continued running. What else could he do? He shot a resentful glance at Zhao Wujia and Ma Hongjun, then lowered his head, the killing intent in his eyes very strong. The reason he became like this today is largely due to that damn Ma Hongjun. One day, Tang San will repay it tenfold, 100-fold. As he ran, Tang San felt that his running style was becoming increasingly uncoordinated. It was completely different from running under gravity. Although that feeling was uncomfortable, the pressure his whole body endured was the same. However, carrying a basket full of stones gave him a different sensation. Didn't we agree to go on a trip? Why are we still working? For a moment, Tang San had some doubts about Yu Xiaojiang's training methods. No, the teacher must be right. Tang San shook his head. He didn't believe that the knowledgeable teacher would make such a low-level mistake. The group's training continued until 3 in the afternoon before it ended. I have something to take care of later, you all take a break, and in the evening, we will go to the Soul Fighting Arena. Zhao Wujia said, now that you are no longer students of Shrek Academy, you must not forget the spirit of Shrek Academy, especially the graduation requirements. I don't care about others, but if you can't meet the requirements, haha, Zhao Wujia said with a wicked smile, continuing, before you turn 20. If you can't obtain the silver medal at the Soul Fighting Arena and reach level 40, I will not agree to your graduation. Anyone who fails will be kicked out. As the Soul Master Director, I have the confidence to say this. Zhao Wujia said earnestly, arms crossed. Even if they changed to another academy, the requirements for Dai Mubai and the others remained unchanged. They are all outstanding talents. If they can't meet this minimum requirement, they don't deserve to graduate. Moreover, the current conditions are much better than before. If they still can't meet them, there will be no excuses. Yes, we understand, the group said weakly. After training for so long, they were parched and had no extra strength left. One by one, they drooped their heads and sat on the ground. Haven't you eaten? Speak up. Zhao Wujia shouted angrily, almost startling their martial spirits to reveal themselves. Hearing this, everyone trembled and hurriedly responded loudly, yes. We will definitely complete it. Very good. I will leave first, you all rest well. After Zhao Wujia finished speaking, he walked towards the still-standing Xuebang. At this moment, Xuebang's mouth was slightly open, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Are these country folks trained like this usually? It's terrifying, not to mention seeing he hasn't even heard of it. If the atmosphere at the Heavenly Fighting Royal Academy is like this, that would be great. In a few decades, those who graduate from the academy will definitely be a large group of strong individuals. The more Xuelang looks at Zhao Wuji, the more satisfied he becomes. This soul saint is still so young, and it's almost a foregone conclusion that he will become a soul Douluo in the future. If he can win him over, he will have some confidence to compete with Xue Qinghe. Moreover, this soul saint is also very good at teaching students, much better than the 3 committee members. They have no idea how to teach students. They simply let them fend for themselves, relying on resources to accumulate talent. The Tiando Royal Academy lacks almost nothing, except for mentors who know how to teach students. It makes sense when you think about it. A group of noble offspring, and most of the teachers are also of noble birth. So how could they train the students like this in their spare time? Nobles must be elegant. Furthermore, these students are all nobles. So how can they train them like this without offending their families? This is also one of the reasons why the Tiando Royal Academy, despite having the best resources and the best facilities, does not have many decent students. After Xuelang and Zhao Wuji left, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but complain. Ever since old Zhao discovered that his gravity control can help us train, he has been acting more and more like a teacher. Fatty. Using teacher Zhao's words, if you are unwilling to run, there are plenty of people who are willing to run. For ordinary people, teacher Zhao wouldn't even want to use his soul power. Maintaining gravity consumes soul power, and keeping it up for a long time is not as easy for Zhao Wuji as it seems. Tang San. For ordinary people, how could he possibly want to use his soul power to help? Don't even think about it. All right, let's take a break quickly. Who knows if old Zhao will be secretly watching us like Dean Flender. If we don't follow his instructions, what awaits us tomorrow won't be as simple as training. After Dai Mubai said this, he lay down directly on the training ground. Hearing this, Oscar and Ma Hongjun nodded, also closing their mouths and starting to rest. Tang San rubbed his shoulders, walked to the side, sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate the Xiantian skill. Cultivating the Xiantian skill is much better than just resting directly. Time passed quickly, and soon it was evening. Only then did the few of them set off together towards Tiando City. The Tiando Royal Academy is located outside the city, about half an hour's journey from Tiando City. They had been to the Great Soul Arena in Tiando City before, but they had been busy training these past few days and had tea come over. Familiar with the route, Dai Mubai and the others quickly arrived at the Great Soul Arena in Tiando City. Have you heard? A new referee has come to the Great Soul Arena, and he is really quite charismatic. Even His Highness the Crown Prince has come to watch the battles he presided over. The conversation between two passers-by caught the attention of Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others. New referee? Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai and Tang San had an ominous premonition, especially Dai Mubai, who felt a chill down his spine. As for Tang San, he was slightly better off. Is that person named Wei Lai Te? Xiao Wu subconsciously asked. One of the two girls talking nodded and said, "Little sister, it is indeed Lord Wei Lai Te. I didn't expect you to know. It seems you must have watched the battles presided over by Lord Wei Lai Te, right?" Yes. I had a few battles before, and they were hosted by Lord Wei Lai Te. Xiao Wu said, hands on her hips, chest puffed out. Previously gloomy, she now had a completely different attitude. What? You were lucky enough to be a contestant? Quick, tell your sister about it. At that time, Lord Wei Lai Te was still in Soto City. I went to the Great Soul Arena in Soto City. You don't know, so many contestants signed up to compete just to go to the number 8 sub-arena. Ha! I was so lucky. Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others exchanged glances. Why did Xiao Wu seem like a different person when it came to Lord Wei Lai Te? Dai Mubai looked at Tang San with a bit of sympathy and shook his head slightly. Tang San, why won't that Wilight leave? Didn't they come to Tiando City for vacation? As a result, they are still working? I actually think it's fine. With that Wilight big brother in charge. It will definitely be fair and just. I quite like him as the referee. Ma Hongjun glanced at Tang San and said. This remark instantly caught the attention of two passers-by. The chubby boy, though not particularly handsome, has quite an eye for talent. The battle hosted by Lord Violet has an almost negligible casualty rate. Ma Hongjun's eyelid twitched, and a few black lines appeared on his forehead. What do you mean by saying he's not particularly handsome? He's just not obviously good-looking, okay? For a moment, Ma Hongjun didn't know whether this young lady was complimenting him or criticizing him. 119. Tang San battles Ma Hongjun again. After a while, the five arrived at the registration area. Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu did not hesitate and were the first to complete their registration. Oscar was just a food-type soul master, so he couldn't expect to participate in a 1v1 solo battle. He had to wait for Dai Mubai to finish his solo match to see if he had the energy left to help him. Dai Mubai and Tang San were somewhat hesitant at this moment. The former had a grim expression, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Time had healed his injuries, but the fear in his heart was growing stronger. So powerful. Why is a pure water-congealed creature so strong? Especially that damn crap. And that cold-blooded girl, healing while fighting, as if she was afraid Dai Mubai, wouldn't feel the pain. Every time he thought of this, Dai Mubai couldn't help but shiver, unable to regain his composure for a long time. Tang San was different. He just thought that Violet was strong and an unethical genius. If he, Tang San, had been a bit more careful and chosen the right venue, defeating Violet Wu Ti had been a difficult task. This person is ranked first on his kill list. That Violet is not from the Tang sect, yet he used despicable means to win 2 of the Tang sect's ultimate skills. This person must not live. It is no longer a simple matter of wanting him dead. Violet absolutely cannot survive. Tang San's expression darkened as he registered. I still need time to grow. Before that, I need to hide. As an assassin, Tang San's patience is quite sufficient. How could Tang San lack patience when he can implement a plan that spans 10,000 years and lure the abyss? In later generations, the Tang sect, Shrek Academy, the God of War Hall, and other forces suffered heavy casualties because of the abyss. How tragic were the losses. All for the so-called 10,000-year plan. An assassin should be like a venomous snake, waiting for the right moment to strike and kill. After a moment, under the urging of others, Tang San and Dai Mubai finally registered. The 5 of them then arrived at the fighters' resting area. Upon reaching the resting area, everyone was stunned. Aren't there too many contestants participating? Usually, although the Soul Arena is bustling, there aren't this many participants, right? Handsome guy, I understand why they registered. What's your situation? Oscar asked a handsome young man with a puzzled expression. Hey, you must be new here. The young man looked at Oscar's outfit and smiled slightly. Is he from the Tiando Royal Academy? It's not that they look down on the students from Tiando Royal Academy. Aside from a few who are genuinely here for soul fighting, most others come to the soul fighting arena for purposes that are almost unrelated to soul fighting. The reason the soul fighting arena is so popular is that, first, nobles come to select some talented individuals for investment. Yes, we are newcomers and have been busy training during this time. In the past, we knew that Villette, and because of him, who knows how many female soul masters signed up for the Soto City Great Soul Arena. Oscar nodded and said frankly, he is quite handsome too. But why aren't their female soul masters infatuated or crazy about him? Could it be a matter of temperament? Is Oscar's temperament too lewd? So that's how it is. The young man suddenly realized and continued. Knowing about Villette helped him understand why they would come. As for us, a gold medal commentator named Douluo has come to the soul fighting arena. Her voice is sweet, and she is good-looking. If only. The youth did not finish his sentence, but the surrounding male soul masters nodded in agreement. Clearly, most of them were participating with this purpose in mind. Douluo. Wow. The Heaven Do City Grand Soul Arena has managed to recruit all the main forces from the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. What? You've heard of Douluo as well? Yes, she used to be the gold medal host at the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. I didn't expect her to come to the Heaven Do Grand Soul Arena with that Violet. I know Soto City, but I never thought such a small place could produce these two. I should find time to visit Soto City. Hearing this, Oscar wanted to say that they also came from Soto City, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. People shouldn't be compared, in their current state. If they claim to be from Soto City, they might be met with skepticism. As time passed, after about an hour, it was finally Tang San and the others' turn. There were simply too many contestants, with dozens of sub-arenas running simultaneously. It took 2 hours before it was their turn. Please, Thousand-Hand Azura contestants, proceed to main battle arena number 1. Please, Thousand-Hand Azura contestants, proceed to main battle arena number 1. Please, Evil Fire Phoenix contestants, proceed to main battle arena number 1. Tang San and Ma Hongjun were taken aback. Those two code names belonged to them, 1 Thousand-Hand Azura and 1 Evil Fire Phoenix. The reason they were called together again was that during the past year, Ma Hongjun had broken through to level 30 and obtained his 3rd spirit ring. Yes, now that the annual meeting was over, everyone had aged another year. Tang San and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances, the former's lips curling up uncontrollably, and the killing intent in his eyes grew even stronger. After waiting so long, they finally reached this day. Ma Hongjun, the grudge for burning the koan should be repaid. This grudge, Tang San could never forget, but usually he didn't want to take the initiative to retaliate against Ma Hongjun. In the arena, it was a different story. Soul skills have no eyes, and hidden weapons have no mercy. Today, Tang San, even if he were to be eliminated for foul play, would still seek revenge. He might as well give up his previous winning streak. Seeing the look in Tang San's eyes, Ma Hongjun felt a chill run down his spine, and not only that, but the atmosphere on the lower side also felt a bit cold. Damn it, could it be that Tang San really intends to seek revenge openly? Ma Hongjun wasn't foolish. He immediately thought of this possibility. If it were just a contest of martial souls, even if his soul power level was slightly lower than Tang San's, with the fire attribute overcoming plants, he was 90% confident of winning. Unfortunately, Tang San was an oddball. Most of his strength didn't come from his martial soul, but those hidden weapons were his true trump card. What to do? Ma Hongjun hesitated. He couldn't knowingly walk into a tiger's den. This is not his character. Suddenly, Ma Hongjun seemed to think of something, his eyes brightening as he said to Tang San, Tang San, do you dare to fight me openly without using hidden weapons? I know that if you use hidden weapons, I will definitely not be your match. If that's the case, I might as well not compete on this stage. If you are willing to swear on your martial soul that you won't use hidden weapons against me, then I will fight you. Ma Hongjun was not foolish. As long as Tang San dared to swear on his martial soul, he wouldn't dare to go back on his word. However, he didn't know that he was facing a hypocrite. Hearing this, Tang San's expression darkened. Did his earlier expression scare Ma Hongjun? He was only willing to fight if hidden weapons weren't used. Hidden weapons were also part of Tang San's strength. Such a restriction was unfair to him. After thinking for a moment, Tang San said, we are classmates. How could I possibly use hidden weapons against you? Just rest assured. I don't believe it. Ma Hongjun replied bluntly without a second thought. Classmates? That grudge from the past cannot be covered up by just the term classmate. It seems that Tang San still had some bottom line. He actually didn't say that they were brothers, but only referred to them as classmates. After hearing this, Tang San's face darkened, and he said, I, Tang San, swear on my blue-silver grass martial soul that in this battle, I will not use hidden weapons against Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun curled his lips. Wasn't it better for Tang San to win directly? Why did he have to force him, Ma Hongjun, to take the stage? He definitely had ulterior motives. Wait, what did he mean by saying that in this battle, he wouldn't use hidden weapons against him? This soul fight. It seems that in the future, I must be a bit more cautious. Ma Hongjun has no idea that what he is facing is a complete hypocrite. Oath? What is that? Every time he uses the soul rings and soul bones generated by Xiao Wu, it consumes her soul power. And I will definitely not use it in the future. Invincible golden body. Invincible golden body. Invincible golden body. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Xiao Wu roll their eyes. They could clearly see Tang San's hatred towards Ma Hongjun. How could he not hate him? After receiving Tang San's oath, Ma Hongjun then walked towards the first arena. Without using hidden weapons, Tang San felt completely fearless. Tang San smiled wickedly and followed him. Not using hidden weapons doesn't mean he can't use other things, right? As long as it's not called a hidden weapon, it's fine. When the two saw the referee on the arena, they were slightly surprised. The last time they fought, it was this referee. Wei Laite was also a bit surprised. Tang San and Ma Hongjun met again. It should be noted that at the Heaven Do City Soul Arena, he did not arrange for the main cast to be assigned to him. Ladies and gentlemen, cheer and celebrate. In this tense and exciting arena, the highest referee Wei Laite will execute every soul fight duel in the most fair and just manner. CryingOver will bring you real-time commentary. As the commentary began, Wei Laite's eye twitched. CryingOver should not have been worn down, but rather regain some humanity. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. CryingOver has been a host for a while now. She has a great talent for being a host. Sure enough, Morphit made a direct decision, letting CryingOver and asNeuvillette host the largest and best arena in the Heavenly Dose City Soul Arena together. asNeuvillette, CryingOver. As CryingOver's voice fell, the audience began to cheer excitedly. Although CryingOver was a bit flat, her appearance was striking, and her voice was more commanding than Feningness. At this moment, CryingOver was sitting on a bubble, floating at the edge of the arena, holding a sound amplification soul guide that resembled a microphone. This move makes the audience understand that she is not an ordinary person. The contestant on the left is Qian Renxue. Just don't be fooled by this contestant's code name being so juvenile. He has previously achieved 10 consecutive victories. Tang San's expression darkened. His code name is Juvenile. Qian, representing his blue-silver grass martial soul, which can do incredible things like many hands. Xiao Luo represents Tang San's decisiveness in battle, akin to a human Azura. How is Qian Xiao Luo juvenile? This woman should just step down if she can't host. Tang San thought to himself, clenching his fists. Qian Xiao Luo, 34th level control system soul master. Oh my, his martial soul is actually blue silver grass. The audience let out disdainful sounds. Blue silver grass? Isn't that a standard useless martial soul? There are no useless martial souls. Only useless soul masters. Tang San snorted coldly. Every time someone looks down on his martial soul, he remembers this saying. Yu Xiaojiang spent his life proving he was a waste. After Tang San awakened his blue-silver grass martial soul, he never spoke that way again. Continuing to say, so would be slapping himself in the face, right? The blue-silver emperor, however, is a top-tier martial soul that comes with its own domain. How could it possibly be a useless martial soul? There is no such thing as a useless comeback. In this world where bloodline martial souls reign supreme, such a thing is almost impossible. The contestant on the right is codenamed Xiahua Phoenix. About 2 minutes later, CryingOver's words came to an end. The staff in Violet's hand tapped the ground lightly, and an invisible pressure spread throughout the arena. Now, it's time for the contestants to prepare. Silence. With Violet's gesture, the large soul battle arena instantly fell silent. Even the whispering audience stopped their chatter. Both sides have 1 minute to release their martial souls, and after 1 minute, the match will officially begin. I must remind both of you, this is a gambling soul battle. Once the opponent admits defeat, you must not continue to attack. This was a reminder to both. But in reality, it was a warning to Tang San, as this one has a history. Violet slightly turned to look at Tang San. Ma Hongjun and Tang San immediately understood Violet's meaning. The latter's expression was not good, but he didn't say much. Admit defeat? That damned fatty better be able to admit defeat. If anyone is hated the most, Violet would be first, and Ma Hongjun would undoubtedly be second. Tang San did not waste words and directly released his blue-silver grass martial soul, staring intently at Ma Hongjun's lower lane. Ma Hongjun, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. That time was just an accident. Who knew that Tang San not only wouldn't he listen, but also took the time to report him for using verbal interference, wasting the best treatment time. Since they are enemies now, Ma Hongjun naturally could not sit idly by. Xiahua Phoenix possessed. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings were released. The appearance of Ma Hongjun after his martial soul was possessed made the audience unable to help but laugh. Is this the Phoenix? They have seen the world. From the blue electric tyrant dragon to the ice phoenix, they've encountered them all. The evil fire phoenix, however, doesn't look like a phoenix at all. It seems more like a Qian with mastery over fire attributes. Neither side shows any intention of introducing themselves, both staring intensely at each other. Time passes quickly, and a minute goes by. The battle spirit begins. First soul skill, 121. I'm the dog of Fucalos. No matter what kind of opponent he faces, Tang San can always use blue silver bind to test the waters. He is very familiar with his rival, Ma Hongjun, and often pays attention to Ma Hongjun's changes in battle power. In fact, Tang San doesn't need to release blue silver bind, but he does so to confuse Ma Hongjun. The real killing move is yet to come. Oh my, the thousand-hand Azura contestant has released his first soul skill, blue silver bind. This is a powerful century-old soul skill. How will the evil fire phoenix contestant respond? The first soul skill, the evil fire phoenix contestant has also released his first soul skill. The thousand-hand Azura contestant's face darkened. He was shocked. He didn't expect his soul skill to be so easily countered by his opponent. Fucalos explained very seriously, not even missing the changes in the contestant's expressions. It was as if she was about to reveal the inner thoughts of the opponent. Doing this is too shocking, and it's not that she can't do it. The evil fire phoenix has a cold smile at the corner of her mouth, as if mocking the thousand-hand Azura contestant. This strike shows that the evil fire phoenix contestant has an absolute advantage to avoid disturbing the contestant's normal soul fights. The soundproof formation on each platform activates the moment the match begins. This means that no matter what is said outside the platform at this time, it cannot be heard on the platform. Of course, those with sufficiently strong power can also transmit sound to the contestants in the match. Yes, the thousand-hand Azura contestant looks so dumb. Ha ha ha, his first soul skill was instantly broken. It would be strange if he could still maintain his usual calm. Is Tang San really upset because of this? Not at all. He had long anticipated that his first soul skill would be broken by Ma Hongjun. This is the illusion Tang San created for Ma Hongjun. To bring about someone's downfall, one must first drive them to madness. Ma Hongjun, today I, Tang San, will make you pay in blood for your debts. Just give me a little chance, and you will suffer as I do. Tang San's eyes turned crimson, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he thought to himself. It is impossible to defeat Ma Hongjun using the blue-silver grass martial soul normally. And this is the confidence that allowed him to step onto the stage. However, I, Tang San, am not an ordinary soul master. Second soul skill, parasitism. Previously, Tang San used blue-silver bind, even though he knew it couldn't gain him an advantage. His purpose in doing so was simply to plant more blue-silver grass seeds on the stage. The wildfires cannot burn it all, and the spring wind brings it back to life. This is the advantage of blue-silver grass, and it is also Tang San's advantage. After Tang San activated the parasitic ability, blue-silver grass did not wrap around Ma Hongjun, but appeared in the center of the two. The newly sprouted blue-silver grass blocked Tang San and Ma Hongjun's line of sight. Ma Hongjun was taken aback. This scene felt familiar. Only this time it was blue-silver grass that obstructed their view, whereas last time it was flames. He wasn't foolish. Something unusual must be going on. He had a strong feeling that if he tried to burn the blue-silver grass, Tang San would definitely take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on him. Thinking of this, Ma Hongjun took a step back, creating some distance between himself and Tang San. On the other side of the blue-silver grass, Tang San smiled mischievously, and at that moment, he had some iron blocks in his hand. These are the iron essence and iron mother for making hidden weapons. They are not hidden weapons, just iron. However, if released using the Tang Sec technique, their power should not be underestimated. After a while, Tang San's smile gradually froze, and his hand holding the iron block slightly paused. It shouldn't be like this. Why hasn't Ma Hongjun burned these blue-silver grasses yet? He deliberately spread the blue-silver grass all over the middle of the arena to obstruct both sides' line of sight. If Ma Hongjun wants to destroy these blue-silver grasses, he must use his soul skills to do so. Tang San was waiting for the moment when Ma Hongjun would burn the blue-silver grass. With his purple extreme magic eye, he would be able to see Ma Hongjun's position at that moment, and then deliver a fatal blow. This was planned by Tang San in advance. At this moment, Ma Hongjun was not playing by the rules, which annoyed Tang San a bit. Wei Lai Te stood at the edge of the arena watching, remaining silent. Neither side had violated the rules. In the Duhan arena, it is not prohibited for soul masters to use weapons. However, Very few soul masters use weapons other than their own martial souls. Only in formal competitions are there clear regulations that prohibit the use of weapons other than martial souls, soul rings, and soul bones. Some soul skills that accompany soul rings can also be used as weapons, for example, Angelic Holy Sword, Blue Silver Tyrant Spear, etc. Wei Laite glanced at Ma Hongjun standing at the edge of the arena, and then looked at Tang San, who appeared somewhat dazed. There was only a wall formed by blue silver grass between them. The walls in their hearts had long been built into skyscrapers. The two contestants, Qian Azura and Evil Fire Phoenix, were still testing each other. They were still probing. Ladies and gentlemen, which of the two contestants will ultimately become the winner? Cheer for their codenames. Wei Laite's mouth twitched. This soundproof formation indeed prevented the contestants from hearing external sounds. But it was hard for him to not hear anything. After all, he was too powerful. How should I put it? Although both contestants were soul venerates, they really seemed quite weak. Yes, I don't want to support either of them. They've been probing for 2 minutes already, and they're still testing. Both are old hands. What are they doing on the arena? Brother, you make a point. Look at Lord Wei Laite. He frowned. Yes, Lord Wei Laite is still in the arena. Wei Laite. Wei Laite. Fortunately, Tang San and Ma Hongjun couldn't hear the audience's voices and thought the spectators were supporting them. Whether it was Evil Fire Phoenix or Qian Azura, it was just 4 words. They could only see the audience's support for themselves. Wei Laite. Wei Laite. Fucalos. I am Fucalos's dog. At this moment, Ma Hongjun and Tang San had no time to respond to the audience's support. They were completely focused on the slightest movements. Sure enough, there was a trick. Tang San might just be waiting for me to burn these blue-silver grasses. Ma Hongjun's expression was not good. Tang San had quite a few hidden cards, different from a normal soul master. He didn't know what Tang San was preparing on the other side, and recklessly breaking through the obstacles could lead to unexpected dangers. On Tang San's side, he was also feeling anxious. 2 whole minutes had passed, and Ma Hongjun hadn't made a move. After thinking for a moment, Tang San began to control a small portion of blue-silver grass, moving extremely lightly, afraid that Ma Hongjun would notice. Only by mastering Ma Hongjun's line of sight could he make the most accurate attack, leaving Ma Hongjun no time to concede. 122. The first time I don't want to win. The Qian Azura contestant moved. He was the first to control the blue-silver grass. Ladies and gentlemen, an exciting and tense segment is about to arrive. Let us wait and see. Few audience members noticed the issue, but Fucalos had already commented on it. They then realized that the blue-silver grass in the middle of the arena seemed to be moving. The movement was slight, and if not observed carefully, it would be almost impossible to detect. The Duhan Arena indeed harbored hidden talents. Fucalos's strength was definitely not simple. While commenting, he could also make such subtle observations. This was not something a mere soul venerate could accomplish. Woof, woof, woof. Brother, are you okay? I am Fucalos's dog. In the audience, there were indeed experienced individuals who could tell at a glance that Fucalos was extraordinary. A bubble could support her weight, allowing her to float in the air. How incredible is this? Not only that, but every commentary she gives seems a bit quirky, and the contestants in front of her appear to have no secrets at all. That Violet glanced at a certain audience member, her eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Where on earth did this oddball come from? At home, I can't raise a dog like this. In the arena, Tang San's eyes flickered with a hint of purple energy. It's coming. In the next moment, a small gap appeared in the middle of the wall formed by the blue-silver grass. Through this gap, Tang San caught sight of Ma Hongjun. Good. It's now or never. Bat Wing Reincarnation. Tang San's hands turned jade-like, each holding about 10 iron particles, his hands flying like butterflies dancing gracefully. In an instant, dozens of iron particles were thrown out, and at the same time, the blue-silver grass wall that stood between the two vanished. Under the illumination of the lights, the iron particles resembled falling stars, colliding in mid-air, changing trajectories, colliding again, and changing trajectories once more. Their movement paths were difficult to decipher. Ding, ding, ding. In the end, they all rushed straight towards Ma Hongjun. Although he was prepared, Ma Hongjun's face still darkened. Didn't Tang San say he wouldn't use hidden weapons? Sure enough, Tang San's words can't be trusted, not even his oaths. Tang San, you tricked me. Ma Hongjun roared, realizing it was too late to release his soul skills. He could only forcefully create some distance, and in a daze, it seemed he saw Kuan bidding him farewell. No, it can't be. How can I live without it? For a moment, Ma Hongjun was caught in a storm of thoughts, and when he came to his senses, he shouted, I give up. Violet, save me. Ma Hongjun hadn't even seen clearly what hidden weapon Tang San used. To him, whether it was a flying needle, a flying knife, or something like iron essence, it was all a hidden weapon. Considering his future, Ma Hongjun dared not gamble on what hidden weapon Tang San was using. Tang San understood Ma Hongjun. And how could Ma Hongjun not understand Tang San? Ever since their last conflict, Ma Hongjun had been collecting information about Tang San from time to time. This guy can use hidden weapons within 100 meters, almost hitting the target every time. As the saying goes, it's better to act quickly than to speak slowly. When Ma Hongjun shouted Violet, "Save me," a stream of pure water wrapped around him. For a fire attribute soul master like Ma Hongjun, being enveloped in water was definitely not a pleasant feeling. However, he felt a sense of security, as if he would be fine as long as Violet took action. At this moment, the iron essence also arrived in front of Ma Hongjun, with at least 8 out of 10 being aimed at the lower 3 routes. This shows how much Tang San hated Ma Hongjun. However, the iron essence released through the bat wing reincarnation technique could not break through the pure water released by Violet. This scene left Tang San stunned. The speed of Violet was so fast. Wait, why did he save Ma Hongjun? He was so close to succeeding. Just a little bit. Tang San's face darkened as he stared blankly at Violet. The evil Fire Phoenix contestant conceded, and the Thousand Hands Azura contestant won. After Ma Hongjun conceded, the dazed Tang San did not continue to attack, so there was naturally no suspicion of foul play. Violet announced Tang San's victory based on the facts. Upon hearing this, Tang San finally reacted. He won. He actually won the match hosted by Violet. Wait, he didn't intend to win. He wanted to cripple Ma Hongjun, even if it meant breaking the rules. He wanted Ma Hongjun to experience the same pain as him. At this moment, Ma Hongjun felt a bit scared, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. The way he looked at Tang San was filled with fear and boundless killing intent. The other party had broken their vow and was determined to kill him. There was no room for reconciliation. It was either you die or I die. With a thud, Ma Hongjun knelt straight on the ground, knocked his head 3 times towards Violet, and then said, "Brother Violet, this life of the fat guy is saved by you. I want to say much, as long as you have something to do, whether it's climbing a mountain of swords or descending into a sea of flames, I, the fat guy, will definitely not frown." Upon hearing this, Violet frowned and shook his head. He intended to directly use his soul power to help Ma Hongjun up. But the other party was about 30 to 40 meters away from him. At this distance, it wouldn't be a problem to directly help Ma Hongjun up, but his current character level is only over 40. Yes, it has increased. The disguise level has directly risen to over 40. It's better to do less of things that don't match others' personas, otherwise it would be too shocking. Evil Fire Phoenix contestant, please step forward. This is part of my duty. No need to be polite. If you don't admit defeat or shout out late, I can't save you. Violet said calmly. He indeed thought this way and acted accordingly. If Ma Hongjun hesitated even slightly and didn't admit defeat directly, he would be no different from Tang San now. Once a contestant admits defeat, the match ends immediately. They shouldn't continue to be harmed. In other places, Violet couldn't intervene. However, in the Soul Arena, on the stage, he had to intervene. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience nodded. They had been paying attention to Violet for quite some time. In every match where he served as a referee, he handled it this way. Ma Hongjun was slightly taken aback, then sincerely said, "No matter if it's Violet's duty or not, you just saved my life. Fatty will remember you for a lifetime." After saying this, Ma Hongjun finally stood up. He looked deeply at Violet, then shot a glance filled with some hatred at Tang San. Without saying much, Ma Hongjun directly walked off the stage. Tang San wanted to continue attacking, but shook his head. Now that Ma Hongjun was prepared, it wasn't good to sneak attack. With an unhappy expression, Tang San walked off the stage. This was the first time he didn't want to win. Time passed, and before long it was midnight. The Soul Arena closed for the night. Violet, Fucalos, and Momo were walking on the streets of Tiando City. They were going too far. Momo thought to himself as he followed behind the two. "Mr. Violet, after 500 years, your clothing size hasn't changed at all. Mr. Violet, what do you think of my hosting?" Fucalos held Violet's hand, walking side by side, glancing slightly with a smile on her face. Although she couldn't gain benefits like Violet when hosting, she had gained a lot of joy. "Ms. Fucalos, as your audience, I think your performance is flawless. Your hosting is also very good," Violet said without changing his expression. This is the truth. Ever since the main arena was hosted by Fucalos, the daily earnings have increased significantly, both in terms of wealth and the speed of power accumulation. With Fucalos' cooperation, the current increase is about 1.3 times that of the past. Your reaction as a referee is also very quick, saving many people who could have been injured. Facing the mutual flattery between the two, Mo looked up at the sky, feeling that the future was bleak. They really don't treat him as an outsider. Well, he's one of their own. But why did these two bring him along on their date? Is it just to make him eat dog food? Mo found this hard to understand. This is not the first time. Except for the first time, he wanted to refuse every time, but just by looking at the expressions of Violet and Fucalos. He didn't know how to refuse. If he refused, what awaited him would be mixed doubles, right? Mo didn't know Fucalos' exact strength, but he knew Violet's strength. A level 95 title Douluo was nothing more than a weak fish in front of him. Even if he beat him up, his grandfather Morphit would say it was well done. Perhaps. Although Violet and Fucalos were walking ahead, they often paid attention to Mo's changes. But Mo himself was unaware of it. As for why they treated him this way, it was Morphit's request to change Mo as much as possible. Even if it meant beating him, they needed to bring out his fighting spirit. If Mo didn't change soon, he would really be useless. Fucalos and Violet exchanged a glance and smiled at each other, but they didn't say much. There are many ways to stimulate a person's fighting spirit. And for someone like Mo, who is honest, it is actually quite simple. Destroy the people and things he cherishes. If Lei Qingqing or Morphit were in trouble, he wouldn't be able to hold back his outburst. However, this method might be too cruel. As kind-hearted individuals, how could Fucalos and Violet possibly use such a method? Even if they were to use it, it wouldn't be now. Mr. Violet, when I was shopping yesterday, I saw a fruit store. Their store is quite similar to the one in Soto City. Are you interested in checking it out? After Fucalos said this, he instinctively looked down at his toes. Well, there was still no change for now. Such things should require perseverance, right? Fucalos' little actions did not escape Violet's eyes. It seems she also wants to improve the diet of the little water dragon or the little pure water spirit. It's quite strange to think about it. A dignified demon god-level figure actually carrying a tablet. Isn't that just a reflection of the saying that the unequal cannot balance the world? Not to mention Fucalos, even Funina, for 500 years. Exactly 500 years. The measurements for the clothes still haven't changed at all. As long as Lady Fucalos is happy, I have no objections. Behind Fucalos and Violet, Momo's expression was complicated. Why? Why couldn't he ask for his opinion? Forget it, he thought. Quietly being a background character is also quite good. Momo glanced again at the two in front of him, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. How wonderful it would be if he could go shopping with Qingqing like that. Qingqing, Momo murmured, lowering his head again. He had once been very confident until that incident happened. As the grandson of one of the 8 great family heads, with innate level 7 soul power and a complete inheritance in the clan, how could he not be confident? Unfortunately, Momo quietly followed, not knowing when the 3 of them walked into a fruit store. The shop is not far from the battle arena, and even though it is already midnight, it has not closed. The shopkeeper recognized Violet and Fucalos, who are rising stars in the battle arena. Therefore, he was very enthusiastic. At the same time, this shopkeeper is also a fan of Fucalos. The late-night snacks consisted mainly of papaya milk paired with a small cake. That was all the food for the night. Mo, aren't you going to eat some fruit? Violet asked in confusion. Mo is probably feeling emo again, with blank eyes as if lost in thought. His current state is indeed somewhat difficult to treat. Hearing this, Mo came back to his senses and instinctively made a puzzled sound. Xiao Nawei asked if he needed to eat some fruit. Fucaluo, holding a fork, slightly turned his head and said calmly, "No, I don't need it." Mo replied, lowering his head again. Nawei Laite and Fucaluo exchanged glances, their eyes twitching, but they didn't say much. Nawei Laite. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out, causing Nawei Laite, Fucaluo, and Mo to pause slightly. The crisp and melodious voice, along with her emotions. Looking towards the source of the sound, that Violet saw the newcomer, and after a slight contemplation, he suddenly realized, "Isn't that Miss Ning Rongrong?" Yes. The person is indeed Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. A flash of surprise crossed Ning Rongrong's eyes. It was obvious that encountering that Violet here was quite unexpected for her. "It's really you, that Violet," Ning Rongrong exclaimed excitedly as she ran over. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing smiled helplessly and then walked over gracefully. "Hello, Miss Ning Rongrong," that Violet said without changing his expression. If it weren't for his good memory, he would have almost forgotten what Ning Rongrong looked like. Ever since Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing arrived at the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong had been grounded by Ning Fengji. It was a good thing for a daughter to bring back a genius, but this genius was also a big trouble. It is true that the 7-treasure glazed tile school lacks geniuses, but talents like Zhu Zhuqing, who is at the innate level 7, are not too rare. Of course, since Zhu Zhuqing has already joined the 7-treasure glazed tile school, her matters